Thinking about this, Yan Qianchen suddenly smiled. The biggest victim of this comedy seemed not to be herself. Thinking this, Yan Qianchen felt slightly relieved. She said, "Don't you know what happened?" Yun Roxy frowned, her gaze sharp. "How would I know? I wasn't here just now. Is the school beauty contest over?" How could it be? She timed her return perfectly. Thinking she had been away for so long, things should have been chaos by now, especially with the Yizhong people. After all, when Cici shouldn't have participated in the beauty contest, she was the only candidate. In a few minutes, everyone should have realized her importance. However, upon her return, she found almost no one left around. Glancing at Yan Qianchen, Yun Roxy's brows furrowed tightly. "You won? No way." Yan Qianchen smiled. "I didn't win, but someone did." "Who?" "You should ask Lin Zhou about that." "Lin Zhou?" "Yet. He brought a beautiful woman over. Seems to be the one he likes." "The one he likes? How is that possible? Isn't it me he likes?" "Ha ha." Yan Qianchen couldn't help but laugh again. "Do you really think Lin Zhou's favorite is you?" "Of course. His favorite is definitely me. No one else." Yun Ruoxi's voice suddenly rose, her whole demeanor becoming excited. Yan Qianchen gave a faint smile and just said, "It's up to you," before turning to leave. Seeing this, Yun Ruoxi felt uneasy. She anxiously stepped forward. "Hey. Wait. What's so funny about your sneer? Explain yourself." But Yan Qianchen didn't acknowledge her. Once she was far away, Yun Ruoxi mumbled, "Lin Zhou must like me. It's me. It's me." After repeating this to herself, she also quickly turned and ran off. She wanted to go back and ask Lin Zhou what was going on. At that moment, Lin Zhou had already left far behind in a taxi. Liu Shiming sat in the front passenger seat with Sun Yanku in the back. Since getting into the car, Sun Yanku hadn't said a word. She sat upright, fingers fidgeting together, seemingly lost in thought. Lin Zhou, noticing this, said anxiously, "Little Deskmate, don't worry, it's okay. But I look like this. You said before that you wanted me to." "Don't worry, you were always like this. Earlier, it was to prevent you from being bullied at school. Now that you've graduated, you don't have to worry about that anymore. In the future, you can live like this." Sun Yanku hesitated for a while, not sure what to say. She lowered her head again, feeling unsettled. Not knowing what to do, Sun Yanku suddenly remembered something, and a thought struck her. Tia Shinrui. I told her I'd return her clothes tomorrow. No need to worry." "Oh. Thank you. Thank you." "You're welcome." After that, Sun Yanku bowed her head again. Lin Zhou felt a bit helpless. "Little Deskmate, what are you worried about?" I. After a moment of silence, Sun Yanku said, "I'm just worried if my classmates will accept me in this appearance." Since coming to the Yizhong school, she had always been plain-looking. They were used to it. She had already bonded with them and made friends. Now that she had changed her appearance, would they accept her? Would they like her? Would she be isolated again? The more Sun Yanku thought about this, the more confused she felt. "They will. They all like you very much." But Sun Yanku's gaze fell on Liu Shiming in the front passenger seat. Since getting into the car, Liu Shiming's expression hadn't changed. He had been staring blankly, not uttering a word to her. If he could be alarmed like this, what about the other classmates? Sun Yanku couldn't imagine. "Oh, you mean Fatty Liu?" Just a moment. When Lin Zhou saw Sun Yanku's thoughts, he was about to call Liu Shiming. But before he could say a word, he heard Liu Shiming's shocked voice. "Oh my god." Lin Zhou couldn't stand it. "Fatty, watch your language." "Oh my god, Suzueba, you're so beautiful." "Oh my god, you scared me." Seeing his reaction, Sun Yanku felt uncomfortable. "Lin Zhou, maybe we should just forget about this." "Fatty." Lin Zhou suddenly raised his voice. Liu Shiming finally reacted. No, Suzueba, I didn't mean it like that. I meant, you should have dressed up like this earlier. Why have you been hiding it all this time? With such looks, if you had shown this earlier, would Yun Roxy even stand a chance? For our class, losing you like this would be a great loss. Who made you keep dressing up like that?" Aware that Lin Zhou was looking at him, Liu Shiming realized he misspoke and quickly changed his tone. It's okay to dress up like that before to focus on studying, but from now on, no need at all. It's a shame to hide your beauty." "Really? Is it true?" Sun Yanku tightly clasped her hands together, her breathing weak. still unable to believe. Of course it's true. How could I possibly lie to you, right, Zhou? Liu Shiming winked at Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou nodded. Of course, Xiaodongju. Don't worry. He paused halfway through his sentence, suddenly realizing that Su Nianku's body seemed to be getting stiffer and stiffer. She was afraid. More afraid than when she jumped from the building with Han Yuanmo last time. Lin Zhou's heart squeezed. Perhaps he had been too naive. Xiaodongju had lived 18 years in the same way as before. She had also silently blended in with the crowd for 18 years. Now, suddenly becoming the center of attention in the crowd, she must be feeling very uncomfortable, right? They won't mind, Xiaodongju. In their eyes, you have always been the same Su Nianku as before, and our friends won't mind. Su Nianku was still processing when Liu Shiming blurted out. What was Zhou talking about? If Su Nianku went back to school like this, how could they not notice? Wouldn't the woes be excited to the point of passing out? But quickly, Liu Shiming saw Lin Zhou giving him a meaningful glance. Though he didn't understand, Liu Shiming quickly nodded. Right, they won't mind, they won't mind. I misspoke just now, Suzueba. Don't worry, everyone will still treat you the same as before. I Xiaodongju. Let's go shopping for clothes. How? Now ... Yes, your clothes are too big for you. It doesn't fit. You'll be laughed at when you go back to school. Changing clothes will fix that. I promise. They won't say anything about you. Oh. Okay. Su Nianku nodded dazedly. Though she didn't want to go buy clothes, this time, maybe she couldn't avoid it. In the past, she always thought she was just listening to Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou didn't want her to appear in front of everyone in this way, so she naturally agreed. But now, she realized it wasn't true. Even if Lin Zhou allowed it, she would still be afraid. With so many people's eyes on her, so many people staring at her. Why did it feel so awkward? It felt so uncomfortable, like a needle poking her heart. Thinking now, Su Nianku didn't even know how she had the courage to show up in front of everyone. At that time, her mind was full of helping Lin Zhou. She couldn't let Lin Zhou be bullied. For a moment, she forgot about herself. In this situation now, she had no idea what to do. Could every second she could hide past quickly. Let's go buy clothes. Lin Zhou nodded and stopped a taxi. After opening the door, he let Su Nianku out first and then moved towards the entrance. Seeing this, Liu Shiming hurriedly said, Hey, Zhou, you're all leaving. What about me? What should I do when I go back? How should I explain? Just now there were so many people there. And there were definitely those who knew Su Nianku. By now, the news should have spread to the school. According to the nature of their classmates, they were definitely waiting to see the excitement. Going back alone, he would be in deep trouble. Lin Zhou paused, looking at him. Fatty, you have to do me a favor. What favor? After whispering a few words to Liu Shiming, Lin Zhou got out of the car. Liu Shiming was left deep in thought. Su Nianku, who had been waiting outside for a while, saw Lin Zhou coming down and anxiously asked, What's wrong? Is there a problem with Liu Shiming? No, he's going back to school first. Liu Laoshi said, We have the last class meeting at 8, and we can go back before that. Okay. It was only 7 o'clock now, too early to go back. They would be nagged for an hour. It was so good to be able to go shopping. Su Nianku breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Zhou smiled at her. Let's go. Over there. To the street market. Okay. Su Nianku nodded eagerly. But along the way, she was absent-minded. Soon, they arrived at a dress shop. The shopkeeper, seeing them, greeted them cheerfully. Hey, young lady, young man, you're here. Come in. I've got new arrivals, very suitable for you. Young lady, you look. Su Nianku realized that they had been to this shop before and bought clothes here. She quickly took a step back. Joe, let's not buy a dress here. After all, they would be going back to the classroom soon. She didn't want to attract too much attention. That's fine. Let's go check out that place. Thanks, shopkeeper. We'll come back another day. Sure. Make sure to come. The shopkeeper was generous and did not overly press them to stay. There are 2 clothing stores at the end of the street. They're pretty good. Go take a look. All right. Thanking him again, Lin Zhou led Su Nianku to the street. Because the college entrance exam was over, vendors had set up stalls again, and the whole Jiancheng County had become lively. As they walked down the street, Sunyanku felt like she was being watched every few steps. She hadn't fully relaxed despite trying to keep to the shadows. She began to feel uneasy as she walked. Could she really do this? Even when looking at clothes, she was unfocused. She tried on a few items, but they didn't feel right, either too eye-catching or unsuitable. In short, it wasn't working. She couldn't go back to school like this. Absolutely not. If she went back to class like this, it would surely cause a commotion. Just looking at the reactions of everyone at the school flower contest just now, Lin Zhou and Liu Shiming were just comforting themselves, right? The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. She had to figure out a way to hide herself. Yes, as long as she hid herself, everything would be fine. But how to do it? Sunyanku felt like she couldn't even focus on looking at clothes. She silently lowered her head, lost in thought. Lin Zhou noticed her mood right away. He wanted to walk slower, hold her hand, but was afraid she would be scared. After thinking for a while, he slowed his pace. Since he couldn't, he would accompany her and help ease her mood a bit. He had to do something too. Time passed by second. It was almost 8 o'clock, close to the class meeting time. Sunyanku felt a bit discouraged. She bit her lip and made a decision. Zhou, what if I don't go back to school? But before she could finish, she suddenly heard Lin Zhou's voice ahead. Xiaodongju, try this. Sunyanku looked up and saw Lin Zhou holding a pair of light blue jeans and a white t-shirt with a black collar. She hesitated. Should I really try it? Actually, I can just not go. Of course, we should give it a try. Classmate Lin, do you plan to never see our classmates for the rest of your life? Even if you don't want to see others? What about Chan Woguo, Li Xian, and also Wen Cici and Tiache? You mean, you don't want to see them either? Sunyanku was once again stunned. And me? Lin Zhou suddenly interrupted her. Sunyanku suddenly looked up, somewhat flustered, and looked at him. She saw him holding clothes, walking up to her. He looked down at her. What about me? Don't you want to see me anymore? Sunyanku was suddenly surprised. Almost instinctively, she blurted out, No. How is that possible? How could I not want to see you? I know. Seeing her expression, Lin Zhou felt a bit sorry for her. He couldn't help but interrupt her. I know, classmate Lin. It was my fault before, not noticing this, letting you hide your beauty all the time. I apologize to you. It's not your fault. It's not your fault, Lin Zhou. It has nothing to do with you. It's me. My own problem. I'm too timid. Even if you agree, I still can't. I'm afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Qian Guoguo, Li Xian, Liu Shiming, Tiachia are all here, along with Teacher Liu, Teacher Jian, Director John. We are all by your side. Forever. Really? Yes. Really. Lin Zhou nodded and then pushed the clothes in his hand towards her. So, give it a try. These two are quite ordinary, you see, similar to our school uniform. Many people wear them. I assure you, in the crowd, no one will notice you, so you can go back to school quietly. Is that so? Absolutely. Don't you believe me? Sunyanku hesitated for a moment. Subconsciously, she told herself she didn't quite believe it. Now, no matter what she wears back, she will attract attention. But how could she not believe Lin Zhou? That's Lin Zhou. She can distrust anyone else, but she can't not believe in Lin Zhou. He is her light. Thinking of this, Sunyanku made up her mind, lifted her head, and said firmly, Okay, I'll give it a try. She picked up the clothes and headed towards the fitting room. Lin Zhou stood at the door, watching her back, and smiled. About 5 minutes passed before the fitting room door opened slowly. When Lin Zhou saw Sunyanku coming out, he was stunned. He suddenly felt that he might have been wrong. Very wrong. White t-shirt plus jeans. He was indeed a genius. How could he think of letting his classmate wear this combination? It was simply a must-have during one's youthful years. That exquisite face, tall figure, perfectly defined waistline, and long legs, teared with snow-white skin, she looked exceptionally stunning. The impact was even greater than wearing a skirt. Lin Zhou was mesmerized. Sunyanku realized Lin Zhou's lack of reaction and started to panic. Lin Zhou, what's wrong? Oh, nothing. It's great. Is this outfit suitable? Sunyanku looked at him cautiously. At that moment, Lin Zhou wanted to say it wasn't suitable. Change it. Can she really go back to the classroom like this? But as the words neared his lips, He swallowed them back. After all, he had just said these clothes were ordinary. If he were to now tell his classmate to change, she would be disheartened. Forget it. Let it be. Though he was reluctant to have his classmate appear in front of everyone like this, but he had to admit this was a good opportunity to help her gain confidence. The first step must be taken. The subsequent steps only get harder. He took a deep breath and said, "Yes, it's suitable, very suitable. Then this one. I guess, all right." Lin Zhou turned his head and called out to the shop owner, "Please wrap up the clothes I changed out of and ring these two up." All right, all right." The shop owner grinned and quickly wrapped up the clothes. Sunyanku hurried over in a panic. I'll pay. But the shop owner completely ignored her and instead took the money from Lin Zhou's hand. When you're out and about, how can a young lady be the one to pay? Let your boyfriend buy it for you. I'm not. Young lady, I'm an experienced man, I can see it clearly. The shop owner took the money and started giving change. Sunyanku was startled. Wait, Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Zhou grabbed her hand. Little Deskmate, we're running out of time. We need to hurry back to school. But the money, you can owe me for now. Just treat me to a meal later. Oh, okay then. Sunyanku nodded in a daze, grabbed the clothes, and ran outside. The shop owner watched them leave and chuckled. Youth is truly wonderful. After the college entrance exams, the weather was exceptionally good. The sunset painted half the sky in brilliant colors, making the red brick school buildings of First High even more picturesque. But today, the students of Class 2, Grade 12, had no time to appreciate the scenery. At this moment, their classroom was in complete chaos. Unlike other classes, however, they weren't discussing the answers to the exam. Instead, they were buzzing with excitement over something else. Sunyanku. It all started 40 minutes ago. Deng Ziqian, who had just returned from the third high exam venue, brought back a bombshell of news. Sunyanku was a stunning beauty, and not just any beauty, she was even more beautiful than Yun Ruoxi, Yan Qianchen, Ziliani, and Suyun. She had completely dominated the school flower asterisk competition. Because of her, no one else got any votes. The moment those words came out, the whole classroom exploded in disbelief. No way. How could that be? I was taking the exam at third high too, but I didn't notice anything. Did you watch the school flower competition? That thing was too boring, so I left early. Well, there you go. I had nothing better to do, so I stuck around until the end. I never expected to witness something so shocking. You guys should have seen the reaction at the scene. It was absolutely insane. If Lin Zhou hadn't been there, I wouldn't have dared to believe it myself. Lin Zhou was there too. Then where are they now? I want to see for myself. No idea. They left earlier than me, so I thought they'd be back already. Could they have gone on a private date? That's possible, but they'll be back soon for the class meeting, so we'll find out then. In the fourth row, Qian Woguo and Li Xian were listening in confusion. Are they talking about Sunyanku? Seems like it. Then how did we not notice? Li Xian paused before saying, could it be that someone has been keeping her hidden all along? If that's the case, I shouldn't have come back so early. Exactly. Why did you leave early? I originally planned to go watch it with Sunyanku, but when I got to her exam venue, she was already gone. I walked around looking for her but couldn't find her, so I just came back first. It's fine. Let's just wait. They'll be back soon anyway. True. If it's really real, then Lin Zhou, that guy is way too much. No. I have to interrogate him later. I'm suddenly so excited. Forget about Lin Zhou for now. I think we should have a good talk with our new school flower, that's our dear friend. After all, exactly. As the two were deep in discussion, the classroom door suddenly swung open, and the crowd quickly turned their heads. When they saw that it was Liu Shiming, everyone was stunned for a moment. Then they all looked behind him in unison. After looking for a while, they found that no one else had followed him in. Instead, there were many students from other classes gathering around. They were immediately disappointed, asking, what's going on? Liu Fatty, why are you alone coming back? Yeah. Where are the others? Liu Shiming was also taken aback, saying, others, who? But before anyone could answer, he suddenly seemed to realize something on his own, saying, oh, you mean Lin Zhou and Sunyanku? The crowd nodded. Liu Shiming said, they are behind. What? Where are they? Let me see. Let me see. The crowd rushed towards the door, but Liu Shiming stopped them, saying, Don't bother looking. They won't be back for a while, but my bro Joe asked me to come back and ask for everyone's help. What help? Well, it's like this. Liu Shiming walked out to the platform and began to speak slowly. The car soon arrived at the school gate. After Lin Zhou paid, he got out of the car and looked around, realizing that there weren't many people nearby. He then signaled for Su Nianku to get out of the car. Nervous the whole way, Su Nianku took a deep breath and slowly got out. As she was about to enter the school gate, she still felt a bit uneasy, asking, Lin Zhou, is this really okay? Absolutely okay. Oh, good. After calming herself down a bit, she clenched her fist and walked forward. Just as she took 2 steps, she suddenly heard Lin Zhou calling out to her. Wait. Su Nianku stopped and turned in confusion, asking, What's wrong? Lin Zhou walked up to her and pointed to her wrist, asking, Can I use this hair tie? Sure. Su Nianku didn't hesitate to take off the hair tie and gave it to Lin Zhou, asking, What do you need this for? Before she could finish her sentence, she heard Lin Zhou say, Don't move. Su Nianku froze. Next, she felt Lin Zhou standing behind her and gently gathering her hair. Was he tying her hair for her? Su Nianku's heart suddenly trembled. Almost instinctively, she wanted to dodge, but a thought quickly crossed her mind. Lin Zhou won't harm you. Don't move. With this thought in mind, Su Nianku quickly steadied herself and allowed Lin Zhou to continue. His touch was very gentle. Su Nianku felt her hair being gathered at the back, but she didn't feel any pain. Lin Zhou was really so gentle. Even when tying her hair, he was so gentle. Su Nianku felt warm inside. At that moment, she suddenly felt a strand of hair floating in front of her eyes. She subconsciously raised her hand to touch it but suddenly felt something soft. Was it Lin Zhou's hand? Realizing this, Su Nianku quickly withdrew her hand. I didn't mean to, haha. A soft laughter came from above, and Su Nianku's cheeks turned red. Then she felt his fingertip gently brushing over her cheek, so soft and comforting. Su Nianku felt her heart thump with excitement. Her whole body tensed up. Just as she was unsure of what to do, she suddenly heard his voice from above. It'll be over soon. Don't be nervous. I'm not nervous. All right, that's good. Another light laughter. Su Nianku blushed again. Luckily, he was standing behind her and couldn't see her expression, or she would have been extremely embarrassed. Su Nianku closed her eyes, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Fortunately, her hair was soon tied up. Lin Zhou walked to her side and whispered, Okay, let's go. Su Nianku smiled and said, Okay. As she lifted her foot to take a step, she heard him call out, Tablemate, remember, I will always be by your side. Okay. After saying this, Lin Zhou walked beside her. At that moment, Su Nianku suddenly felt less nervous. Taking a deep breath, she entered the school gate. As they walked towards the classroom, Su Nianku couldn't quite understand her emotions. She just felt something was off. When they reached the teaching building, she finally realized something was wrong. Why were there no people on campus? The first 10 second-year students were on vacation, and the third-year students had finished their exams. Normally, everyone should be celebrating. Why was it so quiet? Just as she was wondering, Su Nianku suddenly saw someone approaching. He had a big belly and was wearing a kipao with his hands behind his back, walking casually towards them. It was Director Zhang Shuqi. Su Nianku's breath caught for a moment, and her heart raced a bit faster. She was about to meet a familiar face. She wondered how Director Zhang would look at her and what she should do. Should she greet him in advance? Just as she was thinking this, she heard Director Zhang Shuqi laughing and saying, Lin Zhou, Su Nianku, you're back. Su Nianku looked up and saw Director Zhang Shuqi walking towards them with a warm smile. There was no excitement, no surprise, not even any particular emotion. It was almost as calm as usual. Su Nianku was startled. Did he not see her? Why was there no surprise at all? Although Director Zhang knew about the incident on her admission ticket, it was Teacher Liu who took her to re-register. Director Zhang shouldn't have seen her before. Lin Zhou, who was beside her, took a step forward and replied, Yes, we just arrived. He then nudged Su Nianku and said, Director Zhang is calling us. Oh, right, we just arrived. Su Nianku quickly replied, after realizing. Then she saw Director Zhang Shuqi nod calmly and say, How did the exam go? It shouldn't have been difficult for you, right? There was still no extra change in his demeanor. Lin Zhou said. Yes, indeed, tablemate. What about you, huh? I didn't find it. I thought it was pretty simple, straightforward. That's good. Then it seems there shouldn't be any problems. I have to go back to the office. You guys have a class meeting starting soon. Hurry to the classroom. Okay. Sure. Right? With that, Director John Shuki nodded happily, humming a tune as he walked away. Sunyanku stood frozen in place. It wasn't until Director John Shuki was far away that she hadn't reacted, saying, "This director. He saw you." Lin Zhou answered quickly. How about it, tablemate? I told you, others won't have much of a reaction, right? But, it's fine. Everyone else's reaction will be the same. Don't worry. Sunyanku nodded hesitantly and followed Lin Zhou to the classroom. Little did they know that at that moment, Director John Shuki, who had reached the entrance of the office building, turned back. He looked in their direction and smiled. This girl is indeed pretty. No wonder Lin Zhou is protecting her so well. I'm getting old. These young people. Sunyanku and Lin Zhou walked into the teaching building and only then did they realize the teachers from the other classes were already standing on the podium. It seemed like they were having a class meeting. The students in the class were sitting particularly neat. She curiously looked at Lin Zhou. Wasn't it supposed to start at 8:30? How come? It was just 8 o'clock. Maybe the teacher suddenly decided to start early. Huh, is that so? Then aren't we late? Indeed, should we hurry? All right, let's go faster. Sunyanku quickly nodded and increased her pace. But when they reached the door of classroom 2, she hesitated. Stepping inside meant facing all the classmates. She didn't know what would happen. Sunyanku bit her lip. She tried to prepare herself mentally, but at that moment, she heard a light laughter from looking in the class. Sunyanku. Lin Zhou, you finally came back. We were waiting for you. Come in quickly. Sunyanku was startled. She looked up and saw Licking In already standing on the podium, smiling at them. She quickly turned her head and looked at Lin Zhou. What should they do now? Lin Zhou smiled and nodded at her, then pointed towards the classroom door. Sunyanku paused again, unable to believe her eyes. Was Lin Zhou asking her to go in first? But they were standing at the front door. If they walked like this, they would have to pass through the whole classroom. Seeing Lin Zhou nod encouragingly again, Sunyanku knew she couldn't avoid it. Since Licking In called her, she had no choice but to enter. So, she gritted her teeth and reluctantly walked forward. The moment Sunyanku set foot in the classroom, her heart raced. She quickly lowered her head, speaking quickly, "Sorry, teacher, we are late." Then she heard Licking In saying, "It's okay, at the beginning. Quickly go back to your seat." Okay. She nodded and quickly walked forward. However, Sunyanku soon froze. The expected whispers and discussions did not come. The classroom was unusually quiet. They seemed to not have noticed her at all, maintaining their original postures. Sunyanku was a bit puzzled. It was only when she sat down that she dared to glance sideways. To her surprise, it seemed that nobody was looking at her. They were holding their textbooks, seemingly studying something. Occasionally, whispers could be heard. The exams are finally over. After today, we won't be high school students anymore. Yeah, suddenly feeling sentimental. Me too. I used to hate going to school, but now I feel like I haven't had enough. Time passes so quickly. Yes, too fast. They were actually not discussing her. Could it be? What Lin Zhou said was true. They really didn't notice her change. Sunyanku tentatively called out to the student in front. Debo turned around, looking troubled. What's wrong, Sunyanku? How did your exam go? Let me tell you, I'm so worried. I couldn't solve the last big question. Sunyanku was slightly stunned but then smiled. It's okay, as long as you got the previous questions right. It's fine. Don't worry. Sigh. I guess you're right. He sighed and turned back. Sunyanku relaxed. She turned her head and saw Lin Zhou also smiling at her. He whispered in a voice only they could hear. See, I told you no one cares. Really nobody cares. Sunyanku's smile gradually widened. That's great. That's great. That's great. Ha, the class meeting has started. Listen carefully. This is the last session. Okay. Sunyanku earnestly nodded and looked towards the podium. Lin Zhou watched her side profile, smiling. The relaxed mood of the little classmate, with her high ponytail, was so lovely. Unfortunately, she didn't know, and it's probably for the best. Only he could see it. Lin Zhou was in a very good mood. On the stage, Li Qingyan had already begun to talk about the follow-up with grades and college entrance exams. Lin Zhou also refocused and prepared to listen attentively. However, he noticed Liu Ximing next to him kept mouthing something at him. Lin Zhou turned his face and saw him passing him a note with a worried expression. He took it, opened it, and read, "Bro Zhou, I tried my best. Director John may every class have a meeting, and Ms. Liu will finish earlier, so our class will leave first. Our classmates agreed not to show any signs, but the condition is, you pay for the night out tonight, and also, there's a late night snack, you have to pay for that too." Lin Zhou, after reading it twice to make sure he wasn't mistaken, he silently rubbed his forehead. He picked up a pen and wrote back to Liu Ximing. "Okay, thanks." Soon, another note was passed. "No problem, it's necessary, but Bro Zhou, Su Xiaoba is amazing. You see her expression, you should pay for this meal, otherwise, which one of our classmates can balance it out? I can't help but." Lin Zhou, just as he was about to pick up the pen and scold Liu Ximing angrily, he heard Sun Yanku turn her head to look at him. "What's wrong, Lin Zhou? Does Liu Ximing need something from you?" Lin Zhou quickly put away the note, held it in his palm, and forced a smile. "Nothing," he said. "The class meeting will be over soon, and our classmates are getting ready to have a late night snack and asked me to join, and then go for an all-nighter. If you don't want to go, I can tell them." "No. I'll go." "How? Go." Lin Zhou looked at Sun Yanku in surprise. He was thinking that everything would be fine as long as she didn't go. After all, he just wanted to test her courage, not let other guys feast their eyes. The only one he wanted to feast his eyes on was himself. But Sun Yanku clearly didn't see through his thoughts and comforted him. "It's the last class meeting. I should go. We may not be able to hang out with everyone anymore in the future, right, Lin Zhou?" Lin Zhou once again forced a slight smile. "Yeah, right. Then let's wait for class to finish." "I can't wait. What are we going to eat?" "Let's decide later." Lin Zhou silently massaged his temples. He pondered how to prevent those guys from getting close to Sun Yanku once they go to another place after class. Li Qingyan spoke for about 20 minutes and finally finished everything. She took a sip from a prepared cup of water, then looked down at the podium. "Is there anything you still don't understand?" Everyone shook their heads. Li Qingyan continued, "All right, then starting from now, we have officially graduated. Everyone can pack up all your things and take them home. Your future path is up to you to walk." Li Qingyan paused at this sentence and fell silent. After suppressing her emotions for the whole night, suddenly became somewhat uncontrollable. After a moment, Liu Qingyan's expression eased slightly. Taking a deep breath, she stood beside the platform. The audience was shocked. Facing the audience, she bowed deeply. At that moment, the whole room was stunned. Everyone stood up all of a sudden. "Teacher Liu, Teacher Liu." Liu Qingyan extended her hand to stop them. Then she forced a smile and said, "Classmates, I can't stay with you anymore. Take care everyone. I hope that one day, in the future, I can see you standing at the peak on campus again. Goodbye." After saying this, tears began to shimmer in the corners of her eyes. She held back for a while before barely stopping them from falling. But the students exploded emotionally. The class monitor Li Liwei was the first to shout, "Not goodbye. Teacher Liu, we won't say goodbye. How can we say goodbye? We will come back to visit you in the future. As long as you are here, we will always be with you." These words sparked more excitement among the other students. "Yes, Teacher Liu, we will come back. We don't want to say goodbye. In these 3 years, you have been with us, taking care of us, tolerating us, and educating us. We have learned so much from you. Our whole youth has been with your companionship. How can we say goodbye? Teacher Liu, have you forgotten? We still have to attend your wedding. Teacher Liu, we will always be your students." "Yes. Yes, Teacher Liu, you can't give up on us. Last time I misbehaved and got into a fight with a classmate, causing trouble for you. I'm sorry. And me. Last time I skipped class without permission to go online, causing you to be punished. I'm sorry. I left class early. I'm sorry. I didn't return to the dorm on time. I'm sorry. I avoided cleaning, which made our class the last in ranking. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Teacher Liu, I'm sorry. These years, we have caused you trouble. Teacher Liu, One after another, the students bent over, bowing to the woman who was not much older than them on the platform. Liu Qingyan tried several times to stop them but failed. She could only watch them, one after another, saying words of reluctance to depart. The tears hanging from the corners of her eyes were no longer under control and started falling. Liu Qingyan quickly turned around, facing away from the students, wiping her tears. Then she turned back, looking at everyone. All right, you don't have to do this. There's no need. You don't need to apologize to me. You have taught me how to grow, taught me how to love. The happiest moments of my life have been these few years spent with all of you. You are the best class I had ever taught. With the last word falling, everyone smiled together. Ha ha, Teacher Liu. You used to say we were the worst class you had ever taught. Yes, I remember. How did we become the best? Well, you guys. Liu Qingyan suddenly blushed. Just as things were getting awkward, a knock came from the door. Everyone turned around and saw Zhang Shuqi standing there with a smile. Behind him were a line of other teachers. Teacher Liu, done with the sentimental part? Now it's our turn. We have also guided these students, these troublemakers, haven't they given us quite a ride? Now that they are leaving, we have to send them off. Liu Qingyan quickly smiled. All right then, come in, quickly. Zhang Shuqi led the teachers onto the platform, all lined up, looking down at the audience. As they watched, they suddenly felt sentimental. These kids really grew up, some even taller than them. After looking at each other for a while, Zhang Shuqi couldn't hold back anymore. Which teacher should go first? What? Well, Director Zhang, how about you go first? Sure. I'll go first. Zhang Shuqi pulled at the kippao she had been reluctant to take off, took a step forward towards the center of the platform. Then looking down, he sighed. Classmates, this is the final lesson. From now on, be good. Don't embarrass me. After shouting this, the audience cheered. All right, Director Zhang, don't worry. We won't embarrass you. We will strive to be outstanding individuals. We will become the proudest students. Ha ha. Good. Next, Teacher Wan, your turn. Called out, Teacher Wan Min stepped forward. She was still dressed modestly, with slightly curly hair. The wrinkles on her aging face were quite visible, but for some reason, everyone suddenly felt that the usually solemn her was exceptionally warm and friendly today. She followed Zhang Shuqi's lead. Walking to the center of the platform, with a smile, she said, Classmates, don't listen to your director Zhang's nonsense. Struggle is important, but so is living well. Please take good care of yourselves. Lin Zhou was once again stunned. His deskmate seemed much brighter. She was even able to ask such a question. It seemed that his approach was effective, but how could he respond to this? Marriage? With her? Actually, there was no need to wait that long. But how could he tell her this? Perhaps realizing that the question was a bit off, Sunyanku quickly lowered her head and said, sure. Before she could finish, Lin Zhou cut in with his answer. Sunyanku suddenly lifted her head and saw Lin Zhou looking at her, saying seriously, you are not like Liu thought so. You don't need to strive, you can get married when the time comes, as long as he works hard. It's enough. His purpose in life is to make her live a good life. After all, she is such a good girl. Her future, he will take care of. Sunyanku was momentarily stunned. No need to strive, but it seemed wrong. This shouldn't be the case. Thinking about this, Sunyanku smiled. No. What's wrong? I also want to strive. I don't want my future partner to be too tired. He is the one who will spend the rest of his life with me, and I want to progress with him. She said this with clear eyes, never taking her gaze away from Lin Zhou. It seemed like she was saying it for him. Lin Zhou was momentarily stunned and then responded, okay. Striving together, progressing together. For the future, moving towards a future that others fear. Striving for their little family. This is them. A silent promise. On the podium, the physics teacher Zhou Ping had taken over. With glasses in hand and a set square, he was kindly speaking warm words. The previously chaotic physics class was exceptionally quiet today. No one was causing trouble. Next were the chemistry teacher Zhang Yu and the biology teacher Zhou Liping. One after another, they took the central position to give the students the last few minutes of class. After all the teachers spoke, a long time had passed. Zhang Shuqi made the final closing statement. Okay, we should let them go. Can't tie them to our waist belts forever. They need to grow up. Come, let's bid them farewell." After this statement, he and a few teachers took a step forward and bowed towards the audience. The students immediately followed suit, bowing down like the teachers. This bow lasted for a long time. It was John Shuki who first stood up. "All right, enough with the sentimentality. Let's go. Next class. Pack up and get lost. But don't continue to bother me at school. Annoying." After muttering this, he turned and walked out of the classroom. Next were Liu Qingyan, Wang Min, Zhou Ping. No one spoke as they watched them leave. From this moment on, the teachers who had taught them for several years completely exited their lives. Despite saying words of reluctance, they probably all knew that they may never see each other again. Not sure who it was, the first person couldn't help but start crying. The classroom soon filled with sobbing sounds. Even Sunyanku couldn't help feeling emotional. Although it had only been 3 short months, this class was warmer than any class she had been in before. She wished they could stay together forever. But how could a banquet never end in this world? Lin Zhou fell silent too. In his past life, he was emotionally detached, leading a lonely life. Now, he felt that the most memorable thing in this world was this simple and pure warmth. It was a feeling called reluctance. Sobbing for 2 minutes, the monitor Li Liwei couldn't bear it anymore. He yelled, "All right, it's time for us to go. Don't forget, we have a big meal to eat tonight. Oh right? Tonight, we can stay out openly, right? Haha, some people. Don't forget to bring more money. Yes, we have big eaters among us. Since this guy took away our benefits, we have to eat more even if we can't. Yes, that's right." The atmosphere in the classroom finally became lively. Lin Zhou could only shake his head and smile at these kids. Next to him, Sunyanku looked confused. "What's going on? Lin Zhou, is someone treating us tonight? Who are they talking about?" "Ow." Lin Zhou chuckled helplessly. "No one. They are joking." "Oh, should we also pack up and leave?" "Yes, let's go." Sunyanku began to pack up her bag. Lin Zhou also put the few remaining textbooks into his bag. Suddenly, for no reason, a roar erupted in the classroom. Then, someone threw their books into the air, saying, "To hell with the college entrance exam. It's over. Everything is over." Lin Zhou looked up and saw a classmate in the center of the classroom excitedly shouting. Other classmates seemed to be stunned. He was shocked. "It's happening. The aftermath of the college entrance exam." Before he could say anything, the other students reacted. The textbooks that were already packed were taken out. They tore the textbooks just like the first student. The neatly organized books were now torn into pieces, floating in the air. Their owners were screaming crazily, venting their last unease. "To hell with the college entrance exam. To hell with high school. Liberation for us. No more studying. No more early mornings. No more unfinishable papers. Ow. It's over. Everything is over. I design my own life. The future. Here I come." The whole classroom suddenly descended into chaos. Even Lin Zhou was not spared. When the messy scraps fell on his head, he felt an indescribable feeling. These children might not know. The future they longed for would have so many challenges. It's not just an end. It's also a beginning. Who can say for sure about the future life? With society being so tumultuous, one can only hope that years later they can still be like this. Thinking about it, Lin Zhou felt heavy-hearted. "Lin Zhou." Sunyanku's voice sounded from beside him. Lin Zhou turned his head and saw her holding a book, cautiously smiling at him. Can I tear a book too?" Lin Zhou looked at her in surprise, realizing she wasn't joking but full of anticipation. He suddenly laughed, "Of course. Then, can you do it with me?" "Sure." It had been a full 10 minutes. The revelry finally came to an end. Li Liwei laughed and looked at the debris on the ground. All right, you guys go have a meal at Zhonwan BBQ. I've told the boss to close the shop. I and a few class officers will stay back to clean up." The classmates also agreed wholeheartedly. "All right, Captain, you've worked hard. You've been managing us for years. Now it's time to serve us once. Ha. Let's go. Zhonwan BBQ isn't too far. It's a 20-minute walk. Everyone line up. Let's go. Let's go." Someone yelled, "Wait, I need to use the restroom." "Oh, I also need to go. Wait a moment. Oh my, you guys have a lot of business. Hurry up. Don't waste time. We'll wait for you at the school gate." So, the group split into two. One rushed towards the bathroom, while the other headed towards the school gate. Lin Zhou had initially planned to call Sun Yanku to walk together, but just as he took a few steps, Qin Guoguo walked over and grabbed Sun Yanku, saying, "Let's go to the restroom too." "Huh, but I don't need to go." "No, you have to go. Hurry up. I can't hold it much longer." Before Sun Yanku could react, Qin Guoguo dragged her along. Sun Yanku helplessly looked towards Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou picked up his school bag. "I'm going to." But before he could finish, he was stopped by Liu Shiming. "Hey, Zhou, you don't need to go. Where are you going? Wait until we're out." "Huh." Lin Zhou suddenly had a bad feeling. "What's wrong? Can't we determine who's the better one last time?" Lin Zhou quickly looked in the direction where Sun Yanku had left. "Liu Fatty. You. All right, they didn't hear anything. Don't worry." Lin Zhou had to compromise. "Let's go." But as soon as he spoke, Lin Zhou suddenly noticed everyone converging towards him. They all had strange smiles on their faces. Lin Zhou was taken aback. The vague sense of foreboding grew stronger. What are you guys doing? What are we doing? Heh. You'll know soon enough what we're doing, right? Hearing this, Lin Zhou subconsciously blocked his school bag in front of his chest. He looked to Liu Shiming for help, but it was too late. The bows swarmed him, pressing Lin Zhou to the ground. "Tell us, when did you notice Sun Yanku? She's so pretty, but she was snatched away by you. You're really something. We didn't even know, and the school flower is gone. Outrageous. It's truly outrageous." Lin Zhou was dumbfounded. "No, it's not what you think." "What do you mean? What do we mean? Just because you're a top student, you think we'll spare you? Let me tell you, there are no brothers in front of women. If you don't give us an explanation today, you won't be able to leave here." Lin Zhou was at his wit's end. He could only look to Liu Shiming for help. "Fatty, don't look at me. I agreed to help them because they agreed to help act. Do you think they would agree for just a meal and an overnight stay? This bunch of brats." Lin Zhou. He was left with no choice but to seek help from Wang Jikan and Fenyansa on the other side. Wang Jikan directly shrugged and smiled helplessly, indicating he couldn't help. Fenyansa was leaning on the table, hands crossed, without any expression. For the second time, Lin Zhou. It seemed he couldn't escape this time. "It's not what you think. Let me explain." "What do you want to explain? Is it even useful to explain now? It's come to this. You've gone too far, deceiving us like that." No. We have to teach you a lesson tonight. Let's have a good meal tonight. I want a big beer." Me too. Let's have a lobster feast." Lin Zhou nodded repeatedly. "Okay, no problem. Order whatever you want to eat. You're showing some respect, but when are you going to confess?" Lin Zhou, who had been beaten up, stood up from the ground, dusted himself off. "Confess. Soon. All right, as I told you, I'll give you the school flower, but you can't let anyone else take her away. Understood? Otherwise, we won't spare you." "Exactly. We won't spare you in our entire class." All right, I get it. When you confess, bring us along, okay?" "Huh, what's wrong? Do you want other guys from different classes to snatch Sun Yanku?" No. We don't need that." "Then bring us. We want to watch the show." "I want to watch too." "All right." Lin Zhou had no choice but to agree. The classmates then let him go. Let's go. Let's have barbecue." Everyone walked towards the door in high spirits. Lin Zhou picked up his school bag, tidied his hair as he walked. Fenyansa walked up to him. "Hey, I didn't participate in beating you up. If you seek revenge in the future, don't come looking for me." "Revenge?" Lin Zhou smiled. "Revenge on them? I probably won't. After all, they were all like-minded individuals. Why didn't you fight back just now?" Fenyansa gave him a puzzled look. "With your skills, they shouldn't have been able to overpower you. After all, Lin Zhou had subdued Wan Chongfeng and captured Han Yuanmo. How could he be subdued by a group of boys in the class? Moreover, he had never resisted throughout." "Well," Lin Zhou looked up at the lively classmates. "I and my deskmate have deceived everyone for so long. There had to be a breaking point, right? But with just one meal and an overnight stay, do you think it's enough?" Fenyansa was surprised. "Are you afraid they will go to Sun Yanku?" "Not really afraid, but if they come after me, it's better than going after her. She has finally accepted herself now. I don't want her to face any trouble again." Lin Zhou smiled as he spoke. Fenyansa looked at him and laughed. "You say I'm steadfast, but Lin Zhou, aren't you the same?" "Ha ha. We're all the same." The two smiled at each other and walked forward side by side. And at that moment, Sunyanku had been waiting at the restroom door for quite a while. Seeing that Chan Guoguo wasn't ready yet, she was getting anxious. Guoguo, hurry up. Got it, got it. Chan Guoguo's voice rang out not far away. Sunyanku watched her walk to the sink to wash her hands, and then slowly approached him. Her expression seemed somewhat abnormal. She kept smiling, but the smile was creepy. Sunyanku subconsciously took a step back. What's wrong with you? Chan Guoguo walked up to her and stood still. Spit it out. Be honest. How? Admit? Admit what? What do you mean admit? Sunyanku hesitated. Guoguo, it's getting late. Our classmates are waiting for us. Chan Guoguo didn't respond, still looking at her. Sunyanku lowered her head, knowing she couldn't avoid it, and reluctantly said, I didn't mean to hide my feelings. Oh, I'm not asking about that. Huh? Then what are you asking? You and Lin Zhou, huh? I heard Lin Zhou confessed, huh? Didn't he say he likes someone? And then you showed up. At the school flower contest. Even though I didn't go, I heard all the details. Sunyanku, what happened next? What happened next? Yes. Did you not discuss it at all? You didn't talk about this topic, huh? Do we need to talk about it? Chan Guoguo was speechless. So, since the school flower contest, you haven't talked about it at all? No. Then what did you do? We just bought clothes and returned to school. Chan Guoguo felt confused. Did Lin Zhou not bring it up again? No. Sunyanku nodded vigorously. He really didn't bring it up again. Should he have mentioned it? Wasn't that a joke? She had used this method before to reject others. Oh, you guys, you really are driving me crazy. When are you going to make a move? It's getting late. Huh? Make a move? Make a move on what? You. Chan Guoguo paused. Seeing Sunyanku's innocent face, Chan Guoguo gave up. Never mind. I guess Lin Zhou has his own thoughts. After all, he is someone who can protect you so well. Protect? Guoguo, what are you talking about? What protection? Realizing she misspoke, Chan Guoguo quickly changed the subject. Oh, never mind. Let's go. The students from other classes will come out soon. Let's catch up with our classmates. Huh? Other classes are not dismissed yet? Ha. Let's go. Chan Guoguo laughed and pulled Sunyanku along. After taking a few steps, she couldn't help turning back, smiling at her. But Sunyanku, you are really beautiful. Huh? You look perfect standing next to Lin Zhou now. So don't be conflicted. Don't feel inferior. You match Lin Zhou perfectly. You are truly outstanding. Fantastic. Hurry up. Or Lin Zhou will scold me later. Chan Guoguo laughed and quickened her pace. When they reached the door, Fan Yuns was already organizing the team in place of Li Liwei. As they regrouped, he made a final summary. Let's go. Let's go. The students shouted in unison and walked out. Just as they started to walk out, voices from the teaching building could be heard shouting loudly. Turning back, they saw students from other classes starting to cheer. Some even rushed out of the classrooms. Curiously, Sunyanku turned her head. Oh, they are dismissed. Beside her, Lin Zhou's voice came. Deskmate, don't get distracted or we'll fall behind. Oh, okay. Sunyanku turned back and followed the group. Lin Zhou turned back and saw many boys rushing towards the door of class 2. He couldn't help but smile and followed Sunyanku. The teaching building at that moment was bustling with activity. People were shouting, "Let's go. Go see the school flower. Hurry up. She's a beauty. I can't believe it. Su top student is actually so pretty. Ha. We're so lucky at our school." But when they reached the door of class 2, they found only a few scattered male students from that class. They were disappointed. Where is everyone from class 2? And Sunyanku? Where's the school flower? Where is everyone? Li Liwei lifted his head from a pile of waste paper. Stop looking, she's already gone. Ha. That's right, she already left the school gates. You won't see her anymore. But why did she leave like that? Of course, because our class is dismissed early. Too bad you guys don't know how beautiful Su top student really is. That figure, that face. The more Li Liwei spoke, the more excited he got, feeling like cleaning the classroom wasn't as tiring anymore. Hey, there are more chapters to this story. Click on the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. This tone angered the boys. They were about to curse. What the heck? Are you serious? Wait. I'll go find the school flower. If you don't give me her contact details, I won't let you off the hook. Ha ha, you might be too late. Our school flower. Someone's got her. What? Someone has her. Who? Which jerk made a move first? Unbelievable. That's too much. Does he have my handsome looks? Does he have my talent? Is he as tall as me? How can the school flower just fall for anyone? No. Tell me who it is. I want to challenge him to a duel. I'm going to. The bows were ready for action. Li Liwei smirked. Want to duel? I'm afraid you won't be a match for him. How is that possible? We are so excellent. How could we not be a match? I did very well this time. I can get into a top university. How could I not beat him? But that person is Lin Zhou. What? All the no's stopped at that moment. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. Lin Zhou. The man who had become a dark horse in the last 3 months. The man voted as a model student. The man who suddenly excelled academically and caught up to Sun Yanku. The man who had saved many lives. How could it be him? If it's him ... if it's him. No. That doesn't make sense. This person seems to be Su top student's deskmate. He is ... getting unfair advantages. No. That's not right. It seems Lin Zhou's academic improvement coincided with Sun Yanku transferring to the school. In other words, these two. Oh my gosh. It seems they know something extraordinary. As soon as this idea came out, the bows at the entrance of class 2 went crazy. Forget it. Forget it. If it's Lin Zhou's word. Forget it. There's no comparison. Absolutely no comparison at all. Even though the kid looks ordinary, he studies well, but his grades, what a pity. But it is true that only someone like Lin Zhou can match up with Su Zuiba. People shook their heads and left. Li Liwei laughed crazily behind them. These people. Really. Who would have thought that pretending to be cool with Lin Zhou would be so fun? Ha ha ha. That the laughter had not ended. Li Liwei heard an extremely discordant voice. Li Liwei. Where's Lin Zhou? Where did he go? What about Sun Yanku? Where did they go? Li Liwei raised his head and saw Yun Roxy standing at the back door of their class, looking at him angrily. He furrowed his brows. What does this person want to do? They left. Where did they go? How could they leave? Why didn't Lin Zhou wait for me? Why didn't he wait for me after the college entrance exam was over? Yun Ruoxi's voice was full of anger. She had come to look for Lin Zhou as soon as she returned from the exam room, but Lin Zhou and Sun Yanku were not there. She lingered at the entrance of class 2 for a while, but had to return to her own classroom. She had planned to wait for him to come back before asking him. However, the class teacher decided to start the class meeting earlier. When it ended, she ran over, but did not see Lin Zhou's person. Li Liwei was a bit speechless. He put the broom aside and sighed. Of course. He went out with our classmates. Yun beautiful. Your class ends later. Why blame your class, but blame Lin Zhou? Isn't that unreasonable? How is that unreasonable? Lin Zhou likes me. Isn't it natural for him to wait for me? Why didn't he wait for me? I came to find him as soon as school ended. Yun Ruoxi's tone was full of anger. For some reason, her usual pitiful gestures made by the girl seemed annoying to Li Liwei at the moment. Wait, Yun beauty. Do you still think that Lin Zhou likes you until now? What's wrong with that? Hasn't he always liked me? No. Have you seen Lin Zhou looking for you in the past 3 months? Yun Ruoxi suddenly didn't know how to answer. Indeed, Lin Zhou hadn't looked for her much in the past 3 months. But wasn't it because the college entrance exam was approaching? Before she could ask, Li Liwei continued. He hasn't liked you for a long time. Can't you see that? You should have heard about the school flower incident, right? And you should know that Lin Zhou mentioned he liked someone there, right? Later, so the school flower appeared. Don't you understand? Yun Ruoxi was speechless 3 times and finally couldn't help it. What do I understand? What should I understand? Who is Su the school flower? I am the school flower. The school flower of the science class of grade 3 at Johnny Middle School. It can only be me. You ... Li Liwei was completely speechless. All right, if you insist on it, then I have no way. But I suggest you go find Sun Yanku and see clearly. They went to the internet cafe. I still have to clean up. I won't accompany you. After saying this, Li Liwei took out the broom again and continued sweeping the floor. Fierce with rage, Yun Roxy exclaimed. Fine. The internet cafe, right? I'll go find them. I will find out. That jerk Lin Zhou. She cursed and rushed outside the school. Watching her disappearing figure, Li Liwei couldn't help but sigh deeply. This woman. How could she go crazy like this? It's really scary. Soon, shouts from other classmates echo in the teaching building. Countless students were tearing up textbooks in celebration, quickly forgetting about Su Naanku's situation. Li Liwei also hastened his cleaning pace. He had to go to the internet cafe quickly. The whole class was going to play together. That wasn't something that happened all the time. By this time, Lin Zhou had already arrived at the entrance of the internet cafe. Along the way, he was bombarded with questions by the boys in his class. Su Nianku was also surrounded by girls, not getting a chance to get close. At this moment, Liu Shiming and the others, and to inquire about the matter of the internet cafe. Lin Zhou stopped and walked towards Su Nianku on the side. Unexpectedly, before he could get close, he saw Su Nianku subconsciously move aside, avoiding him. Lin Zhou was stunned and looked towards Quan Guoguo next to Su Nianku. What happened with her? Quan Guoguo looked at Su Nianku behind Li Xian and smiled. It's nothing. She's probably just shy, right? Huh, shy. Why would she suddenly be shy? Could it be ... Don't overthink it. We didn't mention anything about her appearance or dress. We just asked her about your confession. Confession? Yeah. Lin Zhou, didn't you say at the school flower event that you like someone? That person is Su Nianku, right? Ow. Lin Zhou didn't answer, but subconsciously touched his nose. Quan Guoguo laughed again. Haha, I didn't expect you to be embarrassed too. We just asked Su Nianku if she agreed to your confession. In such a good environment, such a good opportunity, just thinking about it feels sweet. How do you think she answered? Well, Lin Zhou smiled. He looked in the direction of Su Nianku and noticed that she seemed to be peeking at him discreetly. The story continues on the next page. Su Nianku had been following Qian Guoguo and a few others all along. When they entered the internet cafe, she was still a bit dazed. Her eyes momentarily fell in the direction of Lin Zhou, wanting to go find him. But then she felt too conspicuous. She didn't know what Lin Zhou and Yan Jiqian were talking about, both of them surprisingly happy. As they walked, he never came to find her. And the matter of confession, should she give a response? But Lin Zhou never directly told her, so if she were to ask directly, would that not be good? Su Naanku's head was a jumble. She felt she couldn't sort it out. She nervously adjusted her hair, contemplating whether to go sit near Lin Zhou. Maybe then there would be a chance to talk to him. Unconsciously, amidst the crowd, she seemed to only have Lin Zhou in her eyes. But as she thought about it, she realized Lin Zhou and Yan Jiqiang were moving farther and farther away. They had already reached the innermost part of the internet cafe. There were only guys over there, while Qian Guoguo and Li Xian were on her side. They had already taken a seat. Su Nianku hesitated and decided to sit beside Qian Guoguo. It would seem too deliberate for just her, a girl, to pass through those groups of bows. Thinking this, she sat down next to the two of them. Nevertheless, for some reason, her heart felt empty and she just zoned out. Unaware to her. At that moment, Lin Zhou and Yan Jiqian were standing at the door of the innermost private room looking in her direction. At this moment, Su Nianku was still lost in thought. Beside her, Qian Guoguo, curious, asked, Su Nianku, why aren't you turning on the computer? It's overnight time now. Oh, right. I'll turn it on right away. Su Nianku nodded, flustered, and pressed the computer's power button. At that instant, she heard a loud laugh. Su, classmate. Su Nianku turned her head and saw Yan Jiqian, who was just next to Lin Zhou, standing behind her. Not far from her was also Liu Shiming, but for some reason, Liu Shiming kept his head down. Su Nianku was puzzled. What's going on? Yan Jiqian said, someone wants to switch seats with you. Switch seats? Su Nianku looked puzzled at Liu Shiming. Yan Jiqian quickly made a silence gesture, pointed at Qian Guoguo, then nodded, and pointed at Liu Shiming. Liu Shiming smiled at her. Su Nianku suddenly understood his intention. He wanted to sit with Qian Guoguo but felt embarrassed about it, right? Looking at Qian Guoguo, even though she had earphones on, she probably could hear their conversation, but she showed no reaction. She probably also wanted to sit with Liu Shiming. Thinking this, Su Nianku nodded, all right. Thanks, really appreciate it. As she got up from her seat, Liu Shiming quickly sat down, full of joy. Su Nianku, however, was conflicted. Liu Shiming, where's your seat? I'll go over. Before she could finish speaking, Yan Jiqian interjected, no, Su classmate, his seat is surrounded by smelly guys, not suitable for you, too dangerous. Come here, I found you a better seat, huh? Sunyanku was puzzled, but looking at where Liu Shiming was originally seated, it was indeed surrounded by bows. They were already playing games and engaging in lively discussion. It seemed not quite appropriate for her to go over. Sunyanku could only nod. Thank you. You're welcome. Come over here. In Jikyong hurriedly led the way ahead. Sunyanku followed behind slowly. After a while, she suddenly felt something was amiss. Wasn't this the direction Lin Zhou was in? Just as she was about to ask, Yin Jikyong opened a private room door and pointed inside. Here, Su classmate. Here. Inside the private room, Lin Zhou leaned out, looking pleasantly surprised. Little deskmate, you're here? Are you sitting here? Yin Jikyong also chimed in. Yes, yes, Su classmate's seat is here. Zhou Zhe, could you please take care of Su classmate? If she's outside in the lobby, it could cause a commotion. Sure. Lin Zhou readily agreed. Yin Jikyong began thanking him. Great. Thanks Zhou Zhe, then I'll leave first. Su classmate, discuss with Zhou Zhe who will sit inside and who will sit outside. After he finished speaking, without waiting for Sunyanku to respond, he turned and left. Sunyanku was left dumbfounded. Why did she feel like she was being tricked? While they were discussing this matter, did they ask for her opinion? It felt like there was some secret agreement, but now it seemed to deliberate to find another seat. In addition, surrounded by bows, she felt something was odd. Going over to sit beside Lin Zhou seemed like the best choice, but before Sunyanku could figure out her thoughts, she heard Lin Zhou say, Little deskmate, come in, it's cleaner in here. No smell. With her head throbbing from the smoke, Sunyanku could only nod. Okay. Then, with her head down, she quickly entered the private room. Lin Zhou chuckled as he started to close the door. Seeing this, Sunyanku quickly said, Wait. Lin Zhou stopped and looked at her. Sunyanku suddenly felt embarrassed. Do you need to close the door? If it closed, there would only be her and Lin Zhou in this room. The private room wasn't very large, with just 2 computers and a sofa. The feeling was kind of strange. No need to close it. The people at the door are smoking. Oh. Then let's close it. She couldn't stand that smell. Lin Zhou chuckled and closed the door. Then, he walked over. Sit. Initially standing next to the sofa, not sure how to sit, Sunyanku hesitated. The 2 computers were placed together. The sofa was a single unit, and only 2 people could sit. It seemed a bit cramped. If she sat down, she would be sitting very close to Lin Zhou. For some reason, she felt nervous, so she just stood there. But now, it seemed like she had no choice but to sit. After a moment of hesitation, she gestured towards the sofa. How should I sit? I mean, this sofa is a bit. Maybe I'll just stand. Sunyanku kept her head down, torn. Upon seeing this, Lin Zhou chuckled. Deskmate. Are you planning to stand here all night? Lin Zhou slowly approached as he spoke. Sunyanku was at a loss, not knowing where to put her hands. You can sit inside. Don't worry. This couch can fit both of us. I'll find a movie for you to watch later. Okay. Sunyanku quickly nodded, not daring to look up at Lin Zhou. She turned and walked to the innermost side of the couch and quickly sat down. Lin Zhou saw her nervous demeanor and found it amusing. It seemed that Yin Jikyong's arrangement was quite good, worth rewarding. With this in mind, he walked over as well. As Lin Zhou stepped over the edge of the couch, Sunyanku instinctively moved inward. Lin Zhou was about to sit down. If they sat like this, wouldn't they definitely bump into each other? What to do? This booth is so small, and there were only the 2 of them. Thinking about it, Sunyanku's body stiffened. She quickly moved her hands inside as well. Seeing Lin Zhou sitting down already, he found the scene quite amusing and somewhat helpless. Deskmate. Are you trying to squeeze into the wall? Sunyanku nervously looked up and realized they were already at least 30 centimeters apart. She quickly moved closer, but laughed awkwardly. No. I didn't mean to. As she said this, she lowered her head slightly, her eyelashes flickering. She bit her lower lip, and her blushing profile resembled a peach, making one want to take a bite. This thought made Lin Zhou quickly compose himself and regain some clarity. However, he felt extremely grateful. Indeed, inviting her into the booth was the right choice. It would be too risky outside. If other guys saw her behaving this way, well, It wouldn't be good. Let's turn on the computer. Oh. Okay. Sun Yanku hurriedly pressed the power button in a panic. Lin Zhou also turned on his computer. After logging into the Penguin account, Lin Zhou turned and saw Sun Yanku staring at the screen with a puzzled frown. Lin Zhou curiously looked at her. What's wrong? Deskmate. This ... the Penguin software on this computer seems to be gone. Really? Yeah. I can't find it. Let me take a look. Lin Zhou bent over and moved towards Sun Yanku's side, subconsciously reaching for the mouse position. Sun Yanku was startled that she felt the sudden chill. She almost instinctively pulled her hand back, but after doing all this, she felt a bit embarrassed. Looking at how close Lin Zhou was, Sun Yanku's face turned red instantly. Unable to look at him any longer, she shyly said, I didn't mean to. It's not intentional, Lin Zhou replied before Sun Yanku could finish her sentence. I said it's not intentional. I wasn't paying attention just now. I'm sorry. No. Thank you. Why was he apologizing first? Sun Yanku felt confused and flustered. Don't worry about it. Let me help you find it, Lin Zhou said, then looked at the computer screen. The moment his gaze shifted away, Sun Yanku breathed a sigh of relief, but she soon realized that Lin Zhou, in a bent-over position, was way too close to her. It was so close that even a slight movement could lead to contact. Sun Yanku quickly shifted back. She then saw Lin Zhou clicking around on the computer haphazardly, and the penguin icon popped up. He looked up, smiled at her with gentle eyes. All set, the shortcut was deleted, but now you can log in. Give it a try. At this moment, Sun Yanku shivered at the look. Reacting, she reached for the mouse, touched Lin Zhou's hand once again, and quickly withdrew. I didn't mean to. It's fine. Lin Zhou chuckled. The white rabbit-like Deskmate was indeed adorable and always made him want to tease her. Thinking this, Lin Zhou actually did it. He smiled and said, You can touch it casually. Sun Yanku looked puzzled as she glanced at Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou raised his hand to her, leaning forward a bit closer to her. I said, You can touch it casually. Sun Yanku was thrown into a state of confusion, not knowing what to do. But at that moment, the door to the booth suddenly swung open. Yan Ziqian's voice followed. Zhou, the barbecue is here. I've brought it for you. As he spoke, he abruptly froze. Ow, Zhou. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'll come in again, and this time, I'll definitely knock. To be continued. What sister-in-law? I'm not. Sun Yanku instinctively wanted to retort, but Yan Ziqian didn't give her a chance to argue. He just smiled and said, I know, you're not my sister-in-law yet. I have boundaries, I have to go now. Sister-in-law, wait a moment, Zhou will be back soon. Have fun tonight. Yan Ziqian. Before Sun Yanku could finish speaking, Yan Ziqian had already left. Sun Yanku could only stand there, face turning red. Since knowing Lin Zhou until now, all his brothers called her sister-in-law. All passers-by thought they were a couple. Was it really appropriate? Sun Yanku unconsciously looked at Lin Zhou. Suddenly, her heart felt unexpectedly sweet. It seemed like a really good idea. This was Lin Zhou after all. Being together with Lin Zhou would be such a happy thing. Going to university together, graduating together, working together, eating together, shopping for groceries together, buying a house together. As the thought emerged, Sun Yanku suddenly froze. Oh dear. What was she thinking? How did she get to this point already? Nothing has been decided yet. They had just finished their college entrance exams. The slight blush that had faded suddenly returned to her cheeks. Sun Yanku quickly turned and went back to the private room. Standing outside, she feared being discovered. No. Absolutely not. After sitting down, Sun Yanku's emotions stabilized slightly. She glanced at the seat beside her where Lin Zhou had sat. There, the warmth left behind by Lin Zhou remained. For some reason, Sun Yanku suddenly wanted to touch and feel it. Thinking like this, she actually did it. But when her fingers touched the sofa, Sun Yanku once again froze. Oh my god. Sun Yanku, what are you doing? It was like she was possessed. She withdrew her hand and vigorously rubbed her burning cheeks, trying to sober herself up. Meanwhile, Lin Zhou had already gotten a bottle of orange juice and a bottle of green tea. As he was getting ready to go back, someone called out his name at the door. Where is Lin Zhou? I need to find him. Let him come out. And Sun Yanku too. Let them both come out. Don't try to stop me. I need to see them. Lin Zhou turned around to see Yun Roxy standing there indignantly. On the other side, Mo Ziking was blocking her way. Shoji won't see you. You'd better not be unreasonable. Why won't he see me? He has liked me for so long. The college entrance exams are over. We can start dating now. Why won't he see me? Move aside and let me go in. No. Shoji has a class reunion. What are you doing here? Don't think I don't know about you. You've been pestering Shoji for too long. Go away. How have I been pestering him? I don't care. You let me in. No. As Lin Zhou listened, his brow furrowed tightly. Yun Ruoxi was going crazy again. He was about to go out but was stopped by Yin Jiqian. Hey. Bro, forget it. Don't bother with that girl. If you go out, she probably make even more trouble. Mo Ziking and I will go. We'll make sure she leaves. Fine. Lin Zhou nodded. He turned and walked towards the private room. The table next to him was still waiting for him. As for Yun Ruoxi, it didn't really matter. The college entrance exams were over. There shouldn't be much intersection with her in the future. This karmic entanglement that had caused him so much trouble in his previous life was finally coming to an end. Pushing open the door of the private room, he saw Sunyanku sitting there absent-mindedly, her cheeks slightly flushed. She didn't even realize he had come in. Lin Zhou smiled. This was the moonlight he had been looking for. As long as she was here, everything was fine, but he wondered what the girl was thinking. Why was she suddenly feeling shy? It seemed like he needed to win the girl over soon. No, to coax her into his hands. That way, he could see her shy expression in front of him every day in the future. Just the thought made him happy. The confession had to happen soon. He would plan it well tomorrow. With this in mind, Lin Zhou walked over with a smile. Taking advantage of Sunyanku not paying attention, he placed the chilled bottle of orange juice next to her cheek. Startled, Sunyanku quickly reacted. Seeing it was Lin Zhou, she calmed down a bit and said, Lin Zhou, you, ha. What are you thinking? Why are you blushing? I'm hot. Yes, that's it. It's too hot in this private room. She wouldn't tell him it was because she was thinking about their future together. Sunyanku tightly hugged the bottle of drink, trying to ease the awkwardness. Lin Zhou chuckled and sat down, looking at the small air conditioner next to the private room. It's 21 degrees. Do you want it lower? No. If it got any cooler, she would get goosebumps. Ha. Let's go eat barbecue now. It won't be as good if it gets cold later. Lin Zhou changed the topic, not teasing her anymore. Sunyanku finally breathed a sigh of relief and started eating with Lin Zhou. After they were full, Lin Zhou found the movie Zodiac for Sunyanku. Then he started playing games himself. He wanted to join his classmates in playing online together while they had the chance. But just then, his WeChat blinked. Lin Zhou clicked on it in confusion and saw a message from Li Shaowan. Lin Zhou, what school are you planning to apply to? Lin Zhou looked puzzled. Why would Li Shaowan ask him this? They hadn't talked much since he distanced himself from Yun Ruoxi. So, Lin Zhou sent a quick, in response. Soon, Li Shaowan replied. I want to apply to the same school as you. Lin Zhou. Apply to the same school as him. Although Li Shaowan had good grades, it didn't seem likely for her to get into a top-ranked school. What was going on with her? The thought made Lin Zhou furrow his brow. He quickly replied, Sorry, I haven't decided yet, and then quickly logged out of his WeChat. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yun Roxy was frantically typing on her computer. When you make up your mind, tell me. Okay. When I submit my preferences, I'll do it with you. But as she typed, she noticed Lin Zhou's avatar had turned black. Yun Ruoxi was instantly stunned. Offline? How did he go offline? He was clearly at the internet cafe all night. Why did he go offline? Li Shaowan. What's going on? Li Shaowan, who had been standing beside her, looked somewhat helpless. Ruoxi, he probably doesn't want to reply to you. But this is your account. I dare not apply to the same school as him. He would definitely fail if we both applied. Ruoxi, haven't you thought about this? Then what should I do? She knows you're using my account, so she lobbed off. What? Yun Ruoxi slumped back on the sofa in confusion. Lin Zhou, why is your penguin account not online? Outside the private room came the shouts of classmates. Lin Zhou cracked open the door slightly and looked outside. Forgot my password. Sorry. Wanna play a game? Of course. Hurry up. Get online. I'm going to defeat you without mercy. Take me with you. Lin Zhou, I want to challenge you to Count me in. This guy is too much. We should gang up on him. The classmates stood up one by one. Lin Zhou sighed. Do we have to do this? Of course. Look at what you've done. Exactly. It's one thing to be good at studying, but this is too much. Some eyes turned towards Sun Yanku without saying a word, but everyone understood. You outshine us in academics, and now in this too. It's just too much. Tonight, you won't leave this internet cafe alive. Hurry up. Get online. Create a room. All right. Lin Zhou reluctantly agreed, but don't cry later. Listen. What is he saying? Shouldn't you be the one crying? I remember you being terrible at games before. Prepare for your defeat. The lobby echoed with teasing voices. Lin Zhou opened the game interface and logged in. Soon, someone pulled him into a room, and the door to the private room slowly closed behind him. Sun Yanku looked at him worriedly. Are you okay? Lin Zhou, I'm fine. Don't worry, they're no match for me. I know, but... Sun Yanku hesitated, couldn't hold back and asked, why do they seem to be targeting you? Why else would they all be challenging him one after another? Even Wan Zikan and Fan Yuns didn't speak up for him. Oh. Lin Zhou chuckled and glanced at her, then raised his hand to ruffle her hair. It's not targeting, it's just some male bonding. Ha. What do you mean? Ha ha. Nothing serious, we're just having fun. Little buddy, watch a movie or something while I'm here. Oh. Okay. Although she agreed, Sun Yanku still felt some worry. Don't worry, if you need anything, just call me. I may not be good at games, but I can help you in other ways. All right. Lin Zhou smiled again. Seeing her tense expression, he suddenly felt warm inside. A phrase popped into his mind. When husband and wife are of one mind, they can cut through metal. Isn't this what he had been pursuing all his life? Even if all the male students in the class were against him, it wouldn't matter. With this thought, Lin Zhou's fighting spirit ignited. He focused intently on the screen. 10 minutes later, cries of defeat were heard outside the private room. I can't believe I lost. No. No. It must be luck. Just luck. Lin Zhou. Let's go again. One more round. One more round. 5 minutes later, a male student, looking at his dim computer screen, fell into deep thought. I really lost. I can't accept this. When did Lin Zhou become this goat? Could it be that you're just bad? Li Ming. Exactly. Let me try. Lin Zhou. Wait. Before the voice fell, Lin Zhou was pulled into the third room. Another 5 minutes passed. Damn. I lost too. How did this happen? No. No. Classmates, who's good at games, step up. I'll go. Me. And me. The male students one after another stepped up. About 3 hours later, they all collapsed. Lin Zhou raised his hand, massaged his forehead, listened to the wails outside, and looked at Sun Yanku next to him. I won. Great job. Lin Zhou, you're amazing. Sun Yanku nearly jumped with Zhou. The angry voices outside continued, but no one pushed through the door. They were young, so they quickly forgot about it. Everyone started playing in separate rooms. Lin Zhou looked at the orange juice Sun Yanku handed him, and couldn't help but smile. This is for you. I know, but I don't know how to open a beer bottle, so you should have some of this first. It's been 3 hours. You must be tired. Thanks. Lin Zhou laughed. The feeling of being cared for was wonderful. After finishing the orange juice, he looked at Sun Yanku. Wanna watch a movie? Hot? Sure. What do you want to watch? I'll help you find it. Ow. I want to watch. Sun Yanku thought for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Let's watch a Chinese Odyssey. Seeing Lin Zhou's confusion, Sun Yanku quickly explained. After watching Kung Fu with you earlier, I searched and found that this movie seems really good, but I haven't watched it. I want to give it a try. Alright, I'll watch it with you. Lin Zhou nodded, searched for a Chinese Odyssey on Sun Yanku's computer, handed her an earphone, put one in his own ear, and started watching attentively. The movie was full of absurdity with continuous laughter at the beginning. The more Sun Yanku watched, the happier she felt. But as she continued watching, she became silent, especially when she saw Zixia die. Tears started flowing down her cheeks. Lin Zhou quickly handed her a tissue. Realizing her own emotional display, Sun Yanku hastily took the tissue, wiping her tears, and choked out. Sorry. Lin Zhou, it's fine. Lin Zhou quickly cut her off. Looking into her eyes that were becoming deep, he said, Little buddy, no need to explain. I understand. After all, in a past life, she, like Zixia, leapt into danger for her beloved, sacrificing herself. But, do you like Zixia? I do. After wiping off the last tear, she smiled faintly. She's brave and strong. Do you think what she did was right? Huh. Sun Yanku was momentarily confused, not understanding Lin Zhou's point. Lin Zhou continued. She sacrificed herself for her beloved. Is that right? In this case, Sun Yanku pondered for a moment with her head down. When she looked up, she smiled slightly. It's not about right or wrong, Lin Zhou. We are outsiders looking at someone else's story. How can we judge right or wrong? Zixia must have thought if she didn't die, Sun Wukong wouldn't have evolved. She loved him, so she fulfilled him. In her heart, that was right. If it were me. As she said this, she looked up at the ceiling, seemingly contemplating, but she smiled. If it were me, perhaps I would do the same. I also want to see the person I love achieve great success. Watching him fulfill his wishes. Watching him move towards his goals. Watching him achieve all his dreams. Lin Zhou listened, his eyes suddenly moist. Even if you can't be by his side. Sun Yanku was taken aback. She seemed a bit confused about why Lin Zhou would ask that, but it was clear that he was particularly serious. It was as if he was waiting for an answer, but also afraid of that answer. Can't be by his side. If the other person is Lin Zhou, then all her previous fantasies seemed to disappear. She would be alone, living a lonely life. In that world, there would be no Lin Zhou, and none of what she currently possessed. She would forever be that timid and cowardly ugly duckling. Perhaps she would never be able to break free in her lifetime. Would she be afraid? Yes, she would. But if this could help Lin Zhou go further, if this could make Lin Zhou's life better, if this is good for Lin Zhou, it seemed that she wasn't so afraid anymore. Thinking to this point, Sun Yanku earnestly nodded and stated her answer. Yes, even if I can't be by his side, as long as he's well, I'll do anything. For myself, it truly doesn't matter. I hope the person I love can be happy forever. After saying these words, Sun Yanku took a long breath. Yes, as long as the person she liked could be happy, everything else seemed unimportant. Lin Zhou looked at her determined eyes, feeling a wave of sourness in his heart. Almost instinctively, he wanted to hold the girl's hand, to truly tell her. Not required. None of that was needed. But he was afraid of startling her with such a gesture. Lin Zhou endured for a long time before finally holding back. He gazed at her seriously and said, "Classmate, look at me." Ha! Sun Yanku turned around in confusion, hearing Lin Zhou seriously say, "That day will never come." What? Today you have to sacrifice your life, or sacrifice yourself, the person you love. He is excellent. He will let you live this life happily. All you have to do is believe in him, accompany him, be by his side, and enjoy life with him. Don't think about all that mess. Ha! Sun Yanku was puzzled. She felt like Lin Zhou's words were meant for her. But it also seemed strange. Why was his tone so heavy? As if she were really going to die. But she wasn't. She felt very happy now. Happier than she had ever been. Why was he afraid? Sun Yanku furrowed her brows in confusion, then smiled. I get it, Lin Zhou. I was just kidding. I don't plan to act like John Z. Okay. That's a movie. In our real society, we don't have the chance to sacrifice ourselves. Well, as long as you can think like that. Lin Zhou sighed in relief, but he still felt somewhat uneasy. He emphasized once again. Remember what I just said. For some reason, in that moment, Sun Yanku felt that Lin Zhou in front of her was like a child. She earnestly nodded. I will remember. Okay. Let's continue watching. All right. Seeing her turn her face away, Lin Zhou finally relaxed a bit. It seemed like he had been too nervous. But classmate, in this life, no matter what, we cannot repeat the same mistakes. Absolutely not. In the time that followed, the two of them watched many comedies together. By 4 a.m., Sun Yanku started yawning. Seeing this, Lin Zhou deliberately lowered the volume of the movie, and softly said, Classmate, if you're sleepy, go to sleep. Okay. Sun Yanku closed her eyes, then leaned back and fell asleep. Lin Zhou, witnessing this, quickly caught her head with his hand, gently placed it on his shoulder. After doing this, looking at her peaceful sleeping face, Lin Zhou felt much more relaxed. After some thought, he quickly opened his computer, logged back onto his WeChat that he had gone offline from, then found Chin Guoguo's profile picture from the list and messaged her. Chin Guoguo, I need your help. Huh, what help? Didn't you ask me when to confess? I think it's time to put it on the agenda. How? ... When Su Nianku woke up, it was already 6 a.m. She drowsily opened her eyes, suddenly remembering how she fell asleep on the couch last night. She was startled for a moment. She quickly sat up, realizing she was leaning on the couch, which relieved her a bit. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. She didn't wake up leaning on Lin Zhou's shoulder. That would have been so embarrassing. She would have been too ashamed to face anyone. But where did Lin Zhou go? Why were all the seats empty? Su Nianku rubbed her eyes in confusion, trying to wake herself up a bit before going out of the room to look around. At that moment, Lin Zhou was standing at the checkout counter, ready to pay. Just then, Li Liwei walked over and patted his shoulder. Lin Zhou, this is for you. Lin Zhou turned around to see Li Liwei holding a stack of assorted money. 5s, 10s, singles, the largest not exceeding of 50. He looked puzzled at Li Liwei. What's this? It's the money our classmates pooled together for you last night. Huh. Although they said you should treat, you ended up paying for the barbecue, which cost quite a bit, so everyone decided to chip in for the internet cafe expenses. We all know our living expenses are budgeted monthly, and funds are limited. This is all we could gather for now. You use it first, and if it's not enough, we'll figure something out. If there's a surplus, consider it part of the meal fund. Lin Zhou chuckled as he glanced at his sleeping classmates. He was a bit dazed. They pooled in. Hey. Don't let them know. They have their pride too, Li Liwei said, moving closer to Lin Zhou. In fact, half of them were pretending to sleep, so just leave it be. Take the money first. Ha. Lin Zhou laughed. No need. I have the money. Let's use this for everyone's breakfast. Ha. Li Liwei was dumbfounded. He then saw Lin Zhou pull out a bank card and hand it to Yin Jiqiang. Come on. Swipe it. Li Liwei, bro. You're so high-end now, using a card for payments. I really didn't want to use a card. It would have been easier if there were mobile payments. Swiping cards was such a hassle. Huh. Isn't your card out of funds? I knew you must have spent all your bonus. Come on. Give it. Don't be polite. This is our intention. Before Li Liwei could finish, there was a beep sound. Then, Yin Jiqiang handed the card back. Bro Zhou, payment is done. The overnight session has ended. Lin Zhou and the others bid farewell and left first. Several girls who had already woken up followed closely behind, including Su Nianku and Chin Guoguo. Li Liwei, Fin Yun's, and a few others were arranged to call the other classmates. After about 20 minutes, a group of sleepy people stood at the door of the internet cafe, yawning and bidding farewell. All right, see you after the results come out. Brothers, sure. Don't cry when the results are out. Humph, who's crying? I'll just go work in a factory screwing bolts. I've never backed down, buddy. Ha. Look at you guys. Well, let's not leave just yet. How about having breakfast together first? Li Liwei stepped forward and interrupted them. Everyone was suddenly puzzled. Breakfast? Isn't it unnecessary? That will soon disappear from my life. Yes. Totally exhausted. I need to go home and sleep. Me too. Come on. If we don't need, what about this money? Li Liwei raised his hand. Everyone saw the stack of banknotes in his hand and was shocked. No, class monitor, wasn't this money meant for paying the bill? Yeah. Why is it still here? I thought so too, but Lin Zhou didn't want it. Li Liwei said with a mournful expression. What? He didn't want it. Why not? Did he pay for the internet cafe alone? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Of course, I know it's not very appropriate, but this guy paid for everything alone, even with a card. Let me treat everyone to breakfast with this money. This, everyone looked at each other, is Lin Zhou very wealthy? Hasn't he spent all his prize money yet? Yesterday's meal cost so much. Wang Zikan, who had been listening all this time, couldn't help but laugh. I think it's more than just prize money. I heard he made a profit buying a house before. Who? Lin Zhou. Buying a house? Wang Zikan, are you joking? His family isn't that rich, right? Someone paid for his house. Aren't they supposed to be worrying about 100 or 200 yuan at this age? A house costs at least tens of thousands, right? Although Lin Zhou made some prize money, he shouldn't be able to afford a house. Wang Zikan smiled mysteriously again. Yes, eyeing a house. It seems like he earned the money himself, independent of his family. Oh, isn't that exaggerated? Is this about our classmate? Ripple of thoughts rose in people's minds. Won Zikin smiled with his hands behind his back and sighed. Well, perhaps that's the gap between us and Lin Zhou, right? All right. Let's go. Have breakfast. Let's not miss this opportunity. Oh. Yes. Breakfast. Breakfast. Let's not worry about it. We have such a classmate. We should be happy. That's right. From now on, maybe he'll be our connection. People chatted and walked forward happily. Fan Yun stood behind the crowd, watching everyone leaving, lost in thought. The gap between them and Lin Zhou seemed to be getting bigger. He seemed really different. But at this moment, the very different Lin Zhou was unaware of all this. He and Chen Guoguo and Su Nianku happened to reach a crossroads. Perhaps because of the previous night, when Su Nianku slept on his shoulder, she felt embarrassed. Along the way, she stood beside Chen Guoguo, keeping a distance with him. When they stopped, she seemed even more hesitant. She didn't dare to raise her head, let alone look at Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou smiled and asked, "So, what's everyone's plan next?" "Oh, I plan to go home and sleep all day." Chen Guoguo spoke first, then turned to the people around and asked, "Su Nianku, what about you?" Su Nianku was taken aback. "Oh, I want to go home and see." "Go home?" Lin Zhou furrowed his brow in confusion. "So early? Why not stay in the county for a few more days and have fun?" "No. I can't. I can still catch the train if I go to the station now. I can be home by noon today. My grandparents should be waiting for me, and Xiaocheng probably wants to know about my exam." Su Nianku tugged at her clothes and said seriously. Hearing this, Lin Zhou quickly signaled to Chen Guoguo. Chen Guoguo understood and turned to Su Nianku. "But, Su Nianku, you were up all night, and now you look terrible." "Huh?" Su Nianku quickly touched her face. "Is it really bad?" "Yes. Very bad. You look very pale now. If you go back like this, won't your grandparents worrying about you?" "Is that so?" Su Nianku was dazed. "Then, can I sleep on the train? How about resting at my house for a while?" "Huh?" Su Nianku looked at Chen Guoguo in surprise. Chen Guoguo continued, "My mom wanted to meet you a long time ago. She wants to thank you. How about staying at my house for 2 days before going back?" But, Su Nianku felt something was off but couldn't quite put her finger on it. At this moment, Lin Zhou added, "Yes, Xiaodongzhu, why don't you rest first? It's not a good idea to go back like this. Also, Lao Lin and Chenai said they would treat us to dinner after the college entrance exam. If you don't come, they'll scold me." "Hey, with whom? Don't you want to go and rest with Lin Nianku?" commented Lin Changzheng as he emerged from the kitchen. Lin Zhou nodded. "Yes, it's related." As he said this, Lin Zhou suddenly saw Lin Changzheng throwing the shovel in his hand at him. In a chilling voice, Lin Changzheng asked, "You punk, where were you last night?" Surprised by the near miss of the shovel, Lin Zhou quickly dodged. "What were you going to do?" "Lao Lin, I was up all night." "Up all night doing what?" "Browsing the internet. What else could I do?" Lin Zhou paused halfway, and then laughed, looking at Lin Changzheng. "Dad, do you think I'm capable of that? Am I one of those sluggards? I just went to the internet cafe with my deskmate and all our classmates." "Really?" Lin Changzheng's face was full of disbelief. Lin Zhou reluctantly picked up the spatula and handed it to him, saying, "Even more real than real gold." "Lao Lin, do you still not believe me?" "I see." Lin Changzheng finally relaxed, but his expression remained tense. "What are you so happy about? What happened that is related to that young girl? What were you up to this late at night? Not coming back all night?" "Of course." Lin Zhou thought for a moment, then suddenly turned to ask, "What do you think of my deskmate?" "Of course, she is excellent." "Thinking of making her your daughter-in-law?" "Definitely. Do I need to ask?" "I've said it several times. So when are you going to bring her home?" "I'm getting ready to take action." "What action?" "Confession." Lin Zhou was speechless. How can you marry her without confessing first? Seeing Lin Changzheng about to scold him again, Lin Zhou quickly added, Wait a moment, Dad. I've finished college entrance exams. I'm 18. My deskmate is also 18. We can start dating now. The teacher even said, we can date properly in university ... Lin Changzheng paused. Oh, right. We should confess. He chuckled. his eyes filled with expectation. When do you plan to do it? Of course. Lin Zhou began, then suddenly changed tack. It's a secret. But, Lao Lin, I might need your help with something. What help? I told my desk mate that you and Aunt Chin are going to treat us to a meal. No problem, we were planning to treat you anyway. I'll also invite Tia Tia and Now. Oh wait, Now is preparing for the high school entrance exam, so she might not have time. I'll invite your eldest uncle. Wait. Lao Lin, it's not really an invitation, it's just. Lin Zhou whispered something in Lin Changzhen's ear. Lin Changzhen looked puzzled, but in the end, he nodded. Okay. No problem, you sure are clever. Of course, considering whose son I am. But Lao Lin, there's one more thing. Go ahead. If there's anything I can do, I'll do it. I also told my desk mate that you and Aunt Chin are preparing for marriage. You see? This. You rascal. Lin Changzhen burst out laughing. Don't worry. Aunt Chin and I are still discussing that, but it should happen soon. Alright then, I'm going to bed now. Tired. Lin Zhou yawned and headed to the bedroom. Seeing this, Lin Changzhen called out, Hey! Have breakfast before you sleep. Why are you sleeping now? I'm too tired to eat. I need to rest up. I'm busy. You eat by yourself. With that, Lin Zhou closed the bedroom door. Lin Changzhen muttered, This kid, he's really something. Shaking his head, then humming a tune as he headed back to the kitchen. Meanwhile, at that time, Zun Nianku and Qian Guoguo had finished breakfast and were lying on the bed. It was Qian Guoguo's princess bed, exceptionally beautiful. Zun Nianku was almost completely engulfed in it, not daring to move. Qian Guoguo, on the other hand, looked very comfortable. Zun Nianku, we've graduated, yes. I can't believe how quickly time has passed. Indeed, 3 months have flown by. Do you think Liu Shiming and I have a future? Qian Guoguo pouted, feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. You do. Zun Nianku replied without hesitation. Qian Guoguo turned her head to look at her, but I'm not pretty. Liu Shiming probably isn't someone who judges by looks, maybe. But when he protected me, he was so manly. Even though it was all fake, I really liked it. He was brave. Yes, courageously shouting out that he liked me without any hesitation. I was so touched. I thought that only happened on TV, but it actually happened to me. Qian Guoguo's voice conveyed surprise. That counts as a confession, right? My own confession. Absolutely, that was a confession. Zun Nianku turned to face Qian Guoguo, who was rambling on. Actually, I've had countless dreams in the past of confessions, have anticipated confessions countless times, romantic ones, domineering ones, warm ones. But it turned out like this. As long as it's from that person, no matter what kind of confession, it must be very happy, right? Yes. Very happy. Extremely happy. But, Zun Nianku, Qian Guoguo paused, then continued. Have you ever thought about what your confession would be like? What happened at the school flower competition doesn't count. And what Lin Zhou did isn't a formal confession either. I mean, your dream confession, what would it be like? I've never had a dream like that. Oh, Zun Nianku. Qian Guoguo moved closer, linking arms with Zun Nianku. We're both girls. How could you not have dreamed of this scenario? Everyone has dreams. It's okay. Right now, it's just the two of us chatting. Those annoying men aren't around. You don't have to be reserved. Just chat. But just tell me. Just tell me. I'm really curious. Afraid that Zun Nianku would worry. Qian Guoguo quickly added. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. It'll just be our little secret. Well, let me think. Unable to resist Qian Guoguo's enthusiasm, Zun Nianku seriously thought for a moment. She bit her lip and softly said, The confession I dream of would be under a sky full of fireworks. The person I like would appear in front of me, holding a bouquet of roses, and say, You are the one I've been waiting for all this time. I like you. Really? That sounds so romantic. Yeah. Just imagining it feels romantic. But these are just fantasies. Real life isn't that perfect. Haha, who knows? Maybe reality will be just as beautiful. A fantasy is just a fantasy. If something like that really happened, it would probably be super awkward, right? Haha, not necessarily. Maybe it would turn out to be amazing. Let's hope so, Zun Nianku. I'm getting sleepy. Me too. Then let's sleep, alright. As they chatted, they slowly drifted off to sleep. No one knew how much time had passed. Chin Guoguo, who had closed her eyes, suddenly opened them again. She turned her head to look at Sunyanku, then softly called out twice, Sunyanku. Sunyanku. Receiving no response, Chin Guoguo sighed softly. She's really beautiful. Then, she got up. Carefully pushing open the door, she walked towards the study next door. She quickly turned on the computer, logged into her QQQ account, and opened the chat window belonging to Lin Zhou. Then, she quickly typed out a message. Lin Zhou, I've completed the task you gave me. Midday just passed. The sun was still shining high in the sky, making June even hotter. Since Liu Shiming returned from the internet cafe, he started to fall asleep immediately. Luckily, the college entrance exam was over. Liu's parents did not bother him much. He was alone at home. When the phone rang, he was in the middle of a sweet dream. In the dream, he and Qianwu received acceptance letters from the same university. The two of them strolled happily on campus, their faces blushing. He hesitated countless times, wanting to hold her hand. But he didn't dare. Until the last time, he made up his mind that he had to succeed. But the phone call interrupted him. Liu Shiming sat up from the bed irritably, cursing as he crawled towards the living room telephone. After picking up the phone, he was even more displeased. Who is this? My parents are not here. Call back later. After saying that, he intended to hang up the phone. At that moment, a familiar voice came from the other end. Not looking for your parents, I'm looking for you. Liu Shiming suddenly woke up. Zhou Zhe. Why is it you? Oh, look at this. You haven't woken up yet, right? Right? Haven't woken up yet. What's up? Why are you not sleeping? I have something to do, can't sleep. What's the matter? Is it serious? Not very serious, but I need your help. Now. Yes. Now. Okay. Wait for me. I'll wash my face and change clothes before coming to see you. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Liu Shiming felt much more awake. He quickly washed his face, tidied up, picked up his motorcycle keys, and rode off to the location designated by Lin Zhou. When he arrived, pushed open the door, Liu Shiming saw Wang Zikan and Fan Yun's Hinsai, feeling perplexed. Why are all of you here? Lin Zhou said he needed help with something. Yes, me too. What's the matter that requires so many people? Liu Shiming looked at Lin Zhou with a puzzled expression. Lin Zhou smiled and said, it's something very important. Tonight, I plan to. When Su Nianku woke up, the sky was almost dark. Qianguo's mother, Sun Yururu, had already prepared some fruit for them. Upon seeing her, she quickly greeted her. Girl, come over and have some. Oh, thank you. And, just as Qianguo got up, she happened to see this scene. She yawned while walking to the bathroom and said, Mom, don't tease her. Huh? How did I tease her? I just complimented her a bit. What's wrong with that? The little girl is really lovely. She's prettier than my daughter. Qianguo. She rolled her eyes silently, opened the bathroom door, and went in. Sun Yanku smiled embarrassedly. They are both beautiful, and Qianguo is beautiful too. You don't need to speak for her. I know this girl in my family very well. It's okay. I just want to keep her alert. Sun Yururu said, handing a peach to Sun Yanku. Here, eat more. Eating fruit is good for your health. Okay. Thank you. And Sun Yanku accepted it and started eating in small bites. Sun Yururu watched her, more and more attracted by her beauty. Unconsciously, she praised. So pretty. Your mom must be beautiful too, right? Sun Yanku hesitated, holding the watermelon, feeling awkward. I don't know. Sorry, Sun Yururu suddenly realized she said something wrong. It's okay, Aunt, I'm used to it. Sun Yururu felt a pang in her heart. Then, eat more. Eat more. Thank you, Aunt. Sun Yanku picked up a cherry. When Qianguo came out, Sun Yururu stood up directly. Guoguo, stay with Nianku. I'll prepare something else for you guys. After saying that, without waiting for Qianguo's response, she left. Qianguo looked puzzled. What's wrong with my mom? It's probably because she mentioned my mother. Huh, how did she mention her? I'll go find her. No need. Guoguo, I really don't care about these things. Don't let Aunt feel guilty because of this. Okay, it's fine. She'll be fine soon. Qianguo sat back down and looked at Sun Yanku. But Sun Yanku, I have never heard you talk about your family matters. It's okay. It's okay. If you don't want to talk about it, it's fine. Here, have some hamiguo. It's delicious, try a bite. The two sisters chatted randomly. At that moment, the phone rang. Kianwo quickly got up, answered it, and then handed the phone to Sunyanku. It's for you. For me? Yes. Sunyanku answered the phone, and a familiar voice came from the other end. Nyanku. It's Uncle Lin. Uncle Lin. How did you get this number? Ha ha. Lin Zhou's kid said you're at Kianwo's house, so I called to invite you to have dinner tonight. Oh. Also call that girl Kianwo and Liu Shiming, at 8 o'clock. Meet at the square. Oh. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Sunyanku was still a bit dazed. She thought Lin Zhou was joking. She turned around and explained the situation to Kianwo. Kianwo immediately nodded. Okay, we'll go tonight. We should eat less snacks now, empty stomachs, or we won't be able to eat at night. Sunyanku was amused by her words and laughed. In the following time, the two continued to watch TV together. It wasn't until 7 p.m. that they got up to get ready. Sunyanku still dressed in a white t-shirt and jeans. After washing and combing her hair, she stood waiting next to Kianwo. Kianwo, who was applying makeup, looked surprised. You're going out like this? Ow. What's wrong? No. This won't do. Sunyanku, we've finished our exams now. Although we won't turn 18 for another 2 months, we're adults now. Let's freshen up properly, huh? Come. Over here. Kianwo handed her makeup to Sunyanku. Put on some makeup. Then wear a dress later. A dress? Oh. I saw when you packed your luggage yesterday. Come on. Don't be shy. If you don't know, I'll help you, Kianwo said, pressing Sunyanku onto the stool in front of the makeup mirror. Sunyanku was completely stunned. Guo, it's just dinner. Do we really need this? Why aren't you using it? You must use it. This is our first gathering after the college entrance examination. We're even going to meet Lin Zhou's dad and future mom. We need to dress up nicely. But guo ... no buts. Listen to me. I have practiced this skill, and your skin is fair. Just a little touch-up and you'll look beautiful. I guarantee that no one will be able to tell it's makeup. How about it? Well then ... Sunyanku had to take off her shoes. Qian Guo started to apply makeup on her face seriously. About half an hour later, Qian Guo stopped and looked at Sunyanku. She exclaimed, Wow, Sunyanku, look at yourself. Quickly look, anxiously pushing her towards the mirror. Do you see? You look so beautiful. The person in the mirror had smoother skin and a slightly flushed complexion. With simple eyebrows and hair styled by Qian Guo, Sunyanku was stunned. Hurry. Go change into the dress. We need to leave. Before Sunyanku could react, Qian Guo pushed her into the bedroom. Before closing the door, Qian Guo couldn't resist saying, You must be quick, or we'll be late, and it would be impolite. Initially hesitant, Sunyanku, upon hearing this, forgot about her doubts. She quickly found the dress in her luggage, changed, and then left. Ready to go? Yes, let's go. Let's get a taxi at the entrance, Qian Guo said, turning her head. But when she saw Sunyanku, she was speechless. This sudden movement startled Sunyanku, who quickly checked herself. What's wrong? Did I put my clothes on wrong? No. Then what's the problem? Why are you looking at me like that? Do you want me to change? No need. Ha ha ha, you look amazing, Sunyanku. Qian Guo approached Sunyanku and linked her arm, heading out. With this look, if you had appeared on campus before, the boys would have been all over you. Lin Zhou is really clever. Clever? Ha ha ha, never mind. Your outfit today, he'll definitely like it. Let's go. As the sun had completely set nearing 8 o'clock, lights gradually illuminated the square, making the night scenery particularly beautiful. After dinner, people strolled with their children or pets, chatting about the day's work frustrations. In a corner of the square, several young men were busy. Liu Shiming held a giant firework tube across the river, waving to Lin Zhou. Bro Zhou, is this spot okay? Lin Zhou nodded. Yes, it's perfect. When Zuba arrives, and you feel the time is right, wave to me, and I'll launch the fireworks to create a romantic moment. Got it? Lin Zhou gestured okay. Meanwhile, Wang Zikan approached with a huge bouquet of flowers. Bro Zhou, here are the flowers. 99 in total. I circled a whole city to find the most vibrant florist. Not too late, right? Lin Zhou shook his head. Not late at all, just in time. Wang Zikan placed the roses down, grabbed a water bottle, and started drinking. Thank you, brother. You're welcome. It's the least I can do. Your happiness is my happiness, and I'll go through fire and water for you without hesitation. Ha ha. Great brother. I'll remember today. Yes, that's what I want to hear. Laughter filled the air as everyone enjoyed the moment. In another corner, Fenyun meticulously adjusted the candle formation. Wang Zikan, intrigued, asked, "Isn't it all set up? Why are you rearranging it?" "It's not symmetrical," Fenyun replied calmly without looking up. "Huh, where's the asymmetry?" Wang Zikan, confused, looked at the massive heart-shaped design on the ground. The right side of the heart is fuller than the left. Out. Isn't it fine as it is? I think it looks good. You don't understand. This is Lin Zhou's confession. It must be detailed. All right. Do you need my help? No. I can handle it. You'll just create chaos. Lin Zhou sighed. I've considered the situation you mentioned, but don't you think your conclusion depends on the circumstance? What circumstance? If the other person doesn't like you, then yes. But what if they do? What do you mean? My little desk partner won't reject me. Fenyun was speechless. Confident, he muttered in his mind, knowing Sunyanku wouldn't refuse. Shall we light the candles now? Let's do it. We have 5 minutes left. Okay. Wang Zikan, start from over there. We'll do it together. Fenyun handed Wang Zikan a special lighter. Feeling a bit flustered, Wang Zikan asked, "Pal, you have all these items? I thought of borrowing from passersby. When did you start smoking?" "What nonsense. Lin Zhou asked for help this morning, so I brought them along." "Haha. Seems like you're really concerned about Lin Zhou's matters. Today's square seems different." This was Sunyanku's first impression when she arrived at the square. After walking a few steps, she finally realized what was wrong. There were too few people. Although the lights were as bright as usual, there were only sporadic passersby with children. Sunyanku was puzzled, then asked, Guo, is today a special occasion?" "Huh? Special occasion? Then why aren't there many people out playing?" Guo followed Sunyanku's gaze and understood her meaning. "I don't know. Maybe everyone is busy. It's not like us students who just finished the college entrance exam have so much free time." That's true. However, she still felt that something was off. "Oh, Sunyanku, don't think too much. Let's go over there first. Uncle Lin and Anshin must be waiting anxiously." "Oh, right. Let's go quickly, Guo sighed in relief, holding Sunyanku's hand and moving forward. As they walked, Sunyanku again felt something was off. Guo, did we go the wrong way? That's the river over there, not a hotel." "Huh, did we go wrong?" Guo tried to recall the location Lin Zhou had told her. "We should be okay, right?" "What? No. I mean, I heard there are many golden fish in that canal." "Sunyanku, let's go and see now." Sunyanku was a bit bewildered. Guo nodded. "Yes, right now, since we're already here, we can check it out, and then we'll look for Uncle Lin." "Okay." Seeing Sunyanku hesitating, Guo tugged at her sleeve and acted cute. "Sunyanku, classmate Su. Little Nyanku, you're the best, just a quick look, please. I'm really curious about what the golden fish look like." Sunyanku couldn't resist this pleading and reluctantly nodded. "Okay, let's go and see, but we leave right after." "Okay, we'll leave after seeing them, I promise." Seeing Guo's serious expression, Sunyanku reluctantly followed her. Guo also breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it was dark, and Sunyanku couldn't see her expression, or else she would have a hard time holding back. It's so hard. Deceiving someone is so hard. Guo couldn't help but lament in her mind. Fortunately, Sunyanku was easy to deceive. But even so, 5 minutes later, Sunyanku couldn't hold back and asked, Guo, where are the fish?" They had almost walked around the man-made channel. Forget about the fish. The water in the canal was almost gone. "Huh, about that." Guo began to panic. Her brain quickly raced, trying to come up with an excuse. Her eyes started darting around. Where are they? Why haven't we seen them yet? Wasn't there supposed to be fireworks? Was it necessary to go to such a mysterious place? Guo. Sunyanku called out to her again. Guo suddenly tensed up. Luckily, the corner of her eye finally saw hope. Over there. They're over there. There are so many people over there. They must be looking at the golden fish. Sunyanko followed her gaze and, indeed, saw a large group of people gathered excitedly around something. Nearby, there were also children with various pets. Let's go, Sunyanko. Let's go over. Guo didn't wait for her reaction and pulled her along to move forward. Sunyanko was startled but hurried to catch up. She didn't even have time to think. There seemed to be no water channel at the location where the crowd was gathered. How could there be golden fish? She didn't understand why so many people were interested in the golden fish. It seemed like everyone at the square had come over. No wonder the other side was so empty. With this realization, Sunyanko suddenly became interested in the golden fish. How beautiful could they be? Excitedly pulling Guo, she shouted, "Here we come! Here we come!" Sunyanko looked at her in confusion. It seemed like she wanted to ask who she was talking to. Why did she say, "Here we come"? Before she could ask, the lively crowd ahead seemed to have reached an agreement and parted on both sides, creating a path for them. Then, Sunyanko froze. Directly in front of her, at the center of the crowd, there was a giant candle ring. No, it was a heart shape. In the center of the heart stood a person she had said goodbye to that morning. Today, he was wearing a white casual outfit and gray pants, looking exceptionally handsome in the sunlight. His hair seemed meticulously groomed, the pieces covering his brow. Below his brow, long eyelashes flickered following his big eyes. Further down, what a perfect face it was. Perhaps due to the slightly yellow light from the candle, Sunyanko felt that he looked more handsome than any celebrity she had seen on TV. In that instant, her eyes blurred, her mind raced. Sunyanko suddenly felt her heart pounding in her chest. This part is not finished yet. Click the next page to continue reading the rest of the exciting content. She didn't know why her heart was racing, but she couldn't control it. She wanted to grab Guo next to her to ease her emotions a bit. Her hand found empty air. Guo had left without her noticing. People around her kept whispering, but Sunyanko seemed to hear nothing. Her gaze was fixed on the person in front of her. He held a huge bouquet of roses, gazed at her with a faint smile. His eyes, slightly tense, seemed to reflect disbelief that this moment had arrived so quickly. He slightly parted his lips, seeming to have something to say to her. But from this distance, she couldn't hear him. What was he doing? Was he waiting for her? Was he going to confess? Was he going to confess his feelings to her? Was he going to be with her forever? This thought made Sunyanko suddenly hesitant. She stopped in her tracks, listening to the continuous thumping of her heart. Blinking repeatedly, she tried to confirm if this was real or a dream. Was it a dream? Otherwise, why was everything happening so suddenly? But she felt so happy. So incredibly happy. Why was she so joyful? She was almost losing control. Suddenly her nose tingled, and Sunyanko almost burst into tears. Sunyanko, hurry up and move forward. What are you standing there for? Guo's voice suddenly rang in her ear. Sunyanko finally snapped out of her daze. She lifted her foot and moved forward. She was still about 10 meters away from the candle's edge. If she sped up, it would only take a few seconds to reach him, right? Yet, it must be so. Thinking this, she involuntarily quickened her pace. What she didn't see was on the other side. Lin Zhou's hand was trembling slightly. It all started from the moment he saw Sunyanko. He couldn't control himself. Lin Zhou had never imagined that one day he would be so nervous. Having lived to lives, he had always been very indifferent, especially after being reborn. Hardly anything could stir his emotions. He was always the one to keep everything within his control. He helped Lin Chan pursue An Chin, changed Sweetie's opinion of him, taught Nao Nao the ways of being a good person, changed everyone's stereotypical impression of Teacher Liu, made his elder uncle realize the importance of family, participated in various exams with little Des' partner, and even helped her change her appearance to become bold and confident. Lin Zhou remained composed through it all. He was confident, always telling himself that these were just minor things and he would surely succeed. Indeed, every task he undertook ended perfectly, until this moment, when he arranged the confession, when he made Qian Guo ask Sunyanko, when he planned everything perfectly. He could even imagine the conversation during the confession. Yet, he was still nervous, very nervous. His palms kept sweating, his legs felt stiff and he was reluctant to move even an inch, fearing he might lose his position. Little Des' partner was approaching, unable to see him right away. This was Sunyanko, who was willing to risk her own life for him. When he was reborn, He thought he had become her light, which is why she liked him unconditionally. But at this moment, he finally knew, in fact, she was also his light. Otherwise, he would have walked his lonely life with no companionship, no passion, and none of the things he desired. But she was there. She made him realize that even if he were a despicable person, someone would always be by his side, loving him unconditionally. Zhou Zhe. Hey. A voice behind him pulled Lin Zhou back from his reverie. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up. Liu Shiming is waiting for you to signal for the fireworks. Give him a gesture. Lin Zhou nodded slightly, indicating he understood. Looking ahead, he noticed Sun Yanku had stopped in her tracks. She stood there, her eyes shining brightly, seemingly mesmerized. With just one glance, Lin Zhou knew she was nervous. Just as he was considering how to call out to her, he heard Qian Guoguo's voice. As soon as her voice fell, little Des' partner started moving forward. Lin Zhou smiled. Faster. Even faster. Just a few more steps, and they would reach the edge of the candles. The fireworks would burst in the sky. The whole square would light up into a beautiful scene. Everyone would see them, and then he would say, Little Des' partner, I like you. Lin Zhou could even imagine what would happen next. Little Des' partner would surely be stunned once again, standing still and not daring to move. In that moment, he would walk over, place a huge bouquet of roses in her arms, hold her hand, step by step towards the center of the candles. Looking into her sparkling eyes, he would embrace her, kiss her, and as the fireworks exploded even more brilliantly, they would surrender themselves to each other in the gaze of countless people. How wonderful! Lin Zhou thought, and couldn't help but smile. Looking back, he saw Sun Yanku just one step away from the edge of the candles. Lin Zhou excitedly raised his hand, about to signal to Liu Shiming when suddenly he heard an urgent shout from the front. Sister Nianku, sis, I'd finally found you. Lin Zhou's expression shifted as he turned towards the voice. He saw a young boy running towards Sun Yanku. The boy, about 13 or 14 years old, was very thin, his clothes tattered, and his hair unkempt as if it hadn't been cut in a long time. Perhaps due to his urgency, his steps were unsteady, and his face was filled with anxiety. Lin Zhou's heart skipped a beat, and his raised hand froze in place. The people around, drawn by the commotion, suddenly moved forward and blocked the boy's path. Who is this? So rude? Acting like a little beggar. Yeah. What's he doing here? Can't he see we're busy? Go away. Stop causing trouble. Get lost. Sun Yanku, upon hearing the newcomer's voice, grew somewhat flustered. Dog. It's dog. But before she could turn around, Qian Guoguo quickly stepped in front of her. She grabbed her shoulder, urgency in her voice. Don't go, Sun Yanku. Don't go. If you turn around, what about Lin Zhou? Hurry, it's almost time. Just a minute more. A minute. When you reach Lin Zhou, you'll grasp your happiness. Sun Yanku, keep going. Don't look back. Hearing this, Sun Yanku's eyes glistened with tears. Qian Guoguo was right. Just a few more steps, and she would reach him. But for some reason, she had a very bad feeling. Little Des' partner, there are more chapters to this section. Please click next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Unsure of what to do, she saw Lin Zhou, who had handed the flowers to Wan Zikan by his side, then swiftly reached out his hand towards her. Crossing over the candles, he grabbed her hand and, to everyone's astonished gaze, walked forward without hesitation. He walked all the way to where Dog was standing before stopping. Looking at her, he said, Little Des' partner, ask whatever you want. Sun Yanku was briefly stunned, and Lin Zhou continued, Don't be afraid. I'm here. I am here. So you don't have to worry. Whatever happens, I'll handle it. Even if this confession goes wrong, there are plenty more opportunities, plenty more chances. We can always make it right. Seeing his resolute gaze, Sun Yanku nodded seriously. He's my neighbor and a good friend of Xiaocheng, so that's it. No wonder little Des' partner seemed so anxious. It seemed right to bring her over. But what had happened exactly? Why was he in such a rush? After explaining to Lin Zhou, Sun Yanku quickly turned to Dog. What's wrong? How did you end up here? Seeing this, people around them dispersed helplessly. Dog wiped the sweat off his forehead, his voice hoarse with emotion. I saw you right after you left, Sister Nianku. I followed you all the way, running while you were riding. I lost track halfway, and I thought I wouldn't find you. Luckily. Wow. Sister Nianku, What do we do? What do we do? He started sobbing. Sunyanku felt flustered. Don't cry. Tell me, no matter what happens, I'll find a solution for you. Don't cry. Dog looked up at her, now choking back sobs. Sister Nyanku, I'm sorry. It's my fault. All my fault. Wah, I just couldn't figure it out, so I had to find you. Wah, Xiao Cheng's in danger. What do we do? I don't know what to do. What happened to Xiao Cheng? Upon hearing this question, Sunyanku immediately became anxious. She looked nervously at Guzi, feeling a lump in her heart. Xiao Cheng, Guzi, who had a troubled expression on his face, suddenly stuttered. He glanced around at the people, wanting to say something but seemed hesitant. Sunyanku became even more anxious, saying, just tell me. Guzi suddenly shivered. He was shocked as he looked at Sunyanku in front of him. He felt his mind in a whirl. Seeing her looking more beautiful this afternoon made him find it somewhat incredible. Now, he discovered that her temperament seemed to have changed considerably. The previous her never used to speak so loudly to people. Nyanku, what's wrong with you? I am fine. Just tell me, what happened to Xiao Cheng? Guzi suddenly moved closer to Sunyanku and whispered, should we talk over there? There were too many people around here, which was not convenient. However, Sunyanku didn't care about this. Feeling anxious, she urged, what happened to him? Just as he didn't know what to do, a whirring sound of a tricycle suddenly came from behind. Following that, a voice of an old man was heard. Guzi, what's going on? Weren't you supposed to wait for me at the train station entrance? How did you end up here? I was just selling watermelons over there, thinking I mistook someone. Luckily, I have sharp eyes. Before Guzi could react, he suddenly froze. How? Su family's girl, what are you doing here? Why are you dressed like this? What's going on? Looking at the people around them, he suddenly realized. His face then displayed an expression of immense shock. You and this kid next to you. You too? No. Mr. Shai, let me explain. Seeing this situation, Sunyanku was also stunned. She wanted to explain, but Mr. Zhao did not give her a chance to explain. What do you mean no? I was selling watermelons over there. How can I not know what happened here? I was just thinking over there, who caused such a scene in public? So, it was you guys, Su girl. Really? Your grandparents worked hard to send you out to study. And what are you doing? Are you studying well? Engaging with a young boy like this? No wonder you haven't been home for so long since school started. You don't care about your grandparents, and don't care about Xiao Cheng. Do you know him? Mr. Shai. Seeing the old man becoming more and more irrational, Sunyanku became even more anxious. But she was interrupted once again. Don't talk to me. I'm not interested in your family business. Get in the car. I happen to be going home. And I will tell your grandparents when I get back. Let's see if they care about you. Wait. Sir. Wait for what? Are you coming or not? If you don't, I will go back and tell the entire village that you abandoned your grandparents and ran away with a boy. Sunyanku was stunned. Although it was not that her grandparents couldn't know about this, the current situation definitely could not be leaked from Mr. Shi's mouth. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. And there was Xiao Cheng's situation. Judging from Guzi and Mr. Shi's tone, it didn't seem that simple, but Lin Zhou was still there. Sunyanku's mind was in chaos. She didn't know what to do. Beside her, Lin Zhou, seeing this, took a step forward without any hesitation. Little Des partner, you go back first. He also knew how dreadful the rumors in the rural mountain village could be. If this were to spread, the consequences would be disastrous. Little Des partner had just gained some confidence. She absolutely could not fall back into despair because of this. Sunyanku suddenly looked up and listened to Lin Zhou. Go back and find out what happened to Xiao Cheng. Explain to your grandparents properly. We have a long way to go. A long way. This sentence resolved her dilemma. Sunyanku suddenly felt like crying. How could he be so good? How could he always guess her thoughts and do anything that was beneficial to her at every moment? How fortunate was she to meet Lin Zhou in her life? Sunyanku's hands trembled, wanting to say something, but the tricycle behind her suddenly made a vroom sound. Then came Mr. Shi's impatient urging. Go. Why are you dilly-dallying? Guzi also quickly came over and grabbed Sunyanku's arm. Nyanku, let's go. Let's talk about Xiaocheng's situation on the way back. We'll figure out what to do when we get back. It seemed like he had made a big decision. Sun Yanku nodded. Okay. After giving a deep glance at Lin Zhou, she turned around and got into the car. The people around her sighed upon seeing this scene. Even Qian Guoguo sighed silently. She wanted to stop it, but it was about Sun Yanku's younger brother. She knew this couldn't be interfered with. Nothing was more important than her brother's safety. Is this how it's going to end today? ... At this moment, Liu Shiming, hidden in the darkness across the river waiting to set off fireworks, was also very anxious. Because he was too far away, he couldn't hear the conversations of the few individuals. He could only see the scene where a confession was about to happen and suddenly become chaotic. The reader should click on the next page to continue reading, as there is more excitement to come. The two main characters, for some reason, suddenly ran towards each other and then stopped. So, should the fireworks still be set off? Would Zhou Zhe confess or not? The questions in his mind grew larger and larger. They couldn't hear his voice, so he desperately gestured, trying to get everyone's attention. But nobody paid attention to him. Even Wang Zikan and Fen Yun seemed captivated by what was happening over there. Liu Shiming was at a loss. He wanted to go over and inquire directly, but remembered that this was the confession scene for his buddy Zhou Zhe. What if he was told to light the fireworks while he was halfway there? What would he do? Liu Shiming was conflicted and turned around in the same spot. He picked up the candle that he had picked up earlier, intending to pass the time by playing with it. So, with his back turned, he lit the candle. Just then, he heard a commotion up ahead. Subsequently, he saw a tricycle rushing in and pulling the female lead, Sun Yanku, onto the vehicle. Liu Shiming was even more bewildered. What just happened? What's going on? Can anyone tell him? What exactly happened over there? Because of his anxiety, he didn't notice that the candle he had just lit got kicked over by him. The flame gradually moved towards the direction of the fireworks. Lin Zhou, seeing Sun Yanku get into the car, felt anxious. He wanted to go with her, but was afraid that his rash actions might cause trouble for her. The current situation seemed chaotic enough already. After thinking for a while, Lin Zhou made a decision. He quickly stepped forward and called out to the about to leave Mr. Shai. Wait. After the tricycle stopped, Lin Zhou didn't hesitate at all. He reached into his pocket and handed his phone to Sun Yanku. Seeing her startled expression, he said, "Take this. There's Lao Lin's phone inside. You can find it in the contacts list. I'll ask Lao Lin for my phone when I get back. If there's anything, remember to call me. If it's inconvenient, you can send a text and I can see it. If you find it inconvenient, you can also contact Liu Shiming or Qian Guoguo. They will inform me. Little Deskmate, I'll always be here. Don't be afraid. No matter what happens, I will face it with you." Sun Yanku suddenly felt a sense of confusion. Her initial panic slowly eased. She looked at him, her nose tingling with emotion. She wanted to say something, but Shida Yi didn't give her a chance. He started the tricycle directly, saying, "Stop being so wishy-washy. What time is it now? How old are you, kiddo, to talk big in front of the girl? Can you guarantee that you will marry her in the future?" With that, the tricycles started moving forward without any hesitation. Sun Yanku gazed blankly at Lin Zhou, who was gradually moving away. Suddenly, she felt a tingling in her nose. She held back the tears, as if by doing so, she could watch Lin Zhou a little longer. As if to comfort her, he stood there, smiling at her. Faintly, she seemed to see him mouth a word towards her direction. "Dare." No one heard it, but she saw it. Sun Yanku was once again at a loss. What did he say? Was he responding to Shida Yi's words? Dare? Was he telling her? Was he assuring her that he would marry her in the future? But because he didn't officially confess, because they weren't considered a couple, because he was afraid of causing trouble for her, he didn't say it loudly, but he still without hesitation told her. He dared. How could he be so silly? Today, he clearly had everything planned. Today he clearly came to confess. Because of her, she decisively gave up. Such a good opportunity, so many people watching. He knew that if he laughed, he would feel embarrassed, be a laughingstock to those around him. Yet, he still let himself leave. He had always been considerate of her, but when did he think of himself? How could he be this foolish? How could he be this foolish? The ache in her nose intensified. Although they were just together, although she could still see him at present, for some reason, longing quickly filled every inch of her. Sunyanku felt like she was going crazy. She wanted to be with him. She had to be with him. There would never be anyone else like him in the world. Never. So why couldn't she be a little braver? Why? Nervous? Fearful? Timid? Weak? No. Don't be like this. Sunyanku, you can't be like this. Don't be nervous. Don't be afraid. Put away your timidity and fear. He's there. He's always there. No matter how far you go, he'll be waiting for you in the same place. There's no more room for hesitation. Don't hesitate anymore. A surge of warmth rose in her chest. Sunyanku suddenly stood up. The dog sitting next to her was startled. Nyanku, what are you doing? I didn't tell you yet. Don't jump off. Sir, slow down. No, stop. I'm going to jump off. Sister Nyanku. Shideyi was also panicking. He quickly slowed down and sounded worried. What are you doing? Su girl, what are you going to do? Don't move. This tricycle isn't stable. But Sunyanku seemed not to hear the two of them. She stood straight up. The night wind blew, making her skirt flutter in the breeze. Even her hair came over her eyes. But she paid no attention to these. She lifted her hand to her lips, facing Lin Zhou's direction. With all her strength, she shouted, Lin Zhou, I like you. The people around who were about to leave stopped in their tracks. Just as Fen Yuns was about to pat Lin Zhou's shoulder and signal him not to worry, he froze in shock. His hand didn't come down, and he stared at Sunyanku in disbelief, then slowly withdrew it. Prince Chen, who was about to fetch the candle, stood motionless in place, eyes wide with disbelief. Qian Guoguo's mouth fell open. She thought she must have misheard. She quickly rubbed her eyes vigorously and then realized she had rubbed them incorrectly, switching to rubbing her ears. She saw Sunyanku smiling. She smiled so confidently, so beautifully. The night light fell on her, creating a halo effect. The dog sitting beside her seemed startled and tumbled into the tricycle's sidecar. He frantically scrambled, seeming to want to stop her, but it seemed unsuccessful. Shideyi was also going crazy. He stopped the vehicle in a hurry and quickly started it up again, not caring whether Sunyanku sat down, just feeling the need to leave quickly from there. Due to being too nervous, the tricycle stalled several times in a row. Perhaps afraid that Lin Zhou couldn't hear her, after a few seconds of silence, Sunyanku raised her hand again. The surroundings quieted down. This time, her voice was especially clear. Lin Zhou, I like you. Qian Guoguo was dumbfounded. Seeing Lin Zhou not reacting, she became particularly anxious. Lin Zhou, why aren't you responding? Hey, Sunyanku is confessing to you. Look quickly. Qian Guoguo was halfway through her words, and she suddenly stopped. Lin Zhou still didn't show any reaction. He stood there, still as before when Sunyanku left, not even moving his location. But for some reason, it felt like he was different. His body seemed a bit stiffer. His arms a bit more rigid. At least, in the few seconds they had been observing him, he hadn't even moved his fingers. He looked ahead, smiling in his eyes. However, that smile seemed different. Zhou bro ... Prince Chen behind him tried to interrupt him, and Qian Guoguo quickly made a hushing gesture. Finally, Prince Chen also noticed the difference in Lin Zhou. They all stood still, none daring to move, but they were all puzzled. What was Lin Zhou thinking? In fact, Lin Zhou wasn't thinking anything. When Sunyanku shouted the first sentence, his mind went blank immediately. It seemed like his thoughts were imprisoned. What was she saying? His timid and fearful little deskmate, under the watchful eyes of so many people, in that narrow tricycle, across such a distance, shouted something out loud. What did she shout? Why did each word sound so clear, but combining them together ... felt so. He suddenly realized that his usually very smart brain had turned into mush. He couldn't make sense of anything. He didn't know how to describe it in words. He just felt a bit chaotic. Really chaotic. It felt disordered, almost suffocating. Lin Zhou, I like you. Did you hear me? Another shout came from the front. As if not hearing his response, her voice sounded a bit anxious. Did you hear me? The sound seemed to follow the direction of the phoenix. When it reached Lin Zhou, it was exceptionally clear. Lin Zhou stood stiff for a while, then suddenly moved. He clenched his hands, then released them, but he still couldn't drive away the violent pounding in his chest. She said she liked him. She said she liked him. Time seemed to be frozen in this moment, and Lin Zhou felt like he was losing control of himself. How many years had it been? How many years had it been since he felt this kind of vitality? He had lived alone for many years. Until death. Life seemed to stand still. No changes. No fluctuations. Later, he was reborn. He met many people. Changed many people. But these were all things he deliberately shaped. Everything was under his control. Until now. Knowing that she had him in her heart. But he never dared to think that she could shout it out loud in such a situation. She was clearly such a timid person. If it wasn't a complete loss of control, if it wasn't a deep liking, how could she act like this? His little classmate had changed. Because of him, she changed. Realizing this, Lin Zhou felt a surge of joy in his heart. How wonderful. The feeling of being cared about. How nice. Their mutual chase. Unconsciously, he raised the corners of his lips. He smiled. Sunyanku couldn't get a response. She was going crazy. The person beside her, Shy Day, kept talking. She didn't hear a single word. She felt like the tricycle had been started. Sunyanku's heart panicked. No. No. Without getting an answer. How could she just leave like this? Absolutely not. Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou. The tricycle suddenly started. Sunyanku stumbled, almost falling into the sidecar. Instinctively, she reached out trying to grab something, but she missed. Just when she thought she was definitely going to fall this time, she suddenly felt someone behind her holding her up. Sunyanku was stunned. She heard Guzi say, "Nyanku, I'll be your armrest. Stand firm." Sunyanku quickly stabilized her posture, filled with confusion. But now wasn't the time for confusion. She said, "Thank you. You're welcome. I don't know if what I'm doing is right, but I just want to do it. You stand still. Otherwise, when Xiaocheng beats me later because of this, I'll be in big trouble." "Okay." Sunyanku stood firm against the wind once again. She raised her head and saw Lin Zhou hadn't moved yet. She took a deep breath, trying to shout again. At that moment, she heard a voice coming through the air. "I heard it." Sunyanku suddenly paused. When she looked at Lin Zhou, she heard him say, "I heard it, little classmate." As he said that, he was smiling. Even from a distance, Sunyanku still felt his happiness. That moment, Sunyanku suddenly felt, it's wonderful. Everything was in time. This confession wasn't in vain. This romantic moment between them turned out to be worth it. Hearing that, it's good. Unconsciously, Sunyanku also smiled. She was about to wave and say goodbye to Lin Zhou, and she suddenly saw him raise his hand. What did he want to say? Sunyanku perked up her ears, ready to listen attentively. Suddenly, bang! A loud noise came from not far away. Then, a huge firework burst into bloom behind Lin Zhou, almost lighting up the entire sky. It made Lin Zhou look particularly handsome. Sunyanku was suddenly perplexed. She didn't catch what Lin Zhou said, but she saw him smiling at her. That smile, like a spring breeze from Paris. At that moment, Sunyanku suddenly thought, what he said didn't matter anymore. They were now standing under the same sky, looking at each other from afar. Above the starry sky, fireworks were shining brilliantly. It's enough. It's all enough. Having lived for 18 years. In that moment, Sunyanku was truly happy, unprecedentedly happy. As she watched, she suddenly felt a tinge at her nose again. This time, she didn't deliberately control her emotions. Crystal tears rolled down her cheeks, and Sunyanku didn't blink. She wanted to witness this scene, really take it in. This was her first brave step. Her own happiness. On the other side, Lin Zhou was also smiling. He wasn't sure if his little classmate heard him say "I like you" back, but it didn't matter. From the moment she said, "I like you," nothing else mattered. In this life, no matter what, he wouldn't let her lose the bet again. Back from rebirth, everything seemed to be worth it. The fireworks behind him grew larger and larger. However, Lin Zhou refused to turn back. He stared straight ahead, meeting her gaze despite the increasing distance between them. But their hearts were getting closer. At some point, applause resounded around them. Ziju, there is more after this chapter. Please click next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Some were laughing and causing a scene. How wonderful. This scene is so touching. I'm glad I didn't leave just now, otherwise I wouldn't have seen such an emotional moment. Who said no? That girl is so brave. Yeah, that boy's not bad either. You see, they are made for each other. Yes, although there are some minor problems now, but in the future, they will definitely be fine together. I also think so. Unlike me, who's 30 years old and still a bachelor. I should have seduced a girl in high school. Even if you seduce, it depends on whether the girl agrees. Ha ha. Laughter and this atmosphere intertwine, creating a particularly lovely scene. Qian Woguo even started to cry. She stood by Lin Zhou's side until she couldn't see Sunyanku's figure anymore, then said, choking up, "Oh, so touching, Sunyanku is amazing today." Lin Zhou, you can't bully her. You know how much courage she needed to say those words. She's obviously such a timid person. Yet, I know. Normally, she would blush even speaking in public. She always wore a hat and glasses to the exam hall. But today ... she was really brave. That's good. I'm so moved. Sunyanku is truly impressive today. Lin Zhou, you can't bully her. You know how much courage she needed to say those words. She's obviously such a timid person. Yet, I know. Normally, she would blush even speaking in public. She always wore a hat and glasses to the exam hall. But today, she was really brave. That's good. I'm so moved. Sunyanku is truly impressive today. Lin Zhou, you can't bully her. You know how much courage she needed to say those words. She's obviously such a timid person. Yet, I know. After struggling for a while, I still couldn't control it, and the fireworks ignited. But fortunately, the fire didn't catch on, Liu Shiming said, then suddenly paused. Did I miss something? Seeing his silly expression, Qian Guo couldn't help but smile. It's nothing. How are you feeling? Are you injured? With such a happy-go-lucky person, not everything has to be grand. It's actually quite nice. As the conversation ended, she quickly walked to his side and checked him from top to bottom. Liu Shiming felt warm in his heart and smiled foolishly again. No, I'm fine. Don't worry. That's good then. Qian Guo still couldn't resist, took out a piece of tissue and wiped Liu Shiming's face. Liu Shiming instantly felt happier. However, the two other lonely individuals next to them were unhappy. Fenyan's, seeing this, walked directly to Liu Shiming's side, his voice coldly saying, "Fine. Why don't you ask about your brother Zhou's condition?" After saying this, without waiting for Liu Shiming's response, he walked away, ignoring him. When he reached the edge of the candle matrix, he finally stopped, started blowing out the candles one by one, and tidying them up. When the event was over, someone had to clean up. Can't trouble the cleaning lady. Liu Shiming listened with a puzzled look. Brother Zhou ... Yes, Brother Zhou, how is he? What about student Su? Just now with the fireworks ... I didn't mean to. Did I cause a problem? His voice became quieter as he spoke. Seeing Lin Zhou not responding and continuously looking ahead, Liu Shiming felt even more guilty. Zhouji ... pff. Wang Zikan next to them couldn't help but laugh. He walked up, patted Liu Shiming on the shoulder. Looking helpless, you. Following Lin Zhou for so long, how come you still haven't learned to be smarter? I think only Qian Guo can appreciate you. Cherish her well. What do you mean? Liu Shiming was even more puzzled. Wang Zikan smiled but didn't answer. He walked towards Fenyan's direction and joined in Fenyan's work. Seeing Fenyan still not speaking, Wang Zikan jokingly whispered, I didn't expect you to be so eccentric. Am I being eccentric? Fenyan paused and then, picking up a candle, he suddenly spoke. Do you think we could also find such happiness? Of course. Wang Zikan confidently said, we have to have faith in ourselves. If Liu Shiming can find it, why can't we find it? That makes sense. Although he felt something off, Fenyan still agreed. Liu Shiming had no idea about all this, still worried as he stood by Lin Zhou's side. Zhou, I was wrong. Go ahead, scold me. Why aren't you talking, Zhou? Don't scare me. Zhou. Calling out repeatedly. Liu Shiming couldn't help but step forward, ready to touch Lin Zhou. But before he could reach him, he heard him say, You're not wrong. This startled Liu Shiming, especially after seeing Lin Zhou's eyes. He quickly took a step back, looking unsure. Zhou, why are you crying? Oh my god. Zhou, I apologize. I'll go apologize to student Su. No need. Lin Zhou stopped him. I'm not crying. Those were just tears of happiness, because of that confession, and the brave figure that felt the happiness. In that case, do you want to go after student Su now? I can lend you my motorcycle. I won't go after her either. She has her own things to do. Liu Shiming was completely flustered. It was the first time he heard Lin Zhou speak so calmly about student Su. He quickly sought help from Qian Guo with his eyes, as if asking for salvation. But Qian Guo continued to stand by with a smile, seeming very happy. This expression left Liu Shiming even more confused. Could he have really caused a huge problem? So much so that even Qian Guo wouldn't help him. Zhou Zhe, should I go after her for you? No need to. Give me your phone. Ha. Liu Shiming, in panic, took out his phone. Then he saw Lin Zhou quickly dialing 110. Liu Shiming was left dumbfounded. Oh my god. Zhe. But it was too late to stop him. The call was quickly answered, so he had to close his mouth. Lin Zhou then said, "Hello? Can you please connect me to Officer Zhou? I have an urgent matter to discuss with him. His number is on my phone, which someone took from me." "Yes. Just tell him it's Lin Zhou." Unzi. Turning around the corner of the square, when even the fireworks were no longer visible, Su Nianku finally sat down. The tricycle kept moving forward in the darkness. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content ahead. Uncle Shy, riding the bike, kept rambling. "What are you doing? Why are you so reckless? You're crazy. You're absolutely crazy. How could you act like this? You were raised by your grandparents to be a good child. You are really. How do I even describe you? And that young man. What's so good about him that you've changed like this? Oh, you're making me so mad. Really mad." Nianku didn't listen to a word. She bowed her head, hugging herself, with a smile on her face. She confessed. She just confessed. She said I like him to the person who had been living in her heart all this time. How wonderful. How incredibly good. She finally, bravely did it. So, can she be brave many more times in the future? Will she be happier this way? Nianku sister, Kuzi noticed Su Nianku laughing foolishly, and called out to her a few times. When he saw she wasn't responding, he waved his hand in front of her eyes. Finally, unable to bear it, he shouted loudly, "Nianku sister." Su Nianku then finally snapped out of it. "Ha, Kuzi. What's up?" Seeing this, Kuzi felt terrible. He hugged himself and pouted. "It's over. I knew I shouldn't have helped you. How could you ... Do you really like that bow? It's all over. How couldn't you control yourself? Moken is going to kill me." "Alright Kuzi, let's not talk about this. Don't worry, I won't tell Zicheng. Now, could you tell me, how's Zicheng? And also, what happened to you? Why do you have so many injuries on you?" At Times Square, Lin Zhou's phone was quickly transferred to the police officer Zhou. When Officer Zhou answered the phone, he was yawning. "What's up, Lin Zhou? Are you going to tell me that you've encountered a bad person again? I've finally had a few days of peace." "No, not this time. I want you to help me find someone," Lin Zhou said. "Who is this person that's so important? Can't it wait until tomorrow? I'm a bit anxious. It's my desk partner's younger brother." Su Nianku? Officer Zhou immediately perked up. "What happened to her brother?" "I don't know. A month ago, he left the county town and returned home. He should have gone back to study, but it seems he didn't." "What do you mean?" "I'm not sure of the specifics. I just know that he seems to be in danger. My desk partner went home to deal with it, and I want to help her. But you know, I'm not suitable to go to their house yet." Officer Zhou, could you please check if there have been any cases involving minors recently? His name is Su Muncheng. Alright, give me a moment. Let me ask my colleagues on duty. Officer Zhou became nervous. After the call ended, Liu Shiming, who was beside him, was still puzzled. "Zhe, what are you talking about? Who's this Su classmate's brother? Isn't this about confession? How is it related to him?" "Su classmate. Oh. Liu Shiming." Qian Guoguo couldn't stand it and quickly grabbed him. "Come here, I'll tell you." "Don't disturb Lin Zhou. Let him think it over." Without waiting for Liu Shiming to nod, Qian Guoguo dragged him aside. He anxiously exclaimed, "Ah, my phone ... You can leave your phone to me for these few days. I'll return it to you once I'm done," Lin Zhou bluntly said. Liu Shiming was even more confused. What? Lin Zhou gave his phone to Su Nianku. Qian Guoguo exclaimed as she pulled him and scolded. "But how would I contact you these days if you give the phone to her? Then how will we contact? I'll come to your house to find you." Do not. What I mean is, in short, let Lin Zhou use the phone first. "Shut up." Qian Guoguo made her final decision. Liu Shiming finally quieted down, but after hesitating for a while, he couldn't help but mutter softly, "Actually, it wouldn't be a problem if you come to my house to find me. I'll tell my mom when I go back, let her cook for you these days. Qian Guoguo, Liu Shiming, go die," she shouted loudly. Wang Zik and Nan Fenyans, seeing this, looked at each other in silence. Then, they both lowered their heads and earnestly started cleaning. There was a sense of mutual understanding between them, but for some reason, Fenyans had a strange feeling. Just as he was wondering where this feeling came from, he suddenly heard a loud shout nearby. "Wang Zikan, Lin Zhou, it's really you guys. I just heard there was a confession here. Is it you, Lin Zhou?" To Su Nianku. Fenyans looked up and saw Wen Cici rushing towards Lin Zhou. He was about to call her, but Wang Zikan next to him was quicker. He stood directly in front of Wen Cici. Su Nianku has left. "Wen Cici, you're just in time. Come and help out." "Huh." She left. Wen Cici wanted to ask more, but she saw Wang Zikan gesturing to her. She paused, swallowed her words, then walked towards Wang Zikan. "All right." Wang Zikan handed her the bag he was holding. "You hold the bag open for me. I'll pack the stuff in." "Okay." Wen Cici sweetly smiled. Fenyans, who had just sympathized with Wang Zikan, thought. He realized what was wrong. How could he have forgotten Wen Cici? Suddenly feeling lonely. Only he was alone. He felt that maybe he shouldn't do this job. About 10 minutes later, Lin Zhou's phone rang again. He quickly answered, and heard Officer Zhou say, "Lin Zhou, my colleagues helped check, but there's no police record related to Su Muncheng." "Is that so?" "That's strange. Indeed, it means he shouldn't be in danger." "Do you have any other records of him?" "We do. About a month ago, he left Jiancheng County and traveled to Jiangnan Province." "What?" "It seems like he went there to work. We checked the surveillance footage and asked the train conductor from that day. He was carrying a lot of luggage and was reading job ads in the newspaper." "To work?" "Yes. But there were no records after he arrived there. However, being a minor, the recruiters probably wouldn't document it openly. It's normal not to have records." Lin Zhou frowned, pondered for a while, and still felt something was amiss. "The person who told me he was in trouble seemed to have injuries." "Injuries?" Officer Zhou was also surprised, but a moment later, he exclaimed, "Oh no, what's wrong, Officer Zhou? Could they have fallen into a scam?" "What?" "It's a new type of scam. They'll lure people into their organization, then confiscate their ID and phone, provide food and accommodation, brainwash them with classes every day, make them cheat money from family and friends. If they can't deceive, they'll recruit their family and friends, continue the scamming cycle." Lin Zhou was shocked. This method sounds familiar. Since the last arrest of Han Yuanmo, the whole country has been cleaning up these forces. We received information that there is a sizable force in Jiangnan Province. Very cunning. Their local police have been pursuing them vigorously, but have failed several times. "You mean, Su Nianku's brother might?" Officer Zhou didn't finish his sentence, but Lin Zhou had already understood. He quickly made a judgment. "Where exactly is this force?" "Officer Zhou, can you contact the local police there?" The tricycle had already left the county town. It plunged into the winding mountain road. The mountain roads at night were not easy to traverse. Fortunately, there were no vehicles, so it was relatively smooth. However, the temperature was a bit low, and the cold wind was giving them a headache. But Su Nianku had no time to worry. After listening to Dog's words, he was completely shocked. "Scam? Sha Cheng joined a scam organization?" Yes, Nianku, yeah. I don't know how this happened. My cousin said there was a good job there, and I thought Xiao Misheng wanted to work, so I introduced him. Later, after not hearing from him for a month, I thought, this job must be good. He must be doing well. I didn't want to go to school either. I suddenly decided to play hooky, stole some money from home to find him, but I didn't expect. The dog pointed to the wound on his body, his face looking grim. I didn't expect them to all be scammers. I felt something was wrong as soon as I went in. I wanted to run, but I couldn't. They had me trapped. I had no choice but to seek help from Suma Cheng, and he agreed. But on the night we were trying to escape, he and many others blocked my way. I had to jump out of the window to escape. I ran all the way, finally making it back to the county town, and I really don't know what to do. I met Uncle Zhao near the train station. I originally planned to go back with him. He said he would take me back after finishing his business. Then I waited for him on the street, and then, you know the rest. The dog's voice shook. It was quite a scary story. Nianku. What should I do? Suma Cheng doesn't believe me at all. He's completely changed. He was clearly very good. We were the best of friends. How could he ... He must have been deceived. So Nianku concluded. Huh? Deceived? How was he deceived? Isn't he ... Isn't he always very clever? Smarter than any of us? The dog found it hard to believe. So Nianku shook her head without saying a word. She looked into the darkness calmly, as if contemplating. The dog, feeling a bit lost, asked, Nianku, why aren't you worried at all? Worrying now won't help. So Nianku remained calm. I need to figure out what to do next. Upon hearing this, the dog looked at Su Nianku with adoration. Wow, Nianku, you've not only become prettier, but also so capable. Oh, is that really considered capable? Shuday, driving the tricycle, sneer. This girl must have been bewitched by that boy. How else could she not care about her own brother? The Su family is really cursed. Why are they all like this? Your aunt, your father, even you. For some stupid love, they abandoned their families. Really? Shuday, I don't want to give up on Xiaocheng. Su Nianku's eyes darkened. Her voice remained calm. I need to think of a way. Little one, how can I not be scared or worried? That's Xiaocheng, the little Xiaocheng who grew up with me. I can't panic. Lin Zhou isn't by my side right now. I have to understand the situation and find a solution. Without Lin Zhou, I can't go back to being that weak girl. Since I've decided to love him, to be with him, I must show that I deserve him. Su Nianku forced herself to steady her shaking body. Shuday fell silent immediately. Su Nianku then turned to the dog. Have you not reported to the police yet? Report. I forgot. I was too scared at the time, afraid they would catch me and take me back, so I ran all the way to the station without eating, and got on the train. Nianku, did I do something wrong? Should I have reported it? No, you did the right thing by ensuring your safety first. Nianku, the dog lowered his head. His voice choked up. You're really different now. Don't cry first. Tell me more about the city in Jiangnan province. What it's like there. Give me all the details. Starting from when Xiaocheng said he wanted to work. Tell me everything. After the dog finished telling his story, he looked at Su Nianku with a troubled expression. What do we do now? Nianku, please don't blame Suma Cheng. He was doing it for your own good, wanting to earn money to send you to college. But, I know. I won't blame him. How could she blame him? He was such a good little brother. So what do we do now? Su Nianku shook her head. I'm not sure yet, but do your grandparents know about this? No, they don't know. We don't have a phone at home. I planned to tell them when I got there, but I met you in the county town. Then let's not tell them for now. They're getting old. I don't want them to worry. I'll figure out what to do about Xiaocheng. But is that okay? Su Nianku hadn't answered when Shuday in front spoke up again. It's definitely not okay. This girl is so young. What can she do? What if Xiaocheng gets hurt? Your grandparents love you and Xiaocheng the most. How can you be so heartless and not let them know about this? Shuday, telling them will only make them sad. It's better than keeping it from them. I know what you're thinking. You want to go save Xiaocheng with your little boyfriend, right? Let me tell you, he won't be able to save him. At such a young age, all he thinks about is girls. How can he accomplish anything else? Listen to me. Go back and tell your grandparents, then get the police to help save him. It's almost midnight. The tricycle finally stopped in front of a dilapidated tile house at the foot of the mountain. If Lin Zhou were here, he would surely be shocked. Looking ahead from the tile house, the road that was barely wide enough for a tricycle has ended. Only a narrow dirt path remains, wide enough for one person. On both sides are small streams and a mountain road that seems endless at a glance. Frogs could be heard in the stream, but Su Nianku was not surprised. She was already accustomed to such scenes. After the vehicle stopped, she jumped off the tricycle and turned to thank Old Shy. I'm home, Old Shy. Doggy, come in for a glass of water before you leave. Forget it. Forget it. It's late at night, you hurry back and rest. Look, the lights are on in your house. As Old Shy's voice fell, Su Nianku saw the bedroom light in the tall house actually light up. A frail voice from inside the house said, Who's there? It was Grandma's voice. Sunyanku suddenly felt a twinge in her nose. It had been 3 months since she last saw her grandparents. All right. Thank you, old shy. I'll come to thank you in person after I finish my busy days. Huh, never mind. You. Hurry to save Xiaochen. That's more important. I don't want to be bothered by your matters. Just go. The dog next to them couldn't help but laugh. Nyanku, don't mind. Old shy is like this. Harsh with words but soft at heart. He actually worries about Xiaocheng too. I'm not worried. Who's worried? What does it have to do with me? Old shy turned his head awkwardly. Doggy, stop the chatter. Get in the car quickly. I'm about to doze off. All right. Getting in now. Doggy walked towards the tricycle, saying, Nyanku, remember what we discussed on the way. Let me know if you need any help. Okay. The tricycle started and quickly disappeared into the night. The gate behind creaked open. A light under the eaves was turned on. The elderly voice sounded again. Who's there? Why are you still in the yard so late? Huh? A little girl, are you lost? Come. Quickly come inside. These mountain roads are not easy to navigate. Hearing this voice from behind, Sunyanku's nose became even more tingling. Even the corners of her eyes moistened significantly. Grandma couldn't recognize her. Although it was just a back view. Although the night was dark, there was an indescribable feeling in her heart. It seemed that her changes over these 3 months were indeed significant. She wondered if Grandma would dislike her now. Girl. Little girl. The voice from behind was getting closer. Sunyanku clasped her hands tightly together, took a deep breath, put on a big smile, and then turned around to joyfully exclaim behind her, Grandma, I'm back. Hearing this exclamation with her reading glasses on, Yin Finglian was taken aback. Then she exclaimed, oh, and laughed as she approached. It's Nyanku. I thought who it was. Why are you back at this hour? Oh, this dress you're wearing. Grandma almost didn't recognize you. Did you gain weight? Your face is chubby now. Oh, this. Yin Finglian gestured with her hand, chuckling. Has she grown taller? Seeing Sunyanku staring at her, her mouth twisted in silence. Yin Finglian spoke again. Why aren't you talking? What's the matter, girl? Sunyanku's nose twitched. She hurried forward and hugged Yin Finglian. Grandma, I missed you so much. Yin Finglian didn't expect Sunyanku to act like this. She patted Sunyanku's back cheerfully. Grandma missed you too. Grandma missed you a lot. After hugging for a while, Sunyanku finally let go of Yin Finglian. Grandma, where's Grandpa? As this question was raised, she seemed to see Yin Finglian's figure stiffen momentarily, but it was just a moment. Soon, she smiled again. Your grandpa is sleeping. Ah, sleeping? Sunyanku curiously looked inside the house. Yin Finglian quickly held her back. No. Your grandpa hasn't been sleeping well recently. He finally fell asleep today. Let him rest a bit longer. Oh. Okay. Come. Let Grandma make the bed for you. Tell me. How did you come back? At this hour? I came back on old Shi's car. Old Shide. Old Bachelor Shy. Yes. That old Grandpa Shy. Today he went to the county to sell watermelon, and I happened to bump into him. Really? Yes. And Doggy also came back with us. Hearing this, Yin Finglian was stunned. Doggy came back. Yes. Then she opened her mouth, wanting to ask something but couldn't get the words out. Sunyanku immediately understood her meaning, and she took Yin Finglian's arm. He went to find Xiaocheng. Originally, he was supposed to go to work, but he kind of slipped and hurt himself. Couldn't go, so he came back to rest. This was the explanation she and old Shai had agreed upon on the way back. Such words could prevent Grandpa and Grandma from worrying. They were old and couldn't bear any setbacks. He saw Xiaochen. The chapter continues. Don't worry about my tuition fees. I plan to work a summer job during the summer vacation to earn money to support myself. And about Xiaocheng, I will contact him tomorrow and bring him back to focus on studying. He is still young and shouldn't be working. I will work hard to earn enough for both of our tuition fees in the future. I can support myself, Grandma, so you and Grandpa can enjoy your golden years. This. Yin Finglian carefully examines Sunyanku up and down. Is this the same Nyanku from our family? She used to be a quiet girl who didn't speak much. How did she suddenly grow up overnight? She praised the teachers at middle school 1 and her classmates, saying they taught her a lot. Grandma, I've grown up. Is that so? Yes, I also have an excellent desk mate who is very smart. Su Nianku shared her experiences of the past 3 months with Yin Finglian as she prepared her bed, leaving out the ambiguous relationship with Lin Zhou and the confession at the end, substituting her desk mate instead. Yin Finglian listened with surprise. So, you did well in your exams? Yes. I think so. I'm confident that I can get into my ideal school. Really? Which school do you want to attend? Well, Su Nianku paused mischievously. Let's keep that a secret for now. Ha ha. Okay. My girl also has secrets now. It's fine. Grandma won't pry into these matters, but Grandma and Grandpa are not idle people. You work hard, and we must also work hard to earn money. We can't let our girl lag behind. Oh, Grandma. All right, it's getting late. You should go to sleep soon. You've been on the road for most of the night. You must be tired. When you wake up tomorrow, Grandma will make your favorite egg tea for you. Okay. Su Nianku nodded happily. Yin Finglian gave her a few more instructions before leaving her bedroom. However, as soon as she stepped out, she sighed. Clutching the money in her hand, Yin Finglian pushed open the door to her own bedroom. From inside, a voice suddenly asked, "Is Nianku back?" Shh. Yin Finglian quickly made a gesture for quiet. Keep it down. Don't let her hear. I said you were sleeping. Don't worry. I won't be too loud. She can't hear me from her room. Be careful nonetheless. What if she finds out about you? Well, she have to know eventually. Zitian Hua patted his leg, looking helpless. My leg is really acting up. Why is it getting worse? It's okay. We can keep it a secret for a while. Our girl did well. She's in good spirits, and she's more organized now. Really? That's great. Let's keep it under wraps for now. Okay. Yin Finglian nodded. After a moment of silence, she took out the money in her hand. Oh, this. Where did the money come from? Zitian Hua was shocked. Yin Finglian explained. Nianku gave this money, saying it's a bonus for us to pay off debts and for medical expenses. That won't do. This money should be for her to use. She still has to go to university, which will require a lot of money. Zitian Hua immediately refused, without thinking. This concerns her future. I know, so I plan to hide it for her first. Good. Without spending it. Yin Finglian nodded, although she felt a bit reluctant. Old man, it's okay. Whether my leg gets better is another matter. Why waste the money? Our girl is very capable, and we can't hold her back. Sigh. Yin Finglian sighed deeply. Unable to hold back tears, she put the money away and suddenly remembered something. By the way, Nianku brought good news. Xiao Cheng is indeed working outside, but we haven't contacted him yet. Zitian Hua instantly became happy. Really? Yes. She told us not to worry. She will bring Xiao Cheng back. That's good. Xiao Cheng listens to her the most. Her going will definitely be effective. Yes. Finally some good news. Let's go to bed. Okay. With that said, Nianku will be leaving soon, right? I have an idea. At this moment, Su Nianku, who had just finished settling down, lay down in the mountain night, feeling the coolness and safety of her familiar surroundings. But her anxiety resurfaced. She wondered what Xiao Cheng was doing, if he had enough to eat, if he could sleep well. It would be so much better if he were home too. With these thoughts, Su Nianku took out her phone from under the covers. It was already past 1 in the morning. Wanting to call Lin Zhou, she felt it was too late. But Lin Zhou said he would wait for her no matter how late. Would he really not sleep because of that promise? Thinking it over, Su Nianku opened the messaging app and sent a text. Are you asleep? Soon. She received a reply. Not yet. Can I call you, my desk mate? Su Nianku was stunned. He wasn't asleep. Was he planning on staying awake all night if she didn't call him? This silly boy. She chuckled to herself and dialed his number. The call connected quickly, and she heard his familiar voice. Deskmate. Yes. Su Nianku nodded and realized Lin Zhou couldn't see her, so she hastily added, It's me. Why aren't you asleep? Just as she asked the question, she regretted it. Wasn't that a rhetorical question? I'm waiting for you. Lin Zhou's voice on the other end answered without hesitation. Su Nianku was taken aback and quickly buried her head under the covers, whispering, I'm sorry, I was chatting with Grandma. It's okay. I said I will wait. Remember, we ... Lin Zhou. Su Nianku didn't know what came over her, but upon hearing Lin Zhou's words, she quickly interrupted him. Lin Zhou didn't blame her and asked, I wanted to ask, what are you going to do about Xiao Cheng? He's involved with a fraud ring, right? How did you know? Sunyanku was dumbfounded. She realized she hadn't told him yet. I'm clairvoyant. Ha, ha, ha. Just kidding. I found Inspector Joanne deduced it. This. Sunyanku became nervous. Did Xiao Cheng report it? No. That's the tricky part. If he doesn't report it, it could mean he's brainwashed now, or there could be other circumstances. How is it on your end? Is Xiao Cheng in danger? Sunyanku repeated what the dog had said to Lin Zhou. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Zhou summarized, it seems to align with what I was thinking. He is probably brainwashed now. If that's the case. Xiao Dongzhu, what do you plan to do? Sunyanku gritted her teeth and said, I told you, don't laugh at me. Why would I? Go ahead. I'm listening. I want to rescue him. As you said, the police haven't been able to catch them. Perhaps we can come up with a plan. I don't know how Xiao Cheng got brainwashed, but I think maybe I can help him come to his senses. Are you going in person? Yes, I am. But it could be dangerous. I'm not afraid. Xiao Cheng wanted to go work for me. He must not have expected to end up in that kind of place. I'm his sister. I cannot be afraid. After saying this, there was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Sunyanku hesitated for a moment and continued. Lin Zhou, I'm not stupid at all. I'm definitely capable of doing this. Let me go. Don't try to persuade me. I've thought it through. I didn't intend to persuade you. Lin Zhou's voice suddenly came through. Sunyanku was startled. Then she heard Lin Zhou say, they are operating in Huan District, Nanchuan County, Jiangnan Province. It's a very remote suburb. Currently, Officer Su Li is in charge of this matter. I've already bought the tickets. Today after tomorrow at 8 p.m., Jiangcheng train station, direct to Nanchuan. Sunyanku was stunned. What? You already arrange everything? Ha ha. Before calling you, I knew you would choose this path, so I bought the tickets at the station before coming back. How did you know? I guessed. Lin Zhou laughed. Did I guess right? Sunyanku blushed instantly. How can you guess everything? Just as she finished, she quickly realized something and added, you don't have to answer that question. Otherwise, this guy would definitely say something cheesy. Ha ha. Lin Zhou laughed again. I also guessed that you probably didn't tell your grandparents about Xiao Cheng, right? Sunyanku didn't know how to respond. Lin Zhou was truly too smart. How did he understand her so well? All right, rest well at home tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, find a reason to come to the county. At night, we'll set off to Nanchuan together. Together? Yes, of course together. Did you think of going alone? Do you think I'm a burden? No. That's not what I meant. Actually, I can go alone. That's not possible. Did you forget what you said tonight? Sunyanku froze. What did she say that she liked him? How was she supposed to respond to that? But it seemed like Lin Zhou didn't need her answer. He directly said, so, we'll go together. Xiao Dongzhu, as I said, I will always be with you. No matter when. The phone line fell silent again. Sunyanku didn't know how to respond. Thankfully, Lin Zhou chuckled lightly. Besides, with my intelligence, having me there, you won't lose out. The odds will be even better. That one sentence made Sunyanku burst into laughter. Lin Zhou, when did you become so conceited? Wasn't I right? You are. You're always right. After all, he was Lin Zhou. All right, go to bed soon. It's getting late. See you the day after tomorrow. Okay, see you the day after tomorrow. The call ended. Sunyanku stared at her phone, lost in thought. Lin Zhou's words kept playing in her mind like a movie, over and over. I will always be with you, no matter when. With me by your side. Don't be afraid. Rest assured, I'll always be here, no matter how late it is. And the scene from tonight. Under the brilliant fireworks and dazzling lights, walking towards him without hesitation. One scene after another, etched clearly in her mind. Try as she might, she couldn't shake them off. Lost in thought, Sunyanku couldn't help but smile. She didn't know how long she had been smiling, until she finally realized something was amiss. Why was Lin Zhou occupying her thoughts so much? There were still so many things she needed to do. She shook her head vigorously to clear her mind. For better or worse, because of Lin Zhou, the task of rescuing Xiao Cheng didn't seem as difficult as before. She didn't feel afraid anymore. At some point, Sunyanku drifted off into dreams. The next morning, she was awakened by rooster crowing. Opening her eyes, sunlight streamed in. She rubbed her temples, got dressed, and sat up. Walking out of the door, she saw Grandma Yin making breakfast in the kitchen. Smoke billowed from the chimney, and nearby, two roosters led a group of hens, scrambling for the grains Grandma had scattered. People with hoes were already heading up the mountain for farming. In front of the yard, a stream flowed, connecting the lush green mountains to the water. The bamboo forest beside the stream reflected its image, with fish swimming occasionally. It was exceptionally beautiful. Even the air felt much cleaner. Sunyanku took a deep breath, and a scene suddenly flashed in her mind. Walking hand in hand with Lin Zhou is such an environment, watching small fish and free birds, chatting with Grandpa and Grandma and Shacheng. He would probably like it, right? What are you smiling about, Nyanku? Grandma's voice came from the kitchen door, bringing Sunyanku back to reality. She quickly restrained her smile and awkwardly replied, "Nothing, I haven't been back in a long time, just feeling happy." "Ha ha. No worries, the vacation is long, you can stay home for a few more days." "Oh. No. Grandma, I might have to go to the county tomorrow." Grandma Yan paused. "Tomorrow, already? The results will be out soon, and my teacher asked me to choose a school first. Then, I've also been given a job to go work. Oh dear. Grandma, don't worry. I need to earn more money to go to university. Once I finish university, I can come back whenever I want." "Well then, all right, I won't stop you. Today, Grandma will make you some delicious food." Saying this, Grandma Yin brought out a large bowl of eggs from the kitchen. "Come, here, egg tea. Just cooked for you with lots of sugar." "Thank you, Grandma." Sunyanku happily took it, sitting on a stone bench by the roadside. The eggs in the bowl were very hot. After blowing on them a few times, she finally took a bite. But soon, she realized a problem. "Oh Grandma, what about Grandpa?" In the bowl were a total of 6 eggs. Sunyanku didn't notice the slight pause in Yin Finglian's figure. She continued, "I can't finish so many. Leave some for Grandpa." Yin Finglian hurriedly said, No need. Your Grandpa went to work for someone." "Ah, today?" "Yes. He left before dawn." "Sorry, didn't you tell him I came back last night?" "I did, but he already promised someone to work for several days already. He cannot go." "Your Grandpa also wants to see you, but he said he wants you to have a better chance to go to university. Can't tire yourself out, so he went to earn money. Can't hold you and Zicheng back." Sunyanku was a bit conflicted. What about Grandpa's leg? Much better. No problems working, otherwise why would they want him, right? True. But she still felt something was off. Sunyanku looked a bit desolate. Seeing this, Yin Finglian quickly added, "Don't just stand there. Hurry and eat." "Your Grandpa said, when you get the acceptance letter, he wants to take a stroll around the village. Let everyone know how promising our Su family granddaughter is." Sunyanku finally smiled. "Yes, definitely." That morning, it was just simple sweet potato porridge. For lunch and dinner, it was noodles. But Sunyanku felt they were incredibly delicious. In the evening, Sunyanku went to find the dog. She asked for her cousin's contact information and the specific address of Suma Chengsai. Then she returned home. Yin Finglian had already packed her luggage. There were many things puffed up, although Sunyanku said not to. But she couldn't resist her grandma's enthusiasm. "Take it. There's a lot of food inside. You said your classmates are treating you well, right? Especially that Deskmate of yours. Your grandma doesn't have any other skills, only knows how to make some food. Bring it to them, so they don't look down on it." Speaking of Lin Zhou, Sunyanku's heart suddenly warmed. "Grandma, they won't look down on it." That's good. When you're free, bring them over to play at home." "Okay." Early the next morning, she got up early to pack her luggage, ready to take a car to the county town. Yin Finglian made her a bowl of egg tea and then sent her off to the car together. She left only after seeing her off. When she returned home, Yin Finglian looked at the empty house and sighed deeply. It should have been a bustling household. Now, the number of people was getting fewer and fewer. "Old lady, what are you thinking? Hurry up and cook, I'm starving." Tianhua's voice suddenly came, startling Yin Finglian. She reacted and patted her chest. You scared me. Why are you back so early?" "I was going to pick you up for dinner. Lao Zhao is going to work in the fields in a while, so he took me back on the way." "Don't worry, I calculated the time. I came back only after Nyanku left." This girl comes back for a day and then leaves. Don't know what work is making her so anxious. It's okay. Seeing her now, she's quite sensible. Indeed has grown up a lot. It's fine to let her go out for a while. As they spoke, another person walked towards them on the main road. It seemed like he overheard their conversation. Furrowing his brows, he asked, has Sunyanku left? It was Elder Shai. His real name was Shai Yankuan. Because he never married in his lifetime, people in the village called him Shy Bachelor. Yin Finglian saw him and quickly walked over. Yes, she's gone to the city to work. Shy Bachelor, I was planning to thank you for bringing her back that day. Have you eaten? Stay and have a meal. No need. I've already eaten. You go ahead and eat. I need to go work in the field. Shy Yankuan waved his hand, that he couldn't help muttering to himself, she's leaving so soon. Is that okay? Yin Finglian didn't catch the last half of what he said, and asked in confusion, Bachelor Shy, what did you say? Nothing. I have to go. You enjoy your food. With that, he turned and quickly left, seemingly afraid of being stopped by Yin Finglian to ask more questions. Yin Finglian looked puzzled. What's wrong with him? Why is he acting strange? I don't know, but he's always like that. Don't worry about it. Bring some fruits back to thank him later. Okay. The two went back to the house together to have breakfast. Shy Yankuan paused when he reached the field. He looked in the direction of Sunyanku's house, threw away the cigarette butt in his hand, looking displeased. Why do I care about this? Really? She's not my granddaughter. Forget it. To work. With that, he shouldered his hoe and walked towards the mountains. Sunyanku took a 3-hour car ride before entering the county town. As they neared the station, for some reason, she suddenly felt nervous. She was about to see Lin Zhou. 2 nights ago, on the tricycle, she shouted, I like you like crazy. Later, the two of them gazed at each other from a distance, but they hadn't had close contact. Although they had talked on the phone at night, she still felt strange. What should she say to him when she sees him? In what capacity should she meet him now? Or what should she do? Sunyanku's mind was in chaos, but the car wouldn't wait for her. Little miss, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It gets even more intriguing after this. Soon, the car stopped at the station. Sunyanku had no choice but to get off the car. However, Lin Zhou was not there. Sunyanku relaxed a bit, but for some reason, she still felt a bit lost. She didn't even know why she felt that way. She just felt a certain unease in her heart. He promised to come and pick her up. Taking a deep breath, Sunyanku found an excuse for herself. Perhaps something delayed him on the way. When did she become so sentimental? Or should she wait for a while? Thinking this, Sunyanku carried her luggage and walked to the side. There were benches there, and she wanted to sit down and rest. But at that moment, she felt her head being tapped. Then, a familiar voice came from above. Deskmate, what are you doing? Where are you going? It was Lin Zhou. Sunyanku was pleasantly surprised. I was planning to wait over there for you. Why were you going over there? Didn't I not see you just now? I thought. Sunyanku's voice became smaller and smaller. There was a hint of resentment mixed in. Lin Zhou laughed. Did you think I wouldn't come? No. Deskmate, don't forget. I can guess what you're thinking. You. Then why did you intentionally not come? Sunyanku pouted, her voice very soft. Lin Zhou immediately burst into laughter. All right, Deskmate, I just went over there to buy some food for you. Saying that, he handed her the ice cream in his hand. Here, it's hot. Have one. Ice cream, Sunyanku took it happily, but then remember, she seemed to still be angry, so she pouted and said, I don't want to eat ... This look made Lin Zhou burst out laughing again. The deskmate was starting to show her own little temper. It's really good. Little tablemate, do you know what you look like right now? Like what? Like a little discontented woman. Sunyanku suddenly looked up and saw Lin Zhou looking at him with a smile. Her face immediately turned red. No way. Then hurry up and eat. With this indulgent tone, Sunyanku felt embarrassed once again. She forgot about being angry and quickly nodded. Okay. To avoid meeting Lin Zhou's gaze again, she quickly tore open the wrapper and was about to take a bite of the ice cream. Lin Zhou hurriedly stopped her. Hey, slow down. It's cold. Sunyanku, already biting down. The icy sensation instantly reached her taste buds. Sunyanku felt like she was going crazy. She didn't know whether to spit it out or keep it in. Lin Zhou laughed for the third time. I told you to eat slowly, silly. Come on, spit it out. I'll catch it for you. As he spoke, his hand was placed under Sunyanku's mouth. Sunyanku, seeing this, was not willing to really spit it out. It was too embarrassing. She quickly shook her head, closed her eyes tightly, and swallowed it all in one gulp. Finally relieved, she opened her eyes again, ignoring the coldness in her stomach, and forced a smile at Lin Zhou. Heh, all done. Lin Zhou was exasperated. Wait a moment for me. Seeing Lin Zhou about to leave, Sunyanku quickly stopped her. What's wrong? Forgot to bring paper. I'll buy a pack so that a certain little glutton won't have a stomachache later from eating so hastily. Sunyanku was speechless for a moment. It seemed she did eat a bit too quickly. When Lin Zhou walked away, she couldn't help but touch her stomach. Looking at the ice cream in her hand, she became even more angry. Why was she so gluttonous? She had just confessed to Lin Zhou not long ago, and now she had lost all sense of propriety. This was really really let's go, little tablemate, for a meal. Lin Zhou's voice rang out at the station's entrance. Sunyanku quickly nodded and followed. Oh, okay. As they walked out, she realized she hadn't asked, where are we going to eat? We're going to the pedestrian street area. Quan Guoguo, Liu Shiming, Wan Zikan, Fenyans, Wen Cici, Li Xian. And they're all there. Ah, so many people? Yes, they were all there the day before yesterday. Out. Sunyanku suddenly retreated. They're all there. Wouldn't that mean they all saw her confession from the other day? Ah, how embarrassing. This was like a social death scene. She wished she could find a crack to crawl into. Ha ha. Little tablemate, don't worry. They won't bring up what happened the other day. Lin Zhou saw through her thoughts at once. That Sunyanku clearly didn't believe him. Really? Yes. They won't dare. After all, he had given instructions. Whoever brought it up would face his wrath. Okay. That single quotes goat. Sunyanku finally relaxed. Lin Zhou hailed a taxi. When the car stopped, he reached out to hold Sunyanku's hand. But Sunyanku seemed to sense something and quickly evaded. Taking advantage of his distraction, she swiftly got into the car herself. Lin Zhou, let's go. Lin Zhou laughed helplessly. This girl was definitely doing it on purpose. It seemed like she was shy. It made sense, considering that in the few months they had known each other, they had never held hands seriously except when they were pretending to be a couple. And those times were mostly due to his persuasion. There was always a reason to have to hold hands. But now, if he were to hold her hand as a couple, she would probably be embarrassed. It looked like he needed to be patient. With this in mind, Lin Zhou opened the car door and got in. He took a seat in the back as well. As soon as he sat down, Sunyanku unconsciously shifted closer. It was strange. There was enough space for 3 people, but with just the 2 of them, it felt somewhat cramped. She completely ignored the space that could almost fit another person between them. She didn't even remember that even sitting close together before didn't feel like this. After moving, the air still felt tense. Sunyanku then shifted a bit more to feel a bit more comfortable. But she still didn't dare to look at Lin Zhou, seemingly afraid of any strange actions from him. After all, he seemed to want to hold her hand just now. How strange a feeling. Thankfully she had escaped fast. Just the thought of it made her heart uncontrollable. Afraid that Lin Zhou would notice, she slightly opened the window next to her, trying to calm herself. Lin Zhou noticed all these gestures. He didn't move or pressure her. Perhaps transitioning their relationship required an adjustment period. That day, when she bravely confessed, she probably used up all her courage, right? It was fine. He had plenty of time. Let things flow naturally. The car soon stopped in front of a hot pot restaurant. Little readers, there is more to come after this chapter. Click next to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. As Sunyanku got out of the car, she saw Wen Cici, Quan Guoguo, and Li Xian standing at the entrance, waving at her. Behind them were also Fenyans, Liu Shiming, and Wan Zikan. After she got out of the car, the 3 girls quickly came over and surrounded her. Sunyanku, come this way. Let the stinky bows stay together. They soon entered the hot pot restaurant. Lin Zhou watched their backs and shook his head in amusement. He didn't even realize that Liu Shiming and the others had come over. The 3 of them made eye contact, and Liu Shiming, as the representative, patted Lin Zhou on the shoulder. Bro Zhou. Lin Zhou was startled. What's up? Haven't you seen enough? Didn't you watch all the way here on the road? Lin Zhou helplessly replied. You little rascal. Come on. Bro Zhou, don't hit me. So, how far have you gotten with Scholar Sue these days? Did she go back to her hometown? That's right. Didn't she go back to her hometown? Just now on the way. Not even a little hand-holding. No. Really? There was no hand-holding. Bro Zhou, you're not doing well. Should we help you out? What help do you need? Take care of your own business first. Did you get things straight with Quan Guoguo? Are you here to help me? I'm doing just fine. Besides, we need to discuss saving Xiaocheng now. Let's eat. With that, without waiting for a reaction from the three, Lin Zhou strode into the restaurant. The three stared at each other once again. Do you think Bro Zhou is pretending or serious? He's definitely pretending. Who wouldn't want something to happen with a girlfriend? But with Scholar Zhu's personality, she probably wouldn't be willing. Our Bro Zhou doesn't want to force it. He'll probably go along with her. If that's the case, Bro Zhou is really in a tough spot. Definitely. What should we do? Should we help him? Yeah. We should help him. When Lin Zhou entered, a few girls were already seated. There was a large round table with a total of 8 people. The 4 of them were sitting together. Lin Zhou subconsciously was about to sit opposite them, but before he could move, Liu Shiming and a few others called out to him. Hey, Lin Zhou, wait, don't sit here. Lin Zhou was stunned. Before he could react, Liu Shiming called out to Qian Guoguo. Guoguo, come sit in this seat. Next to Qian Guoguo was Sunyanku. Lin Zhou quickly understood Liu Shiming's intention. He wanted to laugh, but he held it back. He didn't stop him either. Although this method was a bit clumsy, fortunately, the girl sitting next to him wasn't very clever in these situations. Maybe it would work. At least it was more effective than actively requesting to sit next to her. It must be said that sometimes brothers are reliable, but Qian Guoguo was a bit confused. How? Why? I want to sit here. I want to sit with Sunyanku. Just found out that Sunyanku was so pretty. She just wanted to communicate more with her sisters. She didn't think further. How? Guoguo. Liu Shiming was a bit speechless. He quickly tried to signal to Qian Guoguo, but Qian Guoguo didn't even look at him. Liu Shiming became a bit anxious. Just when he didn't know what to do, Wang Zikan next to him spoke up. Qian Guoguo, classmate Liu Shiming wants to sit with you. He says he can't eat without you. As he spoke, he also nudged Fan Yunce beside him. Fan Yunce looked stern, reluctant to speak, but he reluctantly agreed. Yes, I've seen couples sitting together on TV. Guoguo, it's not good like this. Qian Guoguo, she and Liu Shiming weren't that close. Just as she was about to speak, Fan Yunce continued, right? Sunyanku, classmate. Sunyanku was briefly puzzled, but quickly, she understood. Right. On TV, they do show couples sitting together. It seems more reasonable. Guoguo, why don't you go over there? Qian Guoguo pouted. Well, then, Sunyanku, let's go shopping after dinner. I know you're worried about Xiaocheng, but now, since we haven't seen him yet, worrying is useless. Let's relax first. When we get there, we can deal with it properly. As the words fell, those around also chimed in. Right, Suzuebo. Let's think about it tomorrow. Let's have fun today. If there are any problems over there, just call us. It's summer vacation, and we are free as well. We will help if we can. What Liu Shiming and Wang Zikan said is also what I want to say. Li Xiannan, when Cici nodded along. Yes, Sunyanku. Besides there's Lin Zhou, he's so clever. He's handled several criminals already. Saving Xiaocheng should be a piece of cake. No need to worry. Sunyanku finally relaxed a bit. Okay then. That's settled. Qian Guoguo then got up and walked over to the seat pointed out by Liu Shiming. As she sat down, Fan Yunce and Wang Zikan also sat on either side of her and Liu Shiming. This pushed Lin Zhou to the back. After sitting down, Liu Shiming realized later, oh, Zhou, sorry. You have to help your brothers, so go sit over there. He pointed to the seat next to Sunyanku. Lin Zhou could only nod helplessly. Okay. Just as Sunyanku also reacted and was about to stand up, she felt it was not right. How did Lin Zhou end up next to her? Would everyone make fun of her later? What should she do? But it seemed She was the one who let Qian Guoguo switch seats. Her mind was in turmoil. She felt like she had fallen into some trap, but couldn't pinpoint it. Sun Yanku felt awkward. She could only quickly sit up straight, not daring to look at Lin Zhou. Before taking a seat, Lin Zhou made a special effort to ask, "Tablemate, I can only sit here, so ... It's okay, it's okay. You go ahead and sit." Everyone was watching, so she couldn't ask Lin Zhou to leave. Also, if couples should sit together ... wasn't it the same for her and Lin Zhou? Realizing this, Sun Yanku felt even more embarrassed. Even Liu Shiming didn't know what to say when he handed over the chopsticks. Luckily, Lin Zhou took them for her. The others laughed as they watched this scene. Finally, Qian Guoguo understood Liu Shiming's intention of calling her. She had wanted to scold Liu Shiming earlier, but now she thought, maybe it was all right this way. Perhaps he should help them too. After all, she and Liu Shiming were set up by them. With that in mind, Qian Guoguo began to make her own plans. They quickly ordered dishes. The spicy hot pot and mushroom soup pot arrived together. Qian Guoguo was in charge of serving the dishes. When the food was cooked, she signaled to everyone, "You can start eating." Everyone began to use their chopsticks. When Qian Guoguo saw that Liu Shiming wasn't paying attention, she quickly added a piece of meat to Liu Shiming's plate. "Here, you eat this." Liu Shiming was surprised, completely stunned. Usually, he prepared food for Qian Guoguo. She had never been so proactive before. He remembered the other day when he was being ridiculous and made such a request, but Qian Guoguo had firmly rejected him and scolded him. What was happening today? Just as he was about to speak, Qian Guoguo said, "Why are you staring blankly? Hurry up and eat. Shouldn't couples do this? I've seen girls on TV feed their boyfriends." Liu Shiming, "Is this how it's done on TV?" Before he could say anything, Wang Zikan beside him also said, "Well, that's how romance novels depict it. It's okay. Hurry and eat." Just as when Cici was about to feed him, her hand froze in midair, unsure of whether to put it down or not. Thankfully, Wang Zikan noticed her. He quickly held out the plate. "Is this for me?" "Thank you." "Ah, you're welcome. I just happen not to like this. But since we're talking about couples, Sun Yanku, shouldn't you feed Lin Zhou?" The topic quickly shifted when Cici felt a little less nervous all of a sudden. But Sun Yanku was nervous. Her hand paused, and she looked confused. "Huh, should I feed Lin Zhou?" "You probably should, right? But... It was so strange to be watched by so many people. What should she do?" Just as she was thinking, Lin Zhou said, "It's okay, no need to feed me. Let's eat. We're all hungry." Everyone rolled their eyes at him. Why was he so uncooperative? Everyone was helping him. Lin Zhou remained quiet. The girl next to him was timid and definitely wouldn't feed him in front of everyone. She had been alert ever since she was tricked into letting Qian Guoguo change seats. But not doing it in public didn't mean she wouldn't do it secretly. They still didn't understand her. She just needed time and courage. Now that the atmosphere had been set, as long as she could relax a bit, it would probably work. The group silently continued their meal. No one noticed that Sun Yanku's eyes occasionally looked at Lin Zhou's plate. Was it really necessary for a girlfriend to feed her boyfriend? If that's the case, then should I also offer to help Lin Zhou? But soon, Sun Yanku realized. It seemed like she was thinking all sorts of nonsense. What girlfriend? No. What helping with dishes? To be in front of so many people and help Lin Zhou with his food? Am I going crazy? In order to prevent others from seeing her small emotions, she quickly picked up a meatball and started eating with her head down. But even after finishing the whole meatball, she still felt something was not right. Just now, when Cici also helped Wang Zikan with his food. When Cici isn't Wang Zikan's girlfriend either, right? Then, should I also not help Lin Zhou with his food in the capacity of a girlfriend? Wouldn't that be more reasonable? With this thought, Sun Yanku suddenly found an excuse. She quickly put down her chopsticks. Taking up a piece of freshly cooked beef roll, she put it in Lin Zhou's plate. As soon as she did this, the whole room fell quiet. Everyone stopped and looked at her. Seeing this, Sun Yanku quickly said, I made a mistake. I don't like this beef roll." After exchanging glances, everyone pretended to understand. "Oh, so you don't like it? All right, Lin Zhou, you have it." Lin Zhou replied without hesitation, "Okay, no problem, I'm not picky." Classmate at the same table, if there's anything else you don't like, give it to me later. "Okay, Deal. After agreeing, Sunyanku quickly lowered her head and started eating the food in front of her. Liu Shiming and Wan Zikan smiled at Lin Zhou. They all acted as if nothing had happened and continued eating. However, from then on, Sunyanku became bolder. Noticing no one was saying anything, she started continuously helping Lin Zhou with his food. It wasn't until they finished the meal that Chen Woguo pulled her to the restroom. Liu Shiming, Wan Zikan, and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha. Lin Zhou, how's that? Feeling good? Indeed. For this meal, I'm treating. This was the happiest meal he had ever eaten. Ha ha. As long as you say that, the bill has already been paid by Wan Zikan. You're going to Nanchuan City tonight, and you'll definitely need money there. Spend your money there. Lin Zhou helplessly replied, I can still afford to pay for a meal. But nobody paid him any attention. After the girls came out of the restroom, they all went shopping together. They didn't say goodbye until the afternoon. Before leaving, they repeatedly emphasized, be sure to contact us when you get there. If anything happens, let us know. We will come. Take care of Nyanku. Only after Lin Zhou agreed did they leave reluctantly. In the following days, Lin Zhou took Sunyanku back home to meet Lin Changjeng and Chen Shulin. They had planned to visit Huyo and Nanchen Yushan, but both of them didn't have a break. They prepared a large suitcase full of food for them. At 6:30 in the evening, Lin Changjeng sent them to the train station. Just before entering the station, Lin Changjeng anxiously gave them a lot of instructions. Only when the train began ticket inspection did Lin Zhou finally interrupt him. Dad, I'll be back soon. I'm not doing anything dangerous, don't worry. Lin Changjeng, feeling agitated, said, How is it not dangerous? How is it not dangerous? I don't know why the police aren't handling these things. Why it has to be you guys? You've just finished the college entrance exams. As he continued talking, tears began to well up in his eyes. Alarmed by the situation, Lin Zhou quickly stopped him. Dad, the police are doing their best to investigate. They haven't caught anyone yet, right? Furthermore, all we're going to do is talk to Xiao Chen. We're not planning to do anything else. Whether those people get caught or not has nothing to do with us. I won't take any risks. Well then, just remember what you said. Once you find Xiao Chen, hurry back with Nyanku. Yes, I will. Lin Changjeng waved his hand. Go. All right. Take care. When I come back, I'll arrange a wedding banquet for you and Chen. Okay. Come back early. You still have to submit your university preferences. Okay. Let's go. Lin Changjeng turned around without looking back at them. Lin Zhou then pushed the suitcase and left for the station with Sunyanku. Just as they were about to enter, Sunyanku was still worried. Lin Zhou, why don't I go by myself? Xiao Chen listens to me. Whatever I say, he will ... Don't say silly things. Without waiting for Sunyanku to finish, Lin Zhou cut her off. If old Lin knew that I let you go by yourself, he wouldn't let me into their house. Even though he looks reluctant to let you go now, by then he might really break my legs. In his eyes, you're like his own daughter, and I'm just someone picked up from the street. So, I have to go with you. For sure. It's settled. Once we find Xiao Chen, we come back immediately. Not a minute longer. It will not be dangerous. Okay. Seeing that she couldn't convince Lin Zhou, Sunyanku could only nod in agreement. At that moment, Lin Changjeng finally turned around. Just as he could no longer see their backs, he sighed deeply, turned around, hand in his pockets, and walked away. After a few steps, he saw a familiar face standing in front of him. Lin Changjeng was stunned. Shulin, what are you doing here? Next, please click on the next page to continue reading. The story gets more exciting. Chen Shulin stepped forward and took his arm. To see you, afraid you can't bear it. How could that be? I just saw them off. I'm going back immediately. Lin Jie. Don't pretend to be strong. Look at how many more wrinkles you have. Lin Changjeng fell silent. Chen Shulin continued. Actually, you could have stopped them. What use would it be to stop them? The children are grown up. They have to have their own ideas. If I stop them this time, what about the next time? If you can keep them a while longer, then do so. No. Let them go. Now he also has a lover. He has to be responsible for that girl. In our Lin family, we won't raise any spineless individuals. I'll live my life to save them. Lin Changjeng smiled and quickened his pace towards home. Chen Shulin also hurried to catch up. I'll accompany you. The train departed punctually at 8 o'clock. Lin Zhou had a lower berth, and this time, Su Nianku had a middle berth while Lin Zhou had the lower one. There were no other passengers in their 6-bed compartment, only the two of them. It was eerily quiet. After snacking for a while, they both lay down around 10 o'clock. The night had fallen, and the lights in the carriage soon dimmed. Su Nianku, who had closed her eyes, couldn't fall asleep for some reason. Last time they went out, it was for the exams in Kyoto. This time, it was a trip to the south. The feelings were entirely different. Perhaps due to the unknown, she felt extremely nervous. She wanted to say something but was afraid of disturbing Lin Zhou. The more she lay there, the more uncomfortable she felt. Unable to resist, Su Nianku turned over. At that moment, she heard Lin Zhou's voice from the lower berth. "Classmate at the same table. Why aren't you asleep yet?" Su Nian was stunned for a moment, then said somewhat surprised, having trouble sleeping. Thinking about Xiaocheng, yet. Not sure how he's doing. Don't worry, Officer Zhou said to let Officer Suli pick us up. He'll update us on Xiaocheng's situation. Officer Suli is Officer Zhou's college classmate. Relax, it should be fine. We'll see Xiaocheng soon. Okay. Su Nian finally felt relieved. Why aren't you sleeping either? Just thinking about things. What things? Nothing. Just feeling somewhat strange. What's strange? Us. What? What's wrong? Speaking of this, Su Nian suddenly felt nervous. How? Classmate, do you have a feeling that we've known each other for a long time? How? It's like we've been with each other for a long time, holding each other in our hearts, and finally meeting and walking together to today. Su Nian was a bit confused. She didn't quite understand Lin Zhou's words. Didn't they just meet over 3 months ago? How could that be a long time? Lin Zhou didn't intend for her to understand. He was just reflecting on the fact that he was actually with her. It was truly miraculous after a lifetime apart. Do you still remember the university you wanted to apply for? Yes. Nanchuan University. Well, we're about to arrive at Nanchuan City. I almost forgot about that. Haha. It's okay. Let's consider it an early visit. After we find Xiaocheng, we can go together to Nanchuan University. Explore the place where we will spend the next 4 years of our lives. Sounds good. As the two chatted, they eventually drifted into dreamland. When they woke up again, it was already bright outside. The train had arrived at the station. The conductor returned their tickets and asked them to disembark. Lin Zhou helped Su Nian carry the luggage and walked out. It was worth mentioning that Nanchuan City's train station looked much more upscale. It was truly a city in the southern province. It looked even newer than Kyoto. Even the exit ticket check had become automatic. Su Nian looked dazed. Lin Zhou chuckled. In a few years, our place will also look like this. How do you know that? Lin Zhou couldn't help but ruffle her hair, because the railway is developing. By then, when we return to Jiangcheng County from here, we won't have to endure an entire night's trip. It will only take 4 or 5 hours. High-speed rail was developing rapidly, but there was still a process to go through. The 2004 railway was really inconvenient. Really? That's great. It will be convenient to go home then. Yes, let's go. Let's find Officer Su. He should be waiting outside. Okay. Su Nian nodded, then obediently followed behind Lin Zhou. She was curious about everything outside. However, she didn't notice that her appearance had caused a commotion at the station. People around couldn't help but stop to look at her. Fortunately, Lin Zhou quickly noticed this. He hurried to her side, blocking the view of others, asserting his authority. Those gazes subdued a little. However, as they walked outside the station, Lin Zhou didn't see anyone who seemed to be coming to pick them up. He furrowed his brow. Yesterday, Officer Zhou specifically called to say that Officer Su would come to pick him up. Although he repeatedly declined, he couldn't resist Officer Zhou's enthusiasm. He said Officer Su had everything arranged. So, he came without making any other arrangements. Could it be that the person didn't come? Lin Zhou picked up his phone, but there were no calls or messages. Su Nian beside him also noticed the anomaly and asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I'll make a call to ask." With that, Lin Zhou directly dialed the number Officer Zhou had sent. However, the phone rang for a while with no answer. His brows furrowed even deeper. It's fine. Lin Zhou. After all, he's a police officer. He might be busy. Let's wait a bit. No rush. Yeah. You're right. If he was really busy and there was no message, it could be excused. After thinking for a moment, Lin Zhou edited a text message. Hello, Officer Zhou. I'm Lin Zhou. I've arrived. If it's convenient for you to respond, if you're busy, you don't need to come pick us up. We'll find our way. Thank you. Sorry to trouble you. Then he found a spot by the roadside and sat down. And they waited for half an hour. No one came, and there were no messages. Due to the long journey overnight, Sunayan's stomach began to growl. She quickly covered her stomach, looking embarrassed as she glanced at Lin Zhou. I didn't mean to. It's okay. Let's go eat. We'll eat and wait. Lin Zhou insisted and pulled Sunan to a nearby breakfast shop where they ordered buns and soy milk. While eating, his phone rang. Thinking it was Officer Su, he quickly answered, but it turned out to be a message from Wang Hanli. Lin Zhou, I heard you went to catch the bad guys. There's nothing I can do to help, so I wired you 100,000. Use it as part of your bonus this month. Lin Zhou was taken aback. He then saw another message from Wang Hanli. Oh, by the way, Boss Li Qiansheng also sent over 20,000. He said he's busy these days. The store has been making good money since opening. He wants you to use it first. Also, Boss Liu Li Liang also sent 50,000. If you need more, let us know. Lin Zhou, you have quite a business here. Ha ha, I didn't even know. I specifically looked it up for you. These two are good people. You can collaborate in the long run. Don't worry. Lin Zhou chuckled. He was worried as his funds were running low. This was good news. So, he quickly replied, okay, thank you, and please thank them for me. Seeing this, Sunan curiously looked at him. What's wrong? Did Officer Su message back? Is he busy? No. It's a friend. Let's eat first, and after that, I'll call Officer Su. If he's truly busy, we'll find a place to stay ourselves. Oh, that works. Sunan agreed, but as she took a bite of the bun, a voice of a man came from the door. Lin Zhou, Sunan, it's you guys, right? Looking at the photo, it's indeed you two. You two? Really? Didn't we agree to meet at the station square? How did you end up here? It was hard to find you. I'm quite busy. Kids these days, clueless. Quickly finish eating and get ready. I have something to do later. Sunan turned her head with suspicion, gazing at him. Lin Zhou also looked puzzled. Then he saw the man casually sitting next to them saying, oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Su Li, Officer Zhou's classmate. Lin Zhou and Su Nianku quickly stood up as soon as they heard. Politely bowing, Lin Zhou said, hello, Officer Su. Su Nianku added an explanation. We were just. Su Li waved his hand. No need to explain. And no need to deliberately establish a relationship with me. Lao Zhou has already told me about your situation in advance. I can help you, but first, you cannot interfere with my official duties. In other words, if there is a conflict with our matters, you must prioritize us. Do you understand? Lin Zhou and Su Nianku exchanged a glance, nodding. Yes, we understand. Good then. Finish eating these in 3 minutes and leave. Su Li gestured towards the food on the table. Su Nianku quickly grabbed 2 bags from the side and packed the buns. Officer Su, we won't eat. We can leave now. Lin Zhou frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. Just nodded. Thank you, Officer Su. Let's go. Su Li was also not polite with them and quickly left the door, signaling them to get in the car. Lin Zhou then noticed a police car parked at the door. Is this to take you to the hotel? Lao Zhou instructed me to take good care of you, right? It's on the way as we have some business there. Lin Zhou then saw there was a driver in the car, slightly older than Su Li. Seeing them, he smiled kindly. Hello, young students, I'm Lu Mingzhou. You can call me Uncle Lu. It seemed like he was easier to approach than Su Li. Lin Zhou also nodded and politely responded. Hello, Uncle Lu. Well, get in the car. Don't learn from Officer Su. He is always in a rush and has a lot on his plate. Before Lu Mingzhou could finish his sentence, Su Li shouted, Oh Lu, why are you chatting with them? Let's go. There's a lot to do. Ha ha. Okay. Let's go. The car didn't even honk. After about 20 minutes, they arrived and stopped. Lin Zhou got out of the car and saw a small in ahead named Baijie. Su Li opened the car door, about to give some instructions, and the phone rang. He waved them off, indicating Lin Zhou and Su Nianku to go inside by themselves and went to answer the call. Lin Zhou and Su Nianku glanced at each other again, didn't hesitate and got out of the car. Instead, Lu Mingzhou hurried over to help them with their luggage. You see, I told you Officer Su is always busy. He has arranged everything for you. Go in, take a rest, and when he's done, Officer Su will come to you. Okay. Thank you, Uncle Lu. You're welcome. Go on inside. Lu Mingzhou smiled, then waved at them. As he turned away, Sun Yanku couldn't resist but ask, Uncle Lu, can I ask you some questions? Of course, go ahead. About my brother. Seeing Lu Mingzhou furrow his brows, she quickly added, my brother is Suma Chen. Oh, I'm not sure about that. I only heard Officer Su mention it once. He didn't report it, right? Yes. It's a bit difficult then. He might be mixed up with the other sign. We're casting a wide net, and once he's caught, we might find your brother. Before Lu Mingzhou could say more, Su Li's urgent voice came from the other side. Old Lu, hurry, it's urgent. Lu Mingzhou quickly said goodbye to them. When Officer Su comes to you, let him explain properly. I have urgent matters to attend to now. I must leave. Before Lin Zhou and Sun Yanku could react, he quickly closed the door, and the car disappeared from their sight. Sun Yanku felt a bit lost. Lin Zhou quickly reassured her. Don't worry. Big cities are indeed busy. They will inform us when they have news. I know. Let's go inside. Yes. Taking the luggage from Sun Yanku's hand, Lin Zhou entered the inn. Baijia Inn lived up to its name as a small inn, with a shabby front desk where a middle-aged lady seemed to be watching TV. When she saw them approaching, her eyes lit up. She seemed to be switching between watching TV and looking at them, feeling that the TV characters weren't as good-looking as the two of them. Lost in her thoughts, she didn't notice Sun Yanku had already handed over their ID cards. Sun Yanku had to call out, Auntie, oh, here I am. The lady finally heard the call and took the ID cards, her smile still lingering at the corner of her eyes. Lin Zhou, Sun Yanku, is that your names? Yes, they confirmed. Is he your boyfriend? Sun Yanku was taken aback, ready to refute. He is not. But before she could finish, she hesitated. She already confessed. He heard it too. How could she deny it now? Shouldn't she acknowledge it now? But these words Sun Yanku hesitated for a while and couldn't say a word following he is. Lin Zhou watched her and chuckled. At this moment, his table companion looked particularly cute. He had the impulse to hug her. Therefore, he didn't explain for her and wanted to hear her response. Seeing this, the lady smiled and said, all right, I got it. Now about the room just about to say something, she suddenly remembered something she had seen in a drama a few days ago. She then changed the topic. We only have one room left. Young lady, what should we do? Do you mind sharing a room with your boyfriend? Sun Yanku was stunned again. She could hardly believe it and looked at the lady uncomprehendingly. What? Sharing a room, meaning that she would have to share a room with Lin Zhou tonight? Is this too? The lady, even more delighted, continued to smile and gestured to Lin Zhou. Then she said, yes, we only have one room left. You can only stay together with your little boyfriend. You also should be willing, right? Sun Yanku panicked and was at a loss. She hadn't fully switched to the identity of Lin Zhou's girlfriend yet. How could she already share a room with him? Is this too fast? What should she do now? Her mind was in chaos. She felt she couldn't think straight anymore. Sun Yanku gripped a suitcase tightly, feeling flustered. At this moment, Lin Zhou's light laughter suddenly sounded next to her. All right, Auntie. Don't tease her. Give us 2 rooms. 1 room is not suitable. My little table companion is not even 18 yet. Sun Yanku's birthday is in the second half of the year, in October. It's only June now, so she's definitely not yet 18 years old. When she heard this, she was momentarily stunned. Before she could react, her older sister laughed and said, you little guy. What's going on? I'm helping you out, you know. All right, 2 rooms, side by side. Take them. Taking the room key, Lin Zhou then called out to the dazed Sun Yanku. Let's go, my deskmate. Oh, okay. Sun Yanku was a bit bewildered, but still followed Lin Zhou as he walked ahead. The older sister watched their figures and couldn't help but laugh again. He's a good young man. Hey girl, you have to cherish him. Don't let other girls steal him away. He looks so handsome and nice, not easy to come by. Sunyanku listened in a daze. She dared not look back, hastening her pace towards the stairs. I got it. The room was on the 3rd floor, with no elevator. Linjo had intended to help Sunyanku with her luggage, but she suddenly found some strength and ran off with it herself. Linjo could only helplessly chase after her from behind. Deskmate, slow down. After finally reaching the 3rd floor, Sunyanku went straight to her room. Without looking back, she quickly closed the door, not giving Linjo a chance to speak. Linjo felt very helpless, so he had to call out at the door. Deskmate, take a rest for a while. I'll call you out later. Maybe we can find some news about Xiaocheng. Okay. Sunyanku agreed, and Linjo then opened the room next to hers. In the city of Nanchuan, a police car was speeding ahead. Suli finally hung up the phone and slumped wearily in the back seat. He ran away again. Damn it, he ran away again. Really driving me crazy. Just like a rat. Lan Munjo was driving while asking, is it Modelon's gang again? Who else could it be? They've been on our turf for a few months now. Every time just when we're about to catch them, they run away. Haven't even seen their faces yet. It's really pissing me off. Don't worry. These people are cunning. Take it slow. How slow can we be? We've received many calls for help, but it's no use. They just disappear. Whoever goes in gets brainwashed. It's really frustrating. Well, Officer Su, what about those 2 kids today? Are you just going to leave them at the hotel? Why bother with them? 2 brats, trying to get into some scam. If they contact the wrong people, they'll be scammed for sure. Let them stay at the hotel. But aren't they here to find someone? Those who get scammed in, isn't it to find relatives in Nanchuan? That's true. This scam works like this. Relatives scamming relatives, friends scamming friends. Everyone who goes in gets brainwashed, squeezed dry of value, and required to scam the next person. It's like a chain reaction. But didn't you promise your old classmate? I made a promise, but when we rescue them, we'll make sure they leave quickly. What if we can't rescue them? Then we'll let them stay for a couple of days and say they've gone missing, and then let them go. Suli was getting impatient and rubbed his forehead. Lan Munjo noticed his movement through the rearview mirror and continued, didn't you say your classmate Mensch and that those 2 are very smart? Top students, national champions, good seeds from Tsinghua University and Kyoto University. So what? Smart or not, they're still kids. Look at them. Naive. They'll be scammed once they're out. Besides, can those credentials be trusted now? These top students from small places, aren't they just using connections? Suli rubbed his forehead again. I think over at Zhongchen, they really need a top student. They're pushing it hard. Good academic performance. No denying that, but academics don't represent everything. You can't say that. Your classmate said it himself. Oh, old Lant. Don't get hung up on this. I never intended to deal with them. Just hope they don't cause trouble for me. Let's go back to the station for a meeting. All right. Lan Munjo didn't want to say anything more. He turned the car around and headed to the police station. After entering the room, it took a while for Sunyanku to calm her pounding heart, but she soon grew anxious again. They were already in Nanchuan, but still no news at Xiaocheng. What to do? After a moment of hesitation, she stepped out. She walked to the next room, knocked on Lin Zhou's door. The door opened, and she saw Lin Zhou standing there, wearing a white bathrobe, towel rubbing his hair. His hair still dripping slightly. Clearly just finished showering. Sunyanku was flustered. Ah, Lin Zhou, I didn't mean to. You go first, go first. It's fine. I'm done showering. Come in. I'll just dry my hair. No need. I'll wait outside for you. Without waiting for Lin Zhou's response, Sunyanku quickly pushed him back into the room. Then she promptly closed his door. After doing all this, she quickly patted her chest. Somehow, her heart started pounding again. The image of Lin Zhou just now flashed in her mind. So strange. She wanted to hug him. This thought startled her, and she quickly shook her head, trying to push that image away. But she was deeply puzzled. What's going on? Why did she feel so nervous seeing Lin Zhou now? It's like, Deskmate. I'm done. Lin Zhou's voice suddenly came from behind. He had changed into a white shirt, loose jeans, and white sneakers. Although his hair was partially dry, dangling wet strands could be seen. From her angle, she could see his perfect profile, and the distinct jawline with the well-defined Adam's apple. Sunyanku was dumbstruck. Lin Zhou curiously looked at her. What's the matter? Why are you staring? I. Realizing her reaction, Sunyanku quickly covered her eyes. Looking flustered, she said, No. No, you go back, dry your hair and come out again. Go quickly, you can't go out like this. What if other girls see him like this? No. Absolutely not. Can't go out. Lin Zhou was a bit puzzled. Is it related to hair? Yes. Yes. Go dry it quickly. Seeing Lin Zhou moving, Sunyanku became a bit anxious. Lin Zhou finally understood Sunyanku's point, but he decided to tease her a bit. But I always go out like this. After all, he was a man. He didn't pay much attention to these details. You can't do that in the future. Sunyanku seemed a bit anxious. She put her hands down and quickly said, feeling it was inappropriate. Covering her eyes again, she urged, hurry up. Lin Zhou chuckled and nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you from now on. After saying this, he went back into the room. Sunyanku finally breathed a sigh of relief. After waiting a few more minutes, Lin Zhou finished drying his hair and came out. He looked at Sunyanku with a playful smile. How's this? Is this okay? Yes. It's fine. Sunyanku finally seemed satisfied. That's more like it. Good. Let's go. Where? Sunyanku asked subconsciously, but before Lin Zhou could answer, she continued. I just thought, we gave the dog's location information to Officer Zhou, and Officer Zhou should have told Officer Su. But from what Officer Su said, it seems like there was little progress. In other words, they've probably changed their hideout. Now, Officer Su seems busy. Maybe we can check with the police station first to understand the situation before making other plans. As she finished speaking, there was no response from Lin Zhou. It seemed like he had been watching her the whole time. Sunyanku lowered her head in embarrassment. Did I say something wrong? What should we do then? You're right. Lin Zhou interrupted her. Your thoughts are correct. Let's go to the police station now. But earlier you were. Sunyanku's voice trailed off as she spoke. Lin Zhou couldn't help but laugh. Classmate, do you know, when you seriously think about a problem, you're especially charming. So, in the future, think more. Okay. Sunyanku was puzzled, seeming not to understand Lin Zhou's meaning. Lin Zhou continued. You were always smart, but you were afraid, so you never showed it. You don't need to be afraid at all. All your analyses are correct. If it were me, I would do the same. So, don't doubt yourself. Classmate, if one day I'm not by your side, do what you want according to your thoughts and wait for me. Got it? Sunyanku listened, looking bewildered. After a moment of contemplation, she gazed earnestly at Lin Zhou. You won't be by my side. Everything else seemed unimportant. She only heard that sentence. If one day I'm not by your side, why wouldn't he be by her side? If that were the case, a sudden panic rose in Sunyanku's heart. She didn't know where this panic came from but felt like she couldn't accept such an outcome. It hurt her heart deeply. I mean if. Classmate, just if. Seeing the situation wasn't right, Lin Zhou quickly explained. There's no special situation. I will definitely be by your side. Even if I'm not there, I'm on my way to you. Just remember, do what you want and wait for me. Do you understand? Sunyanku was stunned again. After a while, she finally seemed to understand Lin Zhou's words. So, she earnestly nodded. Okay, I understand. Well, let's go. Lin Zhou smiled, ruffled her hair, and then walked downstairs. The Huan District Police Station wasn't far from the Baijia Hotel. Lin Zhou asked a front desk for directions and led Sunyanku, walking for about 15 minutes until they arrived. Without hesitation, they went inside. The police station was spacious, much larger than the Jiangcheng County Police Station, with many working personnel inside, but they were all busy walking around, seeming occupied. The two stood for a while, but no one paid attention to them. So, Lin Zhou had to randomly stop a person. Excuse me, I'm busy. If you had any questions, wait for the staff over there to come and ask them. The person pointed in a direction, then quickly left. Lin Zhou followed the direction and only then noticed a consultation counter nearby, but it was empty. He had no choice but to sit with Sunyanku on the bench nearby the consultation counter. After another 10 minutes, a policewoman walked over. The two quickly stood up and walked towards her. Hello, we are Lin Zhou and Sunyanku from the Jiangcheng County in the Danyuan province. Lin Zhou. The policewoman paused. Are you here to look for someone? Su something? Su Macheng. Oh, right. It's Suma Cheng. Officer Su told me about it. You should ask him about this matter, but he's busy, and we wanted to know first. You won't find that information here. I checked Suma Cheng for Officer Su before. After he came to Nanchuan, there are no records. You said he was scammed, but with no evidence or clues, and despite our efforts, this side didn't find anything. Officer Su is in charge, and only he knows the specifics. To be continued. The policewoman nodded. The situation seems rather bleak. According to past practice, it should take a long discussion. So, sister, can you tell us about this fraud case? Or, where do they usually commit these crimes? Lin Zhou wanted to get some information from her words. But the policewoman didn't give him a chance at all. Well, if Officer Su doesn't want to tell you, then I probably can't say either. Okay. Thank you. This was also their way of doing things, to avoid affecting the progress of the case, which was understandable. Lin Zhou didn't ask any more questions and left the police station with Su Nianku. They walked in silence. Neither of them spoke. After about 5 minutes, Su Nianku couldn't help but speak up. Lin Zhou, how about we call my cousin Doggy? Now that there seems to be no progress with Officer Su, maybe Doggy can tell us something. Sure. Let's make the call then. Su Nianku took out a notebook to record the number. Lin Zhou also took out his phone and handed it to Su Nianku. You make the call. Su Nianku hesitated for a moment, then heard Lin Zhou say, "Don't be afraid. Go ahead." Okay. Su Nianku nodded seriously. Lin Zhou was right. Since she knew Doggy, it would be better for her to make the call. If Lin Zhou made the call, it might raise suspicions. She carefully opened her phone and dialed the number. After dialing, she heard a ringing tone. Su Nianku felt relieved that the call was connected, but miraculously, it quickly turned into a busy tone. Su Nianku frowned, looking puzzled at Lin Zhou. Seemingly, she didn't know what to do next. Try calling again, Lin Zhou suggested. Without hesitation, Su Nianku redialed the number. This time, there wasn't even a ringing tone. It went straight to a busy signal. Su Nianku was getting anxious. No one's answering. They must have become cautious. This route may not work anymore. What should we do then? Should we just wait for Officer Su? But I feel like Officer Su doesn't want to tell us anything. I just want to see Xiao Cheng and send him home. Don't worry, little desk partner. Lin Zhou quickly reassured her. Let me think. There must be another way. Trust me. Just don't worry for now. For some reason, hearing this, Su Nianku's previously annoyed heart suddenly calmed down. She took a deep breath and nodded. Okay, I won't rush. We'll find Xiao Cheng. I'll think of a solution. Let's think of another way. Good. Lin Zhou reached out, ruffled her hair, then held her hand and walked forward. This time, Su Nianku didn't resist. She let Lin Zhou lead the way, but she felt a bit heavy-hearted. Lin Zhou also felt a bit frustrated along the way. He had thought things would go smoothly, but hurdles kept cropping up unexpectedly. Officer Su seemed to underestimate them, and was trying to evade their questions. It was understandable. No one would trust 18-year-old kids to get involved in such a big matter. He understood that, but now the question was, what should he do next? How could he see Xiao Cheng? He also realized that he was somewhat unfamiliar with the locals in Nanchuan City from his past life. Deep in thought, Lin Zhou suddenly felt like someone was watching them. He lifted his head and saw a familiar figure in the crowd, not far ahead. Startled, Lin Zhou subconsciously wanted to walk over. But he quickly realized a problem. Su Nianku was still beside him, and there were too many people around. Lin Zhou couldn't ensure her safety if he went over there. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Zhou said, "Little desk partner." Su Nianku, lost in thought, was completely unaware of what was happening. She raised her head, looking puzzled at Lin Zhou. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. We're at the hotel entrance. You go back first, I'll go buy some fruits." Fruits? Yes, I heard the fruits here are fresher than the ones in Zhangcheng County. Oh, can I come with you? No need. I just noticed there aren't any nearby. It's a bit far. I didn't sleep last night. You rest, and I'll call you out to eat when I'm done. Okay. Be careful then. Go inside quickly. Lin Zhou stood still, watching Su Nianku enter the hotel, then waved goodbye. He turned and walked towards the front. The crowd had distanced themselves from him, and he turned into a bustling street. As they turned down an alley, surrounded by a crowd, Lin Zhou still locked onto his target. He quickly rushed over and tapped the person on the shoulder before they could react. Hey, Suma Cheng. The person heard the voice and instantly sprang up, not even looking back, quickly slitting away from Lin Zhou's grasp. Why are you running? Stop. Lin Zhou instinctively wanted to chase him, but suddenly a group of people approached, seemingly coordinated, subtly blocking his path and making it difficult for him to pass through. As his speed slowed down, by the time he looked up again, the people had vanished without a trace. Lin Zhou frowned. Was it a criminal gang? If officers who couldn't catch them, was it because they escaped to this place? Lin Zhou thought it was time to inform Officer Su. Thinking this, Lin Zhou quickly pulled out his phone. On the other side, Suma Cheng was almost going crazy. He was panting heavily, squatting on the ground. The people around him saw his condition and were puzzled. What's wrong? Why did you run so fast? Who was that person just now? A police officer? No. No, he's not a police officer. He's someone I know. Huh, someone you know. Then why did you run? Why didn't you say so? We could have brought him here directly. Suma Cheng, you haven't completed this month's mission yet. Isn't this a perfect opportunity? Suma Cheng quickly shook his head. No. No, this person can't come here. Why not? Are you afraid he won't listen to us? We're here to make big money. Who would have a problem with that? Hurry. Go find him. No. Please, not yet. Suma Cheng quickly held on to the man next to him. At this moment, he had regained some strength. He's not the right fit. Let me find someone else. Why isn't he a good fit? You. Oh, come on. How are you going to make big money like this? If you don't complete the mission, you won't get paid this month. If you don't get paid, how are you going to support your sister? Isn't she going to college? Suma Cheng fell silent. Yes, my sister needs to go to college. A lot of money is required. But how could Lin Zhou be here? If he's here, where's my sister? Could she be here too? What are you doing? Why didn't you call me first when you found someone? Look, the person has escaped again. You really are. I knew Lao Zhou was just fooling around. What kind of model student? Helping catch the bad guys. The heart of wanting to create stars in Jiangcheng County is really. Forget it. I don't feel like talking to you anymore. Starting today, you stay in the hotel and don't come out. When we catch the person here, you better hurry up and take your girlfriend and leave. Success is not enough. Su Li angrily stood on the roadside berating. Across from him stood Lin Zhou, who had been silent all along. When he called Lin just now, he said he had already received some news and was on his way. He told Lin not to move around randomly and not to disturb them, but it was too late. Perhaps Suma Cheng had discovered them. When Su Li found their temporary base, it was empty. No one was there. Lin Zhou was also helpless. Officer Su, maybe I can explain. Shut up. I don't want to hear you talk. Lao Lu, let's go. Retreat. He shouted, and the team members around him immediately got into the car and left. Lu Mingzhou also agreed, but before getting into the car, he patted Lin Zhou's shoulder and comforted him. Don't mind, Officer Su. I know. Wanting to catch people, I was wrong just now. I shouldn't have come here to find Zi Cheng and alert the enemy. It's okay. We've tried so many times before and haven't caught anyone, right? Lu Mingzhou smiled. It's not your fault. But why isn't your girlfriend with you? She's waiting for me at the hotel. Oh. I see. That's a shame. Lu Mingzhou murmured something, but his voice was very soft for the second half. Lin Zhou didn't hear clearly, and he asked in confusion. Uncle Lu, what did you say? Nothing. I said Nanchuan is very bustling, much more than where you are. You should bring her out more to see the world. A young girl like her should see more of the world before going to university, to avoid being deceived. Ha. Okay. Thank you. You're welcome. Let's go first. Lu Mingzhou waved his hand, turned around, and got into the car. Lin Zhou didn't hesitate either. He turned and walked towards the hotel. When passing by a fruit shop, he walked over to the owner. Boss, give me some fruit. Okay. He said to the young companion to buy the fruit. It wouldn't be good to go back empty-handed. After buying, he paid and carried a large bag of fruit, continuing to walk forward. As he walked, he seemed to sense a pair of eyes looking at him. Lin Zhou furrowed his brows and looked over. This time, it wasn't Suma Chen, but a girl who was around the same age. The girl was thin, and her clothes were somewhat worn out. She huddled alone in a corner, looking a bit scared. But when she saw the fruit in Lin Zhou's hand, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva, begging for food. Why is an adult like her looking like Zhou Zhaojiao? Thinking of that little girl, Lin Zhou felt a bit soft-hearted. After hesitating for a moment, he took out a banana from his hand and handed it to her. Want to eat? The girl retreated warily, but her eyes still looked nervous. Lin Zhou placed the banana not too far from her, then took out 2 apples and an orange. Take them if you want to eat. I have things to do and need to go. Finish eating and go home early. It's not safe for a girl your age to be outside alone. After saying this, he turned and walked forward, but halfway through, the girl stopped him. Brother, can I borrow your phone? Lin Zhou was stunned. The girl said again, I want to call home. I'm homesick. Sob. Seeing this, Lin Zhou had no choice but to take out his phone from his pocket. Use it. Okay. Thank you. The girl happily walked over and took the phone. She quickly dialed a number. Hello, Dad. It's me, Xiao Yu. Sob. Seeing something was off, Lin Zhou walked a few steps away, giving the girl enough privacy. After crying for who knows how long, the girl finally handed the phone back to him. Thank you, brother. You're welcome. Contact your family once you've reached them, Lin Zhou said before continuing to walk ahead. He didn't see that after he left, the girl's eyes brightened. She quickly ran to the side of the fruit, picked up the banana, peeled it, and started stuffing it into her mouth. After taking a big bite and feeling a bit better, she turned her head and looked in Lin Zhou's direction. Is he living here? He's so handsome. In the suburbs of Nanchuan City, inside an old abandoned building, a bald man was currently berating his subordinates. What's going on? How did the news leak again? Are we supposed to change places multiple times until you're satisfied? What are you guys doing? Do you really think a hiding place is so easy to find? Beside him, a man in a neat suit hastily. On the second floor below the bald man's room, in a huge room resembling a classroom, many things are neatly arranged, including kitchenware, bowls and chopsticks, baskets, bamboo mats, and quilts. There are also many computers and cables. Among them, bamboo mats and quilts are the most common. They are all folded into tofu-like blocks, appearing very neat. In the empty space not occupied by equipment, several rows of people are standing neatly. Just out of the bald man's room, Liu Shaoxian is now standing in front of them, speaking confidently to them. Due to some unexpected circumstances, we have to change to another place. But don't worry, our company will always be there. You should all know, our boss has always believed that a harsh environment can mold strong individuals, so our requirements are strict. That's why we chose this place. The environment here is relatively quiet. The overall atmosphere is suitable for work, although the conditions aren't too great. But I believe that all of you can uphold the company's ideals, work hard, and thriftily. Now, take some rest. When it's time, we will distribute phones to everyone. Remember to inform your families of your safety. Tell them you're doing well, and introduce more people to come work with us. Also, I have obtained a new batch of wealthy clients list. They are all potential customers of ours. The young men will be responsible for setting up computers and cables, while the ladies will be responsible for contacting them. If they are wealthy women, then the men will contact them. Remember, make sure they invest in our little games. Make money, make money, make money. Our headquarters technical support will provide us with the best support, and when we receive the money, everyone will share the profits. Like Wang Mo, he has already earned 20,000 in commission this month. Can you make that much money elsewhere? No one answered. But Liu Shaoxiang didn't feel awkward at all. He shouted to the team, Wang Mo, you answer. Soon, a guy with a crew cut responded, well, no, I only earn 1,000 outside, right? How many years have you been working? 3 years. Hasn't your salary increased? It has. I started with 800. Listen. 3 years of work and only 1,000 a month. Is that enough? Not enough. Wang Mo's voice grew louder. Liu Shaoxiang continued. So, what should you do now? Work hard. Earn money. Do good work. Yes. Work hard. Earn money. Motivate your colleagues. Yes. Liu Shaoxiang nodded. After 20 minutes of motivational speech, he finally stopped. All right, disperse. Those who need to cook, cook. Those who need to clean, clean. Everyone agree. Someone quickly went to the tableware and picked up the mantou and salted vegetables, continuing with today's meal preparations. Another person picked up the broom to start cleaning, and some prepared to assemble computers. Sima Cheng was among them. He had just picked up the broom when he heard Liu Shaoxian calling his name. Sima Cheng, come over here. Sima Cheng hurriedly ran over and stood upright, looking serious. What's wrong, Brother Khan? Liu Shaoxian smiled and adjusted Sima Cheng's collar, saying, do well. I heard you are in need of money. As long as you work hard, I guarantee that by the time your sister starts school, you will have her tuition and living expenses. Okay. Thank you, Brother Khan. You're welcome. But I heard that your sister came to Nanchuan. Sima Cheng was shocked and couldn't believe it. Brother Khan, how did you know? Ha. What don't I know? Otherwise, how could I manage such a big company? Sima Cheng didn't doubt. Yes, she's here, but I haven't dared to go see her, afraid. Why? Sima Cheng lowered his head, feeling embarrassed. I sneaked out without telling her. Oh, I see. No problem. I did the same back then. Ha. Really? Of course, but I went back with money, and my sister was very happy. Brother Khan, you're amazing. Ha. You can do it too in the future. Thank you. Brother Khan. You're welcome. Go on now. Okay. Sima Cheng turned around happily but was called by Liu Shaoxian again. Oh, Su, one more thing. Do you think your sister would be willing to take a summer job? We also accept short-term workers here. You can ask her. After all, making money together is faster than doing it alone. But don't worry. If you earn money together, she will be happy for you. Oh, she will? Will she? Definitely. Don't you want your sister to see how capable you are now? Sima Cheng was still hesitant, but Liu Shaoxian didn't give him a chance to hesitate. He directly took out 500 yuan and handed it to Sima Cheng. Take this. Have a meal with your sister. This. Brother Khan, don't be polite. I heard you only brought a few dollars when you arrived. I know times are tough for everyone, so let's earn money together. Hurry. Go. Sima Cheng smiled brightly. Thank you, Brother Khan. By the way, don't worry about Ma Xiaoyu. She just called me and said she wants to go home. Since she had good performance this month, I gave her a break. Once she's done having fun, she come back. Can she do that? Of course. Although we have strict regulations, we have a flexible working system. When you earn money, I will also give you a break. Okay. Sima Cheng nodded happily again. After chatting with Liu Shaoxian, he walked away with 500 yuan, smiling to himself in secret. He was so happy. This was the first money he earned after coming out because he was too young and no place was willing to take him. He was rejected all around Nanchuan City. The lack of money even led him to wander outside for 2 days. Finally, when cousin Wang Mo was completed with his work, he found him. After starting work here, he also met sister Xiaoyu. She was extremely kind to him, always caring and loving. Because of them, he felt slightly better. Before this, Sima Cheng had never thought that work could be so difficult, nor had he ever thought that his luck could be so good. With this in mind, as long as he worked hard, he would definitely be able to earn money for his sister. His sister studied so well, she must be able to go to a very good university. His sister deserved the best. He just had to do something for his sister to make her proud. Sima Cheng smiled, tears suddenly streaming down his cheeks. Sun Yanku had been waiting in the room for quite some time already, but Lin Zhou had not returned yet. She was starting to feel anxious. After all, she was in an unfamiliar place, and for some reason, she had a sense that something was about to happen. However, Lin Zhou had instructed her to wait in a room for him. His words were to be followed. Yet, she was still worried. After thinking for a while, Sun Yanku couldn't resist standing up. She decided to go out and take a look. To her surprise, as soon as she opened the door, she saw Lin Zhou standing at the entrance with fruits in hand, as if knocking on the door. Seeing her, he seemed somewhat surprised. What's wrong? Are you going out? No. Not at all. Sun Yanku quickly shook her head. Just the kettle in my room is broken, so I wanted to go ask the lady at the front desk for a replacement. Oh, it's not a problem. The kettle in my room is fine. You can use mine if you need to. Oh, okay. Sun Yanku nodded, afraid that Lin Zhou might actually go get it. She quickly changed the subject. Wow, so many bananas. Yeah, the fruit vendor is quite far. I walked for a while, Linjo explained. No wonder. I thought. Sunyanku stopped herself midway through her sentence. Linjo humorously tapped her head. Thought what? Stop overthinking and come eat some bananas. Okay, Sunyanku smiled happily. But soon, she realized a serious problem. Where should she eat? In Linjo's room. Before she could figure out what to do, Linjo opened his own room door. Come on in. Sunyanku was taken aback, unsure of how to refuse. Should she share a room with Linjo? Remembering their previous competition, where they had stayed in the same room, why did it feel completely different this time? She seemed more nervous. Could it be because their relationship had changed? Was Linjo now considered her boyfriend? Sharing a room with a boyfriend? Sunyanku found it all very strange. Just as she was unsure of what to do, she heard Linjo's voice again. Classmate, what are you thinking about? Startled, Sunyanku looked up to see Linjo standing beside her, looking down at her closely. This posture, almost instinctively, Sunyanku took a step back. I'll close the door. You didn't close it when you came in. Linjo chuckled, seeing her face turning red like an apple. If he didn't explain further, she might misunderstand. Oh, just close the door. Yes, what else could we do? Yet, she had definitely misunderstood. Sunyanku finally breathed a sigh of relief. No. There's nothing we could do. Okay. There's a chair over there. Have a seat. Linjo pointed ahead, and Sunyanku quickly nodded and sat down. Then she picked up a banana while saying, Thank you. Linjo couldn't help but smile. He sat down on the bed beside her. Watching her, he couldn't resist saying, Don't worry, Xiaocheng will be safe. Otherwise, the police station would have informed us. No news is good news. Linjo decided not to tell Sunyanku about seeing Sumacheng just now, fearing she would worry even more. But he wanted to comfort her a little. This girl was under a lot of pressure now. Oh, I wonder how he's doing right now, if he can even get any bananas. Sunyanku sighed. He should be able to, right? Considering the development here in Nanchuan, bananas are common and affordable everywhere. Linjo said. Really? Sunyanku smiled. Linjo nodded. Yes, really. That's great. When I find him and bring him back, I'll buy him lots and lots of bananas, Sunyanku happily said. Okay. As she finished peeling a banana, Sunyanku handed it to Linjo with a smile, then took out another one for herself. Just as Linjo was about to take a bite, he noticed that Sunyanku was peeling much faster. Perhaps because she was in a good mood. After peeling it, she quickly brought it to her lips and took a gentle bite. Linjo, sitting on her side, happened to see her perfect profile. Her blushing cheeks were cute and lovely. Along with that action, he suddenly felt a rush of heat. At his age, with youthful vigor, Linjo was at a loss for words and quickly stood up to alleviate his embarrassment. Startled by his sudden move after eating a bite of banana, Sunyanku curiously asked, What's wrong? Nothing. Linjo didn't dare to meet her gaze and walked over to the window, staring outside, as if it could calm him down. But Sunyanku was unaware of what had just happened and followed him over. What's outside? Is it lively? The girl's fragrance wafted into his nostrils, making Linjo freeze once more. Before he could reply, Sunyanku spoke again. Why aren't you eating? Linjo just realized that he hadn't even taken a bite of the banana in his hand. He quickly nodded. Oh, right, I'll eat it now. I'll eat it now. Linjo tried to bring the banana to his mouth. Just as he was about to take a bite, he heard the girl laugh lightly. If you don't like it, don't force yourself. Did she think he didn't like it? Linjo was about to explain, but she swiftly turned around, took out an orange, peeled it, then handed it to him, saying, Then you eat the orange, I'll eat the banana. I love bananas. She took the banana back from his hand. Then she handed him the orange. Taking a bite of the banana, she looked at him with her watery eyes. Eat it. Linjo. He was going crazy. He really shouldn't have bought the bananas. And he definitely shouldn't have brought her into his room to eat. This girl had no idea of the danger she was in right now, right? But really, why did he buy bananas? Classmate, how about we go out for a walk? If they stayed here any longer, he might actually lose it. Sunan hesitated for a moment. Now, why did Linjo suddenly want to go out for a walk? Well, Nanchuan is quite bustling. Since we are already here and there's nothing we can do right now, let's go out for a walk first. When we find Xiaocheng, we can play together. Lin Zhou found an excuse casually. That works, Sunan nodded. Let's go. Okay. Lin Zhou finally felt relieved. Opening the door, he and Sunan went downstairs together. After leaving the hotel, Sunan turned her head to look at him. Lin Zhou, where are we going? Lin Zhou was startled. This question actually left him at a loss. He didn't know where to go. After all, there was no prior plan. They just decided to go out temporarily because he wasn't feeling well. Let's just go that way and stroll around casually. I saw there is a pedestrian street over there. After we finish strolling, we can eat dinner together before coming back. All right, Sunan didn't question, but directly agree. But just after walking for 5 minutes, she stopped. Lin Zhou also stopped, looking at her in confusion. Why are we stopping? We're not far from there. Sunan smiled and pointed to the side. Isn't that a fruit stand over there? Huh. Lin Zhou was taken aback. Oh no. He almost forgot. The fruit stand was right here. He had just said he wanted to buy fruits and walked a long way. Wasn't he humiliating himself? Just as he was thinking of finding an excuse to get by, Sunan chuckled and said, Lin Zhou, didn't you see it just now? The tone was clearly teasing him. Lin Zhou chuckled and nodded. Exactly. How did I miss that? This girl was starting to tease him. It worked out perfectly, as he didn't have to find an excuse. No worries, I remember now. Next time I need to buy fruits, I'll come here. Lin Zhou nodded again. Yeah, got it. Let's go then. Okay. Sunan happily walked ahead. Lin Zhou followed behind, suppressing his laughter. This girl was easy to deceive. Haha. The pedestrian street in Nanchuan was indeed much livelier than Jiangcheng County. When Lin Zhou came here to find Sima Cheng earlier, he didn't pay attention. Looking at it now, it resembled the shape of a big city. Besides clothes shops, there were many other things available. It was overwhelming. They strolled around for a long time, and their moods improved significantly. As they continued walking, Lin Zhou suddenly saw a crowd of people surrounding a shopping mall up ahead. They were jostling as if trying to grab something. The mall's loudspeaker kept playing advertisements continuously. As they got closer, Lin Zhou could discern the message clearly. Don't miss it when you pass by. The latest model of smartphones is now available. Choose smartphones, come to Linton. Don't end up with regrets, come to Linton for the best deals. The new smartphone was released. What was it? Just as he was about to go and take a closer look, Lin Zhou heard Sunan next to him exclaim in Zhou. Wow. Lin Zhou. Look. Lin Zhou raised his head and noticed a massive Nokia advertisement hanging at the shopping mall. The phone was a flip phone in white and red, looking exceptionally attractive. Do you like this phone? Little desk buddy? Oh, what? Look at that person over there. See, it's Zhou Dong. Zhou Dong in the ad. Lin Zhou then realized that the person holding the phone in the banner was indeed Zhou Dong. So, that's who his little desk buddy was talking about. Do you like him? Of course. His songs are so good. Sunan raised her head, an amused smile in her eyes. For some reason, Lin Zhou felt a bit uneasy watching her. He suppressed his smile and asked deliberately, when did you start liking him? You never mentioned it before. How could she like another man? Really? Oh? It was when you took me to listen to music last time, right? Huh. Lin Zhou suddenly brightened up. Then, Sunan continued, that time on the bus, listening to Simple Love. Don't you remember? I do. How could I forget? He even sang that song at the pre-exam mobilization meeting. It was that time. Suddenly, I felt that the song was so nice, so I gradually started to like it. So, it's because of me. Then it's okay for you to like it. The hidden feelings in his heart disappeared instantly, and Lin Zhou smiled again. Engrossed in her happiness, Sunan didn't hear his words, so he repeated. What did you say? Nothing. I mean, Zhou Dong is really handsome. Yeah. He is. Sunan raised her head again, her gaze fixed on the banner. Lin Zhou accompanied her for a while before a thought crossed his mind. Little desk buddy. Do you like the phone? Huh? What? What? I mean, do you like the phone? If you do, then, no, I don't. It seemed she guessed what Lin Zhou was about to say and knew what was coming next. Before he could finish, Sunan swiftly rejected. I don't like it at all. I don't really need a phone right now. There's no one to contact. Lin Zhou, let's not look at this. Let's go eat. I'm hungry. She looked at Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou understood her meaning. This girl was afraid he would spend money on her. He had no choice but to say helplessly, "All right, let's go eat first." But his eyes kept darting to the side. Indeed, he should buy a phone for his little desk buddy. She had returned his phone to him when she came from home. Now that they were in Nanchuan, it was fine for them to be together. That if they were to separate temporarily due to some reason, it would be troublesome to communicate. Lin Zhou, hurry up. Okay. Sunan called from the front, and he had to quicken his pace to catch up. He would find a chance to buy it later. The two quickly found a hot pot restaurant. Lin Zhou handed the menu to Sunan and watched her order a bunch of dishes she liked, all his favorites. He chuckled helplessly. After she finished ordering, he took the menu and ordered some dishes she liked. He then handed it to the waiter. While waiting for the food, Lin Zhou pondered for a moment, stood up, and said, "Little desk buddy, I need to go out for a moment." Where are you going?" Sunan was taken aback, asking anxiously. Lin Zhou pretended to be embarrassed and said, My stomach is aching a bit. I may need to use the restroom." "You ate, sure. Go ahead. I'll wait for you. We'll eat together when you come back." Seeing Lin Zhou's pained expression, Sunan nodded quickly. "Okay." Lin Zhou nodded, then went outside. Soon after he left the hot pot restaurant, his pained expression disappeared completely. After adjusting his expression, Lin Zhou started heading towards the phone store. Little did he know, not long after he left, a figure walked into the hot pot restaurant from the very spot he had just been standing. After Lin Zhou left, Sunyanku sat in the hot pot restaurant, looking around. She had never been to Nanchuan before, so she was curious about everything. As she looked around, she suddenly felt that people around her seemed to be staring at her. But every time she looked back at them, they would turn their gaze away. Sunyanku was puzzled. What were they looking at? Did she have something dirty on her face? Thinking this, she quickly wiped her face. However, the gazes of the people around her did not dissipate. Sunyanku became even more puzzled and dared not look around randomly. Instead, she sat properly, hoping to reduce her presence. But soon, she realized that not only were they looking at her, but they were also starting to discuss her. Sunyanku finally couldn't help it. She stopped a waitress passing by carrying a plate of dishes and quickly stopped her. "Sister, can you help me with something?" The waitress stopped, looking puzzled. "What's wrong?" Sunyanku said somewhat embarrassedly. "Well, can you help me check if there's anything wrong with me, like if I have something on me?" she said, standing up and turning around. The waitress looked puzzled. Something? No. There isn't, no. Then why are they staring at me?" "Staring at you." The waitress looked around and soon burst into laughter. "You say them? Young lady. Don't you know why they are looking at you?" Why?" This time it was Sunyanku's turn to be puzzled. She blinked her eyes and looked confused. The waitress laughed again. "Of course, it's because you're pretty. It's rare to have such a pretty young lady in the shop, so of course they want to look at you more. But where's your little boyfriend?" He went to the restroom." Embarrassed, Sunyanku lowered her head. The waitress laughed again. Better not let him wander around in the shop. It's too dangerous for a girl to be alone in a shop. Sunyanku smiled awkwardly. "Luckily, all the waitresses in our shop are female. If there were any males, they would have come over to ask for contact information by now. Well, all right, I won't tease you anymore. Sit down quickly. I'll serve your dishes later." "Okay. Thank you." Sunyanku quickly returned to her seat. This time, she moved herself more inward and turned her head inside. Finally, feeling a little more at ease. Now, no one should notice her, right? Just as she was thinking this, Sunyanku suddenly heard a familiar voice beside her. "Sis?" Sunyanku was stunned. She looked up and saw Suma Cheng standing next to her. She stood up in delight. "Xiao Cheng." But before she could reach Suma Cheng, she saw him take a step back suddenly. As if he couldn't believe it, he pointed at Sunyanku. Looking surprised, "You're really my sister?" "Yes, Xiao Cheng, I'm your sister." "How do I look better?" Sunyanku said, grabbing his arm. "You scared me. I thought you were lost." "I'm not lost, sis, I'm fine." "But Zigu said." Sunyanku paused before saying the rest. She didn't know if she should tell Xiao Cheng. So far, he seemed fine. But Suma Cheng seemed a bit anxious. "What did Zigu say? Did Did he say I was deceived? Oh, sis, I wasn't deceived. Zigu is just lazy. Wang Moj. And I gave him a job, but he somehow ran away. I couldn't bring him back no matter what. Is that so? Yeah, sis. Can I lie to you? Sunyanku didn't know how to respond for a moment, but she hadn't forgotten her purpose for coming here. Then come home with me. How? Go home? No. I can't go home, sis. I need to work to support you for schooling, right? You're doing well in your exams, right? It's okay. I knew it. My sister is the best. Suma Cheng smiled happily. So, I can't go home even more. Can't afford to drop out of school because of lack of money with such a smart sister like you. But, oh, stop butting in. Anyway, I can't bring Lin Zhou. I don't want to earn money with him. Most importantly, he didn't want him to be with his sister. This guy seemed suspicious, with ulterior motives towards his sister Sunyanku. Sunyanku puzzledly looked at him, full of misunderstanding. But Xiaocheng, Lin Zhou, so smart and capable. You have such a good job. Why? Sis, Suma Cheng's face turned colder. If you keep mentioning him, I'll get angry. With that said, whether Sunyanku wanted to or not, he pulled her and walked out. Come with me. Stop eating that lousy hot pot. I'll take you somewhere better to eat later. No. Xiaocheng, wait. Listen to me. Xiaoch. Sunyanku tried to break free, but found herself unable to. She could only let him pull her out of the restaurant. The waitresses looked at each other, not knowing what was happening. It wasn't until they were far away that Sunyanku couldn't hold back anymore. Seeing a pillar at the corner, she grabbed it without hesitation, forcefully shaking off Suma Cheng's hand and raising her voice a bit. Xiaocheng, stop right there. Suma Cheng finally stopped. He turned his head, looking puzzled at Sunyanku. What's wrong? Sunyanku's face turned even colder. You better tell me properly. What kind of work do you do? Suma Cheng was suddenly stunned. He wanted to reply, but found that he couldn't come up with an answer. What was he doing? It seemed like, oh, sis, don't worry about this. There will be people to teach you once you're there. You can earn a lot of money. Cousin Wang Mo has already earned 20,000 this month. 20,000? Sunain Chuxum was taken aback. Suddenly, she felt something was not right. Suma Cheng nodded. Yes. He earned more than 10,000 last month, and I just started. I haven't learned everything yet, but once I do, I can also earn this much. By then, I can buy clothes for sister, buy food, pay for your tuition and living expenses, and in the future, I can even buy a house, a villa, and a car for sister. Sis, don't worry about Lin Zhou. I can handle all of this. I'm telling the truth. I can do it. Sunyanku's heart grew cold. This tone, this way of speaking, isn't it just? Suddenly she felt a bit scared. Sunyanku took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and then said slowly, Zicheng, listen to me. What's wrong? Thinking he finally convinced Sunyanku, Suma Cheng quickly asked. But what Sunyanku said next completely changed his expression. He heard her say, did you really join a fraud group? Suma Cheng was suddenly flustered. His voice rose suddenly, and he became agitated. How is that possible? Sis, what are you talking about? Seeing his reaction, Sunyanku knew she had guessed right. She closed her eyes, trying to remain calm. Then don't go to work. Come home with sister. Okay. No. Suma Cheng became even more agitated. His face was very unpleasant. Why should I go home? Are you crazy, sis? I finally found a job that can make money. Why should I go home? But Zicheng, we can earn money slowly. Earn money slowly. If we earn money slowly, when can you go to school properly? When can grandparents have a good life? When can we get a big house for our family? As he spoke, Suma Cheng almost started crying. He closed his eyes, holding back the tears. We've had nothing from childhood to now, always being mocked. I don't care that I'm a boy, but you are a girl. Don't think I don't know why you dropped out of note to middle school. Other girls are all beautiful. Only you, so attractive, yet dressing like that, but still being bullied. Why? This world is so unfair. Just because we don't have money, just because we are poor. I finally found an opportunity, and now you want me to give up. Why? Seeing him getting more agitated, Sunyanku hurriedly took a step forward, trying to comfort him. Zicheng, I didn't mean that. Then what do you mean? Suma Cheng shook off her hand, took a step back, and stared at her. Sunyanku was at a loss for words for a moment. She hesitated for a while, but couldn't say anything. Suma Cheng smiled. Because of Lin Zhou, right? Ow. Because of Lin Zhou. That's why you want me to go back, right? He told you to find me because he thought I've turned bad, right? Sis, I just don't understand. I'm your own brother. Why don't you believe me and instead trust Lin Zhou? What's so good about him? Suma Cheng grew angrier as he spoke, becoming more and more furious. No. Come with me now. I can't let you stay with Lin Zhou any longer. He's a disaster. Suma Cheng grabbed Sunaanku's hand again and started walking forward. But at that moment, he heard a man's voice behind him. Stop. Then he saw Lin Zhou. In that split second, Suma Cheng felt enraged. It was him. This person took sister away. Made his own sister a stranger. Made the sister who had loved him since childhood scold him. This person was too much. Lin Zhou, what do you want? Suma Cheng took a step forward, blocking Sunyanku behind him, looking at Lin Zhou coldly. But Lin Zhou smiled. Shouldn't I be asking you that question? He took a step forward towards them and from the side, held Sunyanku's hand. Without any effort, she stood behind him. Suma Cheng's expression instantly turned ugly. Sis, but before he could move, he saw Lin Zhou standing in front of him, blocking his way. Why don't you answer? What can I do? What else can I do? I just want to lead your sister into the trap with you. Then watch her get deceived. What nonsense are you talking about? Am I talking nonsense? Lin Zhou laughed. You saw me this afternoon. Why did you run away? Suma Cheng and Sunyanku were both startled. But Sunyanku didn't interrupt Lin Zhou. Since Lin Zhou didn't tell her in the afternoon, he must have his reasons. Suma Cheng couldn't ask. But now Zi Cheng, you No. I didn't. I really didn't see you. Suma Cheng answered anxiously. But Lin Zhou wasn't willing to let go. Why did you call your sister to leave while I was away this evening? Are you afraid of me? As he mentioned this, Lin Zhou felt a pang of pain in his heart. God knew he had just returned to the hot pot restaurant and heard the staff say Sunyanku was taken away and how scared she was. Fortunately, they didn't go far. He was able to catch up. Otherwise, he didn't know what he would do. Why would I be afraid of you? Afraid of me exposing your conspiracy? Afraid of me ruining your plan? You're talking nonsense. Then why? Just what? Just didn't want you to take my sister away. Suma Cheng almost shouted in anger. Sunyanku was stunned once again. Lin Zhou also paused. But soon, he continued. So, are you planning to bring your sister into a fraud scheme? No. How is that possible? It's a legitimate job. A legitimate job. How much have you earned? Have you not earned a single cent? Were you just painting a rosy picture for your sister earlier? I didn't. Lin Zhou, shut up. Suma Cheng completely broke down. He kept backing away. But Lin Zhou didn't intend to stop. You've been out for a month, not earned a penny, and you dare say you want to buy a house for your sister. Are you crazy, or am I crazy? Or is it your leader who taught you all this? Shut up. Actually, you already said something was wrong, didn't you? Why did you still bring your sister along? Are you trying to harm your sister? Shut up. I told you to shut up. They didn't deceive me. They won't deceive me. If they won't deceive you, then why did they promise you 20,000 in a month? Suma Cheng, what ability do you have to make a company give you a high salary? You're only 14, not even an adult, right? Shut up. Suma Cheng was completely out of control. He shouted desperately, his whole body trembling. Do you understand? Do you understand? I have the ability. I will make money. I will definitely make money. You wait. All of you wait. Sis, I will definitely save enough tuition for you. And I will definitely make sure you live a good life. After saying this, Suma Cheng no longer cared about anything else, turned around and ran. Lin Zhou saw this and hurried forward, ready to chase after him. But at this moment, a faint voice suddenly came from behind. Don't go. Big brother, don't go. Lin Zhou was stunned, turned around and saw a little girl timidly standing behind him, but her gaze was unusually determined. Big brother, sister, don't go. It was the little girl whom he gave a fruit to in the afternoon. She seemed a bit scared, cautiously hiding in the corner, using the wall to conceal herself, vigilantly looking around. Lin Zhou was taken aback. Why? The little girl sniffled before continuing. He won't believe you. He can come And there must be many people following him nearby who will cover for him. Even if you go after him, you won't catch up. Even if you do catch up, either you will be taken away, or you will be beaten up. Hearing this, Lin Zhou was once again surprised. How do you know? The little girl's voice was trembling, but Lin Zhou suddenly understood the meaning behind her words. Have they brought you in before? The little girl's tears quickly fell. Lin Zhou quickly said, Don't cry, don't be afraid. Let's talk somewhere else. Sun Yanku also nodded. She took off her coat and handed it to the little girl. Let's go to the hot pot restaurant. Lin Zhou nodded. The three of them headed towards the hot pot restaurant. On the way, Lin Zhou and Sun Yanku talked about how they met Sima Cheng and the little girl in the afternoon. Sun Yanku didn't say much, but the little girl frowned. So it was you who went over there. Big brother, you saved me again. Thank you. What did I save you from? They originally came to take me back, but I refused and hid. Maybe because of your appearance, it disrupted their plans, so they gave up on me. Is that so? Yes, otherwise, I would have definitely been taken back by now. Although I reported to the police, they came to slowly ... It probably wouldn't have been in time. The little girl lowered her head, her voice weak. Lin Zhou furrowed his brows. What's the matter with them in the end? They are a group of scammers, those who don't care about lives ... The little girl was starting to cry again. Fortunately, they had arrived at the hot pot restaurant. Lin Zhou quickly told the waiter, Give us a private room, add one more person. Okay, changing it right away. The waiter swiftly rearranged their seating. Sun Yanku supported the little girl and they went inside. After ordering the food, Lin Zhou closed the door to the private dining room. Tell me, what exactly is going on? Seeing the little girl hesitate, Lin Zhou continued. This is Sima Cheng's sister Sun Yanku. We are here to bring him back home. Oh, and by the way, my name is Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou? That name sounds familiar. Are you related to Sun Yanku? You know her? Yes. The little girl nodded. I've heard of her. But it wasn't good things you heard, right? It's okay. Just tell us about the current situation. Okay. The little girl nodded, then stood up. She bowed in the direction of Sun Yanku. I'm sorry. This action startled Sun Yanku. What's wrong? What's wrong? Don't be like this, Sima Cheng. He became like this because of me. Huh. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have brought him, but if I didn't bring him, I would. The little girl started crying again. Sun Yanku quickly wiped her tears. Don't rush. Take your time to explain. The little girl choked up a bit before saying, I'm Mao Xiaoyu, a senior high school student this year, from Jiangnan City. Huh? Senior high school? Yes. I started school early. Skipped a grade in elementary school. I'm 16 this year. Lin Zhou was speechless. He realized he started too late. She's about to graduate high school, at only 16 years old. I was admitted early with a guaranteed spot, so I left school early. My dad spoiled me too much. I always felt like a useless person. I couldn't accept it. A while ago, I had a fight with my dad, so I came out to work. When I arrived in Nanchuan City, I was actually quite happy. I was looking for a job everywhere, but because I didn't understand society and had no concept of work, I wanted more money, which no one wanted to offer. I'm quite stubborn, but they didn't offer a high salary. I won't go. One spent a few thousand yuan I brought from home. Just played around for a few days. A few days later, my money ran out and I couldn't face going back. I started looking for a job again, but I couldn't shake off my bad habits. I thought I was very capable. They were just blind to my talents. I would definitely find a high-paying job to make my dad look up to me. To be continued. Click next page to continue reading the exciting content ahead. After starving for a day, I met Mojay. Mojay. Is it Wang Mo? Sun Yanku asked in confusion. Mao Xiaoyu looked surprised. You know him? Yes. He's Gaozi's cousin. Oh, right. Guzi was also brought over by Wang Mo. Mao Xiaoyu paused, then continued. Mojay said he would help me get rich, so I went with him. I thought this was finally my chance. I would definitely make a name for myself this time. I wouldn't let people criticize me as a pampered girl. I was very excited, and after going there, I always listened to them. Their company was poor, but they said, going through hardships is what makes a successful person. Their food was terrible, but they said, it's the beginning of success. They had classes every day, but they said, it's training. They slept in dormitory beds, but they said, It's to boost collective pride. They found excuses for every hardship. At the beginning, I believed it all. I felt that I wanted to make money, wanted others to see me. I should work hard. These things were nothing. Someday, I will live like my dad. But soon, I realized something was wrong. They started making me bring people over. They even made me chat with men on the phone. Make them top up our games. The game was the most boring game I've ever seen in my life, but there were many pictures of beautiful women there. My colleagues, no, my seniors, they taught me to chat with those men in a vulgar manner, add them as friends, and continue chatting to lure them in. This way, we can earn a lot of money. But, I've read so many books since I was young. I've acquired so much knowledge. There was never a single piece of knowledge that told me I had to do these things. This is clearly wrong. I earn money to earn my father's respect, not to degrade myself. Why do I have to do these things? Why? As Mao Xiaoyu spoke, her body began to tremble. Sun Yanku quickly poured a glass of water and handed it to her. Mao Xiaoyu took a sip gently and felt a bit better. Later, I didn't want to. I resisted. I wanted to leave, but they wouldn't allow it, wouldn't let me go. Said if I left, they would torture me. At first, I thought they were joking, until I saw little sister being dragged into a group of men. I never saw her again after that. I was afraid. I couldn't escape, so I had to beg them, saying I didn't want to do this, but I could do something else. I could recruit people, I could help train newcomers. Seeing my determination, they agreed. From then on, I became just like them, speaking false words, deceiving those innocent newcomers. But every moment, I was thinking of escaping. I thought of many ways, but none succeeded. Also, a few times, I was watched. If I couldn't bring in good new recruits, I had to continue doing my previous activities. Later, I met Suma Chen. He was brought in by Wang Mo, and was assigned to me. I had to learn skills from others to treat him. I had to know his preferences, understand his goals, step by step to win him over, to make him completely let down his guard and believe in us. I found out that he loves his sister very much. He always talked about his sister. He wanted to earn money for his sister, to send his sister to university. He wanted his sister to have the best life. From there, I started. I was a bit older than him, so I made him treat me like a sister. I took care of him, comforted him, and protected him just like a sister would. I was meticulous in caring for him, in every aspect. And then, he really started treating me like a sister. He obeyed my words. Whatever I said, he followed. I started brainwashing him, making him believe that we could earn money well, to make him trust us. I succeeded. He is by far the most obedient newcomer, and he is also intelligent. Liu Shaoxiang and the others even wanted to groom him as a successor, to do big things with him. When they relaxed their guard on me, I found an opportunity and escaped. And then when Mao Xiaoyu reached this point, she looked up and towards Lin Zhou. I met you, brother. I haven't eaten for a day and night. I've been hiding, but they always find me. I couldn't shake them off at all, until I met you. Tears flowed down Mao Xiaoyu's face, but she wiped them away forcefully. Thank you so much, really. Thank you so much. As she spoke, she stood up, bowed towards Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou quickly stood up as well. It's nothing. It's nothing. It's just a small effort. Have you been able to contact your family? Yes. Mao Xiaoyu nodded, showing a smile. I used your phone today to call my dad, but my home is not that close to here. He probably won't arrive until late at night. I'm afraid they'll be waiting for me at the train station. I dare not go and take the train, so I can only stay nearby. It was because of this that she saw Lin Zhou again. Following Lin Zhou, she saw Suma Chen. At that moment, Mao Xiaoyu was startled. She didn't dare to speak. But when she saw Lin Zhou preparing to follow Suma Chen, she couldn't hold back and stepped forward. Brother, sister, I know you're worried about Suma Chen, but please don't go after him. If you do, you'll definitely get hurt. He has been brainwashed too severely, otherwise he wouldn't come to find you, sister, to work. If you go, you'll just become a tool for them. Lin Zhou and Sun Yanku looked at each other, eyes full of shock. While they knew it was a scam, they didn't expect it to be so complex. And Suma Chen didn't seem as simple as they thought, shouting a bit and then going home. He seemed to be deeply involved in it. So, what do we do now? We can't just let Xiao Cheng stay in there forever. Sun Yanku was getting anxious. Lin Zhou also looked at Mao Xiaoyu. Do you have any ideas? Mao Xiaoyu shook her head. I don't have any solutions. Unless he realizes the truth himself. During my time there, I saw a person pretending to come out and deceive his parents, siblings, and neighbors into joining. They couldn't sever ties with him. He didn't want to leave. He was like he was bewitched. Suma Cheng is the same now. Is that so? Lin Zhou furrowed his brow. How can we help him realize the truth? I'm not sure, but I think we should start from what he cares about. Cares about? Yes, such as a person he cares about, or some item that can make him willingly give up his current life. Lin Zhou fell into contemplation again. At that moment, Sun Yanku stood up directly. The one he cares most about is me. I'll go. No. Mao Xiaoyu quickly stopped her. No, sister, you can't. He came here today to try to get you to join them. In his eyes, that's the right place for you. Although he's brainwashed, if he tries to pull you in, then it means your intervention won't work now. Then, what do we do? I don't know, but this situation seems fishy. What's fishy? Normally, Suma Cheng would have seen you, brother, in the afternoon, and should have known that sister was here too. Why didn't he act then, but waited until evening to come? Lin Zhou and Sun Yanku were puzzled. What do you mean? What I mean is, in the afternoon. Perhaps he didn't intend to involve sister with them, but by evening, he changed his mind. So why did he change his mind? After pausing, Mao Xiaoyu continued. Someone must have pulled him. Indeed, someone must have instigated him. But how did they know Suma Cheng's sister came to Nanchuan? And they must know your sister is quite beautiful, or else they wouldn't bother trying to have Suma Cheng come. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhou was stunned. How did they know all these? Mao Xiaoyu was also puzzled. I don't know. Maybe someone among them has seen my sister and knows about the relationship between my sister and Suma Cheng. Seen her? Lin Zhou frowned. Think back. Who have you met since you came to Nanchuan? Lin Zhou fell into deep thought. We haven't met many people here. When we saw Xiao Cheng this afternoon, he ran away directly. At that time, only one person was at the hotel who was with him. Shouldn't have seen her. Sun Yanku was also perplexed. Yeah. Besides the front desk lady at the hotel, Officer Su and the others, I haven't met anyone else. How is this possible? Could they have some special ability? In that case, I don't know. I'm just guessing. Maybe Suma Cheng suddenly realized it himself, thinking it's alright for my sister to make money with him, so he did this. Possible. Sun Yanku nodded. After all, looking at Xiao Cheng's current appearance, it seems to be the case. He looks very eager to earn money, almost in a frenzied state. What do we do now? She subconsciously looked at Lin Zhou. Even she herself didn't realize that as long as Lin Zhou was present, she seemed to completely rely on him. Lin Zhou furrowed his brows again. He felt that things might not be so simple, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly why. After pondering for a moment, he looked at Mao Xiaoyu. Have you mentioned all this to the police? Mao Xiaoyu was startled. The police? Didn't you call the police this afternoon? Oh. I didn't. I asked someone to help me make the call. I haven't personally dealt with the police. Why? Lin Zhou was puzzled. Mao Xiaoyu lowered her head, looking a bit shy. I'm afraid. Afraid? The police nowadays are very good. They might be busy occasionally, but most of the time they are reliable. I know, but the people there care a lot about this. If they find out it was me who called the police, who talked to the police, once they catch me, they won't let me go. At this point, Mao Xiaoyu shivered. Is that so? Lin Zhou furrowed his brows. Mao Xiaoyu quickly nodded. It's very, very scary. I've seen some people who were caught after calling the police. They all. As she spoke, Mao Xiaoyu started to cry. Sun Yanku quickly went forward to comfort her. Don't be afraid. They have someone dedicated to investigating this matter now. They should be able to catch them soon. Lin Zhou also nodded. Yes, but if you're willing to help, it might speed up the process a bit, so that others won't go through this. No. Mao Xiaoyu thought and directly refused without hesitation. When those people were brought up, her eyes showed some panic. I'm sorry. It seemed that those people had a profound impact on her. Lin Zhou sighed. It seems that she wouldn't be of much help. But at that moment, he heard Mao Xiaoyu say again, however, you can tell the police about this. Just don't mention my name. Don't let them come find me. I don't want my dad and my family to know. Lin Zhou was relieved. All right, rest assured, we promise to keep it confidential. Okay. Mao Xiaoyu nodded. But ... Lin Zhou noticed she had more to say and quickly asked, "But what?" After a moment of contemplation, Mao Xiaoyu spoke, "But you still need to be careful. I always feel like there's a mole on their side." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhou was instantly shocked. "What do you mean?" Mao Xiaoyu continued, "Actually, before they came to raid us many times, but each time people on our side could know the news in advance and escape. There were even a few times when we narrowly missed the police." "Brother Lin Zhou, how can such a coincidence happen in the world?" Lin Zhou immediately furrowed his brows. Finally, he understood where he had felt something was wrong before. Apart from the people at the police station, no one had seen him and Sunyanku. But how did the swindlers know? So, this was the reason. He nodded. "All right, I understand." The three of them chatted for a while, and the hot pot and dishes arrived. Lin Zhou and Sunyanku accompanied Mao Xiaoyu seriously to have a meal. After eating, it was almost 10 o'clock. Mao Xiaoyu's father came. She stood up, bidding farewell to Lin Zhou and Sunyanku. "I have to go. I hope you can succeed. When you bring Suma Cheng out, apologize to him for me. I didn't mean it." "I know." Sunyanku smiled, then patted her head gently. "He will forgive you. Hurry home now. You can't quarrel with your dad anymore." "Yes, I know." Mao Xiaoyu nodded and turned to leave without looking back. But as she reached the door, she couldn't resist turning back. "Oh, brother Lin Zhou, I have something else to tell you." "What?" "Just that. The end of this excerpt has not been reached. Please click on the next page to continue reading the following content." Mao Xiaoyu quickly approached Lin Zhou, whispered a few words to him, and then left. Lin Zhou watched her leave, deep in thought. When she was far away, he settled the bill and then left with Sunyanku. Once they reached a quiet place, Lin Zhou took out his phone. He found Suli's number and dialed it. The call went through quickly, but after ringing once, it turned into a busy tone. Lin Zhou furrowed his brows. Seeing this, Sunyanku was perplexed. "What's wrong?" He hung up. "Why? Nothing. Maybe he's busy. Let's go straight to the police station. There should be someone on duty." "Okay." Sunyanku nodded. As they walked towards the police station, Lin Zhou pondered. He took out his phone again, edited a text message, and sent it out. At the same time, in the police station, Su Li, who was on duty, hung up Lin Zhou's call, ready to take a short break. However, he soon heard a text message notification. Su Li felt a bit annoyed. This kid, what's he doing up so late? Who would be willing to entertain him at this hour? Muttering this, he tossed the phone into his pocket, not even glancing at the content. Coming from outside, Lu Mingzhou, who was about to enter, felt puzzled. What's going on? Nothing. Just some irrelevant text messages, not worth paying attention to. Oh. Lu Mingzhou relaxed. Is the night patrol ready? Yes, all set. Then off you go. You take the first half of the night. I'll take the second half. We switch at 2. And then you can go back to be with your wife. Lu Mingzhou laughed. You rascal. Haha. All right, I'm off then. Thanks. No need to be polite. You've always taken care of me at the police station. Hurry on. Lu Mingzhou smiled knowingly, turned around, and left. Su Li poured himself a glass of water, pulled out a chair, sat down, turned on some music, and closed his eyes to relax. The text message still hadn't been answered. Lin Zhou frowned again, called Sunyanku, and quickened his pace. Although Nanchuan was bustling, there weren't many people around at this hour. Under the streetlights, their shadows stretched long, but neither of them was in the mood to appreciate the romantic setting. They just wanted to get to the police quickly and provide the clues they had gathered to see if they'd be useful. Just then, a woman's cry rang out from up ahead. Ah, help. Stop right there. In the next instant, Lin Zhou felt someone dash past him. Not far behind, a middle-aged woman dressed in luxurious clothes was running while shouting, Stop. My bag. Someone stop him, please. Lin Zhou and Sunyanku were momentarily stunned. At that moment, the woman, who had already reached their side, suddenly stumbled, almost falling to the ground. Sunyanku quickly reacted and rushed to support her. The woman barely had time to thank him before trying to continue her pursuit, her voice breaking with sobs. My bag, please. Don't take my bag. My daughter is still inside. Sob. As she cried, she collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Zhou didn't hesitate and immediately turned to chase after the man. The woman steadied herself, intending to follow, but Sunyanku stopped her. Don't go, Auntie. Lin Zhou will get your bag back. The woman, however, burst into tears. It's no use, sob. I've been chasing him for so long. And he runs so fast. He's so strong. How could you possibly catch up to him? My poor daughter. It's all my fault. I'm so sorry, sweetie. Just as she finished speaking, her eyes widened in shock. The young man who had just set off was already catching up to the thief. The thief was equally dumbfounded. He remembered that the boy chasing him had been far behind. He had been running for a while. How did the boy close the gap in just a blink of an eye? You. Before he could voice his confusion, the boy in front of him spoke. Return the bag, apologize and go back. Huh. The thief hesitated. Hey, man, what's with the attitude? Look at you, skinny as a twig. I'm twice your size, you. Before he could finish, the boy raised his fist. The next thing the thief knew, his legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. Thief. The woman, witnessing this scene, was utterly stunned. Her tears forgotten, she stammered in disbelief. How is this possible? Sunyanku chuckled. Didn't I say Lin Zhou would catch him? He's amazing, our school's long-distance running champion, and he's good at fighting. That thief doesn't stand a chance against him. As they spoke, the woman watched the thief, now standing obediently, follow the boy back toward them without any sign of resistance. She was completely dumbfounded. Lin Zhou brought the thief over and handed the bag to her. She was still in shock. It's nothing. Just a small favor. Quickly check if anything's missing, Lin Zhou suggested. The woman hurriedly opened her bag and, after inspecting it, smiled with relief. No, everything's here. She took out a photo and, beaming with pride, showed it to Lin Zhou and Sunyanku. Look, this is my daughter. Lin Zhou glanced at it. The girl in the picture was about their age, with 2 large braids and a radiant smile. She's very pretty, he commented. Yes, she's beautiful and brave. Just like you too, the woman said happily. The thief snorted disdainfully. She looks average to me. What are you guys talking about? The woman's face immediately fell. Lin Zhou shot the thief a cold glare, and the thief quickly shut his mouth, muttering under his breath. I'm just being honest, Lin Zhou sighed. Auntie, don't listen to him. It's all right. I know my daughter isn't extraordinary, but to me, she's the most beautiful, the woman said, smiling with pride as she put the photo away. Lin Zhou nodded. In her heart, you must be the most beautiful mom too. Yes, that's true. The woman finally smiled again. She bowed her head slightly. Let's not talk about this anymore. Thank you both for your help. You're welcome. If you don't mind, can I treat you to a meal? No. That's not necessary. We still have something urgent to take care of. Oh, that's too bad. Maybe another time. There's really no need, Auntie. By the way, what do you plan to do with the thief? My husband will be here soon. We'll take him to the police station. Sounds good, Lin Zhou said, as he glanced around, then swiftly pulled the belt from his waist. Under the thief's stunned gaze, Lin Zhou used the belt to tie him securely to a nearby tree trunk. Thief, you brat, you just wait. Next time we meet, I won't let you off. The thief yelled angrily. Lin Zhou patted his shoulder with a smile. Come back when you can outrun me. Then, he turned to the woman. That should keep him from running. Good. Thank you, she said gratefully. You're welcome. We'll be on our way now. Yes. Go ahead. Don't let me delay you. The woman nodded, and Lin Zhou and Sunyanku turned to leave. Watching their retreating figures, the woman felt like she had forgotten something, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't recall what it was. Never mind. I must be getting old. My memory isn't what it used to be, she muttered, comforting herself. She walked over to the thief, sat down, and pulled out her phone to call her husband and explain the situation. After hanging up, she looked at the thief again and was surprised. How old are you? She had only noticed his burly frame earlier, but now that she took a closer look, he seemed quite young. The thief responded impatiently. What's it to you? Are you even 18? None of your business. Hey, what's wrong with you? Such a young age, and you're already resorting to petty theft. Do you even realize how bad your behavior is right now? Fortunately, nothing serious happened this time. When you get locked up, use the time to reflect and learn your lesson. When you come out, straighten up and learn a trade, become a technician or something. You'll be able to support yourself, maybe even find a wife and settle down. You're still so young. Don't ruin your life. The thief, who had been silent, couldn't take it anymore. Looking at the woman with exasperation, he said, "Lady, who even are you? I admit I was unlucky today, and that I'm no match for that guy. But what's your deal? I stole your stuff, and now you're lecturing me. Are you out of your mind? Yesterday, everything felt off in the plot. After 2 days of struggle, chapter 679,680 was rewritten once again. I'm sorry, everyone, for causing trouble and making you reread it." "Oh, the woman also hesitated. "Am I educating you? Isn't that what I'm doing? You're so good at preaching. Why don't you go educate your daughter?" I also want to educate her." As the woman spoke, tears fell once again. No wonder she always found me annoying before, saying I and her father are the same, always lecturing others. It turns out it's true. The thief listened, feeling a bit lost. "What's wrong with your daughter?" The woman wiped her tears. Nothing much. Anyway, from now on, you can't do bad things, got it?" Somehow, hearing this made the thief feel somewhat sorrowful. He awkwardly turned his head. All right, today's my fault. I shouldn't have stolen your wallet, okay? Why are you crying? Women are troublesome. It's good that you can correct your mistakes. I think you can still be saved. You think I can be saved? So why don't you just let me go? Miss, you've already found your wallet. There's no need to send me in, right? Look, this is my first offense. Can't you show some mercy? But before his words faded, a man's voice sounded not far away. **FEI. First offense? Who are you confessing to here? FEI raised his head and saw a middle-aged man walking towards them. He was shocked. My goodness. Chief John. The woman also stood up. Minghua, you're here. Zhang Minghua nodded. Yes. Wife, is this the thief who stole your things? FEI was also surprised. This is your husband. The woman was a bit confused. Yes. Do you know each other? Yes. This kid has been caught by me twice. This is the third time today. He came from out of town to work. Last week, he stole 10 yuan from a little girl. The day before yesterday, he stole a bun from a kid. The woman, FEI, was speechless. No. Chief John, please stop. What do you mean didn't I find you a job for you to do? Why are you still wandering around? The boss made me do everything. And I don't have 3 heads and 6 arms. I have my own things to do. They won't let me go to the internet cafe. Seriously. Zhang Minghua slapped him. You still want to go to the internet cafe? Are you crazy? You're allowed to work, not surf the net, and you still dare to steal my wife's things. FEI was at a loss for words. No. How would I know she's your wife? I just. Trying to explain something but not knowing how. He could only mutter to himself, today is really unlucky. Finally managing to steal a bag, he was caught on the spot. That young man just now, unbelievable. He didn't even have a chance to resist. He was subdued in an instant. It was infuriating to think about. And to top it off, the person he robbed turned out to be the wife of the police chief. It was utterly ridiculous to the extreme. FEI didn't know how to describe his feelings at the moment. Even if she's not your wife, you can't steal people's things, right? This time, I won't let you off easily. I'll take you to the police station later. Ow. Chief Zhang. Shut up. Zhang Minghua gave him no face, no chance to speak, and turned to the woman. You said on the phone that those 2 boys saved you, right? They had urgent matters to attend to and left. Oh, what about their contact information? I want to thank them by phone. I forgot to ask, Minghua, what should we do? It's such an important matter, and The woman finally remembered what she forgot. It's okay, I'll check the surveillance tomorrow. I'll find them. That's okay, and oh, I remember, that girl called that boy. Lin Zhou, Lin Zhou. Okay. Got it. Zhang Minghua nodded, opened the car door, pushed FEI into the back seat, and drove in the direction of home. At that moment, Lin Zhou and Sunyanku had already arrived at the police station gate. Just as they were about to enter, they saw Su Liden holding a cup of tea, walking towards the office. Su Liden was surprised to see them and suddenly quickened his pace, seemingly trying to avoid them. Seeing this, Lin Zhou hurriedly called out, Wait, Officer Su? Officer Su? Why are you running? I have something to find you. But Su Liden sped up. What do you need to find me for? It's so late. Go back and rest. Lin Zhou, feeling helpless, said, about the fraud group. Don't you want to hear about it? Su Lidan's hand, about to close the door, froze. He held the water cup, stood up straight, and reopened the door. Fraud group, what have you done? It's a long story. Then come in. Su Lidan quickly opened the door. Lin Zhou and Su Nianku exchanged glances and entered the office. Su Lidan set down the water cup and looked at them. Tell me, what's going on? Lin Zhou nodded and recounted the incident involving Sima Cheng wanting to take Su Nianku in. But they disagreed, so he ran away. Was he heavily brainwashed? That's right. Did that girl, Mao Xiaoyu, run away on her own? Yes. Where is she now? Ask her to come see me. That may not be possible. Why not? She went home. What? Su Lidan suddenly stood up from his seat. He was not happy. Gone home. Where did she go? She's from Jianbei, so she went back there. She doesn't want to be involved with the police, so she asked me to pass on these messages to you. Su Lidan was a bit lost. But soon, he became angry. So you just let her go home. We had no reason to stop her. Su Lidan couldn't find the words to express his frustration. Do you know how important she is to us now? Without her, how are we going to find them? How are we going to catch those criminals? If they aren't caught, others will also get hurt like her. Do you understand? I understand. You understand, and you let her go. Are you insane, Lin Zhou? Su Lidan was getting worked up, walking back and forth in the meeting room. I'm so mad. Really mad. Officer Su, please, listen to me, speak. What more do you have to say? Suleiman was full of anger and didn't give Lin Zhou a chance to speak at all. I told you, although you were powerful in Jiangcheng County, you must have been asterisk. Lao Lu still doesn't believe it. Look at you. Look at this, with just you. You would only be a decorative pillow at best. What great things can you do? Thanks to Lao Zhou for wildly praising you on my side. You really are. You really are. Their car should be at a few points. I'll find them at the station. Not far away, Su Nianku said. It's too late. By now they should have already boarded the car. What? Already boarded? Suleiman stood up suddenly, looking extremely bad. You guys are really ... really. Lin Zhou, are you capable, or not? I didn't say she couldn't leave, but before she leaves, at least let me see her once to understand the specific situation. No, you both are too much trouble. I'm sending you back to Jiangcheng County right now. You are simply causing chaos for me. Scram, quickly scram, Suleiman said, and then opened the door. Lin Zhou and Su Nianku immediately furrowed their brows. Unsure of what to do next, they suddenly heard a loud shout from outside the door. Duty police officer, where are the duty officers today? Who's on duty? It was a middle-aged man's voice. Lin Zhou instinctively looked towards the door, but found himself locked inside by Suleiman. Just before leaving, he heard Suleiman mutter softly, "Wait for me to enter the office, then you can leave by yourselves." Lin Zhou was taken aback. Just then, he heard Suleiman shout towards the door, "Director John, how come you're here so late?" Director? Lin Zhou furrowed his brow slightly. The director of the police station had arrived. In that case, could he seek his help? Suleiman completely distrusted him, and even wanted to send him and Su Nianku away. They certainly couldn't leave. Sima Cheng has yet to be rescued. It seems they needed to figure out a plan. Thinking about it, a man's voice sounded again outside. Suleiman, are you on duty today? I have something to tell you. Come to the office. Oh, please, director, it's better to go to the meeting room. There's nobody there. Hot. There's someone in the office. Well, just a couple of kids causing trouble in the middle of the night. I've already handled them. Suleiman's words sounded a bit guilty, but he really didn't want Director Zhang Minghua to know about Lin Zhou as Su Nianku. After all, these two were brought to Nanchuan by himself. Now he had lost an important clue. He might get scolded no matter how he looks at it. During this time, the fraud case was the most important case in their police station. Because of these incidents, he had been scolded many times before. Is that so? Then where is Lao Lu? He's out patrolling. I'm on duty for the first half of the night. Hey, this guy is rushing back to be with his wife, right? It's only you, spoiling him every day. Ha, nothing I can do. He's almost like a mentor to me. I've learned a lot from him during my time at the police station. That makes sense. Let's go to the meeting room then. The sound of the door opening followed. The footsteps disappeared along with the opening of the door. There were no more sounds. Lin Zhou furrowed his brows again. Beside him, Su Nianku asked with concern, Lin Zhou, are we really leaving? What about little Cheng in this case? Not yet, Lin Zhou said quietly, then took Su Nianku towards the door. Outside, there were indeed no people, but the door to the nearby meeting room was slightly ajar. Lin Zhou subconsciously walked towards that direction. Su Nianku was puzzled. Lin Zhou. Shh. Lin Zhou quickly made a gesture to silence Su Nianku. They walked all the way to the door of the meeting room before stopping. Lin Zhou listened intently, planning to hear the content of the conversation inside. After a while, Suleiman's voice reached his ears. Director, what's going on? Who is this person next to you? Oh, he's a little thief. A thief? Then why is he tied up with a belt? I thought. A belt? Lin Zhou was stunned. Why did it sound familiar? Could it be? Next, the director said. What are you thinking? He stole something from my wife and was caught by a teenager. That teenager probably didn't have anything to tie him up, so he used a belt. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhou laughed. The world was truly small. He hadn't expected that the lady's husband was the director of the police station. Just as he was about to go in, Lin Zhou suddenly remembered something. He seemed to have a suspicion of seeking credit. How could he discreetly make the director notice then, and be willing to help them? Lin Zhou fell silent, pondered for a moment, and soon had an idea. Then he smiled at Su Nianku. In the room, the conversation continued. So, what did the sister-in-law lose? Nothing was lost. Suleiman was a bit confused. Then how should we handle this? Director Zhang Minghua thought for a moment and said, keep this guy locked up for a couple of days for some education. He seems like a repeat offender. Oh. Okay. Well, you handle the procedures, I'll go first, back to accompany my wife. All right, Director. Take care. Zhang Minghua waved his hand and was about to leave. Just then, a voice of a young man came from inside the room. Deskmate, what's wrong with you? A moment later, the **FEI stumbled. Oh my god. Zhang Minghua was taken aback. What's wrong? Nothing. Nothing. **FEI smiled awkwardly. He never expected to encounter Lin Zhou at the police station. He had just said he wouldn't let him off the hook next time. This was too coincidental. Could he be hearing things? Just as he was thinking, he heard a girl's voice from outside the door. **FEI was completely speechless now. At this moment, Lin Zhou's voice sounded again. Is your stomach hurting? Do you need to go to the hospital? Police Officer Su. Police Officer Su. Hearing this voice, Suleiman was close to losing it. He saw Director Zhang Minghua looking at him with doubt. He suddenly felt flustered. He quickly shouted loudly on purpose. What are you shouting about? I'll be right there. Oh. Okay. Thanks, Police Officer Su. After shouting, Lin Zhou stood still, not moving. Su Nianku, who was still puzzled, asked, Lin Zhou, what's wrong with you? Shh. Lin Zhou made a gesture to silence her. Inside the meeting room, Suleiman was extremely nervous. Director, it seems those two people outside have a real issue. Let me deal with it and come back. Please wait a moment. He was about to leave when Zhang Minghua said, wait. Suleiman paused. For some reason, he had a bad feeling. What's wrong? Zhang Minghua turned his head, glanced at **FEI, then looked back at Suleiman. The two people outside. What are their names? I'm asking you. What are their names? Zhang Minghua was getting anxious. Based on *** face reaction, he could guess the situation. He needed to confirm. Completely unaware of what was happening, Suleiman looked even more panicked seeing Zhang Minghua's behavior. Could it be that Director Zhang also knew something? How can this be? This shouldn't happen. Director Zhang has been on vacation these past few days. There's no way he could have met Lin Zhou and Su Nianku. Whatever they were talking about, he hasn't had a chance to report it. How could he have known? Overthinking it. Must be overthinking it. Su Li swallowed nervously, cautiously saying, Director, I can handle their matters. You finally took a break. You should go back to be with your wife, right? Your wife is usually alone at home. She must miss you. Su Li hadn't finished speaking when he saw Zhang Minghua walking out without hesitation. He was startled. Director, where are you going? Director? FEI couldn't help but sigh quietly from behind. Alas, you're finished. What do you mean? Just told a lie. Fei chuckled and quickly followed Zhang Minghua out the door. Su Li's face turned pale. He hurriedly followed them out. Next, he saw Zhang Minghua quickly walking up to Lin Zhou and Su Nianku, standing in front of them. After a moment, he turned to Lin Zhou. Su Li was startled. Director, how did you know? He hadn't told him. Shut up. Without even looking back, Zhang Minghua stopped Su Li. He only looked at Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou was also straightforward. Yes, Director Zhang, this is my deskmate, Su Nianku. The two of you are quite impressive. Thank you. Lin Zhou replied graciously. Zhang Minghua then asked, is there something at the police station this late? Lin Zhou nodded. Yes, a little something. What is it? Speak up. Su Li, hearing this, jumped in alarm. He quickly stepped forward, standing in front of Lin Zhou. Director, they're fine. Really? While speaking, he also signaled to Lin Zhou with his eyes. Did I ask you? Zhang Minghua's gaze was cold, but when he looked at Lin Zhou, there was a hint of warmth. Go on. Lin Zhou glanced around, and Zhang Minghua understood his intention, saying, no one here, this is the police station, just a few of us. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Zhou looked at Su Li. It's about the fraud syndicate. Lin Zhou stated directly. Su Li was almost going crazy. Lin Zhou. You, director. Don't listen to his nonsense. What does he know about a fraud syndicate? I'll report back on these matters tomorrow at work. He's just making things up. But Zhang Minghua completely ignored him. Fraud syndicate. What's going on? Lin Zhou fell silent, about to speak, then heard Zhang Minghua say, don't speak. Su Li, you go arrange something with Fei. Then you can speak. Su Li was stunned, wanting to say something in defense, but was stopped by Zhang Minghua's cold gaze. Su Li had no choice but to lead Fei outside. As they walked, he muttered to himself, why is the director favoring one child so much? Beside him, Fei heard and burst out laughing. Officer Su, let me remind you, be cautious with what you say later when you return. Pay attention. What do you mean? Just the literal meaning. Fei whistled and walked faster. Su Li quickly caught up. Hey, don't leave your sentences hanging like that. Really? It was just nonsense on my part. But Officer Su, are you investigating the fraud syndicate? Yes. You know about it too? I've heard some of my buddies mention it. How's it going? Any progress? Progress? Su Li was halfway through speaking, then suddenly realized, you're a thief. Why are you asking about this? I warn you, minor theft is not a big deal, but if you dare to get involved in that, you're in big trouble. I wouldn't dare go near that. Fei laughed heartily. Su Li escorted Fei to the detention room, then walked out. He didn't see Fei's smile gradually fade once he was gone. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Minghua gestured to the side and said, let's go to the meeting room and wait. Okay. Lin Zhou nodded, entered the meeting room with Su Nianku. Zhang Minghua quickly pulled out chairs for them and sat across from them. Today's events, we're really grateful to you both. No problem, we just happened to be passing by. Young man, you're quite skilled. Thank you. Lin Zhou replied graciously. But how did you both get involved with the fraud syndicate? Lin Zhou turned to Su Nianku. My girlfriend's younger brother was deceived by them. Su Nianku was momentarily surprised by the girlfriend reference, still not quite used to it. But now was not the time to dwell on that. And she nodded. Yes. So, you two came to rescue him? You could say that. Zhang Minghua couldn't help but laugh. Well done, very brave. But how can your families be okay with you two coming to rescue someone at such a young age? Shouldn't they come instead? I think my chances of success are higher. Very brave. Then let's wait for Officer Su. Okay. Zhang Minghua did not retort. Lin Zhou remained silent as well. In fact, he had been curious before why Zhang Minghua didn't let him speak. Could it be that the chief also showed favoritism towards his subordinates? But later, Zhang Minghua's questioning completely dispelled his doubts. He just wanted him to believe that Su Li was a good cop. Su Li also knew he guessed right. He looked shocked and said, Chief, you trust a child instead of me. Why owe you what child? Zhang Minghua interrupted him. Have you ever seen a child, as you described, who knows nothing, catch up to a thief who had already gone far, retrieve the stolen bag, and instantly subdue the thief? Su Li was stunned. What? But soon, he realized. He looked incredulous and said, to catch someone as fast as lightning, is it Lin Zhou? If not him, Then who? Zhang Minghu interjected, then turned to Su Li. You, a police officer graduating from a prestigious university, have never trusted a child before. And such an outstanding child at that, afraid of losing the spotlight. This. Su Li was dumbfounded. He looked bewildered at Lin Zhou, feeling his thoughts in disarray. The words from Officer Zhou's phone call resonated in his mind. He, alone, infiltrated a group of gangsters, successfully saved a girl, so impressive, such a juvenile talent. He even helped us avert a huge disaster. And he also assisted in catching a scammer, he said excitedly. Su Li scoffed, feeling Officer Zhou was bragging. So, he didn't take it seriously. Many talented individuals emerged from their school, having accomplished through hard work, that they had all aged prematurely. Lin Zhou's appearance didn't match that, but now, he began to doubt himself. Chief, all right. Zhang Minghua cut him off, then turned to Lin Zhou. Now, can you tell us everything you know? Su Li was taken aback. Is there something you haven't said? Lin Zhou glanced at him before saying, well, Mao Xiaoyu and I both suspect that there's a mole in the police station. When the words landed, Su Li stood up directly. What? That's impossible? How is that possible? Zhang Minghua silenced him with a look, then turned to Lin Zhou. Continue. According to Mao Xiaoyu, they always know your whereabouts in advance and manage to escape before you can reach them. Lin Zhou continued. And it's always accurate. This is why she hesitated to fully trust you. Some of the escaped individuals were caught and suffered dire consequences after brought back. So, I think, first and foremost, we should investigate within the police station, especially those responsible for this matter. Zhang Minghua nodded. Yes, the main individuals responsible for this are Su Li and Lu Mingzhou. Before he could finish, Su Li interjected. Chief, it's not me. How could I do such a thing? I know it's not you. Zhang Minghua looked at him coldly. You're not capable of that. Su Li lowered his head silently. Old Lu couldn't have done it either. He's been with the police force for so long, helped crack many cases, arrested many criminals. He hasn't even married for the sake of his career. He's been alone till now. He hasn't married? Lin Zhou interjected. Su Li nodded. Yes, when he was young, due to a mission, he had a fallout with his fiancée and broke up. When he left home, something happened, and he hasn't looked since. Is that so? Yes. So it's definitely not him. He detests criminals the most. Su Li concluded. Lin Zhou frowned. Then who could it be? I don't know. Su Li shook his head. The members in our unit are all good people and have put a lot of effort into this matter. It's unlikely to be any of them. But can you truly see into a person's heart from their appearance? Lin Zhou's voice resounded once more. Su Li was taken aback. Zhang Minghu interjected. Lin Zhou is right. The heart is inscrutable. Some people always operate in the shadows, doing things we're unaware of. Our task is to uncover them. Indeed, Su Li couldn't argue back. Zhang Minghua looked at Lin Zhou. We will do our best to find the mole. Moving forward. Before Zhang Minghua could finish, Lin Zhou said, no need. Zhang Minghua was puzzled. What? I mean, there's no rush to find the mole. What do you mean? Our ultimate goal is to capture the people in the scam group and trace back to the mastermind. So, I think having this mole might work in our favor too. Zhang Minghua nodded. You have a point. But if we don't uncover them, how do we know if they're useful to us? There's no need to search for them. Let them reveal themselves. Zhang Minghua was surprised once more. Hey there. There's more to this chapter. Click to continue reading on the next page for even more excitement. Have you thought of something? Lin Zhou contemplated for a moment, then raised his head, his eyes clear. I think we can do it like this. About 2 minutes later, Lin Zhou paused. This is the best plan I can think out. What do you both think? Zhang Minghua and Su Li were both dumbfounded. They looked at Lin Zhou incredulously. Are you really 18? Yes, but you, Chief Zhang, I believe age is not a problem. Zhang Minghua was stunned but soon smiled. Haha, you're right, age is indeed not a problem, but can you really do this? Trust me, I can, as long as you two don't mess up. That's settled. From now on, Su Li, cooperate fully with Lin Zhou. Su Li was stunned for a moment but quickly understood. Yes. Let's discuss the plan in detail. Lin Zhou pulled the two of them and talked for a good half-hour before finally confirming the plan. He yawned, stood up, and smiled. All right, we should get going. Chief Zhang, Officer Su, you refine the plan further. Sure. Have a safe journey. Ha. Lin Zhou, let me see you off. Su Li stood up. Lin Zhou looked at him questioningly, nodded, and said to Su Li, sure. He left with Su Li as they walked out the door together. After stopping, turning around, Lin Zhou looked at Su Li. Officer Su, is there something you want to tell me? Once again, Su Li was taken aback. You even guessed this. This kid, how smart is he really? Otherwise, why would you come to see me off? True. I just wanted to ask why you didn't tell me about the mole and waited for the chief to arrive. Just now, Lin Zhou seemed to only talk about Mao Xiaoyu with him, without mentioning their suspicions. This guy, could he be waiting for him to embarrass himself in front of the director? Su Liu felt increasingly uneasy. In the midst of his confusion, he heard Lin Zhou say, would you believe me if I told you? Su Liu was taken aback. He seemed like he indeed wouldn't believe. Lin Zhou continued, and I told you a long time ago. It's just that you didn't see it yourself. When did you Tay? Su Liu suddenly realized something halfway through. He quickly took out his phone and unlocked it. Sure enough, he saw the message sent by Lin Zhou. Idiot, ignore. Officer Su, there's a mole. But at that time, he didn't pay attention to Lin Zhou at all, so he didn't even look at it. Su Liu suddenly looked up in shock at Lin Zhou. Since he had already told him, why did he just test him with Director Zhang earlier? Could it be he had already guessed that he hadn't checked his phone? But in the end, he didn't expose himself. When discussing plans with Officer Zhang, he didn't avoid him either. Why? The more he thought, the more he felt something was amiss. He seemed to have overlooked something. Su Liu couldn't help but ask, why do you trust me so much? Lin Zhou smiled, because you were recommended by Officer Zhou. Su Liu was stunned. Just because of that? Yes. Lin Zhou nodded. Officer Zhou is a good person. If he is willing to trust you wholeheartedly, then it shows that you are trustworthy. As for your opinion of me, it doesn't matter. I'm not the first person to be perceived that way. Time will prove everything. Su Liu was once again surprised. He suddenly realized that he seemed to not understand the young man in front of him. He was only 18 after all. It was the age of reckless abandon. Most 18-year-olds were hanging out, partying, playing games, and him, studying, catching criminals, doing good deeds, participating in competitions. He even seemed to take getting a girlfriend seriously. When he heard gossip from the hotel receptionist about him today, he didn't seem to care. Such a blow. Even if he said he wouldn't live with a young girl, he probably couldn't resist it, right? After all, in the teenage years, hormones were raging, but he didn't do anything inappropriate at all. Yet in such a short time, he had found such an important clue, and now, he was speaking with such a mature tone, talking about trust. Who exactly was he? Officer Su? Lin Zhou's voice rang out again. Su Liu quickly looked up. Yes, here. Can we go now? Sure, of course. Okay. Then please take care of the matters at the police station. All right, I'll complete the mission. Even Su Liu himself didn't realize how much he was following Lin Zhou's words. Yes. Thank you. After saying that, Lin Zhou turned and called Su Nianku, who had been by his side the whole time. Let's go. Little Deskmate. Okay. Su Nianku obediently nodded. As they walked far away, Su Nianku couldn't help but ask Lin Zhou, he's still watching you. Lin Zhou. It's okay. Let him watch. This way, he can make up his mind. At that moment, Su Liu had completely forgotten to react. It wasn't until Director Zhang Minghua came up and patted his shoulder that he finally shifted his gaze. Director. Figured it out. I did. Good. Then go ahead and do it. Got it. Do it well. Don't disappoint anyone. No problem. Zhang Minghua smiled. Looking into the distance, Lin Zhou and Su Nianku's figures were no longer visible, but he couldn't help but sigh. Such a young beau, already so capable, just like my daughter. Director. It's fine. I'm going back to accompany my wife. If there's anything, remember to call me. All right. Su Liu nodded. Zhang Minghua adjusted his clothes, turned around, and walked in the direction of his home. Now, it's the era of young people. When Lu Mingzhou returned, he just saw Zhang Minghua's back. He walked over puzzled to the stunned Su Liu. Officer Su, why did the director come at this time? Nothing. Caught a thief. Su Liu quickly composed himself, reverting to his nonchalant appearance. Lu Mingzhou was surprised. The director, catching a thief personally? Yes, that thief stole the director's wife's purse. Isn't that courting trouble? Who said it isn't? Su Liu stretched. and yawned. Lu Mingzhou couldn't help but chuckle. This is ridiculous. Ha ha. What about the thief? Sorted it out. Yes. No major losses. Educated for a few days in custody. By the way, Lol Lu, anything going on with your patrol? Nothing. All good. All right. Then go rest. I'll take over in the late night shift. Be sure to come in at 8 tomorrow morning. In case of any emergencies. What emergencies? You'll know when you get here. Su Liu didn't directly answer. Lu Mingzhou had to nod. Okay. Then I'll go back first. But, little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. As he spoke, he moved closer to Su Liu. Su Liu was taken aback. What's up? Hey. Giving you something good, Lu Mingzhou said, and stuffed a DVD into Su Liu's hand. Speaking mysteriously. This is a collector's edition. Entertain yourself during patrol later. Before Su Liu could react, it was already too late to give it back to Lu Mingzhou. He walked away. Su Liu had no choice but to look at the DVD in his hand. Upon a glance, it wasn't a big deal. On the DVD, there was a scantily clad couple. Su Liu was speechless. This old Lu. Where does he collect these from? Really? Going through life without getting married? Relying on this? Su Liu chuckled, putting the DVD in his pocket. Back at the hotel, it was already late. Lin Zhou stood at the door of his room, gesturing for Su Nianku to enter first. Su Nianku nodded, opened the door to her room. As she was about to push the door in, she seemed to think of something again. Unable to resist, she turned back to look at Lin Zhou, who was preparing to open his own room. Lin Zhou paused. What's wrong? Lin Zhou stopped his hand movements and ruffled her hair. Just say if you have something to say. Little deskmate, between the two of us, there's no need to worrying about others. Su Nianku took a deep breath. The words were on the tip of her tongue, but she swallowed them back. Nothing. Just tired. Let's go to sleep. All right. Good night. Yeah. Good night. After saying that, Su Nianku lowered her head, pushed the door to go inside. As she was about to close the door, she heard Lin Zhou call out to her. Don't worry. Have a good sleep. Okay. The door finally closed. Su Nianku stood at the door, lost in thought. Perhaps she should do something too. Lin Zhou, who had also entered his room, gradually lost his smile. After thinking for a while, he took out his phone, quickly edited a few text messages and sent them out before beginning to freshen up. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Lu Mingzhou got up early. He went downstairs to the breakfast shop, bought some buns and congee. When he was paying, he seemed to remember something. He turned around and said, "For more buns and 2 cups of soy milk please." Sure. The lady selling buns said with a smile as she handed the buns to him. Why, is the police station busy today? Yes. Ha ha. Officer Lu, why do you always bring these for your colleagues? Why not save the money to get yourself a wife? I'm already so old. Who would marry me? You're really funny, boss. Besides, it's just on my way, doing what I can. It's good. All right, that will be 16 yuan. Okay. Lu Mingzhou quickly paid and happily rode his small electric scooter towards the police station. As he passed by Baijia Hotel, he stopped. Just as he was about to go in, he saw Su Nianku coming out. She frowned, seemingly lost in thought. Without noticing him, Lu Mingzhou smiled and called out, "Little girl, over here, over here." Su Nianku then realized and walked towards him. Uncle Lu, why are you here? Just passing by. Where are you headed? I was planning to buy some breakfast. Oh. Why do you look so unhappy buying breakfast? Lu Mingzhou quickly approached Su Nianku and looked at her face. Startled, Su Nianku instinctively took a step back. Nothing. I haven't woken up yet. Ha ha. Seeing you startled wakes you up. Come on. Don't go buy breakfast. Take these. I bought them for you. Lu Mingzhou said as he handed the buns to Su Nianku. Worried she might not take them, Lu Mingzhou tried to grab her hand. Su Nianku quickly took the buns, stepped back, looking slightly embarrassed. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Lu Mingzhou smiled. You're welcome. Hurry and eat these. Okay. I'll go ahead. If you're free, come visit the police station. Don't mind Officer Su. He doesn't know how to appreciate beauty. Okay. By the way, shall I call you for lunch? No need. Su Nianku rejected without thinking, but Lu Mingzhou smiled. It's okay. I have nothing to do at noon. You and Lin Zhou just arrived in Nanchuan, not familiar with the place. I'll take you both to eat something good. Before Su Nianku could say anything, she heard Lin Zhou's voice behind her. Lu Mingzhou was also surprised. Then Lin Zhou walked up to him, blocking Su Nianku behind him. Thank you, Uncle Lu. I plan to take the little girl around today. We might come back late. Oh, I see. Another day then. Yes, when there's time, I'll treat Uncle Lu to a meal. No need. Let me treat you. Lu Mingzhou smiled. I must go now. I seem to have something to attend to today. I'll let you know once there's news about your brother. Thank you. Lu Mingzhou then rode away. Lin Zhou watched his back, lost in thought. Su Nianku also felt a bit confused. Lin Zhou, why does Uncle Lu seem a bit strange? Yeah, indeed strange. Lin Zhou nodded, but didn't explain further. Let's go. Little partner, eat the buns, then we'll be busy. Okay, Su Nianku nodded. The two turned and headed back to the hotel. Because they rode the small electric scooter, Lu Mingzhou arrived at the police station in 10 minutes. He parked the electric bike, changed his clothes, picked up the buns and some milk, ready to go inside. Just then, he saw Su Li walking out. His expression was serious. No need to go in. Come with me. Lu Mingzhou was surprised. Huh? Where to? Aren't you going to rest? No rest, going to the San Yuan District Police Station to borrow a female officer. Su Li adjusted his hat, opened the police car. Lu Mingzhou couldn't help but laugh. I see the light now. I remember one of those female officers seems to have a crush on you, but you've been ignoring her. Did the video from yesterday work? What are you talking about? Lu, I know how to bust the fraud ring. Need a female officer to help. Lu Mingzhou was stunned. He quickly stuffed the half-eaten bun back into the bag and caught up. Bust it. How? It's only been a night. How did you? Su Li sat in the passenger seat, rubbing his temples. Well, thought about it all night. Got some other information, so we have to act quickly. Can't let them be so arrogant. All right, but how do we do it? You'll know when we get there. Su Li gave a cryptic smile without explaining further. Lu Mingzhou wanted to ask more, but didn't know how. He simply nodded. All right, let's go. He saw Su Li closing his eyes, seemingly asleep. After Lu Mingzhou closed the car door, he quickly took out his phone. With his back to Su Li, he started composing a text message swiftly. Uncle Lu, what are you up to? Suddenly, Su Li's voice came from behind. Lu Mingzhou quickly hit send, pocketed his phone, and straightened up. Oh, old problem acting up. A bit of back pain. No worries. Buckle up. Let's go. Okay. Su Li absent-mindedly fastened his seatbelt. The car started moving slowly. Lu Mingzhou kept his eyes on the road. Su Li, who was about to doze off, suddenly heard a text notification. He took out his phone, glanced at it, and jolted in surprise. However, he maintained his original posture without moving. He discreetly put away his phone, changed his position, closed his eyes. I wonder if Lin Zhou had breakfast. Yes, I just took it to him. Lu Mingzhou's voice was beside him. But Su, why do you still care about Lin Zhou? I thought you couldn't stand him. It's not about whether he eats or not. I just think Su Nianku shouldn't skip breakfast. True. She's pretty. Just a bit slim and young. A good match for Lin Zhou. Su Li was slightly taken aback, looking a bit down. Indeed. After a 20-minute drive in Nanchuan, the car finally stopped. Su Li, feeling more refreshed, took Lu Mingzhou and entered the station. Soon, a female officer around 40 came out. Zisu, Lao Lu, what are you doing here? Su Li said. Zhou Ya, we need to borrow someone from you. Borrow someone? What for? Don't you have enough staff over there? Is something serious happening? No. You know it's all male officers over there. I need to borrow a female officer. Female officer? Zhou Lin looked at him in puzzlement. Zisu, are you making an excuse to see Ren Min? What? Zhou Ya, don't tease me. I need someone to investigate a matter. Su Li's words shocked everyone present. Lu Mingzhou was the first to react. He looked at Su Li in disbelief, feeling a little dazed. What? Where to? Officer Su, what are you talking about? Weren't you just saying? Yes. This is the solution I found. Lu Mingzhou swallowed. Someone provided me with information to directly infiltrate the fraud group, but our people at the police station are too familiar to the fraud group, so we need to find someone unfamiliar to them to go in. And then? Once inside, We will coordinate internally and externally with our team, and we will quickly catch them. Though it sounded reasonable, Lu Mingzhou couldn't help but feel there were some problems. Lu Mingzhou swallowed. Why? Why didn't you tell me about this before? Isn't this giving you a pleasant surprise? Lu Mingzhou was dumbfounded again. Su Li couldn't help but laugh. How about it? Lao Lu, are you happy? The fraudsters we had been chasing for half a year are finally going to be caught. Lu Mingzhou opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. After a while, he finally said, "It's not over until it's over." Why isn't it over? As long as our people can successfully infiltrate, catching them will be simple, right? Am I wrong? Oh. No. You're absolutely right. Lu Mingzhou didn't know what else to say, so he nodded in agreement. Su Li then turned excitedly to Zhou Lin. "Zhou Yan, what do you think of my plan?" Zhou Lin nodded. "It sounds good, but..." Before she could finish, Su Li interjected, "What are you waiting for? Quickly find someone for us." Seeing Zhou Lin hesitate, Su Li hurriedly added, "Hey, Zhou Yan, we can't delay. This matter is highly important. We need to move quickly." Zhou Lin reluctantly nodded. "Fine, but you have to guarantee our safety." "Absolutely, rest assured." Su Li spoke loudly, even with a smile. Zhou Lin looked at him curiously, then let out a smart female officer. "Let Ren Min go with you. She has received special training and is more suitable." Su Li was stunned. Zhou Yan, there's no one else available." "All right then." Su Li had no choice but to agree. Turning to Ren Min, who was blushing and looking down, he said, "Please, Ren Yan." Ren Min rolled her eyes at him on the spot, but as she walked out, she glanced at him disapprovingly. "Who do you think I am? Your sister." "Fearless." Su Li laughed. "Oh. Well, Ren Yan, wait for me." "Lao Lu, let's go." Lu Mingzhou, still in shock, quickly nodded. Okay. Once they had left, Zhou Lin looked in the direction of the door with a puzzled expression. Her subordinate nodded in agreement. Yeah. Normally, the things he said would be classified, so why is he speaking so loudly? And he didn't even refuse Little Min. Quite strange. They all got into the car. The argument between Su Li and Ren Min wasn't over yet. Lu Mingzhou interrupted them, seemingly unable to believe it. His voice trembled. Officer Su, you really are sending Officer Ren as an undercover agent?" "Of course, why not? But, there's nothing to worrying about. Let's go to the train station." "Huh, the train station?" Lu Mingzhou's voice noticeably quivered. Su Li nodded. "Yes, the information said they would find people near the train station, especially good-looking girls. If they are noticed, they will find a way to approach them and deceive them into entering." "Is that so?" Lu Mingzhou's voice trembling once again. "Yes, exactly, Lao Lu. What's the matter with you?" "Nothing. I just find it incredible." "Is this information reliable?" "It has to be reliable. Come on. Lao Lu, stop hesitating. Let's go." Okay. Lu Mingzhou nodded, but after waiting for a while, the car still hadn't started. Su Li frowned slightly. "Lao Lu, what's wrong?" "Nothing. I'm just curious. Is Officer Ren really going like this?" Now even Ren Min, who was angry, reacted. She pointed to her police uniform. "Yes, Su Li, am I going like this?" Su Li was taken aback before laughing. "Oh, sorry, I forgot. Let's go. First take Officer Ren to change into civilian clothes and freshen up." "That's more like it." Ren Min nodded. Lu Mingzhou finally started the car. Okay. Soon, they arrived at the mall. The group went inside and headed straight to the clothing store. Once inside, Su Li waved his hand. "Officer Ren, pick whatever you like." Ren Min stared at the room full of dresses, looking confused. Are you sure you want me to wear this?" She had graduated from the police academy and always wore a police uniform. Her casual clothes were usually short-sleeved trousers. She had never worn a dress before. "Yes. What else would you wear? It said they like pretty girls." "Officer Ren, just bear with it. Okay, but it's all for the people." Su Li handed her a dress directly. "I think this one looks good. Try it on quickly." Ren Min shyly took the dress, lowered her head. Okay. Hurriedly, she went into the dressing room. Su Li stood at the door, frowning slightly. Lao Lu seemed not to follow. Just as he was about to turn to see what he was doing, he heard Lu Mingzhou's cheerful voice. "Oh, after searching for a parking space for so long, Su, How about this? These clothes aren't bad. Yes. Sully nodded, a bit puzzled. Was it hard to find a parking space? He remembered there were several empty spots at the entrance. Yeah. It's not easy to park, you know. Our car shouldn't attract too much attention. True. Sully nodded without saying anything. After breakfast, Lin Jo washed up and tittied up. Standing up, he prepared to leave. Just as he reached the entrance, he was stopped by Sunyanku, who said, "Wait, Lin Jo." Lin Jo turned back, confused. "What's wrong?" Sunyanku looked down, thought for a moment, then looked up at him with determination. "Can we not go through with this?" Lin Jo was taken aback. "Little deskmate, what's wrong?" Sunyanku clenched her teeth, her voice trembling slightly. "It's too dangerous. I've been thinking all night, and I still think it's too dangerous. That's a fraudulent organization. So many people have been deceived into it, and Xiaochang has also been brainwashed. If you go in too." As she spoke, her voice began to choke. Seeing this, Lin Jo quickly stepped forward. Without any hesitation, he reached out his hand and gently embraced her. "Don't cry, little desk partner. Don't cry." With that sentence, Sunyanku began to cry. She was slightly taken aback, without resistance or struggle, letting him hold her. Her mind was in deep confusion. The plan Lin Jo had discussed with Zhang Minghua and Sully was for Lin Jo to infiltrate the fraudulent organization, gain their trust, and find out their base. Then, the police would take action from the outside. Although it was met with objections, it was indeed the best plan. They were not sure who the mole was. Lin Jo, an outsider, would be less likely to be discovered. Plus, he was clever, bold, and skillful. Before leaving, Mao Xiaoyu had a simple conversation with Lin Jo. It was about the fastest way to enter the fraudulent group. One was through the train station, and the other was through Huanan Street. Huanan Street was actually a street of bars in Nanchuan. According to Mao Xiaoyu, the leader of their fraudulent group liked to frequent the bar street. He was not only lecherous, but also a gambler, and he specifically targeted wealthy individuals. As long as he found someone who seemed foolishly wealthy, he would certainly lure that person in. And Lin Jo planned to start with this person. Sully was responsible for attracting their attention. Only Sully, Zhang Minghua, and she knew about this. The other police officers were in the dark. It was an agreement among them. When she was at the police station, she didn't stop him. She knew that every decision Lin Jo made was correct. She should support him unconditionally. But throughout the entire night, she became more and more worried. Watching Lin Jo about to leave, she couldn't help but stop him. She was getting anxious. "Xiaochang is my brother. It should be me going." Mao Xiaoyu also said they need more girls. Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted. She heard him saying, "But little desk partner, have you forgotten? You are my girlfriend now. Xiaochang is your brother, so he's my brother too. It's only right for me to go regarding my brother's matters. But, no buts. Unless you don't want to admit, I don't. How could she not acknowledge him? He was so good. So good. Then let me go." Mao Xiaoyu said they need more girls there, which means that girls inside will face more danger. "Little desk partner, I can't let you face any danger. Do you understand?" Lin Jo lightly patted Sunyanku's back. Knowing she couldn't stop him, Sunyanku lowered her head. She sniffled for a moment before squeezing out a sentence. "Then you must be careful." "Yes, I will. No matter what happens, your safety is the most important." "I know. Don't get hurt." "Okay." After giving these instructions, Sunyanku didn't know what else to say. Her nose started to tingle again. Sunyanku quickly changed her posture to prevent tears from falling. If something happens to you, Realizing what Sunyanku was about to say, Lin Jo quickly stopped her. He lowered his head and looked at her seriously. "Don't say silly things. I'll be fine. I promise you, absolutely nothing will happen to me. Trust me." Sunyanku looked up at Lin Jo, dumbfounded. She was caught off guard by his sudden request. Nevertheless, Lin Jo proceeded. "So, how about you give me a reward? If I successfully bring Xiaochang out, will you reward me?" Sunyanku was taken aback. What reward? "Well, how about..." Noticing Sunyanku's focus shifting, Lin Jo stroked his chin, thinking, "How about a hug?" A hug? What was Lin Jo talking about? Lin Jo didn't hesitate, nodding seriously. "Yes, Just a hug. If I bring Xiaocheng out safely and return, you give me a hug. Seeing Sunyanku looking bewildered, he continued, in that case, I will definitely come back safely. Sunyanku stared at him blankly. It seemed she didn't understand what he was saying. Seeing this, Lin Zhou amusedly ruffled her hair. About to say something, he suddenly noticed her nodding. Okay. Huh. Lin Zhou was surprised. Then he heard Sunyanku say, if you come back safely, I'll reward you. I believe in you. You'll definitely come back safely. She said it with tremendous sincerity, leaving Lin Zhou stunned for a moment. Quickly, he smiled and ruffled her hair. It's a deal. Good. Sunyanku nodded seriously, forcing a feigned smile. Well, then, I'll. Before she could finish saying go, Lin Zhou suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. He then saw Sunyanku take a step forward and quickly embrace him. Her body was slightly trembling, but her grip was strong. She didn't show any shyness or hesitation. She just held on to him. Placing her head on his chest, Sunyanku didn't see Lin Zhou tensing up. She softly said, you will definitely come back safely. This whisper finally woke Lin Zhou up a bit. Lowering his head, he looked at the little person in his arms. Was this reward premature? His little desk partner suddenly took the initiative. It felt a bit unusual. Nevertheless, Lin Zhou couldn't help but smile. It felt great. Being held by her was wonderful. Unable to resist, he reached out and gently patted her back. Yes, I will definitely return safely. His hand landed on her back, the gentle touch finally calming Sunyanku's nerves a bit. She whispered softly, Lin Zhou ... But before she could finish her sentence, a series of light coughs were suddenly heard behind them. Sunyanku instantly froze. Without turning around, she heard a familiar voice. How long are you two going to stick together? Have some consideration for the single dogs, will you? It was Fenyun's. Sunyanku quickly released her hold. Turning around, she indeed saw Fenyun standing not far behind them. He had his arms crossed and seemed to have been standing there for a while. He looked at them expressionlessly, but his eyes were full of amusement. Sunyanku blushed. You ... Fenyun's, how did you get here? Fenyun's gestured helplessly towards Lin Zhou. You have to ask Lin. Ask your boyfriend. Sunyanku quickly took a step back. Her face turned red. You ... us. Alright, I'll pretend I didn't see anything. No need to explain. Sunyanku finally breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, she heard Fenyun say, Lin Zhou, can we start now? Sunyanku was stunned. She turned her head, looking confused at Lin Zhou. Start what? Lin Zhou turned around, opened his own door. You'll know soon. Little desk partner, just wait for me a moment. Then he signaled to Fenyun to enter the room with him. Sunyanku nodded in confusion. Lin Zhou closed the door and then looked at Fenyun. No one saw you come in, right? When I arrived, the receptionist wasn't there. What about others? They have all gone to Nanchuan and are preparing themselves. That's good then, Lin Zhou said, quickly opening his suitcase. He took out some clothes from inside and handed them to Fenyun. They're all here. Pick one that you like to wear. Fenyun took them, looking somewhat worried. Are you sure this will work? It should work. We don't need much time. Just need to confuse the other party. Your body type is very similar to mine. Others shouldn't be able to tell. And someone will help us. Alright then. Fenyun didn't hesitate. Just randomly picked one and carried it out. This one will do. Great. Thank you. You're welcome. But this time when we go back, you have to treat me to a meal. I think this matter is quite dangerous. Definitely. Lin Zhou extended his hand, and they shook hands. Fenyun quickly changed into the clothes in his hand. Lin Zhou also changed into the clothes that Fenyun brought. Then he opened the door and walked out. Sunyanku had been standing at the door. Seeing this scene, she was instantly puzzled. What are you guys doing? Lin Zhou smiled. Little desk partner, I'm afraid we'll need your help. Huh? What? After a serious exchange with Sunyanku for a while, Lin Zhou finally stopped. Do you understand now? Sunyanku nodded in confusion. I understand, but ... no buts, we can definitely do it. Perhaps influenced by Lin Zhou's momentum, Sunyanku was stunned for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Yes, got it. Then I'll go now. Alright. Stay safe. Okay. Sunyanku stood in place, watching Lin Zhou leave. Until she could no longer see his figure, she didn't move a muscle. Seeing this, Fenyun, for some reason, felt somewhat envious. He didn't know if he would ever meet a girl who would look at him with such admiration. Lin Zhou was so lucky. No wonder he was willing to go to great lengths for her. After a moment, Finyans couldn't help but call out to her, "Classmate Sunyanku. Ha, don't worry, he's smart. He'll be fine. We have more important things to do." Okay. Sunyanku finally nodded, turned around, and went back to the room. By now, Lin Zhou had already gone downstairs to call a car. After providing the address, he closed his eyes to rest. About half an hour later, the car came to a stop. Lin Zhou paid the fare and got off the car. In front of him was a narrow street. At the entrance of the street was a new Chinese-style sign that read South China Street in 3 large characters. Without hesitation, Lin Zhou walked in. South China Street was actually a pedestrian street. However, due to the prevalence of bars, more and more people came here to open bars, making it a famous bar street in Nanchuan. At this moment, the remains of the previous night's revelry could still be seen on the street. There were bottles everywhere, along with various random items. It was nearing noon. The owners were each cleaning the front of their shops. No one paid any attention to Lin Zhou. Soon enough, Lin Zhou stopped in front of a shop called Blue's Bar. He stood at the door for a while, then pushed the door and walked in. Inside the shop, as he expected, it was exceptionally quiet. After all, the night was the golden time for bars. Nonetheless, Lin Zhou didn't hesitate. He walked forward, recalling what Mao Xiaoyu had said to him before leaving. "Even though I can't go to the police station with you, I know some information that might be helpful to you. While I was inside, I had a supervisor named Liu Xiaoxian. He is the head of the branch over here in Nanchuan, usually not responsible for recruiting new members or missions. He only leads us and assigns tasks from above, highly favored by our leader. But he has a problem. He loves to gamble. The leader prohibited him from gambling, fearing it might attract unfavorable attention from the police, but he didn't listen despite being warned several times, often sneaking out behind the leader's back to play. The place he frequented the most was the Blues Bar on South China Street. I went there with him once before. To Blues Bar, though named a bar, if you walk left towards the bar counter, there's a hidden door at the location of the restroom. Just a gentle push, and you can enter. And below that is an underground gambling den. Not many people play here on regular days. It's well hidden, and only those led by someone can go in, so no one reports it, and no one finds out. The story continues on the next page. In Liu Shaoxiang's words, it is a place to satisfy his addiction. Even though he isn't directly involved in missions, encountering wealthy people who are naive must be of interest to him. He is also directly supervising Suma Cheng now, holds him in high regard, and even wants to groom him as a successor. I think you might want to look into this person. Lost in thought, Lin Zhou ended up standing at the restroom's door. After looking at the wall next to it for a moment, he indeed noticed a subtle difference. Lin Zhou didn't hesitate. He reached out to push it. The next moment, a door as wide as a person swung open. It revealed a downward passage. Lin Zhou took a deep breath and walked in. As he went further down, the pathway widened. He could even hear various noisy sounds. Even the lighting had changed to be colorful and vibrant. Lin Zhou couldn't help but furrow his brow. Soon enough, he saw 2 well-dressed women walking towards him, flirting. "Hey, we have a handsome guy here. There have been quite a few newcomers today. Even a boat just came." "That's right. Is this to bestow benefits on us women?" "Ha ha." The 2 stopped in front of Lin Zhou, with the slightly plump one extending her hand, trying to greet Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou quickly sidestepped to avoid her. Without giving her a second glance, he walked straight ahead. At this, the woman frowned. "Hey, what are you doing? Stop. The sister hasn't greeted you yet. Why are you running?" Before her words could fully come out, she saw the young man giving her a cold glance. For some reason, the woman shivered instantly. Mingming is a 17 or 18-year-old boy, but the eldest sister felt a sense of danger from him. She quickly stepped back. Lin Zhou then walked forward. When he walked far away, the woman reacted. "How does this young man have a sense of maturity that doesn't match his age?" "I don't know. Forget it and quickly go. Don't provoke him." Lin Zhou ignored the 2 people. He quickly surveyed the bar. Soon, he saw a familiar face at a small gambling table. The person had a bald head and a round face full of smiles. But his card-playing movements did not stop. Bomb. Ammo. Lost again. I'm so mad. Mosey. Give me the money. With a sound, a young man standing beside him, with his hair fluttering, quickly fumbled from his pocket, then threw a stack of money on the table. Lin Zhou looked and saw there was probably 2,000 yuan. The others who were playing with him quickly joyfully took the money. Lin Zhou smiled. Little Liu Shiming, this kid, really had some potential. He even dared to shave his head. He indeed looked much fiercer. Not bad. Not bad. After some thought, Lin Zhou quickly collected the intimidating aura he had and put on the expensive watch he bought for 20,000 yuan on the way, wearing it on his wrist. Then, he changed to a naive smile. At this time, just after giving him the money, bold Liu Shiming, with a gloomy face, also saw Lin Zhou. He smiled slightly, almost about to stand up. Mo Ziqing, who was called Mo Zi, quickly pressed him down. Big brother, what are you doing? Are you not going to play anymore? Liu Shiming reacted, and quickly sat down again. Seeing Lin Zhou approaching, Liu Shiming pretended to ponder for a moment, then grumbled, of course, I want to play, but I keep losing. How can I play? The few people playing with him were not that old, and when they heard this, they quickly stood up. No. No. For the next round, we'll let you win. Let you win. Don't leave. 2,000 at a time. This Santa Claus with such a naive and silly demeanor couldn't be let go. Liu Shiming reluctantly sat down. Really? Let me win. Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, he pretended to ponder. It's not impossible. But what? But your luck is too good. No good. Have to change someone, or else my fortune will be sucked away by you all. Oh. Then what should we do? The few people looked at each other. Mo Ziqing shouted loudly. It's easy. Anyone here wants to play. The people around immediately shook their heads. They all said this round was meant for this bald kid to win. Going up now would be like giving away money, right? No one? Then let's pick randomly. You guys came, and can not play anything, right? Oh. The crowd immediately took a step back. Only Lin Zhou stood still, unmoved. His expression seemed somewhat puzzled, as if he didn't know what was going on. Mo Ziqing laughed. Hey, kid. You're new here. Want to play? Tout. Me? Lin Zhou deliberately pointed at himself, as if he hadn't understood what was happening yet. Only then did the others finally notice. Behind them stood a young boy. The boy appeared to be 17 or 18 years old, with very neat hair and a studious look about him, coupled with his perfectly clean face. He was simply a handsome young man. He also wore quite an expensive watch on his wrist. Clearly, he was a rich person, but his smile, no matter how you looked at it, looked very gullible. Who's this good boy from a wealthy family? The people were full of doubts, but Mo Ziqing laughed. Yes. You. Do you have money? Liu Shiming also sat sprawled, looking at Lin Zhou disdainfully. Lin Zhou again meekly nodded. I should have some. Then. Want to play? Lin Zhou glanced around, then nodded somewhat reluctantly. I do want to play, but what? If you want to play, hurry up. Don't dawdle. Lin Zhou tugged at his clothes and pretended to be embarrassed. But I don't know how. Mo Ziqing immediately chuckled. If you don't know, why are you here? Go away. However, before he finished speaking, the opponents on the other side became excited. Hey. Wait. Young man, if you don't know, we can teach you. It's very simple. The guy who was currently dealing cards seemed like he didn't want to play. It was hard to come across another naive person. Can't let this opportunity slip by. Mo Ziqing snorted coldly, saying nothing. Lin Zhou, on the other hand, looked curious. Really? Yes. Really? Very true. It's just that at our table, we play a bit big, starting at 2,000 each time. That's no problem, as long as you're willing to teach me. Lin Zhou tentatively took a step forward. The few players looked at each other, smiling. Then what are you waiting for? Come over. The person in the middle even vacated a seat for Lin Zhou, hugged his shoulder, and said, Young man, why do you want to play this game? Well, it's just that I had an argument with my parents, and my classmates told me this place is fun, so I came. The above small chapter is not finished yet. Please click to the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Lin Zhou nodded. I really don't know. Aren't you supposed to teach me? All right, but you have to listen to me. I know. Seeing this, The person relaxed. He began to point at Lin Zhou's cards, clearly trying to make Lin Zhou lose. Lin Zhou pretended not to understand anything and followed the person's guidance. Behind the crowd, Liu Shaoxian, who was originally bored and about to leave, stopped in his tracks when he saw this. Kids these days are so wealthy. That watch alone must be worth at least 20,000, right? 2,000 for a round of cards. If they play more, this is just pocket money they casually brought out without their family knowing. How wealthy must their family be? This is much better than the two people he recently deceived into his group. Thinking this, Liu Shaoxian stopped walking, deciding to observe a bit more before making a move. Lin Zhou saw his goal achieved and continued to pretend to be clueless. Soon, a round ended, and Lin Zhou predictably lost. He pulled out 10 banknotes and handed them to the winner, Liu Shiming, while crying and looking at the people around him. Sorry everyone, am I too foolish? No, little brother, you're not foolish at all. They are just too smart. It's impressive for your first time learning. Don't worry, just play a few more times. Really? Yes, I believe in you. Little brother, come on, continue. Okay then, I'll give it another try. The second round began. Liu Shaoxian rubbed his chin and looked at Lin Zhou. This person really seems a bit naive. He was clearly duped by those card players just now. Can't he see it? If that's the case, he should be easy to deceive. But just then, the boss messaged saying that the police seemed to be looking for someone to infiltrate their organization. Things have been quiet lately. No more recruiting people. Could this person be? Liu Shaoxian hesitated briefly, but quickly got lost in thought again. The kid seemed to come from a wealthy background. It would be a shame to miss out. Liu Shaoxian decided to observe a bit more. Soon, the second round ended. Lin Zhou lost again. Then came the third round. The fourth round ... the fifth round. He lost a total of 10 rounds. Most of the money in front of Lin Zhou was gone. He sat there looking despondent and conflicted. Meanwhile, Liu Shiming, sitting opposite him, had started to laugh loudly. Ha ha, ha ha ha, brother, keep going, keep going. Shouldn't we just call it quits? Lin Zhou stood up, but his nearby card-playing friends weren't going to let him go that easily. They pulled at his sleeve, laughing. Don't go. Don't you want to win it all back? Little brother, all that money you lost, are you satisfied with that? Lin Zhou furrowed his brow, hesitating. Can I win it back? Seeing him swayed, Liu Shiming gave his thigh a playful pat. Of course, why not? I'll let you win the next one. Trust me. You'll definitely win. Other friends chimed in. That's right, this guy said so. You'll definitely win. We'll let you win too. After some hesitation, Lin Zhou sat back down. Alright, let's continue then. Witnessing this scene, Liu Shaoxian couldn't believe it. 10 rounds. A full 10 rounds. Most people would catch on after 4 or 5 rounds. And yet, this guy played 10 rounds and still wants to continue. He's already lost 20,000 without a second thought. It's only now that he's starting to worry. Looks like my hunch was right. This kid is from a wealthy family. I need to find out more. With this in mind, Liu Shaoxian quickly pulled out his phone, walked to the side, and made a call. Lin Zhou, seeing this, stretched lazily. Then his bank card slipped out of his pocket. The person beside him immediately picked it up. Little brother, you dropped your bank card. Lin Zhou hurriedly took it back. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Ha ha. No worries. Put it away quickly. With the way you look, you must have quite a bit of money. Have fun. It's just some pocket money. Lin Zhou smiled and quickly put away the bank card. Liu Shaoxian noticed all of this and laughed on the spot. His call was connected at that moment. Hurrying, he inquired, how's it going? Any news from the police station? Well, the boss just said they're at the train station, told us to lay low over there. Huh, just the train station? Only the train station? Yet. They brought a female cop and it seems like they want us to deceive her. I must say, Liu, that female cop is quite something. A bit of a shame. But Liu Shaoxian only registered the first half of what was said. His mind was fixated on one thing, the female cop. A female. Yes, what's wrong? Any other news? No. That's it. The police seem determined this time, saying they will definitely catch us. That's great. Liu Shaoxian got excited. A female cop? Yeah. What's up? Do you have any other news? Anything else? Nope. Just that this time, the police are dead set on catching us. That's fantastic. Liu Shaoxiang was thrilled. The person opposite him was visibly puzzled. Fantastic. Ha, you don't understand. You don't get it. I've stumbled upon a big fish here. A big fish. The person opposite him was clearly befuddled, but didn't the boss say? The boss is just afraid we might bring the female cop back, right? As long as we don't have any dealings with the police, isn't everything else like usual? Plus, this person is so gullible. If we bring him back, we might earn a few million more. His family is well off. I see, then. Liu, why don't you give it a try? Yeah. Let's not mention this to anyone for now. I'll give the boss a nice surprise later. Sure. No problem. After hanging up, Liu Shaoxiang smiled. Lin Zhou noticed his actions. He shielded his view with the cards, a faint smile appearing on his lips. The big fish was taking the bait. I won. He quickly threw his cards out, eyes filled with excitement. I won. This time, I won. Ha, all right. Here's your money. Liu Shiming and the other players around deliberately smiled, pushing the money over. Lin Zhou happily took the money and yelled, "Shall we continue? Are you guys continuing?" "Of course, as long as you're willing. Little brother, we'll continue." "Great. Then let's go. Let's go." Seeing this, Liu Shaoxiang furrowed his brows unknowingly. This kid really intends to lose all his money. What's his game? Thinking this, he adjusted his collar, pretending he had just arrived, and quickly made his way over to Lin Zhou. He forcefully patted Lin Zhou's shoulder. "Brother, there you are. I've been searching for you. Your parents asked me to call you back. Don't play anymore. Let's go." Suli has been waiting at the train station the whole morning. For this morning, he and Lu Mingzhou were dressed casually, sitting on the stone benches on the periphery, attentively watching the square above. Meanwhile, policewoman Ren Min, dressed in a modest outfit, with a high ponytail and carrying a suitcase, was wandering aimlessly on the square. This was Lu Mingzhu's idea. According to him, this would make it easier for swindlers to target them. After all, innocent and good-looking people are easier to deceive. Although Suli found it strange how Lu Mingzhou knew all this, he thought there was some logic to it and didn't pay much attention to it. But this whole morning, they gained nothing. Not to mention swindlers, they didn't even had anyone strike up a conversation with them. Suli was speechless. Originally, he still had hope. Perhaps Lin Zhou was wrong. Maybe the police station didn't have any moles and their people could infiltrate the fraud group and complete the mission. But now it seemed like he was overthinking. Perhaps this mole had already reported the information to the other side. Thinking about this, Suli felt a bit irritated. He stood up and sat back down, trying to dispel this restless feeling. But he found Lu Mingzhou next to him, with his eyes closed, seemingly in a state of meditation. He didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. He didn't even realize when Suli stood up. Was he asleep? How could he sleep at a time like this? Suli squinted his eyes and furrowed his brows tightly. After thinking for a while, he walked slowly to Lu Mingzhou and called out to him. "Lao Lu, huh?" Lu Mingzhou seemed startled, suddenly standing up. What's wrong? Did you not sleep well last night, huh?" "Oh, right. Last night, you know. I got back late. At my age, I tend to have insomnia easily. It's really... Well, take care of yourself then." No. What's the situation with Officer Ren on that side?" Lu Mingzhou asked anxiously, looking towards Ren Min. "I don't know. There's been no movement yet." "Oh. Well, that's okay. Let's wait a little longer. Maybe someone will find her soon." Hehe. Lu Mingzhou smiled, then didn't turn back. His gaze seemed to be fixated on Ren Min. After all, Officer Ren looks very pretty today. Upon hearing this, Suli slightly furrowed his brows. Today, at Lu Mingzhu's suggestion, Ren Min wore a white blouse with a black skirt. She even put on a tie. She wore long socks with black loafers. Her hair, usually tied up, was now loose. Ren Min was already young, and with this attire, she looked almost like a college student. This style did look good indeed. But staring at her all the time wasn't appropriate, right? Moreover, Lu's gaze seemed a bit strange. It was like the way a man looks at a woman. But Lu was in his 50s. Ren Min was in her 20s. How could this be happening? Thinking about this, Suli discreetly positioned himself between Ren Min and Lu Mingzhou. He diverted Lu Mingzhu's gaze. Quite good looking indeed. Lao Lu has a good eye, of course. I often read magazines. This is the most popular fashion style for young girls nowadays. Is that so? Of course. Lu Mingzhou chuckled and went back to sit on the bench. Inspector Su, don't rush. Sit down and relax for a while. Those fraudsters won't come out so easily. They are very cunning and will surely observe for a long time. Is that so? Su Li furrowed his brows again. He sat down next to Lu Mingzhou. Looking at him, you seem to understand quite well. Lao Lu, of course, I've been outwitting these people for decades. Lu Mingzhou lit a cigarette and offered one to Su Li. Su Li waved his hand. I don't smoke. You haven't learned yet, you. This kid, neither dating nor smoking or drinking, just leaving yourself at the police station all day. Sigh. It's no wonder you lack charm. Lu Mingzhou then turned his gaze to the distance. He pointed to a young girl in a skirt not far away. How old do you think she is? 16 or 17? Huh. Who asked you about her age? You really sigh. This aspect of you, why haven't you learned from me? Lu Mingzhou exhaled a puff of smoke, admiring the view. Su Li watched his demeanor and furrowed his brows once again. How come he never noticed before how Lu Mingzhou paid so much attention to beautiful women on the road? He used to just love watching movies. Now he seemed more childish now. This preference didn't seem quite right. After pondering for a while, Su Li casually asked, Lao Lu, do you still remember your first love? Her? Of course, I remember. Lu Mingzhou didn't even look back, continuing to exhale smoke. Do you still love her? Love? Lu Mingzhou seemed caught off guard by Su Li's question. After a moment of hesitation, he responded, of course. Why wouldn't I love her? Look at what you're asking. She's already in the past tense. We're still alive. We should look forward. Always forward. Is that so? Yes. Besides work, we still have a life. Inspector Su, you should not waste your whole life like me. I've been driving for 30 years at this police station. The story continues. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Lu Mingzhou sighed and continued to look around. Su Li looked at him, lost in thought. It had been 30 years. His first love had been gone for many years. Indeed, he should look forward. Could it be that he was overthinking? Su Li turned his head and looked ahead. Ren Min's attire was indeed good, but it was also normal, right? Where was that mole? He didn't know what was happening on Lin Zhou's side. At this moment, Lin Zhou had been walking outside the bar with Liu Shaoxian for quite a while. Liu Shaoxian hadn't said a word, and Lin Zhou just followed behind him. After a few more minutes of walking, Lin Zhou realized that Liu Shaoxian still didn't intend to speak. He steadied his mind and cautiously approached, asking, Sir, what did you mean earlier? Do you know my family? Liu Shaoxian turned around to see the teenager full of guilt on his face. His expression seemed as if he was afraid his family would find out about his activities. He burst into laughter. Don't worry, I don't know you. But earlier, I was trying to save you. Save me? Lin Zhou continued to pretend to be innocent. His appearance seemed to amuse Liu Shaoxian. Was this a godsend idiot, or a wealthy idiot? Yes. Can't you see those people earlier were trying to deceive you? Deceive me? You they were planning to team up to deceive all your money. But weren't they teaching me how to play cards? Lin Zhou became more and more innocent as he spoke. He still seemed a bit puzzled. Coupled with his clean face, Liu Shaoxiang felt delighted in his heart in an instant. This deal seemed to be close to sealing. Little brother, you are still inexperienced. They are trying to teach you, but have they taught you anything useful after all the teaching? They are using the guise of teaching you to let you lose, so that they can make more money. Money? Yes. Think about it. How much money have you lost now? What have you gained? Lin Zhou furrowed his brow. Soon, he seemed to have a sudden realization. Yes, they are trying to deceive you. Liu Shaoxian felt a great sense of achievement as he made the final conclusion. But what should I do? Lin Zhou began to pretend to be conflicted. After struggling for a while, he said, No, I have to go find them. Liu Shaoxian quickly grabbed him. He was very satisfied with this impulsive personality. Hey, don't go. If you go, won't they skin you alive? Can you defeat them on your own? Fight? Do I have to fight? I mean, little brother, haven't you figured out what kind of place that is? It's a small gambling den, and the people there, can any of them be trusted? Lin Zhou struggled again. After hesitating in place for a while, he sat down, feeling lost. What should I do? I wanted to come out and earn some money to prove that I'm capable. My family thinks of me as a useless person who can't do anything. But now, seeing this, Liu Shaoxian also squatted down. At the same height as Lin Zhou, he patted his shoulder. In your situation, let me think. Yes, we should get that money back. Yes. Yes. How do we do that? Big brother, do you have a way? Liu Shaoxian rubbed his chin and with a smirk in his eyes, said, I don't have a way to get the money. Then, Lin Zhou lowered his head again in disappointment. Seeing this, Liu Shaoxian smiled slyly, but Lin Zhou suddenly raised his head. But what? But I have another way to help you make money. Huh? And you might earn even more. Meaning, not only can you have these 20,000, but you can earn more money. Is that so good? After acting surprised again, Lin Zhou beamed with Zhou, then big brother, lead me to make money. Hey, not now. Then when can we? We have to ask my big brother about this. As Liu Shaoxian said this, he looked towards the bar next to Lin Zhou. Somewhat absent-mindedly, he continued, my big brother is good at making money, but he doesn't seem to be interested in newcomers now. Let me think about it. I have to talk to him properly. Lin Zhou understood this and slightly furrowed his brow, although his face showed a smile. Thank you so much, big brother. Let's go have a drink. Hot drink? Liu Shaoxian was surprised. Then, Lin Zhou directly pulled him into the bar. Yes, this bar has a great ambience. I don't know the brand, but it should be good. You can have a look and think slowly. No. Wait, Liu Shaoxian was pleasantly surprised, unable to contain his smile. Little brother, wait a minute. Lin Zhou didn't give him a chance to refuse. After entering the bar, he directly told the waiter, bring out your most expensive wine. The waiter was taken aback. The most expensive? Yes. The wine that costs over 5,000 yuan. Oh. The waiter's face immediately lit up, and he hurried to fetch the wine. In no time, he brought out a bottle of mutai and handed it to Lin Zhou. Here, take a look. This is our bar's treasure. 8,800 yuan. The moment Liu Shaoxian saw it, his eyes widened. This was a quality wine. He couldn't afford it normally, not even the boss had it. But he pretended to be hesitant and pulled Lin Zhou. No. Little brother, it's not appropriate. We just met. I don't even know your name. Oh, I'm Lin Zhou, big brother. No matter what your name is, you are my brother now. This wine is a gift to you, boss. Just this bottle. Pack it up for me. Okay. The waiter nodded happily. Liu Shaoxian could only reluctantly nod his head. Okay, I'm Liu Shaoxian. From now on, you are my brother. He took the wine and smiled brightly. All right, remember to help your little brother make money. If we don't make money, I will be scolded to death when I go back. No problem, Liu Shaoxian pledged directly. This guy spent close to 10,000 yuan on a bottle as soon as he got started. They had just met. Truly easy to deceive. It seemed like he was going to make a fortune this time. When I go back today, I will talk to my big brother and try to get him to add you to a new project. Wait for my message. You might be able to start working as soon as tomorrow. Okay. Lin Zhou nodded happily. There's more to come after this chapter. Please click next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting later on. Liu Shaoxian also smiled. Let's go back now, but you have to tell me where you live so I can find you tomorrow. No problem, big brother. You come to my hotel first, Lin Zhou said as he hailed a cab. He then named a nearby hotel. He had reserved this hotel when he came in the morning, thinking that he might be deceived by Liu Shaoxian today. He had only booked it for a day just in case. Never thought it would come in handy. After bringing Liu Shaoxian back to the hotel and sitting for a while, he left with the wine. Little brother Lin Zhou, be careful not to get swindled again. I will come back soon to find you. Sure. I'll follow big brother's advice. Then I'll go now. All right. Liu Shaoxian left. Once downstairs, he did not go far. Instead, he stood in place and made a call. Keep an eye on someone for me. Yes. At the Green City Hotel. Lin Zhou. Don't let him escape. He's wealthy. Our performance this month depends on him. At this very moment, Lin Zhou, standing on the balcony on the third floor, looked towards where Liu Shaoxian had been. He smiled slightly and as he walked inside the room, he drew the curtains. Taking out his phone, He made a call. In no time, the call was answered. Liu Shiming's excited voice could be heard from the other end. Hello, Zhou Zhe. You finally called. I was worried you were in danger. How did it go? Did you deceive that Liu Shaoxian? Lin Zhou smiled. I think it worked out well. That's great. My hair cutting wasn't in vain. Oh, I don't know how to face Guo Guo with this look. It's worrying me. Do you know you still have money? Guo Guo, did you get her permission before shaving your head? This. Liu Shiming chuckled awkwardly. I was in a hurry, right? You called me late last night. I contacted Lao Fen directly to buy tickets and rushed over. Almost didn't make it. We divided the work on the train, and I thought I was suitable for this role. But my face was too young. In order to look more fierce, I thought about changing my hairstyle, but there was no barbershop on the train. So, I had no choice but to borrow the train conductor's shaving razor and shave. Lin Zhou was speechless, but Liu Shiming seemed quite satisfied with his results. I didn't expect it to be quite useful. Just look at how good the effect is today. Lin Zhou had to nod. Indeed not bad. But, Lin Zhou fell silent for a moment and continued. Do you know that hair is shared property between lovers? Well, get ready to be scolded by Guo Guo. Oh. This won't do. Zhou Zhe, you have to help me talk. I did this for Yuan Su's Weiba. I can't. Zhou Zhe. Liu Shiming was almost in tears. Lin Zhou chuckled and said, all right, stop crying. I'll try to explain it to her when we get back. That's good. Liu Shiming let out a sigh of relief. By the way, Zhou Zhe, Wang Zikan and the others are all ready. Just waiting for your summons. All right. Thanks. What are you saying? We are like brothers. You can't say that. Lin Zhou felt warm in his heart at these words. I'll treat you guys to dinner later. Really? That's great. I'll tell the brothers. They can eat a lot. Zhou Zhe, you better prepare more money. No problem. Then I'll continue to go to the small casino tomorrow. I'm afraid Liu Shaoxian is suspicious and will come back to check the situation. Okay. Well, that's it. Zhou Zhe, you be careful too. You're the most dangerous one now. If there's any danger, be sure to inform us immediately. Got it. After hanging up the phone, Lin Zhou quickly stuffed his phone back into his pocket. He glanced down at the street and saw two people standing there. Lin Zhou quickly closed the curtains, walked into the room, closed his eyes, and pondered over everything that had happened today. In one day, he had made Liu Shaoxian aware of himself, and he had also set up a facade of being a dumb rich kid. But Liu Shaoxian was still cautious. He wouldn't easily trust him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have people watching him, and there would still be a tough battle to fight tomorrow. He felt like he needed to do something. Just as he was thinking about it, his phone rang again. He quickly took out his phone and saw that it was from Suli. Furrowing his brows, he answered the call. On the other end of the phone was Suli's voice. How's it going? Any progress? Lin Zhou recounted the day's events and quickly heard Suli's reply. Not bad, but Liu Shaoxian probably won't bring you in so quickly. Be careful in the next steps, and if there's any problem, notify us immediately. Your safety is the most important. It coincided with Lin Zhou's thoughts. Lin Zhou smiled. I know. Thank you, Officer Su. No need to thank me. I'm also doing this for Lao Zhou's sake. Knowing that this guy was stubbornly proud, Lin Zhou interrupted him directly. Officer Su, do you have any progress on your end? What progress? Suli realized what Lin Zhou wanted to say before he even finished speaking. He continued, there should be some progress. It's uncertain yet. Give me some more time. Okay, who is it? Suli turned back and looked at Lu Mingzhou, who was busy making tea in the office. After a moment of contemplation, he said, not sure yet. Give me more time. All right, I have to trouble Officer Su to take care of my coworker. Don't worry, I'll pay attention. The two chatted for a bit more before hanging up. At that exact moment, Lu Mingzhou walked in with a teacup, saying, Su officer, come have some tea. All right. Suli immediately put on a smile and followed Lu Mingzhou out. He didn't see Ren Min, who had just changed into her police uniform, taking everything in. Tilting her head in thought, she also followed them. Setting the teacup down, Lu Mingzhou smiled cheerfully and said, it's okay, although there wasn't much progress today. There's still tomorrow. Don't worry. Maybe they'll take the bait. Suli paused for a moment, looking at Lu Mingzhou. Lao Lu, do you really think they'll take the bait so easily? Lu Mingzhou hesitated for a moment and chuckled. They definitely will, especially with Officer Ren as such a good bait. Ren Ming glanced at them without saying a word. Su Li took a sip of water and nodded. True. Then let's call it a day and continue tomorrow. All right, Officer Ren. You. Lu Mingzhou stood up excitedly. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Li said, Officer Ren, you've worked hard today. I'll drive you home. Lu Mingzhou was taken aback again. He gulped down the words he was about to say about offering Officer Ren a ride. Yes. Yes. Su Officer, you should drive Officer Ren home. She's the one who worked the hardest today, not me. The end of the dialogue is continued on the next page. Sun Yanku had been sitting in the hotel for quite a while. She hadn't eaten or moved. Lin Zhou had been out for most of the day. She didn't know how he was doing or what he was facing. She knew he was smart, but before it had all been playful banter. This time, however, she was about to venture deep into great danger, and all of this was because of her. Sun Yanku's heart tightened in her chest. But quickly, she lifted her head. She smiled faintly. Lin Zhou had also given her a task. She couldn't falter or show any weakness. He was so good. She had to keep up with his pace. Only then could she always stand by his side. She wanted to always be by his side. After smiling, Sun Yanku stood up, ready to check on Fenyun's situation next door. She wanted to discuss what to do. However, as she opened the door, she saw Lu Mingzhou standing outside. He seemed like he was going to knock on the door, but when he saw her expression falter, he smiled faintly. That smile gave Sun Yanku goosebumps involuntarily. She held back her emotions, took a slight step back, and smiled. Uncle Lu, why are you here? I came to see you ... and Lin Zhou, I also brought some food for you guys, Lu Mingzhou said, and handed Sun Yanku some fruits. Sun Yanku quickly refused. No need. No need ... take it. Lu Mingzhou subconsciously reached for Sun Yanku's right hand. She quickly pulled her hand back and swiftly accepted the fruits with her left hand, saying, Thank you, Uncle Lu. Lu Mingzhou's hand fell empty, his expression turning slightly unpleasant. But quickly, he put on a smile again. Where's Lin Zhou? Isn't he in your room? No, he's in his own room. Oh ... I see, Lu Mingzhou said, and tried to peek inside Sun Yanku's room. Sun Yanku quickly moved aside to give him space. Uncle Lu, what are you doing? Lu Mingzhou inspected her up and down, chuckled. I thought that kid would be up to something. Didn't expect him to be so well behaved. The bed in the room is so neat. It's truly miraculous. Sun Yanku felt uncomfortable being stared at, so she stepped back again, saying, Uncle Lu, we're still young, right? That kid really doesn't know how to appreciate jade-like qualities. Lu Mingzhou chuckled mysteriously, seemingly reluctant to leave. Sun Yanku felt increasingly uneasy. Just when she didn't know what to do, the door of the adjacent room opened. Inside, a voice with a stuffy nose asked, What? Cough, what's going on? Little Deskmate, did someone come? Recognizing that voice with a congested nose that seemed to have had a lingering cold, Sun Yanku was startled. She quickly spoke. Yes, yes, Uncle Lu is here. Oh, cough, sorry Uncle Lu, I'm. Cough, sorry, I seem to have caught a cold recently, so I won't cough ... I won't go out to see you. Lu Mingzhou, who was about to peek in, quickly pulled back his head. I was wondering why the voice sounded off. Okay, rest well and take care. I brought you guys some fruits. Eat plenty later to boost your vitamins. Okay. Cough. Okay. Thank you Uncle Lu. You're welcome. Then I'll go now. I'll come to see you again tomorrow, Lu Mingzhou said as he turned and went downstairs. He muttered to himself as he walked away. Why is the door open at this time ... Really? Seeing him leave, Sun Yanku let out a long sigh of relief. She picked up the fruits and quickly turned to the next door. Just as she was about to knock on the door of the adjacent room opened. Fenyun appeared at the door. Coming. Sun Yanku nodded and walked in. Placing the fruits on the table, she spoke. Thank you for earlier. No problem. Lin Zhou instructed me before he left to protect you. Sun Yanku nodded. Then, thank you for that. Fenyun didn't say more. That person just now, is he the mole in the police station? Sun Yanku shook her head. Not sure yet, but he gives me a strange feeling. As if what? Sun Yanku pondered for a moment before replying, as if he's being overly friendly. It was the same in the morning. Just now too. He seemed to be deliberately getting close to her. There were no boundaries. She didn't like it. Is that so? Should this information be told to Lin Zhou? Yes. Sunyanku nodded. I'll call him later. Later? Yes. Lu Mingzhou just left. If he is really the mole, he might still be lingering downstairs. We can't let him catch on. Upon hearing this, Fan Yun's was stunned. He looked at Sunyanku with disbelief in his eyes. This timid girl from school was now so confident and serious when speaking these words. He thought she had always been just a naive under Lin Zhou's protection. Indeed, spending time with Lin Zhou changed people. He nodded, remembering something. Oh, by the way, you don't have to go down. Huh, this. Lin Zhou bought it for you, Fan Yun said, as he took out a new phone from the bedside table and handed it to Sunyanku. Sunyanku was instantly taken aback, looking incredulous. He bought this from me. Yes, he said he bought it for you when you went out for hot pot. Later, Suma Chen showed up. Then you both went to the police station. He forgot to give it to you. And when he left this morning, he was in a hurry, afraid you would refuse it, so he asked me to give it to you. He wants you to use this to contact him if you need anything these next few days. His number it is saved in there. Sunyanku was shocked once again. She thought about the time Lin Zhou took so long in the restroom. Was he buying the phone at that time? Because he was afraid she would refuse it, he chose to have Fan Yun give it to her now. This silly guy. How could he think through every detail like this? She really liked him so much. Sunyanku felt her nose tingling. She sniffed hard. She took the phone, then unfolded a smile. I understand. You can text him now and ask what he's doing. Be careful not to give anything away. Okay. Sunyanku nodded. These days have been tough for you too. Lu Mingzhou might come tomorrow. I know. My body shape is similar to Lin Zhou's, but I'll stand a little farther away. He probably won't notice. Okay. Then I'll head back to my room. Sure. Remember to tell me if there's anything, and take my number too. Fan Yun gave his phone number to Sunyanku. After she noted it down, she turned and left. Lin Zhou had been waiting at the hotel for quite a while. As the sky darkened, he still hadn't received a call from Liu Shaoxian. He hesitated for a moment, then stood up. It seemed that today, Liu Shaoxian wouldn't contact him. He had to do something. Thinking this, Lin Zhou got up and prepared to leave. At that moment, his phone rang. Picking up the phone, he saw a text message. Hello. May I ask what service you need? Lin Zhou's eyes unconsciously flicker when he saw these words. He quickly made the call. Someone answered promptly. Lin Zhou sounded a bit urgent. Is that you, Zitangju? Huh. Lin Zhou. It's me. What's wrong with you? I'm fine. Then what about the text message just now? Oh, that. I was afraid of being recognized, so I didn't know what to send. I just picked up a card from the ground, and it had that sentence on it, so I sent it. Lin Zhou almost choked on his saliva. Upon hearing this cough, Sunyanku asked quickly, What's wrong? What's wrong? Lin Zhou, are you okay? Are you really catching a cold? No. No. Lin Zhou hurried to explain. I was just curious. Do you know what that service is? Huh. I have no idea. I saw it earlier and was curious for a while. I figured you must know, so I wanted to ask you. There's a pretty girl on the card. Lin Zhou. What is this all about? Lin Zhou didn't know how to respond. He felt the small card was quite troublesome. He also didn't know how to explain to Zitangju. After thinking for a while, he said, It's nothing. But don't pick up those little cards in the future. And don't talk about this to anyone. Got it? Oh. Is it something bad? It's considered good, but it's not suitable for us. Huh? What do you mean? Well, you'll understand when you grow up more. All right. Sunyanku sounded a bit disappointed. Which question do you want me to answer first? Sunyanku was taken aback as well. Lin Zhou chuckled softly and answered slowly. I'm fine. I should be able to get in soon. It's not dangerous for now. Haven't eaten yet. We'll have dinner in a bit. Staying at a hotel tonight. Found one here. Quite nice. It's summer now, so it's hot. But I turned on the air conditioning, so it's not that hot. After answering each question one by one, Sunyanku burst into laughter. Lin Zhou, you're really nice. Was he trying to reassure her, or was he responding seriously? Well, what about you? You mentioned ... Are you really catching a cold? Or is it a fake cold? Talking about this, Sunyanku fell silent and narrated the recent events related to Lu Mingzhou in detail. After listening, Lin Zhou remained silent for a moment before saying, Indeed, it's him. What? Su Nyanku was puzzled. Lin Zhou continued, I felt something was off about him a few days ago, but it's fine. Zi Tongzhu, be careful these days, cooperate with Fenyans. Don't let him realize I'm not with you. All right. Su Nyanku quickly agreed, but she had her own question. Do we need to inform Officer Su about this matter? No. I guess he already has suspicions, but because of emotions, he needs time to digest. Just wait. It should be soon. Okay. If I get in, I might not be able to contact you, so I'll send you a message in advance. For the next few days, don't contact me. Occasionally call Suli and ask about Suma Cheng's situation. Let them know you're keeping an eye on this matter. Got it. Su Nyanku nodded. After giving a few more instructions, Lin Zhou said, Well, goodbye. I have something to do downstairs. Remember to have dinner tonight and rest well. Okay. As the call was about to end, Lin Zhou heard Su Nyanku's anxious voice again. Wait. Lin Zhou was surprised. What's wrong? On the other end of the phone, Su Nyanku seemed a bit shy, but her voice was unusually serious. Lin Zhou, thank you. Thank you for your phone. Thank you for doing this for me. Thank you for teaching me to grow. Perhaps afraid that Lin Zhou would reject her thanks, Su Nyanku quickly added, I know you don't need these words, but I still want to say, Lin Zhou, I will always wait for you. Wherever you are, I will stand in place and wait for you. If I can't wait, I will come to find you. I may not have many skills in my life, but I am persistent. Once I set my mind on something, not even 8 oxen can pull me back. I am determined to catch up with your pace and stay by your side. Listening to this, Lin Zhou felt a lump in his throat. In the previous life, it seemed that because of this determination, she had tried hard for many years. Later, she received his bad news. She didn't give up and accompanied him, walking to the end together. This life, such a thing absolutely cannot happen. Lin Zhou was taken aback by what he heard, and his eyes narrowed immediately. How did you know? Perhaps sensing the coldness in his voice, Fei hurried to explain. No, I mean no harm. I overheard your conversation with Director Zhang that day, and later saw the high-profile actions of Su officer and his team. I deduced it. Deduced, yes. With Su making a big fuss over there near the train station, it's certain he can't get into the fraud ring. They aren't fools. After thinking it over, I realized that you, being smart and skilled, are the most suitable candidate to go in. Why? Because you are smart, skillful, and after I came out, I looked up your information from your hometown. You are very clever, have helped the police catch many criminals, always excelled in your studies, even turned down Tsinghua University. And although I hate to admit it, you also look quite approachable. You seem ... how should I put it? Well, easy to deceive. Fei's words tickled Lin Zhou. So should I thank you? That's not necessary. I just wanted to say that someone like you would be favored by the fraud ring. But rest assured, although I know, I won't expose you. And perhaps, I can offer you some help. You. Yes, me. Fei said earnestly. This caught Lin Zhou off guard. Before he could speak, Fei continued, You probably don't know, but I've been inside the fraud ring. Oh. But I went in on purpose to save someone. Save someone? My sister. Li Wanwan. Saying this, Fei's expression softened slightly. Devoid of his usual tough demeanor, he appeared particularly sorrowful. I have no parents, and I have always relied on my sister. Of course, I'm not telling you this for sympathy. On the contrary, I'm doing well. Through my own efforts, I can take care of myself and Wanwan. It's just a bit hard work. But Wanwan is a very sensible child. She believes she has grown up. At 16, she can't let me struggle alone outside. She also wanted to find a job, so she came to Nanchuan hiding it from me. After she came, I couldn't find her. Lin Zhou furrowed his brows instantly. Couldn't find her. Yes. It's been 3 months. During these 3 months, I've been wandering around Nanchuan trying various methods. In the end, I found out that she's being hidden by the fraud ring. 2 months ago, I tried to go in to find her, but couldn't. I was chased out. A month ago, I went in again, but was still chased out. Next, I've been wandering around Nanchuan trying various methods, but they already know me, and never talk to me. I can't find a way in. Chased out? Lin Zhou grew more puzzled as he listened. Fei nodded. Yes, if we don't follow their orders, we are worthless. I often went against them, and maybe our families are inside, so we were chased out. Your families? Yes. There are many like us. The ones who tailed those two earlier are my partners. We formed a small group, always trying to save people in Nanchuan. Lin Zhou was shocked. Many, yes. Some were brainwashed and won't come out, and others like me who can't find their family in there. But we believe our family members are definitely inside. Fei grew more impassioned as he spoke. Clenching his fist tightly, we are all reckless individuals, but you are different. You have brains, so I want to ask you to help. Help with what? When you go in, help me find Wanwan, please. I don't know what Wanwan has gone through, but I really. Fei's voice started to choke up. Please, as long as you're willing to help, everyone in our small group outside can assist you. We have some understanding of the fraud ring after all these years. Is that so? Lin Zhou fell silent for a moment before saying, but why don't you go to the police? Fei chuckled. Do you think we haven't tried that? Many of us have reported the police at least 5 times. We tried locally, in Nanchuan, but the local police are too far removed to handle it, and as you saw in Nanchuan, they've been trying, but with little effect. We just have to keep waiting. But those are our family members. How can we keep waiting? So Lin Zhou furrowed his brows again. After a brief pause, he said, I'm also looking for my family members. I can try to help you look for Wanwan, but I can't guarantee success. No problem, we have all been shut out by them. We can't get in. If you go in, just inquire. And if you find her, we'll be grateful. If not, it's okay. We'll keep trying on our own. All right, I'll give it a try. Fei suddenly brightened. Thank you so much. Here, take this. Fei handed a stack of papers to Lin Zhou. Confused, Lin Zhou heard him say, this is information on all the people in our small group, almost all women. This part is still not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content ahead. Also, information on the key figures inside the fraud ring and their modus operandi. Oh, and these two. Fei took out a package from his backpack. This is the 5,000 we pooled together. We've been looking for people for so long. Although we have many people, we don't have much money. It's all here. See if you can make any use of it. Lin Zhou was startled and hurriedly waved his hands. No need. Lin Zhou. Fei cut him off. People inside there are insatiable. Even if you're smart, you still need money. Our folks have been following you today, seeing you spend quite a bit, so we decided to give it to you. If you don't accept it, we'll. Seeing Lin Zhou hesitate, Fei continued, you don't need to feel pressured. For us, this money is of little value if we can't find our family members. Now, because you have a glimmer of hope. So, all this money is for you. Even if it helps others, it's worthwhile for us. With the conversation coming to this point, Lin Zhou had no choice but to accept it. Okay. Thank you. No problem. Be careful out there. Our people can help you outside. But once you go in, then I know. That's good. I have to go now, or those two will be back soon. Here are our contact details. If you need anything, feel free to call us. Got it. Fly away. Lin Zhou quickly picked up the stack of papers. After wandering around the mall again, Lin Zhou found a restaurant and ordered a bowl of noodles to eat. While eating, he noticed that Liu Shaoxiang's subordinates appeared nearby. Lin Zhou didn't panic. Pretending not to see them, he calmly finished his noodles, then got up and walked back. When passing by the bank, he thought for a moment and walked in. He closed the door to the cubicle and took out the money Fly gave him. He took out 5,000 and put the rest into his own bank account. Then, he took the $5,000 within and headed towards the hotel in a high-profile manner. After entering the room, he checked around and didn't find any surveillance cameras, so he closed the curtains. He took out the document given by Fly and opened it. At first glance, on the first page, he saw a photo of a young girl. The girl was not very old, very pretty, with a small face and a smile. Beside the photo, there was an introduction about her. Li Warming, female, 15 years old, third-year student at Dayang Middle School, about to take the high school entrance exam, but did not participate, ran away from home at the end of February to Nanchuan, has not returned since. Next was information about Li Warming and girls of similar age. Yan Qing, female, 16 years old, from Zhongbei, left home to work in January and has not returned since. Followed by the third one, Yue Miling, 18 years old, female, senior student at Jianchuan High School, dropped out in December last year and has not returned since. The fourth one. Yuan Shanshan, female, 14 years old, first-year student at Shenyang Middle School, left home in March last year and has not returned since. The fifth one. The sixth one. Each introduction was accompanied by a photo. There were about 20 of these people. Some were older, in their 20s, while others were as young as 8 or 9 years old. They came from all over the country, but disappeared in Nanchuan. Some had been missing for 2 years. Lin Zhou frowned deeply as he saw this. Using his remarkable memory, he noted down all the information about these people. Then he continued to flip through the documents. Soon, he came across information about the fraud group. Liu Shaoxian, from the northwest, 35 years old, orphan, likes gambling, lean, likes flattery, narrow-minded, but very good at deceiving. Ma Delon, 40 years old, head of the fraud group's Nanchuan branch, bald, strong, suspicious by nature, doesn't trust anyone, ruthless, very intelligent, loves good food and beautiful women, likes clever people. Yi Liuli, female, 28 years old, very beautiful, like a femme fatale, Ma Delon's mistress, mainly in charge of the women who come in, and so on. Next were introductions about the fraud group. Their gang mainly deceives for money and pleasure. They will find children from wealthy families, lure them in, extort money from them, and when their value is exhausted, they will make them deceive their own families or friends. A portion is distributed based on the number of people involved, and the other part is used by beautiful women to raise money through small games, letting those men spend money in the games or using elderly health products. Their roles are clearly divided, and they will also find suitable successors to expand their circle. The Nanchuan branch has a considerable number of people who are in contact with people from other parts of the country. Our family members who disappear after entering are still missing. We suspect that they are conducting other transactions, but specifics are unclear. After reading this, Lin Zhou's frown deepened even more. So, Mao Xiaoyu is from one of those wealthy families. They wanted to extort money from Mao Xiaoyu's father. However, Mao Xiaoyu was smart and ran away. As for Sima Cheng, he is the type who may not have money, but is very loyal to them, obsessed with money, and easily controlled. They would thoroughly brainwash him and groom him as their successor. But what about Li Wanyan? What kind of person does she belong to? And how did she go missing? After thinking for a while, he couldn't figure it out. Lin Zhou decided to wait and investigate further inside. He tore up all the papers and flushed them into the toilet. Then he turned off the light, said goodnight to Su Nianku, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. Tomorrow, there is another tough battle to fight. He must rest well. At the same time, Liu Shaoxian, who was preparing to sleep, held the wine Lin Zhou gave him, humming a song, and looked around carefully. Then he put down the wine, took out his mobile phone, and made a call. The call was quickly answered by a man's voice. "Hello, boss." "Well, how is it on Lin Zhou's side?" Liu Shaoxian asked as he lay down. "He's quite fine. Didn't notice anything abnormal. But what?" When he went downstairs to eat, he went to the ATM next door twice. Liu Shaoxian opened his eyes. Twice. Yes. The first time he withdrew 10,000, then went to the mall, wandered around, and then went to eat. After eating, on his way back to the hotel, he withdrew another 5,000. 10,000 spent. What did he eat? Liu Shaoxian looked puzzled. The person on the other end also seemed puzzled. The strange thing is that he just went to a noodle shop and had a bowl of noodles. Noodles? Nothing else? Yes, just a bowl of noodles. Didn't eat anything else. Is that so? Did he go somewhere else to wander? The voice on the other end hesitated before saying, "No. That's strange then. Was there anything else unusual?" "No. He's already turned off the lights and is going to sleep." "All right. Thank you for your effort. I will personally go check on him tomorrow." "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Liu Shaoxian did not immediately fall asleep. He started to contemplate the conversation just now. 15,000. On this day, he lost 20,000 in the casino, then spent 8,008 on the wine he bought, and then withdrew another 15,000. Is his family really that wealthy? Which wealthy family does he belong to? Originally, he intended to play Lin Zhou, but now, he decided to go see him in person starting tomorrow. Thinking this, Liu Shaoxiang quickly fell asleep. Lin Zhou was awakened by the shouts outside the door. In this era, the morning market in the city had not yet been regulated by the urban management. The vendors of steamed buns and soy milk had set up their stalls early. He opened his eyes, drew back the curtains, and found that it was already light outside. Lin Zhou checked his belongings, washed up, and prepared to go out. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw Liu Shaoxiang standing at the door. He was holding a basket of steamed dumplings. He was knocking on the door. Upon seeing Lin Zhou, he smiled. "Ah, little brother Lin Zhou, you're up. I was thinking if I came too early. There was no movement here. I just got up too. And you?" Lin Zhou looked at Liu Shaoxiang with a puzzled expression. He hadn't expected him to arrive so soon. He thought that after the news of his money being released, Liu Shaoxiang would have to wait at least until the afternoon. It seems the information provided by FEI was very accurate. Liu Shaoxiang is indeed the best at deceiving. I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Lin Zhou's matters, Liu Shaoxiang said as he entered with breakfast in hand, paying no attention to whether Lin Zhou was willing or not. Lin Zhou, of course, dared not be unwilling. He stepped aside, making way for Liu Shaoxiang, then walked behind him. "Brother Liu is such a good person, even buying me breakfast," he flattered. Liu Shaoxiang sat down at the table, opened the breakfast, and said, "We are all brothers, no need to be polite. Come on, let's eat quickly." Lin Zhou looked down and found that the breakfast Liu Shaoxiang brought was a couple of steamed buns and a serving of pickled vegetables. He almost laughed out loud. These people really do the boldest things while living a simple life. However, for the people of this era, this tactic is effective. After all, they have been deeply influenced by the true teachings of those who endure hardships will become successful. They believe that as long as they work hard and endure hardship, they will have a good life. Little do they realize that a truly good life does not involve such hardships. So, they are easily brainwashed. Just like Sima Cheng. But now is not the time to laugh. Lin Zhou walked over, sat down, picked up a steamed bun, and took a bite. But soon, he pretended to struggle to finish it, furrowing his brows. Liu Shaoxiang was puzzled. "What's wrong? Can't you eat it?" "I can. I can eat it. I'm just not used to eating steamed buns for a long time." Lin Zhou quickly waved his hand. "Ha ha. You rich people." Liu Shaoxiang's eyes revealed a hint of envy. "It's really beyond my understanding that you can't even handle steamed buns. What do you usually eat?" This typical probing question didn't bother Lin Zhou at all. After all, in his past life, he had eaten everything. "My family's made." "Oh no, my mom usually makes a silver ear soup, crab roe buns, and..." Lin Zhou stopped halfway and looked at Liu Shaoxiang. "It's nothing. This steamed bun is delicious too. I actually love eating it. Those crab roe buns and luli su, they're not tasty at all." "Ha ha. Lin Zhou, you're funny. Your family is so wealthy, yet you still come out to earn money. I just want to prove myself to them, you know." Lin Zhou smiled awkwardly. "All right, that's a good idea. But it might be difficult with our boss. Liu Shaoxiang played mysterious. Lin Zhou was surprised. "How? Why? Is he not willing to take me along?" "No, not exactly." Liu Shaoxiang looked around as if searching for something. "You know, our boss is involved in big projects and usually collaborates with trusted individuals. You're a newcomer after all, so our boss is a bit hesitant. What should we do then?" The wine you sent me yesterday, I've already delivered it to our boss." "What? But that was wine I bought for you." "It's all right. Whether I drink it or not doesn't matter. After all, we are brothers. I just want to do something for you." But our boss, having seen the world, might have some reservations about just a bottle of wine. I see. Lin Zhou stood up quickly. "I understand, Liu. I actually bought a gift yesterday." "A gift?" "Yes," Lin Zhou said as he walked to the bed and took out the gold jewelry he bought yesterday, handing it to Liu Shaoxiang. Liu Shaoxiang was taken aback. "You bought this yesterday?" "Yet, I don't have much money left, and I didn't know what to buy. I noticed my mom really likes these, she has bought many, so I went and bought it." Liu Shaoxiang's eyes lit up. "Your mom buys a lot of gold." My mom doesn't want me to talk about it." "Liu, it's all right. We're like brothers, you can trust me. Just between us, I won't tell anyone." "Thank you, Liu. Don't mention it. Let me go talk to our boss again." "Okay. But if it's just a little gold, it might not be enough." Liu Shaoxian deliberately furrowed his brows. After hesitating for a while in the same spot, Lin Zhou seemed to remember something. He made an exclamation and took out a stack of money from the innermost layer of his clothes. He looked at it in his hand for a while before handing it to Liu Shaoxian. This is all I have left in savings. I only have this left. Liu, if this is still not enough. Before he could finish his sentence, Liu Shaoxian swiftly took the stack of money from him. All right, this is enough. I'll figure something out. You wait here, by today, or at the latest, tomorrow, our boss will definitely accept you. Lin Zhou was overjoyed. Thank you, Liu. Liu Shaoxian left. Lin Zhou stood up and walked to the window. Glancing at him, he realized that Liu Shaoxian turned around to greet him. Lin Zhou quickly put on a silly smile and waved at Liu Shaoxian. Liu Shaoxian also waved back in response, indicating Lin Zhou to wait. Only then did Lin Zhou sit down again. He closed the curtains, picked up the steamed bun, and started eating seriously. While eating, he also took out his phone and sent a message to Su Nianku. It should be okay now, today or tomorrow. At that moment, Su Nianku was having breakfast in the restaurant downstairs from the hotel. When she saw the message, she smiled, but quickly, a worried look appeared on her face, catching Fanyans, who was sitting across from her, off guard. What's wrong? Lin Zhou said he should be able to get in these 2 days. So soon? Yes. Should I tell Officer Su about this? Lin Zhou should be able to handle it himself, right? That's true. Su Nianku lowered her head, looking disappointed. Fanyans looked at her and smiled. Are you worried about him? Yes. After he gets in, that's when the danger begins. Indeed, but I believe Lin Zhou will be fine. Why? How should I put it? Fanyans pondered for a moment before speaking. Lin Zhou is the only person I truly admire. Su Nianku was taken aback, then laughed. Fanyans, I never expected you to crack jokes too. I'm serious. Su Nianku, have you ever seen me bow my head to anyone? He was right about that. Apart from Lin Zhou, he had never bowed to anyone, not even to Wan Zikan. He had always been a very proud person. Su Nianku paused, then smiled. You're right. Yes. So Lin Zhou will definitely be fine. You don't need to worry. Sometimes I even wonder if he's some kind of cheat code. Fanyans chuckled self-deprecatingly. But in this day and age, how could someone be a cheat code? This isn't a comic book. Su Nianku smiled again. Fanyans, sometimes you're not as cold as you seem. This time, it was Fanyans' turn to be surprised. Then he too laughed. Maybe it's because of you guys that I've changed, right? Because of us. Yes. You. Lin Zhou. Liu Shiming. Chen Woguo. Wan Zikan. Wen Cici. Li Xian. Everyone around you is different. It seems like all of you are shining with a light. Let's not talk about this. Su Nianku. Don't blame yourself. We're also working hard to help Lin Zhou. Yes. Su Nianku nodded, but she still felt heavy-hearted. At that moment, she suddenly heard Fanyans say, Look, our trouble has arrived. Su Nianku was puzzled. Before she could ask what trouble he meant, she saw Lu Mingzhou standing at the hotel entrance. He seemed to have parked his car and was about to come upstairs. Su Nianku hurriedly said, Why is he here again? Who knows? To free. Isn't he? What? What should we do? Su Nianku clenched her fists. Without waiting for Fanyans to react, she said, Fanyans, you sit here and don't turn around. I'll go out and deal with him. You're wearing Lin Zhou's clothes, and your back looks similar. He shouldn't be able to tell. Fanyans smiled. That's what I was thinking too. The two nodded at each other. Su Nianku straightened her clothes and walked out. By the time she reached the hotel lobby, Lu Mingzhou was already about to go upstairs. She overheard his conversation with the receptionist. Why is Officer Lu here again? I brought breakfast for Su Nianku. What about Lin Zhou? Oh, I brought his too. That's about right. I thought you only cared about that girl. Lao Lu, I've never seen you care so much about someone. The boss is joking. That girl looks at me like my own daughter. Okay. Go on. Su Nianku felt uncomfortable hearing that. As Lu Mingzhou was about to go upstairs, she called out to him quickly, Officer Lu, I'm here. Lu Mingzhou was clearly surprised. He turned around and immediately put on a smile when he saw Su Nianku. Oh, you're here. Why did you come downstairs? Su Nianku instinctively took a step back. Lin Zhou and I woke up early and came down to eat. That's all. I see ... Lu Mingzhou looked back and only saw Lin Zhou's back. Furrowing his brows, he heard Su Nianku say, he hasn't recovered from his cold, eating slowly and hasn't finished. Oh, in that case, what about my breakfast ... Uncle Lu, you don't have to bring me breakfast. Lin Zhou. And I decided that his cold and fever were due to being cooped up in the hotel for too long, so we've decided to wake up early from now on to have breakfast ... Oh, that's a shame. Lu Mingzhou muttered to himself, his eyes filled with disappointment. What? Su Nianku didn't catch his words clearly, so she couldn't resist asking, what? Su Nianku couldn't hear clearly his murmuring, and asked in confusion. Lu Mingzhou immediately put on a smile. It's nothing. Nothing at all. I said this way is also good, so he can recover faster. Okay. But regarding Sha Chen's matter, I'll trouble Uncle Lu and Officer Su. No problem. It's something we should do. I'll contact you if there's any news. Thank you, Uncle Lu. You're welcome. So about breakfast today ... Save it. Let's have it for lunch instead. Su Nianku smiled then accepted. Afraid that Lu Mingzhou would say something else, she continued, Uncle Lu, you better hurry to work, or you'll be late. I heard Lin Zhou saying you guys are dealing with a fraud group. Ha ha. Yes. Yes. I need to go quickly, or Officer Su will nag at me again. Lu Mingzhou bid farewell to Su Nianku reluctantly and left. Su Nianku finally breathed a sigh of relief. Carrying her breakfast, she quickly entered the hotel and sat down. Fenyans, seeing this, asked, is he gone? Yes, he's gone. I told him not to come to us in the morning. From now on. Su Nianku recounted the conversation she had with Lu Mingzhou. Fenyans nodded. I hope he really won't come looking for us again. Su Nianku sighed. I hope so. But Su Nianku, what? You seem really brave now. What? Su Nianku looked at Fenyans in confusion, not understanding his meaning. Fenyans continued. Before, you probably wouldn't have dared to do these things, right? Well ... Su Nianku paused, then laughed. Yes, I wouldn't have dared before. But now? With Lin Zhou by her side, she seemed to be fearless. So, don't worry. If he really comes to us again, we'll think of another way. Okay. Su Nianku nodded and then earnestly started eating. Meanwhile, Lu Mingzhou had already entered the police station, humming a tune. When he parked the car, he saw Su Li and Ren Min coming out. Seeing him, Su Li's expression turned slightly grim. Lol Lu, why are you just arriving? Huh, why are you both so early? It's not even time yet. Lu Mingzhou was puzzled. Su Li furrowed his brow. Isn't it always required to arrive early for a mission? Ah, right. I forgot about that. Today, we also need to go to the train station. Look at me. My memory. Sorry. Officer Lu, Officer Ren. I just went to see Lin Zhou and the others. Delayed a bit of time. Su Li was taken aback. He furrowed his brow and looked at Lu Mingzhou. You went to see them? Yeah. To bring them breakfast. Lu Mingzhou smiled. Su Li keenly observed his demeanor, but seemed to have not noticed anything unusual. He relaxed his brow. Oh. It seemed Lu Mingzhou hadn't realized Lin Zhou was not there. That's good. Just wait for me. I'll be right back after I freshen up. Sure. Hurry up. Got it. Lu Mingzhou quickly headed to the office. When he saw Ren Min, he couldn't help but stop. Hey, Officer Ren, you changed your clothes today. This outfit looks rather conservative. Is it okay? Ren Min coughed lightly, her face looking uncomfortable. Yesterday's outfit didn't work, right? Maybe today, this one will do the trick. Just trying it out. Oh, you're right. All right then. Hehe. Lu Mingzhou left with a smile. Ren Min and Su Li exchanged a glance, each with a hint of doubt. I wonder how things are on Lin Zhou's side. At this moment, Lin Zhou was sleeping in the hotel. He needed to rest and prepare for when Liu Shaoxian would come to find him, as well as how to deal with the upcoming events. Liu Shaoxian had already returned upstairs to the ruined building. He wandered through twists and turns, reaching the top floor. Inside, the room was drastically different from the decay seen on lower floors. The room was luxuriously decorated, resembling a hotel suite, fully equipped. In the middle sat a bald man, with a woman wrapped around him. Seeing him, the bald man seemed impatient. How did you just come in without knocking? Liu Shaoxian quickly took a step back. Yes, I'm sorry. Big brother, I have good news to tell you. I was so happy I forgot. What good news? Ma Delong looked up. Liu Shaoxian looked at the woman beside him. The woman immediately smiled. Why, can't I listen? Liu Shaoxian chuckled. Of course you can. Sister Liuli, I was just ... Liu Shaoxian didn't finish his sentence, but he knew Liuli would understand what he meant. Sure enough, she quickly got off Modelon's body and walked out, throwing a flirtatious glance at Liu Shaoxian. I'm leaving. You can find me if you need anything. All right. Liuli left. Modelon also sat up. Tell me, what's going on? Liu Shaoxian quickly turned around, closed the door, and then looked at Modelon. Big brother, I've met a big shot. Huh, a big shot. Yes. A foolish 18-year-old. He comes from a rich family, ran away from home with tens of thousands ... Asterisk asterisk the text continues ... Asterisk asterisk Xu Mucheng listened in astonishment. Who is it? Well, I won't tell you for now, but just know that you need to work harder. In the future, you'll have a competitor. After saying this, Liu Shaoxian patted Xu Mucheng on the shoulder and walked away. Xu Mucheng clenched his fists and stared at his back for a while. Suddenly, he let go. I will. Boss, trust me. I won't let you down. I will be the best. Liu Shaoxian didn't look back at him, just waved his hand and left. At that moment, on the rooftop, Liuli walked around at the doorway, saw Liu Shaoxian leaving, then turned and entered the room of Modelon. Seeing Modelon leaning on the couch, she didn't hesitate and lay in his embrace. Where is Shaoxian busy going? As Modelon spoke, his hand reached toward Liuli's chest. He said he found a very promising kid and is planning to bring him in. A kid? Yeah. I heard he's quite wealthy, very generous. I see. But didn't you say you're not letting anyone in these days? Well, we can't pass up money, can we? I need to buy something for my Liuli, right? With that, Modelon's lips landed on Liuli's face. Liuli showed no intention of avoiding it, bending down to meet him. Thank you, Maje. Why talk about these between us? But Liuli, after a moment of contemplation, Modelon continued, have you completed the tasks you were supposed to do? It's almost done. I've recruited quite a few people in the past 6 months and I'm training them. I guarantee we'll get a good price when selling. Shtilda, be careful with your words. Modelon quickly placed his finger on Liuli's lips. Liuli smiled. I understand, Maje. Lin Zhou slept in the hotel until noon. When he woke up, the sun was shining. He opened the curtains, yawned, and saw people brought by Liu Shaoxian still downstairs. It seemed like they were on the phone. Lin Zhou thought for a moment, then quickly took out his phone. He sent messages to Su Nianku, Liu Shiming, Suli asterisk asterisk FEI. Then he quickly deleted all messages in his outbox. Finally, he put away his phone. Just as he was putting it in his pocket, he heard a knock on the door. Lin Zhou smoothed his eyebrows and pretended to be confused, then opened the door. He even let out a huge yawn. Seeing this, Liu Shaoxian at the door burst into laughter. Ha ha. Lin Zhou, did you just wake up? Yeah. Liu Zhe, I've been sleeping since you left. I have to say, the hotel bed is quite comfortable. Ha ha. Indeed, indeed. But you might not have time to sleep again now. Lin Zhou was slightly surprised inwardly but maintained a shocked expression. What's wrong, Liu Zhe? Is something the matter? Ha ha. Nothing at all. My big brother, over there, agreed to help you make money. Ah. Really? Lin Zhou suddenly became wide awake. He got excited. Really? Really? Of course. Would I lie to you, my little brother? No. No. Liu Zhe, you've been so good to me. How could you lie to me? That's great. This is really great. Ha ha. So hurry up and get ready. Let's go. I'll take you to see the big brother. Oh, okay. Okay. Lin Zhou smiled happily. He packed his things, picked them up, and went to Liu Shaoxian, saying, I'm ready, Liu Zhe. Let's go. Ha ha. You're in a hurry. Take it easy. How can I? We're going to make money. We have to move quickly. Liu Shaoxian looked at his silly appearance with increasing satisfaction. Meanwhile, Su Nianku, who was having lunch, looked at the message on his phone and was slightly taken aback. His expression turned tense. He wanted to say something but after pressing a few times on his phone, he gave up. Fen Yun's noticed and said, Did Lin Zhou succeed? Su Nianku nodded, his expression becoming heavier. Fen Yun also nodded. Don't worry, he will succeed for sure. Su Nianku nodded without saying a word. Fen Yun didn't try to persuade him further. On the other side, Scaffei had already started mobilizing the assembly. He successfully got in. By the end of today, he'll probably be a member inside. Then he will try to recruit our people for us. Don't worry, we still have hope. In front of him stood many people. They looked worn out and troubled, but Zili, can he really succeed? Yeah, Zili. After all, he's just a kid. Oh, Zhang Aunt, Uncle Li, I'm also a kid, but I can already unite everyone, right? The crowd fell into silence, speechless. Scaffei was right. After he came, he managed to unite their scattered team. But, enough with the buts. That Lin Zhou is the most talented youth I've ever seen. He has done so many good deeds. He is capable. Let's give it a shot. What if we succeed this time? We can't lose hope. Liu Shaoxiang finally smiled and said, "That's good." The little electric donkey took a few more steps and stopped in front of an abandoned building. "We're here. Get off the car." "Oh. Okay." Lin Zhou quickly got off the car and took a look around while Liu Shaoxiang parked the car. He found the surroundings desolate with only the building and weeds. He furrowed his brows. These people sure know how to pick a place. No wonder the police can never find them. Lin Zhou. Perhaps noticing his confusion, Liu Shaoxiang called out to him. "What's wrong?" Lin Zhou quickly responded, "Oh, nothing, just felt that Big Brother really likes tough people, after all. Ha. Indeed. So you have to be prepared mentally. Once you're in, there's no turning back. Our leader hates people who go back on their word." As he said the last sentence, Liu Shaoxiang's expression turned fiercer. Lin Zhou chuckled. How could that be? Once a decision is made, there's no turning back. All right, let's go. Liu Shaoxiang patted Lin Zhou's shoulder firmly and walked ahead. Lin Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly and hurried to catch up. After walking a few steps, he suddenly grabbed Liu Shaoxiang's sleeve. Liu Shaoxiang was slightly surprised. What's wrong? Lin Zhou awkwardly smiled. Well, After hesitating for a while, he finally said, I don't know if I should say this. Oh. Lin Zhou, what can't you say? Are you doubting me as your big brother? No. It's not that. Then say it. What's bothering you? Big brother will help you. Lin Zhou smiled again sheepishly. I was just curious. Are the colleagues inside easy to get along with? Will they bully me just because I'm new? So you're worried about that? Liu Shaoxiang burst into laughter. Don't worry, with me around, no one will bully you. With such a good-looking elder brother, how could he be bullied by anyone? But, Liu Zhe, I've seen on TV, those people in the workplace, gossiping behind others' backs, using all means possible. I haven't worked before, so I'm a bit scared. You're worried about office politics. You won't find that here. Besides, you're my little brother. Can I believe them if they badmouth you? Not only will I not believe them, I'll even snap back for you. Lin Zhou finally smiled. Okay. Thanks, Liu Zhe. The two continued walking forward. As Liu Shaoxiang turned around, Lin Zhou's smile gradually disappeared. Watching his figure, his eyes became clear. In the morning, he had been thinking about how to prevent Sima Cheng from exposing his secrets. After considering it over, he realized that it all had to start with Liu Shaoxiang. As long as Liu Shaoxiang believed in him, no matter what Sima Cheng said, he probably wouldn't believe it. After all, those fraudsters all had their own schemes in mind. They never fully trusted anyone. So Lin Zhou purposely said those things to give Liu Shaoxiang a psychological hint. Some people might badmouth you. Don't believe it. Now with the goal accomplished, the real battle was about to begin. Sima Cheng was busy on the second floor of the building, almost taking on all the tasks himself. Even though he was sweating profusely, he didn't stop. The people around him were enjoying watching him work, but they were a bit puzzled. A young man who looked similar to Sima Cheng couldn't bear watching anymore. He quickly approached him and tapped him. Hey, Zizou, what are you doing? Everyone is resting and you. It's nothing. I just want to do more. I told Liu Zhe today that I can do the best. I'm training myself. You really want to be in Liu Ji's good graces? I don't want to be popular. I want to earn money. Well, whoever sticks by Liu Shaoxiang's side, of course, will make more money. But I heard that Liu Zhe went to pick up someone, and the newcomer seems pretty talented. Sima Cheng halted for a moment, but quickly put on a smile. It's fine. As long as I work hard, I believe I can do better. After all, He had no other choice. He had to put his sister through school, take on the family responsibilities, and keep his sister away from Linzhou. He couldn't afford to be weaker than Linzhou. This time, no matter what, he had to impress them. All right, hard work makes up for lack of talent. You go ahead. I don't have the physical or mental strength for this. I'll go rest a bit. Okay, you go ahead. Sima Cheng picked up a broken stool to fix it, but before the young man had gone far, he called out to him again. Sima Cheng, quick, see if Liu Jie is back. Before Sima Cheng could respond, the young man continued, oh, there he is, and the person next to him. The person following Liu Jie is that the person he went to find. Wow, he looks really classy. Sima Chen looked up. He was about to greet Liu Shaoxiang, but when he saw the person behind him, he suddenly froze. The story continues on the next page, where Sima Cheng couldn't believe his eyes as he saw Lin Zhou following Liu Shaoxiang. The restroom is located at the far right corner of this building. Along the way, numerous eyes are watching, but the young man seems accustomed to it. He walked all the way to the entrance of the restroom and then signaled Lin Zhou, you go in. Lin Zhou politely nodded. Oh, okay. Thank you. You're welcome, the young man said, then turned around, standing with his back to him, showing no intention of leaving. Lin Zhou could already see Sima Cheng inside. He seemed surprised that Lin Zhou came as well, but quickly turned his head away, no longer looking at him. Lin Zhou thought for a moment, turned his head, patted the shoulder of the young man at the doorway. Little brother, huh? What's up? The young man turned around, looking puzzled. Lin Zhou said, sorry, do you have any tissue? I forgot to bring mine. And well, my stomach hurts a little. Tissue? I don't have any either. The young man shook his head. Lin Zhou immediately looked embarrassed. Oh, then what should I do? Hold on, let me ask. The young man smiled and shouted into the restroom, Sima Cheng, do you have tissue? Do I look like I have some? Oh. The young man was once again in a dilemma. Lin Zhou cautiously suggested, how about this? Could you please help me get some tissue? I can't do that. The young man became even more hesitant. Liu Jie said, we can't go to the restroom alone. Is that so? Yeah. Then, Lin Zhou pointed in the direction of Sima Cheng. The young man explained, he's been here for a long time, and Liu Jie really likes him, so he gave him privileges. I see, it seems Sima Cheng is doing well here, no wonder he's unwilling to leave. Well then, Lin Zhou also glanced in the direction of Sima Cheng. After pretending to think for a moment, he seemed to come up with something and said, little brother, you see, this young man is also in the restroom, and since Liu Jie trusts him, you should trust him too, right? Of course, I definitely trust him. Then how about you have him come with me, and you go back to get some tissue for me? Oh. The young man hesitated. Sorry, I really can't hold it anymore. I think my stomach is upset from something I ate, and I might not last. Lin Zhou rubbed his stomach. The young man could only nod. Okay, but don't run off. Sima Chen will watch you for me, and I'll be back soon. With that, he turned and left. Seeing this, Sima Cheng quickly called out, hey, who's he? But before he could finish his sentence, Lin Zhou gestured for him to be quiet. Sima Cheng paused, forced to swallow his words. He knew he needed to have a chat with Lin Zhou now. This man was clearly playing games. As Hu Zi walked away, Lin Zhou entered the restroom. After looking around the place, Lin Zhou heard Sima Cheng say, stop looking, no one is monitoring here. Usually, there would be someone accompanying. Oh. Lin Zhou nodded. Sima Chen looked up at him. What do you want to do? What do I want to do? You deliberately snuck in and deliberately sent Hu Zi away. Are you here to talk to me? Before Lin Zhou could speak, Sima Chen interrupted. Let me make this clear, I won't leave here. I need to earn money. I have a family. I'm not like you. Talking nonsense and lying not only duped my sister, but also deceived Liu Jie and them. Lin Zhou was surprised for a moment, then laughed. You know I'm deceiving them. Why didn't you expose me? Sima Chen was at a loss for words. Lin Zhou continued. You've realized there's a problem here, right? Sima Chen. Leave with me. If you come with me, I've told you, I can't leave with you. I don't see any problems here. I just wanted to see what you're up to use you to take credit for something. Sima Cheng said urgently. As for you, I advise you to leave quickly. This place isn't for you. As a young master, you can't handle this kind of hardship. Looking at his expression, Lin Zhou suddenly fell silent. After a moment, he continued. Fine. I won't urge you to leave. And you don't urge me to leave. Let's take a good look and see if this place is really a scam. You. Sima Cheng's voice suddenly turned cold. Lin Zhou, you. The tissue is here. Hu Zi's voice suddenly came from the door, interrupting Sima Cheng. Before Sima Cheng could react, Hu Zi rushed in. Perhaps not understanding the situation in front of him, Hu Zi looked puzzled. What's going on? Lin Zhou, weren't you going to the restroom? Oh, I already did. Huh. Just now, Sima Cheng suddenly found tissue in his pocket and lent it to me. Huh. I usually finish in the restroom pretty quickly. Huh. Hu Zi was baffled, but Lin Zhou had no intention of explaining further. He smiled at Sima Cheng and started to walk out, saying, Thank you, Su brother, Hu Zi brother. Let's go. Hu Zi could only follow blankly. Lin Zhou, you're leaving so soon? It's only been a few minutes. Their voices echoed from far away as Sima Cheng was left standing there, staring at their backs in disbelief. What does Lin Zhou intend to do? On what basis does he think that just by coming here, he can prove that this place is all a scam? Clearly, he's the one deceiving people, isn't he? This can't be allowed. His scheme must be foiled. Sima Cheng thought to himself before finally walking out. Lin Zhou walked to Liu Shaoxiang's side before stopping. Liu Shaoxiang looked at him cheerfully. All set? Yad. All right. Then, I'll take you to get familiar with the surroundings first. Okay. Thank you, Wu Yuzhe. Lin Zhou politely nodded. Liu Shaoxiang then turned happily and led Lin Zhou to walk around the area. However, at that moment, a shout came from upstairs. Liu Shaoxiang. Liu Shaoxiang stopped in his tracks and looked up with a smile. Liu Li, why are you coming down? Lin Zhou looked up at the voice, seeing a woman standing on a level higher than them. She was wearing a tight long skirt, with long wavy hair flowing casually behind her head. Her red lips were bold, clearly a glamorous beauty, but her gaze was particularly sharp, making people uncomfortable. Yi Luli. Immediately, Lin Zhou remembered her information. Yi Luli, female, 28 years old. Very beautiful, a seductive beauty. Ma Delong's mistress, mainly in charge of the female companions in the establishment, status similar to Liu Shaoxiang, considered the second in command inside, primarily tasked with serving Ma Delong. Is she the one managing the women here? She's indeed quite beautiful. He glanced around and noticed that everyone had their heads down. The women who were previously busy were now practically bowing down. They were afraid of her. Why? As he was pondering, Lin Zhou heard Yi Luli laugh. Oh, who's this handsome young man? So good-looking. It was clear she was referring to him. Lin Zhou quickly stood up straight and respectfully said, Hello, I'm Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou. Not bad. Not bad. She stared straight at him, her eyes filled with provocation. Liu Shaoxiang hurriedly stepped forward and blocked Lin Zhou behind him. Stop messing around. Liu Li, this is my person. Lin Zhou, call Liu Liji. Lin Zhou respectfully greeted. Hello. Liu Li's sister. Ha ha. Old Liu. Look at how you're protecting your little disciple so much. Fine. I'm not stealing anyone from you. I have plenty of people over there. I can't even use them all. I'm here to find you. Ma Zhe is hungry. Find someone diligent to bring him some food. All right. Yi Luli swayed her hips and walked away. Liu Shaoxiang then gestured for Lin Zhou. Let's go. Let's go check out the kitchen first. Lin Zhou nodded. As they walked, Liu Shaoxiang introduced. Here, we mainly focus on thriftiness, so we don't eat much. Ma Zhe is our big brother and the one who will lead you in making money in the future. He usually eats with us. Oh. I see. Lin Zhou nodded. But he felt something was off. However, he couldn't quite pinpoint what was strange about the situation. Soon, the two arrived at a small kitchen. It was simple and rudimentary, with Lin Zhou seeing only a pile of vegetables such as Chinese cabbage, radish, bok choy, and tofu. No meat or lavish dishes. Lin Zhou suddenly realized what had been bothering him. According to the information from Fi, Ma Delong's favorite things were good food and beautiful women. How come they were eating such simple dishes here? Liu Shaoxiang didn't notice his expression and called out, Where's Zili? Where did she go? A teenager in the kitchen, similar in age to Sima Cheng, walked over. Liu Zhe. She went shopping with Qin Shu. Why would they go shopping for groceries at this hour? Zili and Qin Shu always go out to buy groceries at this time every day. Liu Shaoxiang was left speechless. What do we do now? Mage wants to eat. Can you cook? The teenager hesitated and took a step back. Liu Jie, don't joke around. I can only cook some simple boiled vegetables that we usually eat. Maji's dishes are usually prepared by Chen Xuanzi Li. I can't do that. This is bad. Liu Shaoxian suddenly became flustered. When will they be back? I'm not sure. They just left 10 minutes ago. What do we do now? Mage needs to eat. Can you do it? The teenager stepped back. Liu, big brother, please don't joke around. I only know how to cook simple boiled dishes that we eat. Oh, it's ruined. Liu Shaoxian panicked. How long until they come back? I don't know. They just left 10 minutes ago. Then why wait? Hurry and call them back. The teenager looked down at his legs, feeling uneasy. Lin Zhou finally noticed that he had a limp, but Liu Shaoxian hadn't noticed the young man's situation. He directly scolded. So unlucky. Sima Chen, you go call them. Hurry up. Just as Sima Chen passed by close to them, he immediately nodded. All right, I'll go right away. Don't worry, I'll make sure to bring them back. He then looked at Lin Zhou with a determined glance, signaling that he could handle it better than Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou could only smile helplessly. Before Sima Chen could get far, Lin Zhou suggested, Liu Jie, what if we forget about this? I can cook. If you're in a hurry, let me try. It's been 10 minutes already. It would take them at least half an hour to catch up and return, then another hour to prepare. It'll be at least an hour. Can Mage wait? Since Madelon enjoys good food, we should cater to his preferences. He came here originally to gain the trust of these people, to lower their guard, and capture them all in one fell swoop. Madelon is someone I must get to know. Due to his special skills, he has actually learned quite a few dishes. Although it must be said that he only needs a slight hint of approval, it's good enough. After all, there are only radishes, cabbage, and tofu here. It's simple, but Sima Chen was not pleased. Before Liu Shaoxian could speak, he said, You can cook? Don't be ridiculous. Do you think Mage eats food made by just anyone? Although he doesn't know much about Lin Zhou himself, due to his sister, he has a natural animosity toward Lin Zhou. Moreover, this person has been studying at school all the time. How could he cook? But right after he said this, Liu Shaoxian, somewhat angrily, said, How can you speak like that? Sima Chen, be polite to the Lin Zhou brothers. Sima Chen was stunned, not knowing what to say next. He never expected that Liu Shaoxian, who had always been willing to accompany him, would actually side with Lin Zhou. Is this person really that good? No, definitely not. This person is a fraud. Sima Chen clenched his fists, about to say something to Liu Shaoxian. Just then, Liu Shaoxian put on a smile and said to Lin Zhou, Brother Lin Zhou, sorry about that. It's my fault for not teaching this kid well. Don't mind him. After all, he's a wealthy family, and he still needs to get money from him. He must serve him well. Lin Zhou just smiled directly. It's okay, I don't mind. Sima Chen. It turned out that he became the odd one out. Since that's the case, he wouldn't care anymore. In the end, he wouldn't be the one scolded. Who knows, maybe Mage would get angry and drive Lin Zhou away, right? Thinking this, Sima Chen took a step back, looking at them. Liu Shaoxian continued, As long as you don't mind, it's fine, but Sima Chen is right, Mage really can't eat food made by others. How would you know if you don't try? Can the two you mentioned go fetch them now? Will there be time? Well, Liu Shaoxian was somewhat troubled. Madelon is particularly particular about his food. If he wants to eat something, it must be done at the fastest speed. Otherwise, he will get angry. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly made a decision. In that case, Sima Chen, you go call for them. Brother Lin Zhou, you can start cooking first. In case it's too late, you can take over. I will explain later. That works. Just having this opportunity is good enough. Sima Chen also nodded. I'll go call them now. But his movements as he left were significantly slower. Lin Zhou paid no attention to this. He went straight to the kitchen. The young man in the kitchen was completely bewildered to see this. Little brother, we really value our food here. We can't afford to waste any. Are you really capable? Let me try. If I mess up, I won't eat for the next 2 days and just have what I cooked. The young man was even more confused. Liu Shaoxian intervened. All right, you assist him and let him cook. No need. I'll manage on my own. Lin Zhou directly refused Liu Shaoxian. Before the young man could react, he went straight to the stove, washed a cabbage, a block of tofu, and then picked up a knife. Next, the young man and Liu Shaoxian saw a scene they would never forget. The young man who looked so innocent and inexperienced suddenly transformed as he skillfully wielded the knife. The tofu that had been unruly in their hands was quickly transformed into uniformly sized pieces, and the cabbage was cut incredibly evenly. The two of them were left dumbfounded. Brother Lin Zhou, you. Lin Zhou turned and opened the stove. I was bored at home, so whenever I have some free time, I cook. It's like a hobby. After finding a random excuse, he began heating up the oil in the pan. His demeanor was just like those professional chefs on TV. Not even Qin Shu and Zili could match it. The young man and Liu Shaoxian were both staring at each other, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Neither of them disturbed Lin Zhou. Soon, a plate of mapo tofu was served. Lin Zhou quickly plated it, took out a small bowl, filled half of it, and handed it to Liu Shaoxian. Want to try? Liu Shaoxian was still absorbed in watching Lin Zhou's skilled techniques and hadn't reacted in time. He hurriedly took the bowl and chopsticks. Oh, good. Lin Zhou started washing the pan. In the envy-filled gaze of the young man, Lin Zhou smilingly prepared a piece for him as well. Then they saw both devour their food quickly. Each of them gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. Impressive. Mage will surely like this. Let's hope he does. That would be great. Lin Zhou modestly replied. Liu Shaoxian chuckled. Brother Lin Zhou, you are a gem. Come, let's go deliver the dishes together. He picked up a plate of food, handed another plate to Lin Zhou, and walked ahead. This way, if Madelon doesn't like the food, he can blame it on Lin Zhou. Clever. Lin Zhou saw through his intentions at a glance, but didn't say anything. Instead, he silently followed behind them. Meanwhile, in a corner on the top floor, Madelon was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, patting his stomach, somewhat dissatisfied. Why isn't it ready yet? Is cooking really that slow today? Beside him, Iliuli tried to comfort him. Maybe there's something in the kitchen. Let's wait a bit more. Madelon let out a deep sigh. Seeing this, Iliuli grew a bit concerned. Mage, you can easily have extravagant meals outside. You don't have to eat with those people downstairs. What are you saying? Before she could finish, Madelon interrupted. My brothers are enduring hardships. Can I enjoy it alone? You've been with me for so long. How do you not understand this bit of logic? Iliuli quickly lowered her head. Yes, I was wrong. Recognizing the error is good. Go rush them a bit, let them come up faster. As for the extravagant meals and all, he could just sneakily have them in the evening. During the day, he needs to put on a show. Iliuli nodded helplessly. All right, I'll hurry over now. As she walked out the door, she thought for a moment, then made a phone call before continuing on her way. Along the way, she ran into Liu Shaoxian and Lin Zhou carrying dishes. Iliuli couldn't help but smile. Liu Shaoxian, why did you personally deliver the dishes? Qin Shu and Zili are both not here, right? So I had to do it myself. Oh, they're not here. Then who made the dishes? Haha, of course, our little brother Lin Zhou made them. Him? Iliuli couldn't believe it. He can cook too? Yes. And it's quite delicious. Maybe we've hit the jackpot this time. Is that so? Iliuli eyed Lin Zhou in disbelief, then looked at the dishes they were holding. The presentation does look nice. Of course. Let me tell you, this dish. All right, no need to tell me anymore. It's getting cold. Give them to me. I'll take them in. Liu Shaoxian hesitated, or should we take them in ourselves? After all, the food was indeed delicious. Although there was a chance that Madelon might not like it, the probability was small. Sending it in personally could greatly increase the chance of receiving praise from Madelon. How could they let someone else do it? But Iliuli disagreed. Personally, Liu Shaoxian, are you sure you want to do it personally? She gave Liu Shaoxian a deep look. Liu Shaoxian paused, realizing his oversight. He was too focused on taking credit and almost forgot that Madelon's residence was different from downstairs. It seemed he couldn't let Lin Zhou see it. He quickly nodded and bowed. It's fine if you help us. Thanks, beautiful Iliuli. You're welcome. It's the least I could do. Iliuli quickly took the dishes from both of them, then turned and walked away swinging her hips. Lin Zhou, seeing this, furrowed his brow slightly. What did these two mean? He couldn't deliver the dishes himself. Or was it that he couldn't meet Madelon? Why was this room different from other places? Though puzzled, Lin Zhou didn't show it. He took a step forward, pretending not to know anything, and called out to Liu Shaoxiang, "Liu big brother, let's go." Liu Shaoxiang looked in the direction of Madelon's room and shook his head directly. Lin Zhou could tell what he was thinking, but still acted puzzled, not going. Why? Liu Shaoxiang quickly made a hushing gesture. He pulled Lin Zhou to a corner where only the two of them could hear and said, "Hey, Lin Zhou, keep your voice down. We can't let them hear us." Huh? Liu big brother, what is it that we can't let them hear? Of course, we can't let them know that we didn't leave. Wait here for a while, in case Madelon really likes the food and wants to see us later. Just stand still and don't say anything. Liu Shaoxiang waved his hand impatiently, no longer looking at Lin Zhou, but instead peered towards Madelon's room. The food was so delicious, he couldn't just leave them out. If Lin Zhou could become Madelon's chef, his own position in front of Madelon would be even higher. It would also give him an excuse to tease Lin Zhou more. Lin Zhou watched his back, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Yi Lili was already carrying the food, knocking on the door and entering the room. "Madelon, the food is here." Just leave it there." Madelon didn't even open his eyes, just casually gesturing toward the nearby table. The food wasn't good anyway, he would just eat a few bites as a formality to fill his stomach. So, he couldn't muster any excitement. Yi Lili also understood his thoughts. After placing the food down, she leaned against Madelon and rubbed against him with her body. Then she whispered softly, "Madelon, you don't have to eat. I just ordered a meal on the phone. Madelon suddenly opened his eyes. "What?" Yi Lili continued. "I'll pretend to go out in a while, and then I can bring the food back for you. There's hairy crabs. Didn't I tell you not to order? But I was afraid you wouldn't be used to these cabbage and tofu dishes and might go hungry. It's okay. I'll be very careful. They won't find out. All right. Just this once. Got it." Yi Lili knew that Madelon had tacitly approved of her actions. She smiled and said, "Madelon, should I serve this cabbage and tofu for you?" Madelon sighed, and didn't give a direct answer. But Yi Lili quickly understood Madelon's intention. She slowly stood up, went to the table, picked up the plate, and started heading towards the trash can. Madelon paid no attention. It wasn't until Yi Lili passed by him. He sniffed, then suddenly stopped. "Wait a minute. What's wrong?" Yi Lili stopped in her tracks. She then heard Madelon say, "What smells so good?" Yi Lili looked puzzled, but Madelon continued to ignore her. He sniffed around again and then his gaze fell on Yi Lili's hand. "This can't be, right?" Yi Lili became confused again. "What's wrong?" Yi Lili was stunned for a moment. It seemed she didn't expect Madelon to suddenly ask this. She had just wanted to shift the responsibility away. But now Why so silent? Madelon took a bite of his food and looked up. Yi Lili could only hastily put on a smile and said, Yes, it's Lin Zhou brought in by Liu Shaoxiang." "Lin Zhou?" Madelon frowned for a moment and thought, "Do we have this person here? He just arrived today." "Today?" Madelon thought for a moment and quickly came to a conclusion. "Is it that wealthy young man?" "Yes, that's right. He can cook so well." "Yes, I didn't expect it either." Liu Shaoxiang said Uncle Qin and Shaoli went out to buy groceries. "I see." Madelon took another bite of tofu. "Let them in to see me." Yi Lili was shocked once again. "Mage, even if the food tastes good. Lin Zhou just arrived today. Your house." "Oh, right. Then I'll go out to meet him." After saying this, Madelon quickly finished the food on his plate and walked out. Yi Lili did not try to stop him. She looked at the empty plate on the table, feeling puzzled. Is it really that delicious? She had never seen mage like this before. Meanwhile, outside the door, Liu Shaoxiang was getting anxious. This shouldn't be right. The food is so delicious. Why isn't mage reacting? Could it be that he really doesn't like it? Lin Zhou also echoed. Maybe, but his gaze never left Madelon's door. What's the catch here? Oh, forget it. Shall we go? I'll have to show you around to get familiar with other places. Liu Shaoxiang turned disappointedly to leave. Lin Zhou quickly agreed. Oh, okay. Just as they were about to turn around, Lin Zhou suddenly heard a knocking at the door. He quickly grabbed Liu Shaoxiang and looked towards the door. As he looked, he froze. A bald man walked out of the room. The bald man was strong and muscular, giving off an intimidating vibe. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was what Lin Zhou saw when the door opened. High-end sofa, exquisite walls, and various decorations on the walls. Although he could only see a corner, Lin Zhou could confirm that it was definitely very comfortable inside. Who said they liked hardship? Clearly, the big pie was meant for others. He would enjoy life here. Lin Zhou smiled inwardly. Without saying a word, Liu Shaoxian also turned around and eagerly walked up to the bold man, full of expectation. Mage, why are you coming out? I was just about to leave. Hehe. Ma Delong didn't say anything. Instead, his gaze fell on Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou quickly looked hesitant. After a moment of looking, Ma Delong said, "Is this the new Lin Zhou?" Lin Zhou quickly nodded. "Yes, it's me." Liu Shaoxian saw that Ma Delong's expression didn't change. Unable to guess his emotions, he cautiously said, "Yes, he is Lin Zhou. He cooked all the dishes today." "Mage, what's wrong? Didn't the food suit your taste? If not, But before he could finish, Ma Delong interrupted. No, today's food ... He paused and reconsidered. Just as he was about to praise, he suddenly changed his mind. "It's fine." "Oh, that's good then." Liu Shaoxian slightly relaxed but felt a bit down. Was it only fine? It was clearly so delicious. Oh well. Looks like Mage didn't fancy Lin Zhou's food. Liu Shaoxian explained with his head down. Uncle Qin and Shaoli aren't here today. Don't worry, I'll make sure from now on, they have to have someone stay at home when one goes out to shop. Ma Delong nodded nonchalantly, his gaze still fixed on Lin Zhou. Liu Shaoxian couldn't figure out his thoughts. Just as he was uncertain about what to do, he heard Ma Delong say, "Have you arranged a position for Lin Zhou, brother?" "Ah, position?" Liu Shaoxian was taken aback and then said, "Not yet." "Then let him work in the kitchen for now." Liu Shaoxian was surprised again. Ma Delong ignored him and looked at Lin Zhou. "Are you willing? Go there for now to practice. We'll talk about other things later." "Sure. No problem. Whatever Mage wants me to do, I'll do it." Lin Zhou obediently nodded. Ma Delong also nodded. "Okay. Then, you know how to cook what dishes?" "I know a bit of home cooking." "Good. From today, you'll be responsible for my 3 square meals a day." "Okay. Go for it. Work hard. You're talented." After saying this, Ma Delong turned and went back to his room. Yi Liuli gave Liu Shaoxian a white eye silently and followed back to the room. Liu Shaoxian, who had suddenly realized, patted Lin Zhou on the shoulder. "Hey. Not bad. Lin Zhou, brother. You've caught Mage's eye as soon as you came. I told you. Following the big brother will bring you a future, right?" Indeed, brother. You are my real brother. When I earn money, I'll definitely take good care of you." Don't mention it. Don't mention it. However, you also can't slack off in the kitchen. Work hard, and you'll get promoted and a raise." Okay. Lin Zhou nodded happily. Seeing Lin Zhou settled, Liu Shaoxian was extremely happy. "Let's go. I'll take you to the kitchen to meet your new colleagues." Meanwhile, outside the building on a dirt road, a trio was pushing a cart of groceries forward. The leader, an elderly man, waved his arms and made sounds, as he was a mute. The gestures seemed to hurry them up. Sima Cheng nodded. "Understood, Uncle Qin. We'll pick up the pace. Can't keep Mage and Liu Zhe waiting." "Shaoli, put in more effort. Push the cart well." The latter part was directed towards the girl beside him. The girl nodded and increased her efforts. What he didn't see was Sima Cheng sneakily loosening his grip on the cart, slowing their progress a bit. This way, they would get back later. Giving Lin Zhou enough time, he must have already been scolded, right? He should know that establishing himself here wasn't so easy. Having this thought, Sima Cheng couldn't help but smile. As they finally pushed the cart into the kitchen, Sima Cheng indeed saw Liu Shaoxian and Lin Zhou standing there, seemingly waiting for them. Sima Cheng smiled happily. "Liu Dazhe, we're back. What's up? Mage hasn't had his meal yet?" Without waiting for Liu Shaoxian to speak, Sima Cheng continued. "I said Lin Zhou would not be able to cook the meal. Brother Liu, Uncle Qin and Shaoli have returned. Let's have them make it quickly, right?" Lin Zhou listened in silence. However, he did not pay attention to Sima Cheng. Instead, he looked at the old man beside him. The old man pushed a small cart with a vegetable basket on it. The basket mostly contained cabbage, radish, and leafy greens. But that was not the point. The point was, the old man looked weathered. He appeared to be in his 60s, slightly hunched over. As if to comply with Suma Cheng's words, he gestured emphatically and mumbled in his mouth, only producing syllables without speaking a word. Was he mute? Just as he was pondering, Lin Zhou heard a girl's voice. Uncle Chin means for us to cook the meal immediately and send it to my brother soon. Lin Zhou was taken aback. It was then he realized there was a young girl standing behind the old man. The girl was petite, dressed in black, hiding herself behind the cart, emitting a weak aura, which is why he hadn't noticed her before. Now, as he looked her way, he discovered the girl's face under her blonde hair was covered in scars. Only her clear eyes were visible. At this moment, those eyes were slightly lowered, not daring to look at Liu Shaoxian. Lin Zhou furrowed his brows. What a strange combination this was. For such a large fraudulent group, were these the two individuals cooking? Is this why they were trusted to go out and buy groceries? While contemplating, Lin Zhou heard Liu Shaoxian quickly wave his hand, saying, "Hot, cook what meal? Shaoli, Uncle Chin, don't rush, there's no need to cook this meal." "Oh, no need to cook it?" Suma Cheng responded. He seemed somewhat incredulous. "Why not cook it? Is my brother angry? Are we just not going to eat it? How can this be?" "Lin Zhou, it's all your fault. Look at what you just did." All right. Before Lin Zhou could respond, Liu Shaoxian directly cut him off. He seemed very impatient, his tone considerably elevated. "I say, Suma Cheng, what's gotten into you? You weren't like this before, right? What's with you? Is Lin Zhou's presence making you jealous?" Starting to envy him. "Ow, Brother Liu, I was just trying to help my brother. You kept mentioning my brother, but I just said, is my brother really angry?" "Ow." Seeing Suma Cheng falter again, Liu Shaoxian continued, "Not only is my brother not angry, he is very pleased, you know that. Therefore, we came to the kitchen door so that my brother could have Lin Zhou help out in the kitchen in the future. All the dishes he eats must be prepared by Lin Zhou. Do you understand all of this?" Suma Cheng was at a loss for words. He couldn't believe it as he glanced at Lin Zhou, then back at Liu Shaoxian. Did he hear correctly? Lin Zhou can really cook. And cook very well too. He received compliments from my brother and secured a position here on his first day, while he had been working hard for a month without even meeting my brother yet. How is this possible? Liu Shaoxian quickly dispelled his doubts. You stand there pointing fingers without knowing anything. Has it been because of you that Uncle Chin and Shaoli took so long to return? Suma Cheng was taken aback. He did indeed delay them a bit, causing them to return slowly. But how did Brother Liu see through it? What should he do if Brother Liu no longer nurtures him in the future? Suma Cheng's hands clenched tightly together, sweat forming on his palms. Fortunately, at that moment, he heard Shaoli beside him say, "No, Brother Kong. It was me. I had a stomachache and had to use a restroom on the way, which delayed us a bit." Suma Cheng suddenly lifted his head, his eyes once again filled with disbelief. Shaoli hadn't gone to the restroom on the way at all. Was she speaking up for him? Why? Before he could figure it out, Liu Shaoxian nodded and said, "All right then. Don't let it happen again." Fortunately, Lin Zhou helped sort things out this time. Suppose he hadn't been here, my brother would truly have been upset. Do you understand the consequences? Both of them quickly nodded. Shaoli even lowered her head towards Lin Zhou's direction and said, "Thank you." Lin Zhou waved it off. "No, don't mention it." "But, what consequences?" "Brother Liu." Liu Shaoxian immediately put on a smile. "Hehe, you don't need to know about that. Just focus on cooking well." "Oh okay. I will." "Good. Then Lin Zhou, from now on, you will help Uncle Chin and Shaoli here. Consider it an internship. After the internship period is over, I will arrange a new position for you. Remember to support this." "All right." Both nodded expressionlessly once more. "That's settled then. Lin Zhou, you familiarize yourself with the environment here for now. I have other matters to attend to." "Sure. Thank you, Brother Liu." "You're welcome." Liu Shaoxian gave a few more instructions before leaving. As he passed by Suma Cheng, who had been staring at Lin Zhou a whole time, he didn't forget to shout out, "What are you daydreaming for? Follow." Suma Cheng quickly nodded and followed. Once they had left, Lin Zhou smiled and approached Uncle Chin and Shaoli. He greeted warmly, "Hello Uncle Chin, hello Shaoli." But the two completely ignored him. Their smiles gradually faded, resembling robots as they started to move the vegetables into the kitchen. The young man who had been in the kitchen at first walked out and reminded Lin Zhou, "Don't worry about it, that's how they are. Come. Help out," he said, throwing a bag of radishes at Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou could only accept it and head towards the kitchen. As he walked, he asked the young man, "Why are those two acting like that?" "I don't know either. They've been like this since I arrived. I was curious to back then, and asked many people, but no one knew." "Oh, so have they been here for a long time?" "Yes. Uncle Chin has been here for several years, right? Shaoli seems to have been here for a shorter time, but she seems very adaptable. As soon as she arrives, she starts working, hardly says a word. That's why Brother Liu sent her out to buy groceries with them." "I'm not qualified to do that." "Qualifications? Why not? The internship period isn't over yet. People who don't bring benefits to the company can't go out." "Oh. Never? Of course, don't you know?" Lin Zhou pretended to look confused and shook his head. The young man signaled for him to come closer and whispered, "People who come here are looking to make money. Once they arrive, their phones and IDs are taken, and unless they make money, they won't be allowed to leave. I've been here for 2 months and haven't contacted the outside world yet." "Oh, that's why they took my phone when I arrived. It was to prevent me from using it." "Yes, but you have a certain time of the day to call your family. Don't worry." "Oh, okay." Lin Zhou was about to ask more questions when he suddenly saw Shaoli walking past him. Her expressionless face was right beside him, but her profile was very familiar. In the dilapidated corridor of the broken building, the walls were full of pits and holes. But Liu Shaoxiang and Sima Cheng seemed completely unconcerned, especially Sima Cheng. He lowered his head and followed closely behind Liu Shaoxiang, wanting to say something to explain, but he didn't dare speak up. They didn't know how long they had been walking. Sima Cheng suddenly bumped into Liu Shaoxiang's back. He quickly stopped and started to apologize as he stepped back, saying, "Sorry, Liu brother, I didn't pay attention just now. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard Liu Shaoxiang sigh, "Ah, Zisu, brother Liu, please go ahead." Sima Cheng stood respectfully, like a child waiting to be scolded. Liu Shaoxiang didn't show any mercy. "What are you trying to compete with Lin Zhou for?" "Ow, I didn't. Have you even considered what I do? Do you think I can't see through your tricks?" Sima Cheng suddenly didn't know how to argue back, but Liu Shaoxiang didn't give him a chance to counter. "What are you? Am I wrong in what I said?" After saying this, he patted Sima Cheng's shoulder, sighed, and said, "He won't threaten your position, rest assured." "Huh?" Sima Cheng was shocked. Looking up, "Liu brother, I just wanted to take the money from him, so I had to stabilize him first. As for other matters, we'll talk about them later. For now, what we need to cultivate is still you." Sima Cheng was stunned, seemingly not understanding Liu Shaoxiang's intentions. Take the money." Liu Shaoxiang realized he had slipped up. He hastily chuckled, "Ha ha, what I mean is, investment. I want him to invest. We just started a new project, needing funding, and he seemed interested, so I brought him in." Sima Cheng was puzzled. "Investment? Lin Zhou? But he doesn't have much money, does he?" Seeing Sima Cheng's doubtful look, Liu Shaoxiang sighed again and patted Sima Cheng's shoulder. "Zisu, do you know the saying, don't judge a book by its cover? Learn it well. There's a lot more you need to learn." Liu Shaoxiang shook his head and left. Sima Cheng stood alone, lost in thought. Lin Zhou, how can he be so persuasive? Liu brother actually trusts him so much. What does he really want to do? This is just unbelievable. And at that moment, Lin Zhou was staring in awe at the girl heading towards the stove. Her expression, her profile. Where have I seen this before? After thinking for a long time without a clue, the young man beside him suddenly nudged him. Hey, what are you looking at? Hurry up and start working. It's your first date. You can't be lazy, or Liu brother will get angry. Lin Zhou turned around and saw the young man tossing a stool at a pile of vegetables towards him. The meaning was clear, to choose the vegetables. Lin Zhou nodded. "Oh, okay. Thank you. Little brother." "Don't call me little brother, I'm Yu Xiaojun. You look older than me. Just call me Xiaojun." "All right. Thank you, Xiaojun." "You're welcome. Let's get started." Lin Zhou didn't hesitate and set up the stool to sit down. While choosing vegetables, his eyes kept glancing towards the girl by the stove. She was focused on cleaning the dishes, not noticing his gaze. But Yu Xiaojun did. He nudged Lin Zhou and whispered, "Is there something wrong with you? Why are you constantly staring at her? Even if her face is ruined, it's still rude to stare." "No. No." Lin Zhou shook his head. But Yu Xiaojun laughed. "What's no? Don't tell me you've taken a liking to her." Lin Zhou didn't answer but cautiously asked, "Brother Xiaojun, what's little Li's full name?" "Huh, you really? I just feel that since I'm here, I should get to know everyone properly. Calling her little Li every day would be impolite." "Oh, I see. Her name is Li Yue." "Li Yue." Lin Zhou quietly repeated the name. After careful thought, he realized he didn't know this person. But why does it feel familiar? He furrowed his brows and glanced back at Li Yue. Yes, a pretty name, right? It's a shame about her face, but her eyes, she would have been a beauty. Yu Xiaojun also directed his gaze. Perhaps realizing they were talking about her, Li Yue quickly moved away and turned her back to them. Lin Zhou had to avert his gaze, but at that moment, as he diverted his eyes, he suddenly felt something was amiss. A thought flashed through his mind. Lin Zhou instinctively began to stand up. Just then, not far away, Liu Shaoxiang's voice rang out again. "Ha, Lin Zhou, there's something I forgot to tell you." "What?" Lin Zhou looked over, puzzled. Liu Shaoxiang smiled. "Hey, come here. Let me talk to you." "Okay." Lin Zhou nodded. "The story's not over yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content ahead." Liu Shaoxiang led him far away, until they were out of earshot from Yu Xiaojun and others. Before stopping, he smiled slyly. "So, I have good news to tell you." That look, clearly with a sinister plot, but Lin Zhou pretended not to see through it, curiously asking, "What good news?" Liu Shaoxiang cleared his throat and said, "Well, I just spoke with Brother Ma, and since he ate the food you cooked today and thought you were a good person, he decided to skip the assessment process and hire you directly." "Ah, so soon? What should I do?" Lin Zhou rubbed his hands together, pretending to be eager, waiting for Liu Shaoxiang to continue. This tactic worked well on Liu Shaoxiang. He chuckled again. "Ha ha, don't worry for now, just keep working in the kitchen. Our brother Ma has a new project, it's sure to make money. And big money at that." The crucial moment had arrived. Lin Zhou acted puzzled, and then, "Well, this project needs your involvement, but there's a serious issue right now, it lacks funding." As soon as Lin Zhou heard this, he couldn't help but laugh silently in his heart. Couldn't hold it back, right? "What should we do?" "For this project, once the investment is completed, the returns will be immense, at least 1,000-fold. It means that if you invest $1, you'll get at least $1,000 back. Invest 10,000, and you'll get at least 10 million, possibly more." Liu Shaoxiang spoke incessantly. After 5 minutes of talking, he finally paused and looked at Lin Zhou. "So, do you understand what I'm saying? I'm planning to quickly finish writing this part of the plot. It's too messy and I've delved into an area I'm not good at. Oh no, please don't be mad. Everyone, thank you, my dear ones, for always supporting me. I can't even bear to read it myself. What is this? I'm starting to trick myself." Lin Zhou nodded. "Understood. When I made a phone call today, I asked my brother and his friends if they were willing to invest. Try to persuade them." "Huh? Brother, yes. Didn't I run away from home? I can't contact my parents, so I can only talk to my brother. He should support me. Don't worry." "That's good. That's good." Liu Shaoxiang laughed happily again. After all, it didn't matter whose money it was, as long as he could deceive it. "All right, Liu big brother, do you have anything else? If not, I'll go choose the dishes now." Yu Xiaojun said he'd get scolded if it's not done by 5. "No, nothing. Go quickly." Lin Zhou smiled and left. Liu Shaoxiang also put his hands behind his head and walked away leisurely. He didn't see that when he turned around, Lin Zhou looked back at him before continuing on. "It seems he can't dawdle here for too long. Otherwise, he'll be exposed sooner or later." When he came yesterday, he had already memorized the address here. But his phone was taken away, and he was almost cut off from the outside world. He definitely couldn't leave now. How can he convey a message to Su Li and those people on the information given by **FEI? Why haven't any of them been found yet? In the afternoon, he clearly made a comparison of the people he had met. Except for Li Yue, all were complete strangers. Thinking of this, Lin Zhou suddenly felt a shock. Li Yue. Yes, she might be able to get out. If it's really as he thinks, then all these problems won't be problems anymore. It's just that he doesn't know if she's brainwashed like Suma Cheng. Thinking this, Lin Zhou quickened his pace. When he reached the kitchen, he sat down and started choosing the dishes. Beside him, Yu Xiaojun was still blabbering about some unproductive nonsense, but between the lines, there was a hint of sadness. The more Lin Zhou listened, the more things seemed off. After choosing the dishes, he looked at him. Who were you just talking about? Your little partners. Little partners? Yu Dabao, Lin Yu, Yang Qing. Wait, Yang Qing. In the information given by **FEI, the person below Li Wanchen was Yang Qing. Yes, Yang Qing. What about her? Do you know her? Lin Zhou shook his head. I don't know her. But didn't you just say she made a lot of money and left? Yes, she did make a lot of money. Following Sister Yi. Hehe, Sister Yi is amazing. The girls following her have all made a lot of money. And now they are all very successful. Lin Zhou furrowed his brow again. But her parents were clearly looking for her outside. Who told you all this? Huh? Who else would tell me? It was the one who came in with me, picked by Sister Yi. Yang Qing is so pretty. Sigh. Let me tell you, she is my goddess. I can see that. After all the compliments, Lin Zhou still had some doubts. Did you see her making money with your own eyes? Huh, no. But everyone knows that being with Sister Yi means making a lot of money. Lin Zhou, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Lin Zhou smiled and lowered his head. Just asking. I also want to make a lot of money. Oh, that's not possible. Sister Yi doesn't want men on her side. No men? What kind of job is it that only wants girls? And young and beautiful ones too? Before he could figure it out, Lin Zhou suddenly heard a clang. He turned around and saw the lid of the pot next to Li Yue had fallen to the ground. She was anxiously bending over to pick it up. Yu Xiaojun happened to be getting up to wash the vegetables. Taking the opportunity, Lin Zhou quickly stood up and hurried to Li Yu's side, also bending down. With their faces so close, he saw a flicker of panic in her eyes. Thank you. Lin Zhou slightly furrowed his brow. Her charming eyes looked exactly like the person in the photo. It seems he wasn't wrong. Could her current situation be related to Yi Liuli as well? But her face, if that's the case, then the other girls. Lin Zhou didn't dare to think about it. He didn't hesitate anymore and called out in a voice that they both could hear, Li Wenwen. And with a sudden jerking motion, she let go of the lid of the pot. Luckily, Lin Zhou held on to it tightly, or it would have fallen again. It really was her. Did you say the wrong name? I'm Li Yue. Li Wenwen looked a bit flustered. But Lin Zhou still heard fear and sadness in her voice, trying to hide the trembling tone. She was scared. What had she been through? Do you know your brother ***? FEI is looking for you? Li Wenwen was stunned. Who is ***FEI? Don't you want to get out? Why don't you contact him? I don't know him. Li Wenwen quickly grabbed the lid of the pot, turned away, and didn't look at Lin Zhou again. I'm just a kitchen helper. What do you want? If you keep this up, I'll tell Liu Shaoxian. A continuation follows this chapter. Click next page to keep reading. It's getting more exciting. Lin Zhou was taken aback. Suddenly, he smiled faintly. You're really Li Wenwen. And you want to escape, don't you? I don't. If you didn't, you wouldn't have warned me instead of telling Liu Shaoxiang. If you tell him, I'm finished. Li Wenwen was taken aback. She decided to ignore Lin Zhou, picked up a radish and started cutting. But Lin Zhou wasn't ready to give up. I know you are in pain and afraid now, and don't trust me. But Li Wenwen, I have to tell you, your brother, ***FEI, he has been looking for you. No matter how you change, he won't give up on you. He has come here several times, but was always kicked out. So after I came, let me help him check if you're here. Qin Shu and Yu Xiaojun hadn't returned yet. Li Wenwen stopped cutting with the knife in her hand, suddenly burst into tears. What if he finds me? He won't find me. Once I'm out, he will be in danger. They said they will kill him. I can't say anything. No. He won't. Lin Zhou hurriedly took a step forward, saying, he's doing well, mixing well with the people at the police station. He's now the head of a gang. You may not know what his gang does. Yes, it's looking for missing girls like you. There are many. And I've come to help catch them. If we don't catch them, there will be more like us. Li Wenwen, be brave. The two of us are their hope now. I promise you, Your brother and you. We won't be in danger. No. Don't. I don't want to. I don't want to listen. Please stop talking. I beg you. Please stop talking. Li Wanyi covered her ears forcefully. She was tangled up in her thoughts. Lin Zhou wanted to say something more, but at that moment, Yu Xiaojun's voice sounded from the side. Lin Zhou, Shaoli's sister, what's wrong with you guys? Lin Zhou was taken aback, trying to figure out how to explain. Beside her, Li Wanyi had composed herself. It's nothing. I accidentally cut my hand while chopping vegetables. It hurts a little. Lin Zhou came to help. Oh. I see. Is it serious? Do you need me to get some medicine? No. It's okay. It's not bleeding anymore. Is the vegetables washed? Yes, they are washed. Then let's prepare the main course. We still need to steam mantou. We're out of mantou. Okay. I'll do it right now. Lao Qin, you come quickly too. Lao Qin shouted a couple of times from behind, hastening her steps. Li Wanyi turned back, opening the cupboard, and looked at Lin Zhou. You should also help, or else Liu Jade is definitely going to come to scold you. Okay. Lin Zhou nodded. He wanted to say something more, but seeing that Li Wanyi seemed to have no intention to continue, he had to let it go. But now, the message couldn't be sent out. The hope could only be placed on the phone call at night. Thinking about how to handle the situation, the few of them started kneading the dough, tending to the fire, each busy with their tasks. The mantou was soon steamed. Li Wanyi turned around and glanced at Lin Zhou. I'm going to the restroom. Can you watch the pot, right? Yes, I can. Lin Zhou nodded. Li Wanyi got up and walked out. In the washroom, Li Wanyi quickly splashed water on her face, clearing her thoughts a bit. Calming herself down, she opened the door of the restroom. Just then, she heard a woman's voice behind her. Li Wanyi, come with me. Without turning around, Li Wanyi knew it was Yi Liuli. She shuddered. Before she could refuse, Yi Liuli spoke again. What? Are you deaf? Li Wanyi quickly put on a smile. No. I'll come find you after I'm done in the restroom. Come with me now. Yi Liuli didn't give her a chance to argue. Li Wanyi had to nod. Okay. Following Yi Liuli through a long corridor, they arrived at a room in the adjacent building where they stopped. Opening the door, Yi Liuli gestured for Li Wanyi to go in. Li Wanyi was startled. Miss Yi, I'm in this state now. I'm afraid it's not appropriate. They won't accept me. It's not up to you whether they accept you or not. Go in. They will decide. Seeing Li Wanyi hesitate, Yi Liuli added, What? Don't you want your brother's life? Or do you think by ruining your face, you'll be free? I'll go in now, right away. Li Wanyi hurriedly complied and stepped onto the steps. As she opened the door, she looked at Yi Liuli again. Miss Yi, will my brother really be safe? Of course. Each time he came in, he was driven out. Who do you think did it? Li Wanyi nodded and pushed the door open. Inside, she saw 4 or 5 burly men sitting in the room. They were speaking incomprehensible language. Beside them, a man in a suit was also nodding along. Yes, missing one person. Now there's only her here. Ah, her face is ruined, but she's not bad. Well, if she's too ugly, we'll find someone else immediately. Don't worry, we'll have everything ready before the trading day. After speaking a few more words to the others in the room, he turned to Li Wanyi, still not leaving. Li Wanyi shuddered. She quickly turned and walked out. Yi Liuli frowned when she saw her. Not taken yet? They told me to leave. All right then, go back and cook. That's the only thing you're good for now. Okay. Despite the insults, Li Wanyi showed no anger. She turned quickly and walked back, without a pause. However, no one saw the panic on her face. She slipped away again. It was already countless times. She didn't know how the other sisters who came in with her were doing. Were they all okay? And her brother? Thinking about this, Li Wanyi paused. Lin Zhou said her brother was fine, but Yi Liuli had been threatening her with her brother. Whose advice should she listen to? What was really going on? Was what she was doing right? How long would she have to live like this? Would it ever end? Lost in thought, Li Wanyi walked into the kitchen. Just as she was about to push the door open, she saw Lin Zhou coming out. He looked serious, like he had something on his mind. Li Wanyi furrowed her brows. What's wrong with you? Nothing. I need to make a call now. A call? Yes. The first one. But click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting later. He sighed and left without saying more. Seeing him about to leave, Li Wanyi fell silent, but only for a moment. She quickly called out to him, "Wait." Lin Zhou paused and turned back. Then Li Wanyi asked again, "What you said this afternoon, is it true?" "Yes." Lin Zhou answered without any hesitation, but Li Wanyi still sounded a bit condescending. "But why do you think you will succeed?" "Because I can stand here safely and make Liu Xiaoqian look up to me. As soon as I came in, I could make Madelon praise me. And with the trust of your brother and the others." "Trust?" Lin Zhou nodded. "Your brother provided me with a lot of information, including you, Yan Qing, Yue Miling, Yuan Shanshan." With each name he mentioned, Li Wanyi's expression dimmed a bit. After he finished, he looked at Li Wanyi. "These people, their families are looking for them, just like your brother is looking for you." "Li Wanyi, do you know them?" The question left Li Wanyi stunned. She looked up and back at him. "Are you here to save these people?" "No. I'm not that great. I'm here for Suma Cheng." "Him? He doesn't seem to like you." "Right, but he's my girlfriend's brother. Even if he doesn't like me, I can't watch him go astray. As for you guys, it's just a coincidence that I met you. Of course, if I can help, I will. But if I can't, I might have to let go of you." Li Wanyi listened in shock. "You're quite honest." "Yes. After all, I don't want to lose my life. My girlfriend is still waiting for me." "That's great." Li Wanyi smiled. "You really love your girlfriend." "Of course." Li Wanyi took a deep breath, seemed to make a certain decision, and spoke again. "So, what do you want me to do?" Lin Zhou was slightly taken aback, then turned around. He saw Li Wanwan looking at him seriously, her eyes filled with solemnity. Had she changed her mind? Lin Zhou was silent for a moment, realizing that she wasn't joking, so he smiled too. "It's simple. Just send out the address here and let the police come arrest them." "I've tried that." Li Wanwan took a deep breath. "I've tried many times before, but it never worked." "Your method might not work. You were doing it alone, right?" Li Wanwan hesitated, then heard Lin Zhou say, "I have many brothers outside. They will help me. You just need to do as I say." "What do you mean?" "Yes. Just like this." Lin Zhou lowered his voice and whispered a few words to Li Wanwan. Li Wanwan listened somewhat confused. "Just like this." "Yes. They will handle the rest." "But how can you be sure they will go there?" "I have my ways. You just go." Li Wanwan nodded, but still had doubts in her heart. "How can I trust you?" "Hot. If I get caught, the consequences would be unimaginable. They won't let me go." "Lin Zhou, how can I trust that what you're saying is true?" Lin Zhou was stunned. He thought for a moment, then looked at Li Wanwan. "Do you want to see **FEI? "What?" "I can arrange for you to meet him. After seeing him, you can decide whether to help me or not." Li Wanwan fell silent. After a moment, she nodded. "Okay." Lin Zhou smiled, adjusted his clothes, and walked out. Li Wanwan watched his back, once again deep in thought. Can this person really be trusted? What if this doesn't work out either? What should she do? Suddenly, her shoulder was tapped. Li Wanwan startled, almost jumping up. Turning around, she saw Lao Qin. She breathed a sigh of relief. "Got it, Uncle Qin. I'll come make dinner right away." The empty hall was filled with people. Liu Shaoxian stood at the front, holding a mobile phone in his hand. Behind him were a few followers. They were on their phones, shouting cheerfully, "Everyone, let's work harder. Our investment is very useful. Invest more. Your returns will be higher in the future. I'm thinking of your interests. Come on, each take your phone, form groups of 3, and make calls on the side." People nodded, took their phones, and walked away mechanically. Lin Zhou came over just in time to see this scene. Before he could speak, Liu Shaoxian shouted to him, "Lin Zhou, over here, your phone is with me." Lin Zhou smiled and walked over. "Brother Liu, can I make a call now?" "Sure. Here you go. And don't forget what I asked you to do today." "I'll remember. I can't wait to call my brother and ask him to invest quickly." "All right. Come here to make the call. I'll go with you." Lin Zhou pretended to be surprised. "Together?" "Yes. Oh, I'm just afraid you can't explain it clearly. I can help on the side." "Brother Liu is very considerate." Lin Zhou smiled foolishly and followed behind Liu Shaoxiang. They quickly reached a corner on the side. Because of Liu Shaoxiang's presence, hardly anyone came near them. It was especially quiet on their side. Lin Zhou picked up the phone and opened the contacts list. Soon, He found a number and dialed it. After a couple of rings, the call was answered. A man's voice came from the other end. Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou responded immediately. Yes, bro. It's me. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Then, a somewhat angry voice came through. You finally decided to call back. Your parents have been going crazy looking for you. Where have you been? Lin Zhou laughed. He didn't expect Fin Yun's to play his part so well. Before coming, he had told them his fabricated background and plan. It was all for this moment. But he hadn't determined whom he would call for sure. After all, the situation after entering was uncertain, and he needed to adapt. While making the call, Lin Zhou was still thinking about whether Fin Yun's would be able to handle it. But there was only him and his tablemate. Now he needed Sun Yanku to hear him. So, he had to try his luck. Surprisingly, Fin Yun's responded well. Lin Zhou glanced at Liu Shaoxiang beside him and found no suspicion, so he continued to play dumb. Oh, brother, I made a mistake. I know I was wrong. Please don't scold me first. What? Can't I scold you? In the hotel room, Fin Yun's tone became a bit harsher. He frowned and looked at Sun Yanku beside him, signaling for him to listen carefully. They had been waiting in the hotel for Lin Zhou's call for a day. Sun Yanku tightly grasped his hand, nodding vigorously. So Fin Yun's continued. How dare you run away from home without reason? Feeling bold, aren't you? Get back here quickly. I warn you, if you don't come back, I'll send people to break your legs. Hey there. This segment continues on the next page. Please click next to keep reading. It gets even more exciting. No. No. Brother. Listen to me. Listen to me. Lin Zhou interrupted in a hurry. I had a reason for running away from home. My parents don't believe me. They've been restricting me. I'm already grown up. When you were my age, you had already earned several million. Look at me. I have to ask my family for money to eat. I don't want this. As Lin Zhou spoke, he observed Liu Shaoxiang's expression. When he mentioned several million, he was extremely happy, knowing he had fooled him. So he continued, I also want to go out and earn money. Is that your reason for running away from home? Fin Yun's furrowed his brows again, imitating the low voice of the successful businessman on television. Do you think you can earn millions too? Can I not try? I believe all men in the Lin family have that ability. Ha! Fin Yun scoffed. Lin Zhou was stunned. He had just praised him. Why was this guy starting to exaggerate in that direction? He even said ha. Fortunately, Liu Shaoxiang was still immersed in the shock of the several million. Completely unaware, Lin Zhou then continued, Brother, please don't laugh yet. In these days I've actually made some gains. I have found a very profitable project. This project, as long as you invest, will yield returns, and even 1,000-fold. Lin Zhou grew more excited as he spoke. This time, we're going to strike it rich. 1,000-fold returns? Fin Yun chuckled again. Lin Zhou, are you being scammed? How could this be? I've carefully investigated it. There really can be such a good harvest. Brother, you have to believe me. Believe you? Yes. This time I absolutely didn't lie to you. It's just a bit difficult. But brother, haven't you and my dad always told me to face difficulties head-on when doing things? You can't avoid doing things just because they're difficult. Otherwise, what's the difference between us and rookies? I don't want to be a rookie. Liu Shaoxiang listened beside them in amazement and occasionally gave Lin Zhou a thumbs up. He didn't expect this guy to be quite eloquent. He was even afraid of him speaking clearly. This was getting interesting. Lin Zhou also laughed. Brother, you will definitely help me, right? Fin Yun laughed disdainfully. How do you want me to help? Invest, brother. I don't have money to invest right now. Can you lend me some? How much? 1. Lin Zhou glanced at Liu Shaoxiang and saw his eyes full of expectation. Without hesitation he said, 1 million. Another cold laugh. Are you crazy? Lin Zhou was undeterred. No, brother. Didn't I say just now? This is 1,000 times return. Investing this 1 million will yield returns in the billions. That's a huge profit. With this, our company will definitely quickly rise to the Fortune Global 500. That's the Fortune Global 500. How amazing is that? Our future appearances will be different. It will be just. How should I say it? Before he could finish speaking, an impatient voice came from the phone. You're crazy. Don't come back. If you want money, get lost. No. Brother, let me explain. Talk nonsense. Hang up. Huh? Don't hang up, brother. If you can't give me money, can you ask our cousin Peng Fei? Ask if he's willing to invest. Get lost, asking Peng Fei cousin. I think you're just a waste for the rest of your life. Brother, why are you insulting people? You. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Zhou heard a beep from the other end of the phone. The call was disconnected. He was a bit stunned. This is really... No. I have to call again. Don't call yet. Liu Shuoxiang beside him quickly stopped him. You said too much in one go. Huh, too much? It's just 1 million. My brother is really stingy. Ha. You. Asking for 1 million just like that. It's normal for your brother to be mad. It's okay. Wait until tomorrow to call again. Give him time to think, or he will definitely hang up on you. Really? Yes, I have experience. Trust me, you shouldn't rush to make money. You need to be patient. Lin Zhou felt a bit dejected. Liu Shaoxian walked up to him, patted his shoulder, and said, "Come on, let's go eat. Don't be discouraged. I believe you will succeed." Okay. Lin Zhou nodded vigorously and headed towards the kitchen. It was indeed time for dinner. Meanwhile, in the hotel, Fan Yuns looked at Sun Yanku in confusion. Why did you ask me to hang up the phone so hastily? Lin Zhou didn't finish speaking. He seemed happy just now. After all, the chance to hear Lin Zhou calling him brother wasn't common. No need to listen to him finish. Sun Yanku replied without hesitation. If he continued, he would have tipped his hand. Tip his hand? Yes. Sun Yanku nodded. The people around him must be smart too. And saying so much should be enough. Enough? But I didn't understand what he was trying to say. Sun Yanku. Did you understand? Fan Yuns looked at Sun Yanku with more confusion. Sun Yanku nodded. Then, she picked up the notebook in front of her and handed it to Fan Yuns. Fan Yuns took it, looked down, and was instantly stunned. South City Market. FEI. This ... he disguised profits, harvests, reminding us that these two words are important. He kept saying it was difficult, rookie, and the world. These messy words were still exaggerated speech he never used before. Sun Yanku explained calmly. Fan Yuns was stunned again. Lin Zhou had always been a very stable person, and he indeed had never said such things. Even if he achieved good results, he was very low-key. He hardly ever talked about worldly matters. Even when discussing principles, he seemed to demonstrate them through actions. Therefore, what he was saying did seem abnormal. But she could actually hear it? This was too. Fan Yuns silently raised his thumb. Yuan Lin Zhou, indeed a good match. They were both very intelligent. And about Peng Fei cousin. He wouldn't have mentioned him for no reason. He must want us to take him along. But who is this Fei? I will contact him. Okay. Then, when do we go? Lin Zhou didn't mention a time. Since we don't know, let's set off tomorrow at dawn and wait over there. That's fine. Fan Yuns nodded again. Let's rest early, and I'll wake you up tomorrow. Okay. Sun Yanku got up and walked out. Fan Yuns watched her leave and couldn't help but ponder her words. Why did it feel a bit strange? He realized he had been following her train of thought all along. Wasn't Sun Yanku not good at speaking and quite timid? How did she suddenly become so intelligent? But soon, he found his answer. It was because she was with Lin Zhou. Perhaps she didn't need to be so competent when she was with him. Now, facing danger, she was his support behind the scenes. Everything made sense. Thinking about this, Fan Yuns couldn't help but call out to her. Sun Yanku. Sun Yanku, who was about to push her room door, paused. Nothing. Keep it up. Myself, Liu Shiming, and Wan Zikan. We will all fully cooperate with you. Good. I will. She raised her fist and then walked into the room. Fan Yuns looked out the window and couldn't help but smile. He never expected his 18-year-old days to become so exciting. These days were quite interesting. After entering the room, Sun Yanku unhesitatingly found the *************************************************************************************************50 phone number and called him. After discussing the matter for the next day, she also called Suli to update him on today's situation. Then, holding the phone, she lay on the bed. In her mind, Lin Zhou was all she could think about. She didn't know what he was doing right now. She didn't know if he was tired or not. She didn't know if he would encounter danger. She wanted to message him, but she couldn't. Sun Yanku opened her phone, looked at her draft folder, quickly pressed a few buttons. She didn't hit send, just saved it. After doing all this, she closed her eyes. Lin Zhou, I will never hold you back. The weather in June is getting hotter. The large dormitory in the old broken building doesn't have air conditioning. A worn-out fan is squeaking and spinning chaotically. Lin Zhou flipped over a few times but couldn't fall asleep. Hearing the snoring next to him, Lin Zhou felt a bit helpless. He simply half sat up and leaned against the wall behind him, closing his eyes to relax. Suddenly, he heard rustling noises next to him. Lin Zhou slightly turned his face and saw Sima Cheng getting up and walking out. He lived farther away and didn't see Lin Zhou looking at him. Lin Zhou furrowed his brows slightly. What is he going out for so late? Seeing him heading out the door, Lin Zhou also got up, ready to follow. But at that moment, his drowsy roommate Yu Xiaojun grabbed him and asked, "Hey, Lin Zhou, where are you going?" Lin Zhou was stunned. He quickly replied in a low voice, "Oh, I want to go to the bathroom." "Oh, wait for me. Let's go together later." Lin Zhou wanted to refuse, but in this situation, it seemed impossible to reject. When he turned around, Sima Cheng had already left. He had no choice but to nod helplessly. "Okay, hurry up. I can't hold it anymore." "Oh, okay." Yu Xiaojun nodded, turned over sleepily, and fell asleep while hugging Lin Zhou's arm. Lin Zhou, this is really. Meanwhile, Sima Cheng had already reached the restroom. After quickly taking care of his needs, washing his hands, he turned back. But at that moment, he heard a voice next to him say, "Sima Cheng." Sima Cheng was startled and turned around. He saw a flickering light next to him and a woman who was vaping. He quickly greeted her with a smile. "Sister Liuli, why are you here? Aren't you sleeping?" "Can't sleep, just came out for a walk." "Oh, I just came to the bathroom." I know." Then Sima Cheng hesitated for a while, swallowed some saliva, and said, "Then I'll go back first." Liuli nodded. Sima Cheng smiled again and turned back. But before he took a few steps, he heard Liuli's voice again. "Wait a minute." Sima Cheng turned back in confusion. What's wrong?" Liuli exhaled a puff of smoke, looked at him again, and said, "I heard that you have a very beautiful sister." Sima Cheng was once again surprised but quickly nodded. "Yes, I have a sister." "Is she in Nanchuan too?" Sima Cheng nodded again. Liuli continued, "Is she unwilling to come here to make money?" She. Sima Cheng hesitated for a while, not knowing what to say. Liuli didn't seem to expect him to say anything either. She just extinguished her cigarette and continued, "Speak to her nicely. I have a very good project here. If she comes, she can earn 200,000. What? 200,000? Yes, we need someone urgently. Such a good opportunity doesn't come often. Seize it." When Sima Cheng heard this, he immediately became excited. Okay, I got it. "Thank you, Sister Liuli." "You're welcome. Hurry up. Make sure she can come tomorrow." "Okay. I will go urge her right away. She will definitely come. Definitely. That's 200,000. The sister will definitely be tempted. Wait for good news." Liuli said again, turned around, and left. Sima Cheng watched her leave, feeling excited all over. Finally making a fortune. If he can get his sister to come, he can get 200,000. With 200,000, everything will be solved. No, he must contact his sister immediately. Thinking of this, Sima Cheng couldn't help but shout, "Liuli, what's up? Can I go out now?" Liuli squinted slightly. Sima Cheng quickly said, "I'm going to find my sister. Don't worry, I'll be back soon." "Okay, let Wang Da and others accompany you." "Okay." Sima Cheng agreed with a nod. Liuli quickly called Wang Da and others. Sima Cheng happily took them and walked out. Lin Zhou happened to see this scene when he came out. He quickly broke free from Yu Xiaojun, who had been pulling his arm, and walked to Sima Cheng's side. "Where are you going?" Seeing him, Sima Cheng's smile disappeared instantly. His expression also looked uncomfortable. "I'm going out for some business." "Business at this hour?" "Yeah." "What's the matter? Is it related to you?" Before Lin Zhou could say anything, the two people next to Sima Cheng quickly stepped forward and blocked him. "What are you doing? Move aside." Yu Xiaojun also quickly pulled Lin Zhou. Hey. Lin Zhou, didn't you say you were going to the bathroom? What are you doing blocking here? Hurry up, or we'll burst." Liuli was also watching him. Seeing the situation turning awkward, Lin Zhou had no choice but to step aside. Sima Cheng sneered and walked out. Lin Zhou was also pulled by Yu Xiaojun and walked toward the direction of the bathroom, but he felt some unease in his heart. What does Suma Chen want to do at this hour? What kind of task requires him to go out now? After much contemplation, he couldn't figure out the reason. Lin Zhou could only shake his head helplessly. Anyway, their position will be known to their classmates tomorrow. Suma Chen won't be able to do much. So, he decided not to care about it anymore. With that in mind, Lin Zhou reluctantly entered dreamland. Sunyanku had been lying down for a while already. However, she tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. She had a feeling that something was about to happen. She wanted to help Lin Zhou, but she didn't know what she could do. It was already 11 o'clock at night. She tried a few times to send out the edited messages on her phone, but couldn't bring herself to do it. Finally, she put down her phone, closed her eyes, and prepared to sleep. But at that moment, she heard a knocking at the door. Sunyanku was stunned. "Who is it?" Outside the door, a familiar voice quickly replied, "Sis, it's me, Xiaocheng." Xiaocheng? Sunyanku furrowed her brows. She quickly got up and walked to the door. After opening the door, she saw Suma Cheng standing there with two other people. She furrowed her brows again. "Xiaocheng, what's this about?" "Sis, I'm here to help you make money." "Make money? At this late hour?" "Yes." Suma Cheng nodded firmly. "Sis, let me tell you, there's a great project with our leader that pays 200,000. Many girls have gone in before, but because I'm a guy, I didn't have a chance. Just now, she told me that there was a last-minute opening and wanted to give me a chance, so I came to find you to go together." Suma Cheng became more excited as he spoke. "Sis, let's go quickly. Opportunities like this can't be missed. Once we get that 200,000, all our family issues will be solved." As he finished speaking, he reached out to grab Sunyanku's hand. Sunyanku quickly stepped back. She looked at Suma Cheng in confusion. "Xiaocheng, you..." "What?" She wanted to say something, but seeing the two people behind him, she held back her words. "I don't want to go." "What? Don't want to go? Sis, what's wrong with you? It's 200,000. You know it's 200,000, Xiaocheng. Do you think we, as siblings, deserve to have it?" Suma Cheng was taken aback. Sunyanku continued, "Come inside. I have something to tell you." Suma Cheng subconsciously nodded, "Okay." But immediately, a light cough could be heard behind him. Suma Cheng reacted instantly. "Odd. No, sis, we can't. It's urgent here. We need you to start work tomorrow. There's no time. What's the project about?" Seeing Suma Cheng unwilling to follow her, Sunyanku asked again. Suma Cheng said, "Project? It's just ... After a while of hemming and hawing, he still couldn't come up with a clear answer. Suma Cheng said anxiously, "Come on, sis. You'll know once you go there. Can't I repay you later?" Sunyanku shook her head again. "I'm sorry, Xiaocheng. I really can't go." "Why? Is it because of Lin Zhou? He's gone himself, and you..." "It's not." Sunyanku cut him off before he finished speaking. "It's my own decision, not related to Lin Zhou." "Xiaocheng, please don't go either. Come home with me." Sunyanku anxiously grabbed Suma Cheng's hand. But Suma Cheng refused without hesitation. "No, I'm not going home. Sis, I've told you so many times, I'm out here to make money. Until I've made the money, how can I go back?" Seeing Sunyanku's reluctance, he sighed in resignation. "Think it over, sis. Lin Zhou can go make money, and so can you." Sunyanku shook her head again. Just as she was about to say something, she heard one of the youths behind Suma Cheng becoming impatient. "Suma Cheng, what nonsense are you talking about with her? If she doesn't go, we can just carry her." Sunyanku was taken aback. Suma Cheng was also stunned. Seeing that the two youths seemed serious, he quickly stepped forward to stop them. "No, why not? She's my sister." "But aren't we here to take your sister to make money?" "Yes, to make money, but we can't force my sister. If she doesn't want to go, I'll handle the money-making myself. You can't mess things up." Suma Cheng was resolute. The two youths fell silent. One of them directly said disdainfully, "Do as you wish. When we get back, you can explain it to Sister Liuli yourself. We won't bother." "Fine. I'll explain it myself." Suma Cheng didn't hesitate. After saying that, he turned around. When he looked back at Sunyanku, he had a smile on his face. "Sis, it's okay. Think it over. Here's my contact information. When you make up your mind, give me a call. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow. Remember, tomorrow's the last chance. You can give me an answer before tomorrow, but don't miss it." Without waiting for Sunyanku's reaction, He directly handed her a piece of paper, then turned and walked out. I'm leaving, sis. If I'm busy when you call, just say you're looking for me, and I'll come to get you. Hot, Xiaocheng. Sunyanku wanted to call out to him, but was unsuccessful. She opened the note and saw a clear phone number written on it. Sunyanku sighed deeply. Xiaocheng really did care about her. HOWEVR. The door next door suddenly opened. Sunyanku looked out Pan Sof and Yuns walking out. He looked at her and gave a smile. Don't worry. Let's see what Lin Zhou's up to tomorrow. If the information he conveys is useful, we can immediately inform officers to go catch them. Once we catch all the fraudsters, your brother will come to his senses. Let's go home. Sunyanku nodded. Okay, I understand. Then hurry back to sleep. Okay. As she was about to enter the room, she seemed to remember something and turned back. Have you not slept either? I did, but I heard some noise, so I got up and listened behind the door to your conversation. Sunyanku was slightly taken aback. So I promised Lin Zhou to take care of you. Without being specific, Sunyanku understood his words. If Sima Cheng's companions had made a move before, Fan Yuns probably would have intervened. And all of this was because of Lin Zhou's instructions. It seemed that everyone was changing because of Lin Zhou. Hopefully, this time would be no different. Xiaocheng, please don't cause trouble. Tomorrow, after tomorrow, we can go back home. Thank you. Before entering the room, Sunyanku looked generously at Fan Yuns. You're welcome. Good luck tomorrow. Good luck. The two smiled at each other and each went back to their rooms. This time, Sunyanku quickly fell asleep. When she woke up, it was already 6:30. Sunyanku quickly got up, went outside, and called for Fan Yuns. She instructed the front desk that if Lu Mingzhou came, she and Lin Zhou had gone out to have fun. Then she called a car and headed to the South City Market. In the morning, in Nanchuan, it was particularly lively. Everywhere you looked, there were vendors rushing to the morning market, as well as elderly people out for their morning exercises. After Li Wanyu entered the city area, she wasn't as happy as before, but rather somewhat worried. She wrapped herself up tightly with a hat and mask. However, Lao Qin still noticed that her mind was elsewhere. He walked up to her and chattered away. Li Wanyu still didn't react. Seeing that they were about to miss the street where they usually bought groceries, Li Wanyu showed no intention of stopping. Lao Qin had to step forward and lightly touch her sleeve. He waved his hands in front of her. Only then did Li Wanyu realize and quickly said, Uncle Qin, I'm not in a bad mood. I just didn't sleep well last night, feeling a bit tired. Don't worry, it's nothing. Lao Qin nodded and pointed to the side, indicating for Li Wanyu to go in. Li Wanyu held him back. Uncle Qin, let's not buy groceries here today. Let's go to the South City Market. Lao Qin was taken aback. Li Wanyu explained, when I was shopping yesterday, I heard them say that the pork is on sale at the South City Market today. Very cheap. Let's buy some to improve everyone's meals. Lao Qin's eyes immediately lit up. Li Wanyu continued, really, I'm not lying. It's been a while since we've had meat. At these words, Lao Qin nodded in understanding. He gestured for Li Wanyu to hurry along with the cart. When the goal was achieved, Li Wanyu smiled and quickly followed. Just when Lao Qin couldn't see her, her smile gradually faded. She also became somewhat worried. She didn't know if Lin Zhou had passed on the message. Are there people coming to meet her? Even more uncertain, will she be able to see her brother? It's been so long since she last saw him. Can her brother still recognize her now? Thinking of this, Li Wanyu unconsciously touched her cheek. It's better if he doesn't recognize her. Her current appearance is not suitable for being seen. After walking for about 20 minutes, the two took a deep breath and entered the gate of the South City Market. At this moment, in the southwest corner of the South City Market, Cafe had been squatting on the ground for quite a while. He kept looking around but saw nothing. Cafe was getting anxious. Sunyanku, are you sure Lin Zhou said for us to wait here? Yes, I'm sure. Sunyanku nodded. But why is it taking so long? Haven't seen a soul yet. I don't know, he didn't mention a specific time. Alright, let's wait a bit longer. Lin Zhou is reliable, but are you hungry? Can I go get you breakfast? Sunyanku and Fan Yuns shook their heads. Cafe was a bit exasperated. Are you two made of iron? Even if you're worried, you still need to eat. I'm hungry. I'll go get some food. Maybe I'll bump into someone on the way out. Asterisk FEI said, as he walked out. Sunyanku didn't stop him. Be careful when you go out. Got it. I know Nanchuan better than you. Asterisk FEI waved and walked on. After he left, Finyuns began to worrying. It's almost 8:30. Yes, if we have to buy groceries, now should be the peak time. It's the right time to meet here. Indeed. But why hasn't he come? Sunyanku shook her head. She didn't know why, and could only keep looking around, hoping to see the familiar figure. When Li Wanyu came in, she happened to see this scene. She was slightly stunned and smiled when her gaze fell on Sunyanku. This must be the person Lin Zhou asked her to find, right? She remembered him saying, "Come to the South City Market and find the most beautiful girl." Li Wanyu was speechless at that time. What does the most beautiful girl even mean? No matter how beautiful someone is, how much more beautiful can they be? Furthermore, with so many people in the market, how would she find her? Lin Zhou was going overboard, but Lin Zhou only said to find her. And on the way, Li Wanyu was very worried. But at this moment, she found that her worries were completely unnecessary. This girl could really be spotted with just a look. There really are such good-looking girls in the world. Lin Zhou has a good eye. However, Li Wanyu quickly looked around her surroundings. She found that besides an unfamiliar bow, there was no asterisk FEI. She felt a bit lost. Could it be? Lin Zhou lied to her. He didn't inform asterisk FEI at all. Just as she was thinking that, Li Wanyu suddenly heard a familiar voice nearby. Excuse me. Excuse me. Ah. Why are there so many people so early in the morning? Li Wanyu turned her head in an instant and saw a person walking out from 1 meter to her left. It was asterisk FEI. He seemed completely unaware of her, head down walking forward. Li Wanyu felt a sudden pang of disappointment in her heart. But soon, she felt relieved. Miss, there are more chapters after this. Please click next to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. No one should be able to recognize her with her appearance today. And also, there are so many people here that completely blocked his sight. Just seeing asterisk FEI, Li Wanyu still felt a bit bitter. Her brother looked thinner. He was definitely plumper before she left. Why did he lose weight? Thinking about it, tears almost came to Li Wanyu's eyes. At that moment, she felt someone tug at her clothes. Li Wanyu snapped out of it and saw Lao Qin standing next to her looking puzzled. His eyes seemed to ask, "What's wrong with you?" Li Wanyu shook her head. "It's nothing, it's too crowded. I'm a little dizzy." Lao Qin quickly made a few gestures. Li Wanyu added, "It's okay. Maybe my blood sugar's low. Uncle Qin, I want to go to the restroom. My stomach hurts a bit now. Could you find the pork first, and I'll come find you in a bit?" Lao Qin nodded worriedly. Li Wanyu smiled and started making her way through the crowd. Since she had seen asterisk FEI, she should fulfill her promise to Lin Zhou. On the other side, Sunyanku, who had been waiting for a while, was particularly anxious. She frowned, called out to Finyuns beside her, "Is our spot not obvious enough? Lin Zhou can't find us, right? Finyuns, let's change places." Finyuns thought for a moment, nodded. "All right, you go to the central spot over there. It's more conspicuous. I'll stay here and wait for asterisk FEI to come back. I'll ask him to find you." "Okay. If there's any trouble, call me immediately." "Got it." Sunyanku nodded, turned around to leave. Just then, she suddenly heard a girl's voice by her ear. "Is that you, Sunyanku?" Sunan was stunned for a moment. She turned her head and saw a little girl wearing a hat and a mask standing in front of her. She looked very fragile, her thin figure appearing even more fragile in all black clothes. Above the mask, faint scars could be seen creeping towards her eyes. Sunan's heart skipped a beat as she almost instinctively exclaimed, "You ... Perhaps her expression triggered something in her. Li Wanyu quickly took a step back, lowered her head, tugged at her mask, trying to cover up her scars. "I'm sorry. This mask is too small. I startled you." "No, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to ask you, are you in pain?" Sunan gestured in a fluster, then gazed at her earnestly. "I just wanted to ask you, are you in pain?" Li Wanyu was taken aback. She lifted her head in surprise, seeing tears in Sunan's eyes. She was moved by her. Unlike others, who were hypocritical, her expression was full of sincerity. Was she in pain? How could she not be? With such long scars, such unsightly marks that almost covered her cheeks, She still remembered the blood that flowed that night, staining her whole body. How could she not be in pain? But no one has ever asked. They always looked at her with strange eyes. The only person in front of her. Li Wanyan originally wanted to avoid her, but in the end, she stopped. She just stood there, looking at her, smiled and said, "It doesn't hurt, but ... it's been a long time, it doesn't hurt anymore, no need to worry." "Okay. That's good." Sunaan squeezed her hand, wanting to do something, but seemed somewhat powerless. Lin Jo asked me to find you." Li Wanyan interrupted her. Sunaan nodded quickly, but her expression seemed a bit desolate. I thought Lin Jo would come in person." "He can't come out, but don't worry, he's safe." "That's good." Sunaan relaxed slightly. "Is there anything he needs me to tell you?" Li Wanyan nodded, then looked at Finyans beside Sunaan. "Do you need to speak in private?" No need. He's a friend of mine, and Lin Jo." As she said this, Finyans was slightly puzzled. Then he nodded. Classmates. That's good. Lin Jo asked me to tell you." "Wait." Li Wanyan was interrupted by Sunaan before finishing her sentence. She looked around and said, "One more person hasn't come over yet. Lin Jo specifically asked him to come. Should we wait?" "You mean ***FEI? Huh, you know." Li Wanyan nodded. "Yeah. No need to call him. I wanted to see him, so I asked Lin Jo to call him, but don't let him know I came. Otherwise, my brother would be worried." Why?" Li Wanyan swelled up, wanting to say something, but stopped. She smiled. "Forget about that. Lin Jo asked me to tell you the address of the pyramid scheme nest. It's in the abandoned building in the south alley of the suburbs. Keep going south towards the city and you'll find it. They probably won't leave in the next 2 days, so let the police act faster over there." "Oh, I understand." Sunaan nodded. "I'll go back and tell officers soon now so they can move quickly. They should be able to get there today." "Okay. Good." Li Wanyan nodded. "I have things to do, so I'll leave first." "Okay." Although she still wanted to ask something, Li Wanyan seemed unwilling to say more. Sunaan also stopped talking. "Be careful." "I will." When she turned to leave, for some reason, Li Wanyan still felt heavy in her heart. Is this how it ends? Will it really be that simple? If what Lin Jo said is true, the police will go soon. They will be caught soon. Then ... what about Jian Qing and them? Clearly, they have been locked up by Yi Liuli. For so long, there has been no news. If ... if this time, only Ma Dalong and the others are caught. What about finding Yan Qing and them? They seem to be on the verge of being traded. That trade ... Li Wanyan dared not think about it. She just felt a shudder. She and Yan Qing met at Nanchuan railway station. They were both young girls working in Nanchuan. Therefore, they hit it off immediately and agreed to look for jobs together. They even lived in the same inn to save money and shared a room. At that time, they were full of fantasies about the future. She remembered her saying that once they found jobs and got paid, they would go out for a big meal together, buy beautiful clothes, and get beautiful manicures. Later, they met someone who said they could bring them good jobs. The two young sisters thought they had met a benefactor and followed that person. He took them to find Liu Shaoxiang. Later on, both of them were noticed by Yi Liuli and taken away. She said she wanted to cultivate them. The two were very happy. They worked hard every day to learn various etiquettes, but as she learned, Li Wanyan discovered something was wrong. She made them learn how to perform music instruments and sing, dance various strange dances. She made them twist and turn in the colorful lights of a nightlife district. She even brought men over and let them show off in front of the men. How could this be a means of earning a living? This is simply. Li Wanyan suddenly realized something was wrong and began to resist. She did not want to learn. She did not want to listen to them. She even pulled Yan Qing and several others to resist together. As a result, she was locked in a solitary room by Yi Liuli. Li Wanyan still remembers that day. In the dark room, her questions went unanswered. Her resistance turned out to be futile. Yi Liuli's men beat her all over, but still didn't hit her face. She said, if they hit her face, she wouldn't sell for a good price. At that time, Li Wanyan knew her face was valuable, so she snatched the small knife from Yi Liuli's side. Without hesitation, she cut her own cheek, blood flowing down. She smiled. She said, even if I die, I won't be sold. She vividly remembers the shock on Yi Liuli's face at that moment. She couldn't believe it, couldn't believe that a girl would have such courage. but she never softened. More brutal beatings fell on her. The screams were endless, until Li Weini felt she had only one breath left. They finally stopped. Afterwards, she was locked in the dark room, without food or water for 3 whole days. On the verge of death, she felt like she was about to die. Finally, the door of the dark room opened. Yiliuli told her that Madelon liked the food she made. She had to go cook. Li Weini disagreed. She said she preferred to die, but Yiliuli coldly told her that if she resisted again, she would end up like ***Fei. Li Weini was scared. She could die, but how could she involve her brother, who was so good? From that day on, she became the kitchen's cook. No daylight, ruthless, ugly, quiet, and loyal, until Lin Zhou broke in. Now she was going to break free from this inhumane life. But what about Yan Qing and the others? Ever since she entered the dark room, she hadn't seen them. Trained for so long, Yiliuli's plan seemed to be starting. Were they really going to be sold? If that's the case, what should she do if she can't find them? Thinking of this, Li Weini suddenly shivered. She quickly turned around and stopped Sunyanku, who was about to leave. Wait. Sunyanku was startled, turned back. What's wrong? Can we wait a couple of days before the police take action? Huh? Why? Sunyanku was a bit confused. Li Weini took a deep breath and said, I have a few sisters who can't be found. If we act now, I'm afraid they'll be in danger. What do you mean? Sunyanku's face changed, looking nervous. It's the sisters who came in with me. They are being sold. It seems like they're all foreigners. I don't know where they're going to be sold to, but these days, it seems like they're about to take action. These people, not with us and Lin Zhou, they are in other places for training. I want to find them. 2 days, just 2 days. Okay. Sunyanku hesitated, looked at her. Does Lin Zhou know about this? Li Weini shook her head. I haven't had a chance to tell him yet, but he said he came here just to save Suma Cheng. He can manage anything else. If he can't handle it, he'll call the police. The police. When they come, it's definitely too late. They're too ruthless. They don't value human life at all. Fearing that Sunyanku wouldn't believe her, Li Weini without hesitation pulled down her mask. Then she looked up and almost cried. My face, this scar, is the best evidence. If I didn't know how to cook, I wouldn't be here now. But even though she had prepared herself mentally, seeing the scars all over her face, Sunyanku still felt a pang in her chest. Take your time to explain. Don't rush. I'll try to help you. Li Weini wiped her tears and told them everything she knew. Sunyanku frowned as she listened. So, those girls are all in Yiliuli's hands. Yes, they are about to trade. But the trade hasn't started because one person is missing. That's right. What do you plan to do? Li Weini paused. After a moment of thought, she said, I want to try, see if Yiliuli still wants me. Even though my face is ruined, I am still a woman, in case there are no other women there. Maybe she will really let me join. And then I will know the address. I will find a way to tell you the address. You can take action to save them. Is that okay? When she said the last sentence, Li Weini's voice choked up. Sunyanku and Fen Yuns looked at each other. They wanted to say something comforting, but couldn't find the words. After some thought, Sunyanku made a decision. She raised her head, looked at Li Weini again. But didn't you say that Yiliuli came to you yesterday and said you weren't good enough? I still have to give it a try. What if I have no other way? I don't want to see them disappear, Lin Zhou said. Their families are looking for them. They are with my brother. My brother. You all know him. Li Weini choked up. Before finishing the sentence, she said, It's ***Fei. Sunyanku was shocked again. She finally understood why Li Weini didn't want to see ***Fei. Without waiting for her response, Li Weini continued, I don't want to see them as sad as my brother. I want to do something. Please wait a little longer. There's no problem with Lin Zhou staying there for 2 days. He's smart. He can protect himself. Just 2 days. 2 days is enough. Sunyanku looked at her, suddenly smiled. It seemed like she had made a decision. She spoke, looking at Li Weini again. But didn't you say that Yiliuli ... Li Weini quickly said, I think it's better if I go. I don't believe, Yiliuli. She may. Sunyanku smiled again. Her voice sounded somewhat bitter. Last night, little Cheng came to see me. As her words fell Fin Yun's and Li Wanyan were both stunned. Last night? Yes. In the middle of the night, you should have been asleep. Sun Yanku looked at Fin Yun's. So I didn't call you, but little Cheng said there is a sister named Yi Liuli who needs help with a big project and you can earn 200,000. 200,000? No. That's not. Li Wanyan quickly retorted. Sun Yanku chuckled. I know it's not. Such a good opportunity wouldn't fall into our laps, but I was curious. Why did she specifically mention me? Because of a vacancy. Li Wanyan suddenly realized. Sun Yanku nodded. Yes. After hearing so much from you, I found out she was missing a person. Then, Li Wanyan hesitated. Sun Yanku added. So if I go, we might move faster. Maybe not even needing 2 days, we could take action tomorrow. But, Li Wanyan still had some concerns. It can't be delayed too long. Although Lin Zhou has infiltrated, he might be exposed at any time. Since we already know the address, the sooner the better. Li Wanyan hesitated. But ... It's okay. I'll go and pass on the message to everyone. Not only can we capture Ma Delong and his group, but we may also catch Yi Liuli. It's a win-win. Li Wanyan fell silent. If what Sun Yanku said was true, then her going would indeed be the best choice. Fin Yun's beside her, however, furrowed his brow and said, Sun Yanku, classmate. Before he could finish his sentence, Sun Yanku interrupted. I know you promised Lin Zhou to take care of me, but Fin Yun's. Lin Zhou also said that if he's not around, I can make any decision. This is the most convenient and useful way for me to go. Don't worry, I won't let myself get hurt. I'll leave marks along the way to give you information. Call **FEI. He has many people on his side, right? Those caught by Yi Liuli should be their family members. They will surely cooperate. By then, they can come and save me. Fin Yun's fell silent. After a moment, he nodded. Sun Yanku, you have really changed. Sun Yanku smiled and said, then I'll leave it to you. Fin Yun's nodded. Okay. I'll go negotiate with **FEI. Tu Yan will also be there. Don't worry, you won't get hurt. Okay. Sun Yanku nodded. Then she looked at Li Wanyan. Don't tell Lin Zhou about this yet. Just inform him that the police will go to arrest them tomorrow. Let him keep Ma Delong and Liu Shaoxian stable. Why? He won't let me take risks. Once I go in, he definitely won't let Officer Sue and the others act rashly, which will delay things. It will be more troublesome then. He will also face more danger. Sun Yanku smiled. I don't want him to be in danger. He has been protecting me for so long. This time I want to do something. I don't want to always be a burden to him. Li Wanyan was taken aback. After a while, she suddenly smiled. I finally understand why Lin Zhou is willing to take risks to save Suma Cheng. Suma Cheng is lucky to have a sister like you. I think **FEI probably has similar thoughts as me. Wanyan, we will be fine. Yes, we will. The two girls looked at each other as if they had made a certain determination. Then I'll leave first. Take care of yourself. Okay. Don't tell my brother ... that I came. I know. Li Wanyan left. Sun Yanku stood in place, watching her back, and smiled. Come, Sun Yanku. Fin Yun's. What are you two doing here? Didn't we agree to wait over there for me? Suddenly, **phase voice came from behind. Sun Yanku quickly turned her head and saw him carrying Xiaolongba and some milk, looking confused at the scene behind them. It seemed very bewildering. Did the messenger for Lin Zhou's message arrive? Sun Yanku quickly moved aside to block his view. Yes, he came. The situation is urgent. I didn't have time to call you. She has already left. I saw. It's okay. Let me know if you need any help. There is indeed something I need your help with. A big one. **FEI was startled, quickly masking his surprised expression. Shall we talk about it in detail? Sure. Let's go back to the hotel later. Fin Yun's will talk to you. I need to do something else now. Okay. Let's go then. Yad. Fin Yun's nodded, glanced at Sun Yanku, and then left with **FEI. As they walked to the entrance of the market, **FEI suddenly turned his head. This action also made Fin Yun stunned. What's wrong? Oh. It's nothing. I just felt the back view from just now looked familiar. Fin Yun's. Do you know her? What's her name? Fin Yun shook his head. I don't know her. But the information she brought, you will definitely be interested in. What information? About your sister Li Wanyan and those girls you are looking for. What? Sun Yanku watched Fin Yun's hand FEI leave the market and then walked into a secluded corner. When no one was noticing her, she took out her phone. She first called Suli to convey Lin Zhou's message and instructed them to send people to arrest others tomorrow. Then she took a deep breath and pulled out the note Sima Cheng gave her. Pressing the phone number written on it, she made the call. The call was quickly picked up. Her voice gradually steadied. "Hello, I'm looking for Sima Cheng." In another corner of the market, Li Wanyan had been standing in place all this time. Even after Faye's figure disappeared, she didn't move. When Lao Qin approached, he couldn't help but tap her. After some gesturing and sign language, his eyes were full of worry. Li Wanyan forced a smile. "Uncle Qin, I'm really fine. Didn't you find the meat seller?" Lao Qin nodded, indicating that he searched a lot but didn't find. Li Wanyan smiled weakly. "Did I mishear? It shouldn't be like this, right?" Lao Qin gestured again, implying to search again. Li Wanyan quickly stopped him. "No, let's go back. We have missed lunch for too long today. Uncle Qin, let's come back tomorrow, if it's not possible today. We wasted too much time today." Lao Qin looked at her puzzled for a moment, then nodded in agreement. However, as they left, he glanced around. There was confusion in his eyes. Today's Li girls seemed different from usual. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. Sulia and Lu Mingzhou arrived at the train station as usual with Ren Min. Lu Mingzhou, as usual, was absent-minded, sitting by the side with crossed legs, sipping tea. Occasionally, he would glance at Ren Min. Today, Ren Min was wearing a tight skirt. Although it wasn't revealing, her perky buttocks were eye-catching. Lu Mingzhou unconsciously looked at her a few more times. When Suli returned, after answering a phone call from Sun Yanku, he happened to see this scene. He narrowed his eyes slightly and quickly came to Ren Min's side, blocking Lu Mingzhou's line of sight. Perhaps noticing his actions, Lu Mingzhou whistled and turned his head to pretend he wasn't paying attention. Suli then shifted his gaze away from him. After taking off his coat, he handed it to Ren Min. "Next time you go out, don't wear something so short." "Huh?" Ren Min was puzzled. "I don't want to wear it, but it seems ineffective. I just wanted to try again." "Officer Su, you're giving me this coat is too conspicuous. Maybe I should pass. Stop attracting attention from others." "Huh?" Ren Min was confused. "Stop. Yes, we found the nest. We'll take action tomorrow." "Oh." Ren Min was about to say something when Suli added, "Don't get excited. Pretend like nothing happened. Tie the coat around your waist." "Oh." Despite being puzzled, Ren Min followed through. As she tied the coat, she curiously asked, "Is it found by that person named Lin Zhou?" "Yes." "Then why not take action today?" "It's still early. I don't know. There might be other things to consider." "It's okay. We'll listen to Lin Zhou." Ren Min was puzzled again. "Officer Su, it's the first time I see you trust someone so much." "Well, he is trustworthy." "So, what about old Lu now?" "Him." Suli squinted. "Maybe it's time to close in on him too." Lu Mingzhou, in the distance, had no idea what was happening here. He saw the two of them murmuring to each other and couldn't help but shout from afar, "Officer Su, what's going on? Have you had an epiphany?" Suli smiled. He turned around and walked towards Lu Mingzhou. "Yeah. There's nothing to gain now, so we have to do something else." "Ha ha. I told you, Officer Ren is quite pretty. Look at that figure." "Oh. Never mind." "Yeah. But Lao Lu, where do you think Madelon is hiding? Why hasn't he made a move yet?" Maybe he's just too clever, right?" "Is that so?" "Yeah. After all, he's been scamming all this time. If he's not clever, he can't fool anyone." "True." Suli smiled slightly, walked to his side, and sat down. It was 8:30 in the morning. Lin Zhou had listened to a brainwashing oath like a morning chant all morning. Then he headed to the kitchen. It was time to make breakfast. He thought Li Wawan and the others should have returned, but he didn't know if Xiao Danzu had met her or not. As he walked, he suddenly saw Sima Cheng smiling as he passed by, but at that moment, he immediately turned his head, pretending not to recognize him. Lin Zhou smiled and called out to him, "Sima Cheng." Sima Cheng stopped in his tracks without turning his head. "What's up? Where did you go last night?" "That's none of your business." Sima Cheng finally turned around, but his face showed disdain. "Just cook your meal." Lin Zhou wanted to say more, but in the distance, the voice of Yi Liuli was heard. "Sima Cheng, come here." Sima Cheng's face immediately showed a smug smile. "Oh." Liu Li's sister is here. Lin Zhou watched his back and frowned. When did this kid become so close with Liu Li? After thinking for a while and unable to come up with a reason, Lin Zhou continued towards the kitchen. Sima Cheng quickly went to Liu Li's room and put on a sad face. Liu Li's sister, don't waste words. Where is he? Haven't you found him? Oh, Liu Li's sister, don't be angry. I haven't found him yet. My sister needs some time to think too. I don't want to pressure her, just want to give her some time. Before Sima Cheng could finish his sentence, Liu Li suddenly stood up. The smile gradually disappeared, her face becoming even more unpleasant. Like a layer of ice, it enveloped Sima Cheng. She said, he hasn't come back. He hasn't come back. What are you back for? Sima Cheng, Liu Shaoxian always says you're smart, capable, and always wanted us to promote you. Are you really that smart? Tomorrow is the last day. Because of Li Wan's situation, they had been short of one person all along, so they couldn't complete the delivery, and Sima Cheng couldn't even get one person back. What a loser! Sima Cheng was startled. He couldn't believe his eyes looking at Liu Li, feeling a bit dazed. He remembered that Liu Li had always been very gentle. Although they didn't talk much, every time they did it, there was always a smile. Now, what was going on? That expression made it seem like he had committed a huge mistake. Lin Zhou was busy in the kitchen for quite a while. The congee was almost ready, but Li Wanyuan had not returned yet. After thinking for a while, he decided to see if the remaining radish could be made into pickled vegetables. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough to eat. Just as he opened the cabinet, the door creaked open. Lin Zhou looked up and saw Li Wanyuan entering with a large bag of vegetables. It seemed too heavy for her. She furrowed her brows and called out to him. Lin Zhou, come help. Lin Zhou quickly walked over. Taking the vegetables, he saw Lao Qin coming in with a sack of steamed buns. Before he could say anything, Li Wanyuan said, Uncle Qin, go put away some of the steamed buns, we can't finish them. Lao Qin nodded, bypassed Lin Zhou, and headed inside. Only then did Li Wanyuan walk over to Lin Zhou, pretending to help carry the vegetables, reminding him, come to the sink. Lin Zhou quickly followed. After pouring out the vegetables, Li Wanyuan gestured for Lin Zhou to wash them, saying, long story short. Lin Zhou nodded. Li Wanyuan continued, I saw her, and told her about the situation here and the address. She said she will send the police over tomorrow to arrest people, so we need to be prepared. Lin Zhou was taken aback. Tomorrow, wasn't she supposed to come over immediately to arrest people? Li Wanyuan's hand hesitated for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. I don't know why either, but she said we need to get ready. Okay, we can do it tomorrow. Yad. Li Wanyuan nodded vaguely. Let's hurry up and cook. Okay. Seeing Lin Zhou start washing the vegetables, Li Wanyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Sun Yanku should have finished his call with Sima Cheng. I don't know when she'll be able to come. Hopefully everything goes smoothly. The daily life of the fraud organization was boring. After dinner, all they did was spout useless brainwashing words, saying things like it's all for your own good, or we are doing the right thing, and don't you want money? Don't you want to experience the feeling of owning millions or even tens of millions? Lin Zhou was falling asleep listening to it all. On the other hand, Yu Xiaojun beside him was engrossed in it. Seeing Lin Zhou's lack of interest, he nudged him. Hey, why aren't you reading along? You're so lackluster. Lin Zhou was speechless and had to muster up some enthusiasm and read along. As he read, he noticed Sima Cheng, who had been sitting near the door, stood up, then quickly walked out. Lin Zhou was slightly taken aback. Why did he leave again? Wanting to follow him, but in this situation, he clearly couldn't leave. He turned to Yu Xiaojun. Do you know if Sima Cheng has any special tasks these days? Sima Cheng? Yu Xiaojun shook his head. I don't know, but he's a favorite by Big Brother Liu, so he probably has a lot of tasks. Big Brother Liu usually takes him. Is that so? Yad. Yu Xiaojun nodded affirmatively, but Lin Zhou still felt something was off. What about Liu Li? Liu Li Ji? What about her? Does she often bring Sima Cheng along? Not really. Liu Li Ji usually manages the girls, like Yanqing and the others. They all fall under Liu Li Ji's management. Oh. What about those girls? Lin Zhou had noticed there were very few girls here. Apart from Li Wanyuan, he hadn't seen anyone from the profiles he had reviewed. They seemed to have been chosen by Liu Li Ji for other projects. If Liu Li Ji picks someone, they must be special and earn big money. Sima Cheng might be the same. All right then. Lin Zhou could only nod, but for some reason, he still felt something strange. After thinking for a while and not figuring it out, Lin Zhou closed his eyes. Hang on until today, and it will all be over. Best not to worrying about it. He would understand soon. Meanwhile, Sima Cheng didn't go to Yeliuli's room to find her, but quickly went downstairs. Running a little way, he arrived at a nearby main road. The surroundings of the main road were very desolate, with no signs of life, but Sima Cheng paid no attention to this. He started running along the road. After running for about 5 minutes, he stopped, turned around, and looked to the side. There stood a beautiful woman at the entrance of a rundown building. She had her hair tied in a high ponytail, wore casual clothing and jeans. Her gaze was somewhat cold, complemented by her perfect face. Against the backdrop of the surroundings, it felt like a beautiful painting. Sima Cheng's eyes lit up as he quickly approached, revealing a big smile. Sis, you really came. Yeah. You said you wanted to help me make big money, right? I thought about it. Our family does need money. Earning more could buy a house for grandpa and grandma. Sun Yanku said seriously. Sima Cheng quickly nodded. Yes, sis, I also think like that. Not just a big house, we also need a car. Let grandpa and grandma have some dignity in the village. Hey, the two of us working together, this wish will definitely come true. Yeah, I think so too. Let's go. Let's find that Liuli sister you mentioned. P.S. There's more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. Alright. Sima Cheng nodded again, then turned and walked forward with Sun Yanku. As they walked, he kept smiling. Sun Yanku, who was already nervous, took a deep breath when she saw this scene. She forced a smile. What's up, Xiao Cheng? Why do you keep laughing foolishly? Is there something on my face? Sima Cheng shook his head. No, I just feel happy. Sis, you're getting more and more beautiful now. Really? Yes, when you go back now, all our friends in the village will surely be mesmerized by you. Xiao Cheng, you're exaggerating. Ha, but sis, don't worry, I'll protect you, and won't let them get close to you. How can that be allowed? In the future, sis still has to get married. Sun Yanku half-jokingly said. Sima Cheng laughed immediately. Not getting married. I can take care of you, grandpa, and grandma. Our whole family will always be together. I will never let our family be bullied again. I swear. You kid. Sun Yanku's eyes welled up with tears. Okay, Xiao Cheng, stop talking nonsense. Let's talk about this when we get back. Let's make money first. Okay. Make money first. Sima Cheng smilingly quickened his pace. I'll take you to see Liuli. She will definitely like you. Sima Cheng was confident. After all, with such a beautiful sister, Liuli couldn't possibly not like her. He didn't see that as soon as he turned his head, Sun Yanku's smile gradually vanished. She watched his back and for a moment didn't know how to describe her feelings. Although he was her most obedient brother, everything he did was for himself, for their grandparents. But he didn't know that he was actually doing harm with good intentions. And he didn't know that when he knew the truth, he might feel sad. Sun Yanku sighed quietly. Her heart suddenly became nervous. In the morning activities, it was mostly listening to lectures and learning some useless tricks. Lin Zhou didn't want to listen. During the mid-morning break, he quickly got up and went to the bathroom. Coming out of the bathroom, he washed his hands and intended to go back to his room to listen to the last class. When he reached the door, he suddenly felt a familiar figure flash across the building in front of him. Lin Zhou was slightly surprised. When he tried to focus on the figure, he found that it had quickly turned a corner and disappeared. Lin Zhou instinctively squinted his eyes and was about to go over to take a look. But at that moment, someone patted his shoulder. Lin Zhou, where are you going? It was Liu Shaoxian. Lin Zhou had to turn around. Oh, I just thought I saw someone over there. Someone? There is definitely no one in that building. It has been abandoned for a long time. Is that so? Did he really just imagine it? Yeah. Did you understand the lesson just now? Come on. Let's go, and I'll explain it to you again. Without waiting for Lin Zhou's reaction, Liu Shaoxian put his arm around his neck and walked into the room. Lin Zhou had no choice but to follow. What he didn't know was that at that moment, separated by a building's distance, Sun Yanku, who had just turned the corner, also felt as if someone was watching her. She turned around in confusion. Sima Cheng said, Sister, what are you looking at? Let's go, it's almost time. Sunyanku wanted to say something, but before she could, Suma Cheng interrupted. Come on. Liuli's sister will be angry if we don't go. Sister. Don't dawdle. That's definitely not Lin Zhou over there. I didn't even tell him you were coming. He's been delaying our money-making plans. Sunyanku opened her mouth, but swallowed back the words on the tip of her tongue. She smiled slightly and said, all right then. Let's go. Okay. Suma Cheng nodded vigorously. As long as Lin Zhou didn't know, their plan to make money together wouldn't be disrupted. The 200,000 would be theirs. Sunyanku felt more excited as she thought about it. Their pace quickened. They walked through a long corridor and stopped in front of a room. Suma Cheng finally stopped and turned around. Smiling, here we are, sister, I'll go knock on the door. Please wait for me. All right. Sunyanku nodded. Looking around, she quickly noticed something different here. The door of this room was clearly renovated and looked new. The other rooms beside it had small broken doors. The walls on both sides had also been repaired. Was this where Yi Liuli lived? Did she deceive many naive girls through here? How could those innocent girls be so naive? Sunyanku's heart skipped a beat. She was nervous. She didn't know if this was right or wrong, and she didn't know if she should do this. But when she thought about Li Wanyan's situation, her heart ached. If she didn't help them, would they end up like Li Wanyan? Or maybe worse than Li Wanyan? She had known since childhood what it was like to be bullied. She knew what it felt like to be suffocated in darkness and unable to escape. If she hadn't met Lin Zhou, her life would probably have been like that. Waking up every day without seeing the sun in the sky. Only endless darkness. Thankfully, there was Lin Zhou. And perhaps they would never get their Lin Zhou. She had always known that not everyone could have their own light in this world. Thinking of this, Sunyanku looked towards the building where Lin Zhou was. She suddenly smiled. Lin Zhou, you saved me. You gave me hope. Perhaps I should do something too. Although you say you don't care about others, I know that if you knew about their situations, you would without hesitation come to their aid. You are such a kind person, willing to risk your life to save others, to help others change their lives, to take care of people. It's unbelievably beautiful, and I want to follow in your footsteps and stand by your side. You face the external dangers, and I will face the internal hardships. We will surely be fine. Sunyanku clenched her fists. When she looked up again, she saw that the room door in front of her was open. A woman's voice came from inside. Who's there? Oh, Liuli's sister. It's me. Suma Cheng. I brought my sister here. She's Sunyanku. Sister, this is Yi Liuli. Liuli's sister. Suma Cheng was introducing happily, completely oblivious to Sunyanku's unease. Sunyanku steadied her emotions, raised her head, and saw a stunning woman in front of her. She was very beautiful. One could say she was the most beautiful woman she had ever seen, more captivating than teacher Liu Qingyan. But that charm made Sunyanku feel extremely uncomfortable, like a poisonous snake, making people feel fearful, especially when the woman looked her up and down. Sunyanku instinctively wanted to step back but didn't. After standing firm, she imitated Suma Cheng's manner and politely greeted her with a smile. Sister Liuli, hello. Yi Liuli was taken aback for a moment, then her eyes lit up. She looked Sunyanku up and down again, and smiled happily. So you are Suma Cheng's sister? Yes. She's my sister, Sister Liuli. My sister is very beautiful and capable. She can endure hardship, so I believe she will do very well in the tasks you assign her. Hearing the praise, Suma Cheng quickly stepped forward to recommend Sunyanku. However, Yi Liuli didn't even look at him. She kept staring in Sunyanku's direction. Indeed, very good, extremely good, too good. At last, she could report to the others. And this one, with her looks, definitely could fetch a high price. Yi Liuli was almost laughing to herself. Sunyanku pretended not to understand her expression and smiled slightly, lowered her head. Thank you for the praise, Sister Liuli. No. I'm not just praising you. I truly believe you'll do well. Did Suma Cheng tell you about the treatment here? Sunyanku nodded. Yes, he did. That's good then. So from now on, you are officially my employee here. Once the project is completed, your pay will be settled immediately. Yi Liuli said, opening the door wider. Come inside with me. Sunyanku was taken aback, but Suma Cheng beside her was extremely excited. Sister, go on. Liuli's sister is calling you. Let's go. Let's make some big money. At that moment, Sunyanku didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, she just nodded, okay. As she entered the room, she heard Suma Cheng yelling from behind. Sister Liuli, do you have any other tasks I can handle here? I can endure hardships too. But before he could finish, Liuli stopped him. She closed the door before he entered, smiling. Not right now, you don't need to come in here. Your sister alone is enough. Suma Cheng was stunned. Why? Liuli, my sister just arrived, and I want to bring her along more. No need. I will teach her everything. Liuli directly blocked the doorway. Suma Cheng was a bit puzzled. But Zi Chen, just leave it alone. Seeing this, Sunyanku quickly spoke up. I can take care of myself. Don't worry. All right then. Suma Cheng had to compromise. The door was closed. He stood at the doorway for a moment, still feeling something was not right. But when he thought about how his sister could earn so much money in the past, he turned and left. However, he felt dejected all the way. Lin Zhou came out of the training room and happened to see this scene. He was once again surprised. A strange feeling crept over him. Unable to hold back, he asked, Suma Cheng, what's wrong with you? Suma Cheng looked up, saw him, and the dejected expression instantly disappeared. He put on a smug smile. I told you not to worry about it. Lin Zhou, I will earn a lot of money. My sister won't need you soon. After saying this, without waiting for Lin Zhou's reply, he quickly left. Lin Zhou watched his departing figure, furrowing his brows. Why did he suddenly say that? Could it be that Yi Liuli gave him some new way to make money? But isn't Yi Liuli only interested in girls? Can this be trusted? Lin Zhou shook his head helplessly, preparing to catch up and ask what was going on. At that moment, Li Wawan behind him called out, it's time to make lunch. Lin Zhou had to turn back and follow Li Wawan into the kitchen. When there was no one else around, Li Wawan spoke again. Don't startle the snake, You were planning to follow Suma Chen just now, right? We will be capturing people tomorrow. Don't startle the snake, stay calm. Don't let others sense anything unusual. The people here are very clever. Lin Zhou nodded. I see. Meanwhile, Sunyanku had already followed Yi Liuli through a long corridor, up a flight of stairs, and approached another room. As soon as she entered, she heard Yi Liuli say, Go, make her up nicely and change her clothes. Sunyanku hadn't reacted yet when two women walked out. When the women saw her, their eyes widened. Wow, this girl is pretty. Boss Yi, where did you find her? Don't worry about that. Serve her well. I'm counting on her to make a lot of money. Okay. The two women each grabbed one of Sunyanku's arms. Sunyanku was startled. Sister Liuli, don't be afraid. Follow them. I'm transforming you. If you want to make money, you can't be so plain. Be obedient, and you'll earn more money. Sunyanku had to nod. Okay, this level was destined to be difficult. Before finding the others, she could only endure it. Hopefully, Finyan's hand the others wouldn't mess up. Inside the hotel, Finyan's **FEI, Liu Shiming, and Mao Ziking sat face to face. The expressions of the group were somewhat serious. After a moment of silence, **FEI spoke first. Finyan's, are what you just said true? The people Sunyanku is looking for are our missing family members. That's correct. Finyan's nodded. **FEI looked incredulous. They were all taken by that Yi Liulian will be sold off. Yes, but these are just words from the messenger who came yesterday, and Lin Zhou doesn't know about this. Are you sure what she said is true? Do you completely trust her without any doubts? Finyan's looked at him with a firm gaze. Yes, she is very trustworthy. When you see her, you will trust her too. **FEI was slightly stunned. Who exactly is she? You'll know when we rescue the people. Come, let's set off. We will make sure she's safe no matter what. Good. Regarding the police, Finyan's, you communicate with them. Let them catch those troublemakers. Stop causing harm to people. Got it. That's settled. Let's go. Wait. Before **FEI could finish speaking, Ma Ziking stood up. In Jikyong and I, along with our other brothers, will go with you. You guys? Yes. The police have their team. We don't need too many people. It's better if we join you. But you, don't underestimate us because we're young. We've been in the game for many years. Besides, Lin Zhou is our big brother, and his top priority is Sunyanku. We must protect our sister-in-law. **FEI chuckled. You guys are quite loyal. All right, let's go. Let's set off. Good. They nodded and quickly followed. Fan Yun's hand Liu Shiming saw this and smiled. We should set off too. Yes. Today Lu Mingzhou didn't come to us. He might come tomorrow. We have to cooperate with Officer Su for a little act. No problem. The day went by quickly. It was time to go off work. Lu Mingzhou bid farewell to Su Liren and hummed a tune on his way home. And that's the end of this section. He couldn't remember what time he fell asleep. When Su Li opened his eyes, it was already bright outside. Glancing at the clock, it was 7:50 in the morning. Su Li rubbed his slightly sore brow, got up, changed his clothes, and headed out. His movements were swift and seamless. Then he took out his phone and sent a text message to Lu Mingzhou. After putting away his phone, he rode his electric scooter and left home. Meanwhile, Lu Mingzhou had just arrived at the Baijia Hotel downstairs. Carrying a steamed bun, he looked up at the building. Then he smiled. Su Nianku, I'm here again. Just as he was about to step inside, he suddenly heard his phone ring. Lu Mingzhou picked up the phone and saw a message from Su Li. His brow furrowed instantly. Not having time to think much, he quickly rushed into the hotel, placed the steamed bun on the front desk, and exclaimed, "Send this to Su Nianku and Lin Zhou, and write it." Without waiting for a response from the front desk, he turned and rushed out the door. The baffled front desk assistant behind him muttered, "Hey, Lu, what are you in a hurry for? What's going on?" Not getting a response, she remained silent for a moment, taking out her phone. Opening the messaging app, she sent a text message to. At the same time, upstairs, Fan Yun, who was preparing to meet Lu Mingzhou, furrowed his brows. Why did he leave? Beside him, Liu Shiming also looked puzzled. Maybe there's an urgent matter. Is Officer Zhu's arrest plan starting? Possibly. We should go help too. All right. Let's go. Let's go. South Chuan train station. Su Li parked his electric scooter elegantly by the roadside. Then he took out his phone and saw a text message from the Baijia boss lady. He's gone. Everything's going smoothly. Su Li smiled, removed the scooter key, and was about to turn around when he heard Lu Mingzhou's anxious voice. Officer Su, what's going on? Have you found the person? Su Li nodded. Yes, we're starting the operation today. Let's go catch Maud along now. Now. But what? Su Li turned around, puzzled. Lu Mingzhou paused and quickly changed his tone. No, I mean, just the two of us are going. Yes, Officer Ren is off duty today. What about the others? Our colleagues from the police station. Lu. Su Li stopped, turning around. The situation is very urgent, and you know they are cunning. If we don't act now, it might be too late. What if they escape? But, come on. We don't have time to waste. I have a gun. I've informed the station, and backup will arrive soon. Let's not delay. Without another word, Su Li pulled Lu Mingzhou towards the scooter. He got on the vehicle and started rushing. Lu Mingzhou was startled. Hey, Officer Su, slow down. Where is he exactly? Why the rush? In Qianlin Shopping Center on Chengnan Road. What? How is he there? Why not? Fraudsters need daily supplies too. Oh. Okay. As Lu Mingzhou agreed, he couldn't help but tremble. As Qianlin Shopping Center drew closer, Lu Mingzhou felt his whole body sweating. He exerted all his strength, finally coming up with an idea. Officer Su, stop the scooter. I need to use the restroom. But his voice was quickly drowned in the whistling wind as Su Li seemed not to have heard him at all, not even looking back. Lu Mingzhou grew anxious. He grabbed Su Li's arm, raising his voice. Officer Su, stop the scooter. With a quick turn, the electric scooter came to a halt on the side. Su Li looked at Lu Mingzhou in bewilderment. What's wrong? Lu. Anxious. Lu Mingzhou said. I need to go to the restroom. I forgot to go this morning, and I really need to go now. All right. Go and come back quickly. Su Li sounded a bit impatient. Lu Mingzhou quickly nodded. Okay. After that, he swiftly got off the scooter and rushed towards the public restroom nearby. Unseen by him, as soon as Lu Mingzhou left, Su Li regained his composure. He glanced in Lu Mingzhou's direction, his gaze gradually becoming profound. Then he took out his phone and made a call. At the same time, Annie Min, who was on stakeout outside the rundown building, received a message. She immediately stood up and gestured around. Operation. A group of police officers quickly gathered at the center of the old building. Hearing this sound while having breakfast upstairs, everyone was stunned. Liu Shaoxian was the first to stand up. He rushed outside. What's happening? Seeing the scene outside, he quickly went back upstairs. Lin Zhou watched this and also left his meal. After a brief eye contact with Li Wanyi, he followed Liu Shaoxian. Su Maiying looked bewildered. What's going on? What happened? No one answered him. The story continues on the next page. Click to read on. Seeing Lin Zhou leaving, he pondered for a moment and then followed suit upstairs. Inside a luxurious box in the corner upstairs, Madelon had just picked up a bun and was about to take a bite. Since Lin Zhou arrived, they had been eating and living together. They even shared breakfast. At that moment, Madelon's phone rang. He squinted slightly, reaching for the phone, but suddenly heard urgent knocking at the door. Maje. Madelon furrowed his brow, turning to open the door. What's up? T-police are here. What? Madelon was astonished. Why haven't you run yet? Why are they coming from me? Let's take everyone and go. We can't leave anymore. They're downstairs already. I checked, there are people all around. They might be closing in. What? Madelon was shocked again. How? Why didn't I know the police station had a raid today? How did they find our location? I don't know that, but Maje, it's not the time to think about that now. We have to leave quickly. Forget about them. Oh, right. Wait for me. I'll get my phone. Without another word, Madelon turned to go. Before taking 2 steps, he heard Lin Zhou's voice nearby. Ma, big brother, let me hold your phone. Hurry. Then he saw Lin Zhou holding his phone, standing behind him, and his phone seemed to still be ringing. Madelon was taken aback. When did you come in? Give me the phone now. Lin Zhou smiled faintly, evading Madelon's hand. Just as you were chatting with Liu Zhe. Maje, forget about the phone now. I'm here to rescue you. Let's go or it'll be too late. Oh, right. Come with us. Hurry. Okay. Lin Zhou switched off the phone and nodded. At the same time, Su Maiying rushed over. I saw the appearances of Lin Zhou and Madelon. He quickly rushed over. Lin Zhou, what are you going to do? Seemingly realizing something was wrong, he quickly stood in front of Liu Shaoxian. Separating him and Lin Zhou, he looked towards Lin Zhou with a wary expression. Did Lin Zhou do something to you? Don't worry, with me here, he can't do anything. Lin Zhou was speechless. This kid truly doesn't distinguish between right and wrong. He sees himself as an enemy. However, this move was quite clever. Originally, he was standing directly in front of the door. By standing there, he conveniently blocked the path of Madelon and Liu Shaoxian, buying more time for Officer Su and the others. Thinking like this, Lin Zhou didn't move, but Liu Shaoxian couldn't stand still. Anxiously, he tugged on Sima Cheng. What are you doing? Get out of the way and let us out. Madelon also looked angry. Their expressions made Sima Cheng feel something. He was right. Standing straighter, Sima Cheng said, you don't need to leave. With me here today, Lin Zhou won't be able to harm you in the slightest. You. Madelon was so outraged he didn't know what to say. He looked directly at Liu Shaoxian. Is this the person you've been nurturing all along? Liu Shaoxian was also close to fainting from anger. No. Maje, listen to me. What else do you have to say? Let him go. All right. Nodding, Liu Shaoxian walked over to Sima Cheng's side. In Sima Cheng's bewildered eyes, he suddenly pushed him. His strength was immense, causing Sima Cheng to stumble and sit on the ground. More bewildered, he said, Liu, big brother Liu, who's your big brother? Get out of the way. After saying this, he grabbed Madelon and ran outside, reminding Lin Zhou behind him, you should also leave quickly. Okay. Lin Zhou nodded. When passing Sima Cheng, he intentionally slowed down. As expected, Sima Cheng blocked their way, asking, where are you going? Big brother Liu, Maje, why don't you trust me? Lin Zhou is truly a troublemaker. The danger we're facing now is surely his doing. As long as we deal with him, our problems will be solved. There's no need to leave. Liu Shaoxian and Madelon paused. Just about to speak, Lin Zhou, with a look of grievance, raised his head. His voice trembling, he said, don't worry about me, big brother Liu. Maje, you should run quickly. I'll be fine. Sima Cheng probably has some misunderstandings about me. I'll explain it to him. You should bring the brothers and leave. Hearing this, Sima Cheng was suddenly shocked. A bad premonition crept over him. Just as he was thinking about it, Liu Shaoxian directly turned around and grabbed Lin Zhou. Let go. Sima Cheng didn't move. Lin Zhou continued pitifully. Big brother Liu. Sima Cheng, I told you to let go. Sima Cheng tried to explain something, but felt that nothing he said would work. He fell silent for a moment. Gripping Lin Zhou's arm tighter, he said, I won't let go. Big brother Liu, you've been deceived by Lin Zhou. You've been so good to me, even taking me along to earn money. I can't let you be deceived. I won't let go no matter what you say. Before his words fell, a sudden gust of wind came. Sima Cheng instantly felt a burning sensation on his face. He dared not believe it as he raised his head to see Liu Shaoxiang's eyes full of anger. You're truly insane. Who do you think you are, trying to save us? Lin Zhou came for us just now. His value is immeasurable. Do you understand? Sima Cheng froze in place. Who am I? Big brother Liu. You're nothing. You're useless. You're the most useless person I've ever met. Get lost. Liu Shaoxian kicked Sima Cheng again, sending him to the ground. Lin Zhou frowned but didn't stop him. Sima Cheng deserved it at the moment. Perhaps after a beating, he would learn his lesson. Sima Cheng was stunned by the kick, falling to the ground without reacting. Am I really useless? Since coming here, he said he was nurturing me. I willingly followed his instructions, believed in them, wanted to protect them. How come the moment Lin Zhou arrived, I became useless? Liu Shaoxian ignored him, dragging Lin Zhou and running forward. Lin Zhou glanced back at Sima Cheng but didn't pay him any more attention, though he felt somewhat uneasy. Why haven't the police arrived yet? If they don't come soon, Ma Delon and Liu Shaoxian might escape. Perhaps he should do something. While contemplating this, he noticed Liu Shaoxian stop suddenly. Looking up, he saw an old, broken door in front of him. The door didn't seem different from the others, but Liu Shaoxian decisively stood still. Ma Zhe, let's go this way. He pushed the door open. The story isn't over. Please click to the next page to continue reading the exciting content ahead. At a glance, Lin Zhou saw that inside the door was a dark, narrow passage. This is... Lin Zhou, come here too. This passage leads directly outside the neighborhood. Let's go straight through and not worrying about those people outside. Ma Delong nodded without hesitation. Lin Zhou felt a jolt in his heart. Oh no. He could already see the police coming upstairs. How could he make a mistake at a time like this? What should he do? What should he do? Seeing Ma Delong about to rush in, Lin Zhou couldn't care anymore. He quickly stepped forward and blocked his way before Ma Delong could enter. Ma Delong was taken aback. What's wrong? Lowering his head, Lin Zhou put on a look of fear and smiled. Ma Zhe, big brother Liu, I'm scared. Scared of what? Don't worry. With me and Liu Shaoxiang here, you'll be fine. Just follow us. Oh, okay. Thank you, Ma Zhe. Lin Zhou nodded but didn't move an inch. Liu Shaoxiang exclaimed, what are you waiting for? Come on, Lin Zhou, there's no time to waste. Downstairs, the sounds of chaos could be heard, and footsteps echoed on the stairs. If they didn't leave soon, they would run out of time. Liu Shaoxiang said, while pushing Lin Zhou, but when he pushed, he noticed Lin Zhou showed no intent to move. Liu Shaoxiang was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe it as he looked at Lin Zhou. Before he finished the sentence, he noticed Lin Zhou seemed to be paying no attention to him, but looking in the direction downstairs. His gaze was unusually deep, different from his usual clear and pure look. It seemed like he had known this scene was going to happen. Was he waiting for them? Liu Shaoxiang was shocked by the thought. Without hesitating about anything else, he took a step back, then rushed towards Lin Zhou to knock him down. Ma Zhe, run. He wanted to create a path for Ma Delong to break through. As long as he could knock Lin Zhou aside, Ma Delong could go in. But when he made the attempt, Lin Zhou didn't move an inch. Liu Shaoxiang lifted his head in shock and looked at Lin Zhou in disbelief. His eyes were full of horror. What? What do you want? Lin Zhou didn't say a word. Instead, he reached out his hand. Before Liu Shaoxiang could react, he pressed him to the ground. I'm sorry, brother Liu. Liu Shaoxiang screamed, unable to move at all. After doing all of this, he looked towards the direction of Ma Delong. At this moment, Ma Delong was also a bit bewildered. He never expected that the boy who cooked so well would now look like a god of death. He let go of Liu Shaoxiang and walked towards himself. Even Ma Delong, who was usually clueless, understood that everything that happened before was just a disguise by Lin Zhou. He made himself and Liu Shaoxiang believe in him. He was waiting for this moment. Ma Delong subconsciously took a step back. The screams from downstairs continued. The police seemed to be only one floor away from them. It was impossible to jump down, and Lin Zhou blocked their way forward. Ma Delong was panicking like never before. But he knew he couldn't panic. He swallowed his saliva and placed his hand on his waist. Lin Zhou squinted his eyes and smiled. Sorry, brother Ma, this won't work for me. It's better for you to surrender. Little did he know, as soon as he finished speaking, Ma Delong also smirked. Who said it won't work? Lin Zhou was stunned. Before he could react, Ma Delong quickly rushed towards the direction he had come from. Lin Zhou was stunned again. When he looked in that direction, he widened his eyes instantly. Sima Cheng. He was walking towards them in confusion, seemingly not understanding what was happening. He looked terrified and opened his mouth wide. Without caring about anything else, Lin Zhou kicked Liu Shaoxiang beside him and rushed towards Sima Cheng's direction. He had to be fast. Sima Cheng seemed to finally realize what was happening, but it was too late to avoid it. Seeing the dagger in Ma Delong's hand about to fall on him, Sima Cheng closed his eyes in despair. A moment of silence could be heard. It seemed like the smell of blood was in the air. Sima Cheng opened his eyes and saw Lin Zhou standing in front of him. His right hand was tightly gripping Ma Delong's dagger, blocking it from harming him. Drops of red liquid dripped down his hand, staining his arm, but he seemed not to feel any pain. Instead, he stared fiercely at Ma Delong. Ma Delong was also in a panic. According to his calculations, by now he should have gained control over Sun Yanku and could use him to threaten Lin Zhou and the police. But what was happening now? How was this happening? Lin Zhou, who was just beside Liu Shaoxiang a moment ago, suddenly appeared in front of him. How did he grab hold of his knife? Ma Delong, who was strong, found himself being blocked by Lin Zhou despite his efforts. Countless questions flooded Ma Delong's mind. He didn't have time to think more and instinctively tried to pull the knife from Lin Zhou's hand. Since he couldn't capture Sima Cheng, capturing Lin Zhou would do. After all, he was injured now. Ma Delong was confident that he could use this hostage, but despite his efforts, the knife didn't move an inch. Liu Shaoxiang behind him exclaimed, Ma-ji ... run. But it was too late. A group of police officers rushed in. The lead officer, Ren Min, pointed her gun towards Ma Delong's position and shouted, Ma Delong, get down. Before Ma Delong could react, she noticed Lin Zhou. Instantly, a look of panic crossed her face. You're Lin Zhou, right? You. I'm fine. Just catch them first. Lin Zhou flung Ma Delong aside, grabbed a piece of paper, wiped the blood off his hands, and pointed at Ma Delong casually. Ren Min nodded. Got it. As they captured the suspects, she gestured to the person behind her. Bring the medic over. Soon, a person in a white coat carrying a medical kit went up to Lin Zhou and began to bandage him. Ma Delong, who was captured, looked at Lin Zhou and asked, So, you were the undercover agent they sent in this time? Lin Zhou didn't answer. Ma Delong suddenly laughed. All right. I never thought we were both deceived, haha. Our insider ... he should be able to reunite with you soon. Don't worry. Lin Zhou remained focused and continued, and the other big figures from your organization should be able to reunite with you soon too. Ma Delong. His mouth twitched. He remained silent. After Ma Delong and Liu Shaoxiang were taken away, Ren Min turned to Sima Cheng behind Lin Zhou. What about him? Leave him to us. You go to your work. There are probably many more people downstairs. Got it. Ren Min nodded and ordered her subordinates to take Ma Delong and Liu Shaoxiang away. Lin Zhou then took out Ma Delong's phone. He opened it, found the unfamiliar number that had been sending messages, and replied, Chapter 1 is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content ahead. 400 to Chelin Plaza, come. He then turned off the phone directly and stuffed it in his pocket. Turning back, he wanted to call Sima Cheng to leave, but he found that Sima Cheng seemed unable to believe what had just happened, frozen in place. Lin Zhou sighed, raised his left hand to pat his shoulder, but he quickly stepped back. However, he soon recovered. Lin Zhou, while you just ... I'm fine. Don't worry. Lin Zhou raised his hand, which was bleeding slightly. Sima Cheng swallowed his saliva, still a bit incredulous. Those just now were all police officers. Lin Zhou nodded, yes. Sima Cheng was momentarily stunned. He seemed unable to believe everything he had seen, but had to face the reality. So, they really committed crimes. I told you earlier, they are scammers. But what? Still don't believe it? Want me to call them up to confront you? No, that's not it. Sima Cheng was somewhat flustered. Am I really fooled? Things don't just fall out of the sky. Sima Cheng tried to say something, but couldn't find the words. His mind was a mess, feeling like he had missed something, but he couldn't explain it clearly. Seeing this, Lin Zhou had to remind him, stop worrying. You haven't done anything terribly wrong. At most, you attended a training session. Your sister is worried about you. Hurry and leave. After hearing this, Sima Cheng's eyes widened instantly. He finally remembered where his aunties had come from. Sis, my sister. He called out twice, not bothering to explain to Lin Zhou, and quickly rushed downstairs. Lin Zhou frowned instantly. What's wrong with your sister? There was no response. He had to pick up his pace and follow Sima Cheng downstairs. When he reached Renmin's side, he stopped. He grabbed Renmin's arm. Where's Yi Liuli? Have you caught Yi Liuli? Nanchuan City is a coastal city. Shen Ningchen never expected she would really see the ocean here. Unfortunately, not with Lin Shu. Last night, after Leafing Liuli left, she was taken to a small room. Following Leaf Liuli, she learned some rituals that she completely did not understand. Then she saw two men chattering in a language she could not understand. Their skin was dark, and no matter how you looked at it, they didn't look like locals. But what made Shen Ningchu feel uncomfortable the most was their gaze. When they looked at her, it was more like looking at a prey already in their hands. Several times Shen Ningchu considered running away, but each time she suppressed her fear to save someone. Until this morning, when the sun rose, Liuli came to call her. Then she took her and they got on a van. After nearly an hour of bumpy ride, they finally stopped. When Shen Ningchu got off the van, she saw the sea, and a huge ship was parked at the seaside. The ship looked run down. Strange people stood on both sides. On the ship, several dozen beautiful girls were sitting in neat rows. They were all very attractive. However, their expressions were particularly indifferent. Even when she arrived, they didn't even glance back. They seemed indifferent, as if it had nothing to do with them. But it pained Shen Ningchu to see. What kind of hardships did they endure to become like this? Like marionettes with emptied souls. Shen Ningchu held her chest and looked back at the way she came. She didn't know if Li Pengfei and the others saw her message. Could they come in time to save them? Leaf Liuli in front seemed to notice her absent-mindedness and asked, "What's wrong?" Shen Ningchu quickly shook her head. Nothing. Maybe I didn't rest well. Why my chest hurts a bit. Oh, it's nothing. It'll stop hurting soon. Shen Ningchu nodded. Leaf Liuli pointed to the empty seat in the middle of the girls, indicating to Shen Ningchu, "That's your seat. Go sit there." Shen Ningchu was puzzled. Leaf Liuli smiled. "These are your sisters who are going to earn money with you. Don't worry, you'll definitely make a lot of money." "Oh." Shen Ningchu nodded again, then tentatively walked towards the empty seat. Just as she took a couple of steps, she couldn't help but turn back and ask, "Is Liuli's sister coming with us too?" "Me?" Leaf Liuli laughed and nodded. "Yes, I'm going with you, but I have to go talk business with the boss over there. I won't sit here." "Oh, okay. Thanks, Liuli's sister." "You're welcome." When Leaf Liuli turned around, she restrained her smile. Her eyes were filled with coldness. She still wanted to sit with her. This girl must be crazy, but for the high price, she wouldn't argue with her, right? In a few minutes, they could leave here, and she will also receive a huge sum of money. Just thinking about it made her happy. Watching her leave, Shen Ningchu quickly tapped the girl next to her. In a low voice, she asked, "Hello, do you know Yan Qing?" No one answered. Shen Ningchu daringly asked again, "She is my little sister. I'm looking for her." The girl closer to her quickly moved back, deliberately keeping her distance.